You are about to listen to the full audiobook for the Madani phenomenon by Sakpile Papa. If you want to support this channel, you can buy this book for $15 physical or $5 digital. The link is in the description and the pinned comment. Without further ado, enjoy the story.
First chapter. It all began to end the day that the water molecule decided to go spread eagle. Aliyah recites these words as she does so herself, with her legs cellulite ridden and vertically streaked by unsightly stretch marks. Lying bare on her palace's boards, she proceeds with the due contortions before relaxing completely, exposing all of her body's vulnerabilities. The belly, the crotch, and the jugular. There is nothing majestic left in her. She is not head, nor hostess. She is no one's matriarch. Aliyah is an old rug spread in the attic of a tower, waiting with total passivity to be battered with a duster. After a grainy exhale, she resumes her narration. The 104.5 opening degrees that once doted it with rich properties just fell short to it. It simply seemed to it that there was no longer a place in this world for modesty, imperfection, and solubility. To hell with all of it, 109.47 degrees, damn it, as it should be. And the rest can piss off. It was a choreographic move. In an instant, with enviable synchrony, 70% of the planet parted an infinity of tiny hydric knees. And then, of course, what had to happen happened. The hydrogen garters that held the Earth's stockings in place gave in a moment, and the humbly irregular fabric that kept its nasties covered went on to be made out of perfect tetrahedrons. It must have been such a relief for Earth, after so many millennia dealing with the impertinences of live beings, but certainly for these, it wasn't what you would call a nice surprise. Men of science tore the hair out of their heads trying to decipher the motive of such a sudden boycott to life. Meanwhile, the rest of the biosphere burned in chaos, with all the salts precipitating to the bottom of their containers, the ice masses sinking in, and, as a more alarming inconvenience, boiling at minus 80 degrees Celsius. Well, we all like to be warm, but I assume it isn't very pleasant to have 60% of your body initiate an evaporation process out of the blue. The man, upright in all the splendor of his bipedalism, listens to Aliyah's tale with attention. Although he doesn't usually get the chance to practice his use of language, he has a general concept of the lexicon that the woman repeatedly employs during their interactions. They can piss off. Damn it, boy. What are you, a damned hydraulic pump? And the story she is telling, well, that one is stuck in him to the very last stroke. The water boiled and left the basins, straits, and abyssal plains. Those of Fez's inhabitants who hadn't boiled or dehydrated to death fled north, crossing the sea directly through its dried bed, or got lost in the southern desert, which had also been sea back in the day. Of the bustling city, only the dead was left. Infrastructures, dust, and corpses. It took less than usual for the latter to decompose, given that they had skipped, in an instant, the phase of fluid loss that produces the most fetid smells. Since the catastrophe, a strange mixture of jasmine and dry tincture hovers in the Medina, rising all the way to the last floor of the continually expanding tower that houses them all. The man smells it in the air, breathing in Aliyah's pheromones as well. She is an original dweller, previous to the disaster. Allegedly, the only one left in Al-Mudaina. She's brown-skinned, like him, with eyes unlimitedly sparkling in black, and a generous amount of hair all over her body. She must, at least, double him in age. "Come down, boy, won't you?" she voices. The man hesitates in place for some seconds before complying. It's unusual to hear so many consecutive words aim at oneself, Amongst the guests, the predominant code for communication is meaningful groaning. Nevertheless, she is not a guest, and he is the man. The position that he holds in respect to Aliyah is a prickly subject, but it is truth that the hostess treats him with more closeness than she does the rest of her tenants. All of Al Mudaina's occupants, to be fair, seem to have a predilection for the man. One wouldn't need to crack their head to figure out why. As he has been ordered, the youth kneels next to the lying woman and, with a gesture born from habit, tucks a long black lock behind her left ear. This makes her squirm, in spite of her age, like a nuzzled pup. The man knows it well. There are certain moves that drive them all crazy. It's not a matter of desire, and there is no endearment at play in the act of brushing a lock of hair from a woman's face. It's simply one of the tricks that the man has learned with practice. If he pampers them, they feel wanted. If they feel wanted, they perform better. And if they perform better, it's over sooner. Not losing a second, he goes on to position himself with a blank mind. This is all there is, you know. Out there, everyone wants to think there is something else, but I know what is true. The truth is that there is nothing more than this. That is Aliyah's star statement, which she always tops her convoluted preambles with. The meaning of the phrase, "this is all there is open to interpretation. Even if he generally doesn't give too much afterthought to words, the man does have his suspicions. On one hand, it could be an objective comment, assuring that there is no more world apart from Al Mudaina, and that all who did not belong to it in times of the catastrophe died for the imprudence of believing that there was something else. Considering the circumstances that the woman announces it in, however, it is fitting to assume that the phrase comes to say something deeper and more disheartening. Like, for example, that actions as crude as copulation and digestion are the furthest human beings can come to, and therefore are commonly censored when a greater plenitude through less primordial means is being promised. Be it as it may, the thing is that Aliyah does not utter another word in the whole span of the meeting, if it isn't to complain about her companion's rhythm or hum some melody to herself. When it ends, the man gets on his feet and, in the face of the intense somnolence that takes over him after completing his function, sprints away through the disconnected passageways, chambers, and stairways that make up Al Mudaina. He knows from experience that it is better to escape immediately after this sort of interaction, and then, at least for a couple days, to avoid direct contact with the guest in question. Not few times has he seen himself compelled to deal with the tearful outbreaks of a newcomer, though he thinks he knows Aliyah well enough to not expect something similar of her. In one instance, when he was younger, he himself broke down in tears before a guest, at seeing the whole of him reduced to a bundle of skin and body hair saved in a little wooden box. Now he is more settled. It is an idiocy to feel trapped in the cage that keeps you from the sharks. In his downward path, the man makes sure to take the narrowest ways toward the base of the main tower. His goal is to squirm away from Aliyah in such a way that she cannot follow him, but amongst his motivations there is also the wish to not cross anybody. No woman in Al Mudaina would be scandalized at seeing him run, naked and sweaty as he is, and yet inside him still wiggles, cornered and agonizing, a vestige of the sense of pudor that his countrymen rigorously keep. Perhaps shame, for abiding by every clause of the nutrition, relation, reproduction diet that nature reserves for humans, regardless of their air of grandeur. Perhaps disgust of himself for, let's be honest, enjoying when he does. Or maybe just a pathetic attempt to have some privacy in such an enclosed place where everything is so wicked public. In any case, Al Mudaina is a limited edifice in the end of the day. And although the concept of space ownership does not exist among its dwellers, there are forums and common areas that are inevitable walkways. The man knows he has reached the library as soon as he crosses the horseshoe arc that leads to it. Since the fortress is continuously renovating, being lifted and extended from the inside at hands of the very women who reside in it, it's a complicated task to draw a mind map of its unquantifiable corners and dead-end hallways. The walls, staircases, and furniture are built on whims, so if someone were to want them passed onto a paper, all the guests would need to notify the poor architect regularly of their additions. A beam here, a couple steps there, a door frame that frames no door, half a wall built with the only purpose of having a blank canvas to carve bas reliefs. For all that, the man has lived here for many years, and the library is one of the few rooms that guests try to save from excessive modification, greatly out of fear that the bookcases will fall down on their heads. The smell of humidity and its consequent microbiomes is evident between tons of coarse paper and the leather spines that Aliyah insists on fashioning. But surely no one mentions that the library is home to the only abstract concept that the inhabitants of Al-Mudaina praise: knowledge. Even if Aliyah herself sometimes feels like questioning it with her unsettling, "This is all there is," knowledge is the exclusive purpose of human life. The water catastrophe affirmed it so, shrinking populations and withholding from the remaining a great part of the activities that kept them busy. Now there is no fulfilling life for them. The guests seek nothing but to fill themselves with knowledge so that they can die wise and never satisfied. The bookcases are built drawing sinuous curves instead of straight lines, as it would be coherent for a piece of furniture that can drop a book on your head from 7 meters above. The library has got 4 of these colossal pieces of acrobatic woodwork. The 2 located at the sides bend vertiginously toward the center, almost touching the 2 inner ones, which are also warped, though in a subtler way. At those zones that are too steep, the shelves are built like lidless boxes to keep books from falling under the effect of gravity. To join the minimal gaps left between one and the other, in the spot of the ceiling in which all 4 of them converge, someone has started to chisel a grotesque chandelier in the shape of hanging roots. Or at least she has tried. By now, there is no more to the chandelier than a series of amorphous stalactites suspended threateningly over pedestrians. Upon entering the paper tunnel, the man always feels like he is penetrating some sort of delightful garden, an exotic yard overflowing with life, where he can find candy under the rocks and slender sylphs swinging in the tree branches. To his astonishment, this last fabrication turns out to be true, for as he crosses the right side corridor, he stumbles across a delicate presence. There is a young girl perched on a ladder, higher up than it would be prudent for her, giggling between her teeth while she counts with her fingers and flips the pages of a tome that lays on her lap. She's one of the smaller, many of them Aliyah's daughters, and judging by the lack of voluptuosity in her figure, it can be deduced that she hasn't reached puberty yet. Curious, the man walks below her peculiar studying spot and eyes the cover of the book that seems to be so funny to her. Operations with Complex Numbers, Volume 3. Seeing he observes her, the girl gives him a picaresque look and leans over him as if she wanted to share a confidence. "Aye," she tells him, exaggerating the vowel's pronunciation to unsuspected limits. The man hurries to continue with his march. See, the guests are weird, but the girls are straight up creepy. Wherever one looks, in Al-Mudaina everything is of a colorblind brown. Wood is the only material present in its structure, built over boldly and held afoot by a miracle at the very least. Even lacquered daily and painted over with delirious designs, the walls speak of sordidness and monotony, closer to the repetitive stroking of a prisoner than to an abstract painter's ecstasy. This is due to a simple reason. The wood has been dead for years. Without a way for water to travel up their veins, the trees' corpses were left in sad formation in the forests. They dried as quickly as did the humans and the rest of beasts, but unlike them, their deep-diving roots impeded their fall. They died like soldiers, vertically. Us, the originals, laid down their lifeless bodies and unified them into one body, inside which we have lodged. In the streets, the most popular nickname for Almudaina is Al Tabut, the coffin. It is, for the most part, made out of the same woods that are used to build funerary boxes, but the moniker refers more to its content than to its composition. That sepia palette, with reds that have lost their vivacity and yellows that have soured all the way to ochre, is present also in the soft integrants of the citadel. The human beings that wander between the woods are all native to the city, born either at ground level or inside Almudaina. Therefore, their skins have a natural color that stifles as they spend weeks and months without receiving any radiation. The only light sources that break the orangish gloom are slight crevices carved in the rooms that border the outside, a few centimeters below the union between walls and ceiling. Also some other latticed window. Time after time, the girls crowd together under the same sunbeam and take turns receiving its heat. Before he can exit the premises of the main tower, the man is accosted yet again by another emphatic female that runs to him through the roofed patio between sounds of excitement. Smiling, she urges him to go back in his footsteps by tugging at him while simultaneously trying to keep the filthy black bangs that veil her whole forehead away from her eyes. It's the seventh guest, a woman in fertile age that always appears particularly animated whenever he's around. She has not birthed any girls yet, so the tan skin of her belly is tight, and in her eyes are still missing the resolved and sacrificed shades of motherhood. She wears her hair short. She has a custom of waiting until it brushes her shoulders, then getting rid of it and going up to the platform, from where she makes the locks rain on the Medina while crooning popular anthems in honor of departed companions. Each one has their own way of entertaining themselves. The man, who really has nothing better to do, accedes to satisfy her insistences and follows her back across the library, undoing his way through alleyways and stairways, ascending again, not saying a word. Not too high up, the tower, whose structure couldn't be pinned to any specific architectonic style, exhibits a prominence in the shape of a circular sector that stays in balance by means of a rickety scaffold. The platform. Its surface covers little less than 25 square meters, the minimal space to hardly perform the function that it was built for. It is a heliport. It's the only way in and out of Almudaina, and the few times it is ever stepped on are very special. Ingress ceremonies for new guests. The man sees himself forced to squint his eyes at finding them facing the intense radiation of the sun. The seventh guest shields her head with her forearms and covers her ears with her elbows, protecting them from the mechanical roar that seems to come from the very air. Isolated as they are, it's not like they ignore the existence of such technologies, and yet it is shocking to see a capsule of metal and glass descending vertically from the sky. Through the windscreen, they see the focused expression of the unlucky pilot, who swears between his teeth as he maneuvers to land the device's skids on the platform. His countenance relaxes for a moment when he looks back at them, taking in the flamboyant spectacle of the bronzed bodies smeared with varnish and oily tinctures. But no, it is not paradise standing on earth, just a handful of raving lunatics cloistered in a seedy palace. And the passenger traveling with him in the cabin is not any different, despite wearing all her clothes and eloquently conversing instead of emitting guttural sounds. Well, whatever it takes to get that salary bonus. Soon after it has set foot, the guests swarm around the machine and gleefully fondle its solid, shiny bodywork. A different material, golly, it's not wood. It's not long until Aliyah breaks in the scene and disperses her lodgers. You boors, you self-interested flirts, quit groping the imaginary chopper and come back to reality. With strangely skillful hands for someone who is handling an unreal object, she undoes the lock and opens the sliding door. A lady of modest garments dismounts with a hop, holding against her chest her succinct luggage. The air, stirred by the vehicle's blades, makes her skirt flutter. Her chauffeur leaves her no time to regret, taking off shortly after she steps down. The guests wave their arms in the air in his farewell, showing him all their body hair with no cover-ups, and he blushes at discovering himself thinking that it doesn't even look that bad. Once the metal bird has taken flight, Aliyah claps loudly, and the guests are pacified, hanging from each other's arms and emitting excited giggles. "Ladies!" she reclaims them. When she pauses, she tosses a furtive glance at the man, who grows slightly uncomfortable. Had he known they would greet a new guest in minutes' time, he wouldn't have attended to her call from the attic. "Let us meet our new tenant, for she has come an arduous way to escape from the drought. She has suffered almost to death, and she now asks us to shelter her and give her protection." All the women nod and utter compassionate sounds. The helicopter has already disappeared in the sky. The seventh guest, still clinging to the man's arm, takes the tips of her fingers to her mouth and chews on her nails nervously. Poor girl! Indeed, she is a scrawny young woman with bird-like features and a bony figure suggested under her clothes. She has sandals on her feet, and under the veiny skin, all her metatarsals can be distinguished. Not a trace of the helicopter. What a sickly look she has. She must have been so badly fed these past days. Has she reached them from the south, peregrinating with the Bedouins through the desert, or from the north, crossing the drained seabed? Perhaps she has nourished only on the dead fish she has stumbled across in her way. Then again, her colored skin shows no scorbutic lesions, nor any other sign of illness. All the guests try to make eye contact with her, looking for the sorrow in her dark eyes, the glassy look of the exhausted trudger. She scrutinizes them back, unreadable. She's fiddling with the tote bag in her arms, like she is anxious to open it and use what she carries there. Could they be her only belongings? Symbolic objects that remind her of her family, dried out foods to nibble on and trick hunger? Unfortunate little angel! How many kilometers has she had to crawl across to get to them? The helicopter has never been here. The poor girl has walked all the way from goodness knows where. With what name have they referred to you along your way, sister? Aliyah asks her. The youth ruminates the question for some seconds, before answering with the thin string she has for a voice. Sahara Ahmed. Murmurs of approval are heard. The seventh guest sighs for herself. Very good. Aliyah places herself before Sahara and strokes her cheek lovingly. At her back, the crowd has swollen. The songs that the young woman chanted as she climbed without a harness to the platform have lured all 25 of the guests, and a couple of girls as well. They all stand on their tiptoes and boost each other up to get a better look at the newcomer. Her name slithers like a whispering spectrum from mouth to mouth, along with exclamations of pleasure and some other monosyllable. Aliyah takes a few steps back and spreads her arms, containing those who step forward to touch the fabric of her dress or hold her hand. Sahara, Sahara! That word seems to have integrated in every air molecule. It is part of it, like oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, and, well, hydrogen, though that one is less important. The girl's eyes look alternately at the guests, at the mighty building that they come out of, and at Aliyah's body, hairy and wrinkled like a raisin. This is the most interesting part of the ceremony. Your name is beautiful, Sahara. I am sure that my guests will hesitate not to take you in like a sister. You will be my 27th guest. As only price for our welcoming and eternal care, you will have to surrender that word and the rest of possessions that you have called yours. Sahara! Exclaims some guest close to the man, hurling her arm up to attract her attention. Only then she seems to notice his presence, which takes her by surprise, judging by her mien. The women keep silent, expecting. Sahara looks around, evaluating the possible metaphor in Aliyah's words. Her glance lands on the rounded edge of the platform. She is unable to find it. Has there been an occasion where they have hesitated? She inquires, her voice flat. 29 sets of eyes in a wide spectrum of brown tonalities are nailed in her as only answer. The silence extends in time, like a drop of blood running down a wood grain. It is not customary for new guests to ask questions to their hostess. They are normally satisfied with the great generosity that she brings them, offering them roof and aliment in exchange for something as banal as a name. Nonetheless, Aliyah draws a sweet smile and cocks her head, compromising. Poor thing, she's fatigued and in bad shape. Besides, with that pretty of a name, how would one not forgive her a little slip? Everybody hesitates, Sahara. You too, and we understand your vacillation, but here you will be safe from all of the earth's wrongs. Take your clothes off. Sahara startles and laughs shallowly, assuming it is a joke, wanting to think it is a joke. With her surprise stamped on that little bird face where a serene and inscrutable expression was before, she jerks her head back, mentally cursing a certain pilot who does not exist. None of the women exhibit an aggressive manner. In fact, the tone with which Aliyah has pronounced the petition is almost maternal, not authoritarian or violent. But their faces, the wide opening of their eyes, the white of their fingertips as they grip their fellows' shoulders with furor. It all suggests a yearning, a profound excitation for seeing the damage of such a lengthy travel on her undressed body. Weighing her chances, the potential guest toys with the contents of her bag and examines her spectators, sliding her look from face to face until she stops at one. With bravado, she squares her shoulders and imposes her conditions. All right, she agrees. Still, before making any moves, she girds the scarf around her head and points at the man with an inclination of her chin. But he has to go. Past an instant of assimilation, the women break out and chatter, making squeaky sounds and answering them with lower ones. They huddle together to whisper Sahara's name, giving it new tinges, trying to understand it so they can understand her. What is the reason for her not wanting the man to see her without those rags?
The looks that a moment ago were all jubilance and admiration have hardened and now scan her with distrust. If the petition had been aimed at any of the guests, it wouldn't have caused such a stir, though without a doubt it would still have been strange. Many of them are very young, or on the contrary, too old. They have claimed the man's company in moments of weakness, and he was too busy to provide it. Attention, and especially that of the man, is a coveted good among the women in Almudaina, excepting maybe the girls who have grown learning to go without it. Can someone who rejects it with such promptness, or even more, explicitly asks to not receive it, be trusted? It comes across as such an oddity as a child rejecting a treat or a snuggle, a hungry animal flinching its snout at an odorous piece of meat. Something must be wrong with them. Something must be wrong with her. Maybe she has a malformation or a monstrous scar and only intends to avoid the man running in repulsion to the other end of the enclosure each time she calls for him. The seventh guest, who was at the verge of tears when she heard the name of the newcomer, tenses perceptibly, shoulder to shoulder with the eluded. The rest of them eye Sahara with suspicion, with contempt, but she directly scorches her through her scattered bangs. The young woman, nevertheless, does not show signs of being about to take her words back. The man scratches his nape, as disconcerted as the others. Only Aliyah remains inexpressive, and past a certain time, she spreads her arms anew to reclaim silence. Whatever her tenants might opine, in the end, she will be who dictates the definitive verdict. Aliyah is hostess, matriarch, and though she always takes care to take her residents' individual points of view into consideration, she is in her right to decide against them if she believes it convenient. It is sort of a precipitous demand, Sahara. You must know that the payment of your name and identity is shared equally among all your cohabitants. We all welcome you here, not only I. And the man, precisely, will have a very significant role in your life in the citadel. The women confirm with gestures and sounds. Hidden in the multitude, the seventh guest bares her teeth while hissing in disdain. Aliyah's judgment seems to match that of the rest of them. But Sahara clings to her rags, and the hostess asks for calm again. Still addressing her, she turns to look at the man, who embarrassedly shakes the seventh guest off his arm, like he would a limpet. On the other hand, I understand and respect your motives. Your journey has been long. Us present here know not of your circumstances, thus we cannot judge you based on your unusual petition. Boy, do us a favor and leave. We have waited a long time for this moment, to now waste it for a simple discrepancy. Sahara will pay you on another occasion. The women oppose more resistance than he does, which isn't hard, because he doesn't oppose any. He limits himself to looking at Aliyah and Sahara with perplexity for a moment. Then he turns around and leaves obediently. His only impediment are the claws of 25 rabid guests digging in his forearms, shoulders, and waist. Against what could be assumed, insubordination is not entirely criminalized in Almudaina. One is free to rebel if she deems it correct, be it against her equals or against her only superior, and no legislation or formal punishment is applied to her for it. This being said, there are consequences on a social level: alienation, group harassment, and multiple humiliations, whose perpetrators will also go unpunished. The reprisals that are logically attached to contradicting the established opinion in a group of 39 people who coexist permanently in an enclosed space. As a norm, the guests elude any quarrel that Aliyah has a role in, since she is the only inhabitant of the settlement with a certain hierarchic superiority to the rest.
In situations like this, however, it's the whole group who mutinies against one individual entity and not the other way around. When there are blocks of various people, there is an alliance, and the more numerous the alliance is, the smaller are the consequences that the opposition will cast on the individual. The more favor you, the less there will be left to humiliate, harass, or alienate you in case you lose. It is this system of alliances and implicit consequences what keeps chaos from sprouting every day in the citadel. The man is also a pacifying element among them, a common good that forces them to share with those they tolerate and also with those they abhor, and to respect each other. When the issue concerns him, things get a little trickier. In the platform, a few of the catalytic factors of great clashes between guests have unified: the presence of Aliyah, the implication of the man, and on another note, the fact that Sahara is called how she is called. As the man stumbles over to the door, chaos befalls on the heliport. Indignation is maximal. The newly arrived girl, having done nothing for no one, dares to despise the one they all suffer for, the one they all wish for, and only some get. The hostess, knowing but not enduring this situation, gets on her side. Not because she approves of her scandalous demand, not because she really is content with the man not receiving his payment, but because this is Sahara. Sahara the 27th, the belated, the one Al Mudaina has spent years waiting for. If they were to deny this Sahara, who knows how long it would be until the next one came around. The women, furious as they can get, also ask themselves this question deep in their minds. Their rage consumes itself as they scream, stomp on the wobbling platform, pull on their own hair, and scare Sahara very much. What does it matter to satisfy the senseless caprice of an ill and tired girl, if on her depends the completion, at last, of the citadel? Aliyah throws an arm around her shoulders and keeps her by her side, showing her inflexibility. She knows, better than anyone, the functioning of this place, and even more that of the overexcited minds of its residents. Past a couple minutes, the anger will start to evaporate and the hysteria will cool down. The man is gone, and Sahara stays. This event doesn't take away the fact that the newbie still has a compensation to give in order to become the 27th guest, and they still want to receive it. Aliyah does not need to move a single finger. The greenhouse is in utter silence, excepting the rattle of the chisel that the man uses to poke a conduit in the wood. Standing on a short ladder, which Aliyah gifted him, assuring that it has a lot of history, he finishes carving the concave opening of one of the speakers that make up the Citadel's new sound system. He tried in the past, tensing a fine cellulose string between a wooden bowl and another, placed in different rooms. Then, the building was still small and met all the architectural security measures. Currently, the main tower is about 15 meters tall and has various annexes that would be impossible to reach with a straight string, like he first pictured. The attic of said tower is the place in the enclosure where the hostess spends almost all of her time. Though private property is not a thing in Al Mudaina, both the guests and the man know that the attic belongs to Aliyah. The woman barely gets out of there to ingest aliments and to expel them, and even the first occasionally is taken to her by the guests so that she doesn't have to move. When she has to give out a message, she does not bother to look for the nearest guest and commend her its diffusion, but instead screams it to the four winds, entrusting the wood with the wave's reverberation. When she wants to send for him, she does not search for him in every hallway and every chamber until she finds him. She does not entice him with whispered begs until she gets to double him. She shrieks for him. She bawls with her mature and worn voice, and there is something in her screams that corrodes him in such an internal, acute way that it becomes impossible for him to decline. And he goes. He always goes, even if the wiles with Aliyah disturb him the most. Taking note of this infallibility, some of the others have taken a custom of imitating her, and the perpetual dispute between the guests for the man's attention has turned into a competition for the loudest yellers, partly as a favor for Aliyah, who ages and weakens though nobody talks about it, and partly to safeguard his mental health. The man has resumed his speaker project following a different model. This time, instead of strings, it is a complex net of pipelines that conveys the sound directly from Aliyah's bedchamber to all of Almudaina's rooms. With some luck, when he teaches the hostess how to put her mouth in a divergent opening and say her messages to the empty air, the rest will also stop screaming. While he carves, the arid heat of the waterless crops soaks through his skin. Autarky is an ideal that is difficult to reach, even more in a dry wood palace with a temperate climate that besides completely rejects any source of water. In this palace, though, they fend quite well with what they have. They have barley, durum wheat, a little cardamom, and some beans. The man has it understood that the guests employ some kind of fertilizer which they keep in a compartment attached to the greenhouse to make them grow without a need to hydrate the soil. They don't receive help of any sort from the outside. How would such a thing happen if everyone who comes crawling to Almudaina is on the verge of starvation and pleading for shelter? This way, the citadel was populated with 25 famished girls who climbed up its walls and got rid of their names in exchange for the salvation of their lives. This way, the 27th has arrived today, with her trembling limbs and her threadbare skin. The man mulls over her outward wish to exclude him, her refusal to give him his part of the compensation. Naturally, it annoys him to not have been able to see her, but his disappointment is not, as it might be expected, due to the protagonist complex of a person who receives constant attention from various sources every day. The man's mind does not contemplate the possible threat that in a reduced social environment can come from someone who isn't driven crazy by popular interests, who doesn't feel the need to possess certain elements or perform certain actions. He does not feel a notable amount of jealousy for not being wanted straight away by a newcomer, when he knows even the oldest among the guests would give up anything for a couple of minutes in a closed pace with him. Somehow, he feels that this sort of thing must have already happened before, that it is not the first, nor the last time that somebody slips out of the norm, and that these people always end up trailing the right path again. Never before had there occurred a situation like the one in the platform this past morning, but the man has in regard to it, anyhow, a feeling of habit, of repetitive behavior. This disturbs him. It must be some type of instinct, a social knowledge that is acquired purely from mimicking, without the need to be taught. He only wanted to see her, that is all. It couldn't be. "Eh, young man!" exclaims an ethereal voice. The man could ignore it and continue with his labor, and its owner would have to accept his silence. It's what he would do in normal conditions, without considering a probable offense or pondering the effects of his negligence in the monotonous life of guests. Nonetheless, the voice has three qualities to it that make it worthy of his answer. Firstly, it uses words. It could be Aliyah, and there must be something important going on for her to come down from her attic to give him a notice. Secondly, it has a shocking ring to it, deep and hoarse. Perhaps the newbie has brought in some sickness of rapid spreading, or better yet, it is her who is talking to him. Thirdly, It sounds muffled, as if the waves were passing through a filter before reaching his ears, almost as if they were coming from outside. Leisurely, the man steps down from his ladder and turns around. Indeed, there is a svelte figure cropped in white looking at him from the other side of the lattice wall. The calloused tips of its fingers peek out of the carvings of vegetal patterns. When the man approaches it, it recoils a little, briefly spooked by the striking image of his body. He's naked. What am I doing speaking to a naked man? Why am I looking at him? The man brings his eyes close to the little holes in the thick wood that make way for the light that feeds the crops to enter. There are two people on the other side, both dressed and looking very concerned. The woman in the rear shields her sight with one hand, and with the other she holds a small paper packet against her chest. The one in the front matches the man in height and bulk, and also shares his abundant facial hair, which is unusual. From her comes that deep voice that caught his valuable attention. Through the lattice work, he fixates on her white apparel, her shod feet, and most of all, on the immaculate straightness of the hairs of her chin. He likes her much more than he likes the newbie. If she were a guest, he wouldn't hesitate before responding to her calls, even if she screamed to call him. "Good afternoon. We are Haruma Sara's parents. Do you know her? She has lived here for about 7 months. Could you find her and tell her to come down?" Answers the man. He remains static, looking in ecstasy at the woman of white jalaba and black beard. She frowns, impatient, and comments something to the one in the back. The hairs on his belly bristle. "We are very worried for her. We really don't think this cultural change is what she needs in her life, even if she says so. She's only 21 years old. When you see her, could you do us a favor and give her this? I will pass you it through one of these gaps. Please, convince her to come home. Tell her we are sorry to have made her feel miserable." The man bends over to pick up the packet held earlier by the woman dressed in black. As she slips it through one of the widest openings placed at the bottom of the latticework, the bearded woman unintentionally grazes his hand with her fingers. He tries to grasp them, pinching the air like a dog leashed to a pole that bites in the direction of its prey. It has been a while since he last felt this agitated, and, like in every infrequent situation, there is a subconscious need to capture the good things at all costs, to retain them for the longest time possible, out of fear that they might never manifest again. The woman, trying to hide her discomfort for manners' sake, rises to her feet again and bids him farewell with an inclination of the head. "Bless you, brother." The man stands still, looking at them go, their arms locked. A scent of intense sweetness leaks through the aroma of the plants and the dried cedar. When the silhouettes are lost in the space between two vine-shaped holes, the nerves in his hands finally decide to register the heat coming from the packet. The man lowers his glance and traces with his fingers the arabesques of the wrapper. He doesn't know any Haruma. Like a child in his birthday party, he sits cross-legged on the floor and fiercely rips the paper, not bothering to undo the simple bow that kept it in place. When he uncovers it, the smell of the little ceramic pot invades his nostrils with more force, dizzying him. It is a minimalistic ration of coconut knafe, along with a tiny silver fork. Trying to keep the daughter with alimentary temptations, huh? A classic. When he lifts the pot with excitement, the man notices the seesawing fall of a paper sheet that must have been stuck to its bottom. Although not used to employing oral language, Almudaina's inhabitants can read with ease. In fact,
They are all polyglots and fluidly recognize various different sets of types.
As he breaks with his fingers the shallow layer of fine white flakes, the man reads the succinct lines of Haruma's mother, the inexistent, written with a fountain pen and with a very cared-for calligraphy. Each night I cook an extra plate, just in case you come in the door hungry and sit at your place to eat it. In the end, it's always your brother who ends up doing it. You know how he is. The little one already took his first steps. He asks me about you every day, and I tell him you are on a trip. I don't know how to explain your decision to him. Things have gotten better since you're gone. Baba and I don't argue so much anymore. We are brought together on how much we long for you. Enjoy your favorite dessert. I made it with my heart. I miss you at all times, my girl. Mama loves you. Emotional blackmail, too. Well, that's the full package. The first bite is aphrodisiac. The fibrous coconut crust crunches between the man's molars, and as he keeps on chewing, his taste buds find a pale and oily paste of sugared cheese. The mix has faint reminiscences of pistachio, but hardly any flavor can be distinguished under the implacable presence of sugar. It has a lot of sugar. They could have added a red pepper or a sleeping draught to drug and kidnap Haruma, and it wouldn't be perceptible under the overwhelming sweetness of pure sugar.
After a few hot spoonfuls, the taste becomes a bit cloying, but luckily the plate is small and doesn't leave much room to sickness. Before he can realize it, the man finds himself scraping the platter with the fork and licking the oil from his fingers, with tears springing from his eyes. He has eaten like a king, with his hands doubled over the plate and sighing pleasurably with every bite, rejoicing in the viscous sounds of his mastication, grateful for the aliment like good manners command. He lies face up between two rows of half-sprouted plants and finds that his belly is swollen, having consumed only a slight ration of the dessert. The heat of the afternoon, fragmented by the lattice work, enters the greenhouse and impacts on his skin. After spending some minutes staring at the vaulted ceiling, with no worry but that of pulling the coconut strings from his teeth, the man starts to feel drowsy. Before losing consciousness, his thoughts fall, not without some fear, on Aliya's famous statement. In moments like these, one almost comes to fathom the distant idea that she might be right. Napping after snacking, napping after mating, building a system of speakers to be able to keep mating, deceiving a couple of desperate parents to be able to keep snacking, snacking and napping to have energy to be able to keep mating. What does Aliyah do in her attic when she isn't snacking, mating with him, or welcoming a new guest so she can snack and mate with him? Does she nap? Is this really all there is? No. There is also knowledge. The man remembers this to soothe himself in his restless half-sleep. The human race has one purpose only, far from the colonization and consequent devastation of the biosphere. Coming, before their extinction, the closest possible to the truth of the universe. Even if it's a fantasy, even if the data can only be collected through distant wave spectrums and abstract numeric calculations, even if infinity will never be witnessed and emptiness will never be reached. Drawn in his early dreams, the man sees a Gentoo penguin of Patagonia that starts shrinking brusquely until it becomes smaller than his mind. As he advances with it, increasing the lens's resolution so that he can see it, he evokes moments in his life that go increasingly back in time. A wooden castle, a naked woman shouting for him across the hallways, himself running, the crying of a baby, a thundering scream. The penguin moves faster than him, smaller each moment, and he cannot move along because it's hard for him to remember beyond his 8 years of age. A dressed woman stroking his hair, the garden of a modest wooden house, a donkey loaded with spices, a bowl of chickpeas. Come a certain point, the penguin shrinks smaller than the smallest of subatomic particles, and the man, despite all his efforts, falls asleep. Slowly, he inflates back into his original size, his current age. As always, he ends up unsatisfied. He hasn't been able to witness the moment when the penguin disappears, when it stops shrinking and turns into nothing. However, he has been close. He has almost seen what is next, which is older than him and therefore would bring him memories from before his birth. It wouldn't be exactly like seeing death, but well, if you're not alive, then what are you? Coming as close to the truth as possible, even if it will never be truly reached. Even if it is a lie, feeling that we are close for only an instant, right before we fade away. The girls pullulate around the room, some focused on individual activities and others chasing each other, conversing in self-fabricated tongues and play-fighting without coming to real harm. The littlest of them only show interest for the shrieking and the toddling, but past a certain age, lower than it would be expected, glimpses of planification can be observed in their actions. The 17th guest's daughter, that must be around 4, takes a younger one in her arms and carries her to another spot in the room, where she puts her down and voices a series of babbles as a warning. Then she walks away, apparently busy with another task, but when the little one comes out of the spot she had been parked on, she comes back and repeats the process, using a more severe tone this time. After a number of repetitions, the infant stops finding all this swaying funny and starts crying, to which the older girl reacts by desisting from her labor and leaving her alone. Until she has found resistance, she has not shown signs of intending to stop the loop, as if she truly wanted to get the child to stay there until she stated otherwise. Just a practical game? Or an early manifestation of the strong's drive to dominate the weak? The school is, after the library, the largest chamber in Almudaina, and similarly to it, its function is to contribute to the most valued knowledge of its dwellers. It can be objectively labeled a school because it is an enclosure where non-autodidactic learning can be attained, that is to say, where knowledge can be obtained from other people. But definitely, it is not the type of institution that someone outside the citadel would know for this name. The little girls teach themselves the most fundamental aspects of life on a base of raw coexistence. They spend almost the totality of their waking time here. They have equipped spaces to sleep and cover their basic necessities, and freedom to walk away whenever they please, be it alone or in the company of their mothers. However, they rarely do it. Until they grow a bit older, they usually dedicate the days and the nights to interacting with one another, ignoring the books and the tales of the catastrophe that they are told when they ask. When they are reached naturally by the eagerness to know, they move to the library and, in general terms, never go back to the school. The adults do not intervene in any stage of this process. In fact, one of the few explicit rules in force in Almudaina forbids direct intervention from any guest in the school's activities, except for extreme situations where the girls' lives are endangered, like a profuse hemorrhage. The adults, and by adult it is meant everyone born outside the citadel and or having produced offspring inside it, can also come to the room to learn, but they must do it from an attached cabin with a graded peeking screen through which they can observe the girls' behavior.
Having spent their first years in the outside world, hostile and dehydrated, the guests haven't had the chance to absorb basic knowledge properly. Many of them attended traditional schools where old teachers took away their freedom for a few hours to forcefully spear them with concepts their minds were not yet set for. The school cabin, if not as effective as the school itself, is a good substitute to tardily recover this knowledge, or at least this is its theoretical function. In practice, roughly 100% of the times that a guest peeks through the grating, she is a mother looking for her daughter, not worried whatsoever about the rest, except to identify those who don't get along with her, so that way she can shoot loathing side-eyes at their mothers later. The remaining percentage is made up by new guests who do look for learning, and in exceptional situations like the current, the audience of the few experiments that, with Aliya's permission, can be carried out indirectly. The 20th guest's enthusiasm has congregated a great part of her companions in the small peeking room, where they crowd together, stirring a whispering tide of black curls. Aliya has not worried to come down, which was expected, but still hurts the organizer to a certain degree, since she took care of inviting her when she went to ask for her permission. Without a preamble she can offer on a base of gestures and guttural sounds, the young woman asks for silence and proceeds to do the signal for action. With verve, she sticks her index and her thumb in between her teeth and releases a loud shepherd whistle. The girls interrupt their games immediately, startled by the omnipresent reverberation that reaches their ears, but in a moment they find their attention snatched by another happening. The spectators let out a series of grunts when an undressed figure accesses the room through one of its entrances. On the right-hand side, crossing an auxiliary doorway that communicates the cabin with the school, appears the discreet presence of the 17th guest, a minute and generously curved woman. Her daughter, who earlier pestered the youngest with her strange control games, promptly recognizes and runs towards her to embrace her legs with great joy. The rest resume their activities with little interest in maternal affection when it is not dedicated to them. When the whistle blows again, they all point their looks at the small doorway, expecting the arrival of another mother, wishing it's theirs. Guests inside the cabin break into huffs and puffs. Is this all such an anticipated experiment is about? A simple game of classical conditioning? What a waste of time. Nonetheless, the grumbling is replaced by intense sighs once, through the tall doorless arch that is the main entrance of the school, another person enters the hall. The 20th guest turns around to feed on their reactions, with the edges of her mouth lifted in a roguish grin. Do you think I would have created such a commotion if I didn't have something good to offer you? Take a look. I have convinced him to participate. The man places himself in the center of the school with premeditated movements, just in front of the grating through which his cohabitants watch him. Furor in the cabin is maximal, but inside the room it is no lesser. The guests are astonished at seeing their daughters spring up, drop the figurines, child furniture, or pieces of food they were toying with, and mob tackle the young lad's immobile body. At least 5 little hands strongly latch onto each of the man's, a few arms wrap around his waist, and a couple of other small bodies hop around him in search of a patch of free skin to cling to. The youth's discomfort is transparent. The women cannot but speculate about what the 20th must have done to make him agree. With her face buried in her mother's homely shoulder, the 4-year-old girl hadn't initially noticed the new visitor, but hearing the turmoil, she turns her head and sees him there, surrounded by all her classmates. Though he does not resist, the man is paying no attention to the kids, partly because that was the 20th guest's order, and partly because he wouldn't know what to do even if he didn't have that order. Observing this and still being in her mother's receptive arms, the girl runs away from the 17th guest and over to join the shrieking battalion. The woman stands up and leaves the room through the door, and the cabin bursts into cheers when she comes in. In her lips forms an afflicted smile, but it can be seen from a mile that she had hoped her daughter's behavior to be another. Hugs and ovations spread between her and the experiment's designer, who rejects them with vanity and opens her arms wide to hush down the public. This gesture is special. It is the one Aliyah uses to employ in the scarce occasions when she manifests. It means, "Hear me, I am going to speak." The girls are the clearest mirror where we can see humankind's primary conducts reflected. You have watched the child draw away from her mother, who she has received with enthusiasm and who was giving her exclusive attention, to join a larger group that claimed demands. She never sees him in her daily life, but he represents an object of collective desire. She has lost the opportunity to be with her, to chase after an absurd, unattainable, but collective goal. It is a clear example of the herd behavior humans naturally tend to, she says with smugness. Her listeners nod. They know people strictly followed this tendency before the catastrophe, and this contributed to their perdition. They know they, themselves, occasionally feel compelled to follow the crowd, although of course they are much freer than the people before, for sure. They recognize the existence of the herd, but they will never be heard admitting they belong to it. In my opinion, number 20, the fact that the man was the object of collective desire in question has catalyzed the process, objects another guest, the third, and all of them turn to listen to her curiously. I think if it had been, say, a wooden toy, the girl would not have left her mother if all the others had lunged for it. Although they are young, out of instinct they must know to differentiate the man and to consequently react. Or haven't we all shaken up in here when he has come in the scene? It is interesting, your proposal, agrees the 20th. All around, sounds in all intonations are heard, affirmative, pejorative, interrogative, and exclamative. The 17th guest's eyes are slightly gleaming. If there is a natural and unavoidable explanation for her 4-year-old daughter having dumped her doubtlessly, she wouldn't be bothered to hear it. It might be that the man's function in the citadel is not an awkward enigma that we will have to explain to our daughters one day. In theory, they should be born knowing it, even if their notions are limited and naturally their knowledge of the biological process is null. Perhaps with this experiment we are not observing a gregarious conduct in its earliest state, but another wholly different conduct. Or maybe it's some sort of Electra complex. It's not rare to see these things in girls whose fathers are absent most of the time. It also happens out there. They have him idealized. Every head turns slowly in a gesture of clear disdainful intention towards the back of the cabin. They knew she had come, but nobody had paid her special attention in the excitement of the event. The revelry ceases, and a new intermittent muttering sprouts, skipping alternately from side to side of the room. 27. The woman's resolved expression, framed still by the cloth she wears like a San Benito, faces theirs while they maunder as a pack. 27. The 27th. Without even noticing, they exhibit the same conduct they have just denounced. The tramp still carries that little notebook in her hands, the one she brought inside the bag that Aliyah didn't have the will to take from her, and won't stop jotting down everything she sees. It doesn't even have a leather cover like it is normal, and the pen she is writing with, it's made of plastic. What an impudence! The 20th guest, reluctantly, hushes them down and gives the floor back to the 27th, though nobody now remembers what she has said. Some girls are excessively attached to their fathers, feel a compulsive need to please him and not disappoint him when he barely gives any of it back. I have it understood that the man doesn't have a custom to perform his fatherly functions very rigorously. When a girl is abandoned by her father, sometimes she forms a distorted concept of him as if he was the best person in the world. I have seen it, nods the 20th, sheerly out of a sense of duty. Only then, the 27th guest seems to notice the strangeness in everyone's looks. Because he's the father, right? No one answers. I mean, there's no one here, claims the man, who is slowly being reduced by the swarm at the other side of the oblong window. The 20th guest, without taking her eyes off of the center of the group's tension, exhales deeply before excusing herself with one hand and turning around to whistle again. Catching the instant of distraction, the man brushes off the little arms that cling to him as softly as he can and takes off running. The quickest among the girls throw themselves in his wake with little success, but the majority of them are left stunned for some seconds to then break into loud and grief-stricken crying. A lone tear skirts the 17th guest's meaty cheek as she impotently takes in the view of her daughter shrieking, standing next to the door the man has left through. She immediately wipes it off with a finger. It is allowed for the girls, but crying is an unacceptable waste of fluids that must be avoided when possible. Surely the experience will cause some sort of damage in them, but Aliyah has given her consent and knowledge of the consequences, so it shouldn't be that grave. The cabin gradually recovers its bustle, and the whispers of 27, 27 return to the air as the guests start to exit. The 27th herself remains still in her corner, scribbling with fervor in her notebook. The experiment is over. The 20th guest makes sure that her new companion has seen her look of warning before leaving the room with her nose high in the air. The girls are left on their own, bellowing at the air without anybody to satisfy their wishes. Who does that newbie think she is to take up the final attention spot of her spectacle? It has been a success, and there is no doubt that it will be on everyone's mind for some days. But the highlight of the debate has been usurped by the young woman's intervention. The ratings of the experiment are not going to decrease because of her, but they will think less of it and more of her. Inconsequential scandal always gets more word than actual reality, exposed in all its ugliness. What is it that she said that upset all the attendants for a moment? Something about complex electricity if her memory isn't failing. Furious, the 20th unloads her adrenaline onto a spiral set of steps, which seems infinite but does have a top. The sound of each stomping step overlaps with the echo of the previous, creating a true percussion concert in the stairway. Damned be all of her life, she has ruined the event that it had cost her so much effort to prepare. Upon arriving at the platform, the exhaustion of the jog overcomes her suddenly, and she is panting when she comes out into the dense and tepid air. Sun is heavy, but there is a moderate breeze that runs a curtain of hair over her face. On the other side of the heliport, so close to the edge that a butterfly could push him, the man is waiting for her. For entire minutes, the only thing the 20th guest is able to do is thank him over and over again for his participation. Emitting pleased sounds, she embraces him from several angles and rubs the top of her head on his chest and back. She also kisses him on the cheek and braids his hair and beard. The man doesn't offer himself for anything, doesn't do favors, but receives them. What he has done for her, although not requiring much effort on his side, has been a display of generosity that is rarely witnessed in Al-Mudaina, where each one lives by their own means, receiving close to no help. Besides, his contribution to the experiment will be the envy of all. The man has been more apathetic than usual lately, which is saying something, since the last time Aliyah called him up to the attic, so they will deduce that he has some sort of preference for her, and all she has had to do in exchange has been modifying the supply delivery quadrant, pleading to various visitors through the greenhouse's latticed wall, convincing those who should accompany her in this delivery shift to absent, and obtaining Aaliyah's reticent authorization to enact each of the previous steps. When he spots the metal bird in the sky, the man smacks her off of him. Together they retreat to the mouth of the platform that narrows down as it approaches Almudaina, like it is a wooden thorn stuck in its wall. With its known thunder, the helicopter lands and waits some seconds before stopping its blades. Then, the 20th guest runs towards the device's back compartment, opens it with great ease, and lifts the first of the cubic boxes in her arms. The man pulls out a second, more for his own interest than out of any desire to help her, and in this way they unload 6 crates of robust wood, approximately half a cubic meter in volume. Once they are done, they don't bother thanking the shipper, and instead drag the booty inside and wait for him to leave. Almudaina is an independent entity. All the stock consumed in it is of its own production, without any external intervention. It's the one with a red mark on the corner. That one, the 20th points out, using words improperly in response to the man's visible anxiety. He doesn't seem to mind it, because at her order, he lunges for the marked box and undoes its simple metal lock, which the guests usually tear away and throw into the void. When he takes the lid off, the crate gives off the intense aroma of spices. It is the only way to preserve perishable foods, given there is no such thing as refrigeration in the Citadel. Among the bags of meat and dried out vegetables, the man finds a well-sized bucket, also marked in red at the 20th's request. He puts one arm around it, and with the other, he uncovers it. Next, he breaks into intense laughter, tossing his head backwards out of pure bliss. The 20th guest is taken aback by this. Dear mother, he is laughing. This distraction is enough to eliminate all vestigial memory of the helicopter that might be being processed in her hippocampus. Before beginning to eat knafe, the man approaches her and tips her a kiss on the mouth as a way of thanking her. Or rather, a lick. The man does not kiss like a man, but like a dog, something the 20th had already heard from some other lucky one, but had never believed. In a matter of seconds, he will flee and leave her there, wobbling. He will not come back, she knows it, and probably in some hours all gratitude will have died in him, the favor exchange being done with. And nevertheless, guest number 20 feels her entrails simmer. The true euphoria, forgotten since puberty, ascends through her torso as naturally as the bolus descends. Attention, a moment of glory just for me. Give me more. I need it. I am hungry for attention. The words come out of her mouth like a self-preserving mechanism, like a strategy of her brain to hold on to what it so much needs. I'm glad that you like it. I cooked it myself. Inside the boxes, extraordinarily and as called for by the time of year, there were several pieces of lamb interred in smelly powders, elements requiring of preparation, more so if it consists on boiling or baking them, reach Almudaina pre-cooked and dried. Their senders are not very fond of having to supply the parasite palace, but they would be much less fond of having to extinguish the flames if its inhabitants suffered a culinary mishap. The meat's rubbery texture is more pleasant if the sense of smell is tricked with more appetizing scents, so all the guests have gathered today in the sun salon to eat with views of the Medina. The souk's shopkeepers display, impaled in big vertical skewers, their best pieces of meat. Out of context, it looks like quite a grisly picture. The children, hand in hand with their parents, smile with enthusiasm at seeing the tanned corpses slit ajar in the middle of the street. The aromas of the roasting overshadow the jasmine in tincture for a day and leak inside the makeshift dining room through the lattice wall after which it is named. The guests enjoy the sun, the food, and the hot tea. They chat with few words. They laugh and dance because it is a celebration. What are they celebrating exactly? The answer is subjective. The 20th guest celebrates her personal triumph. The 9th seems to know the meaning of the lamb they are eating. The 7th finally feels a bit better after menstruating long and agonizingly, and the others celebrate that the festive ambience enhances their mood. The party equals that half of a second that someone in the process of drowning has to surface their head and take a breath. It is ephemeral, futile, and probably useless, but it delays inevitable agony. There are some who don't need a temporal relief from day-to-day problems, however. For the bewilderment of many, there are some who live daily beyond day-to-day, who consider it an uncomfortable addition and not the whole of their life. They have found something in the world that is able to alleviate them, that dazes them more than the sun's heat, the lamp's smell, or the festive dances. They remain each day in a relative calm, as long as they have access to that which makes them live, but for the same reason they are immune to the hopeful effects of the party. Away from the sun salon, the library sways in silence, waiting in each one of its volumes for somebody to pay interest to the so-praised value, knowledge. In an exercise of gymnastics that could put its life at risk, weren't it in perfect synchrony with the library, a little silhouette climbs along the outer curve of one of the bookcases. When she was younger, she used the sliding ladder specially designed to reach the higher volumes, but with time she got used to the chamber and all of its contents, and the chamber got used to her in the same way. Now, she practically lives here. The square shelves are accustomed to being utilized as rungs for her bare little feet, and occasionally even as a crib for her rest. The library is not going to kill her. Nimbly crawling on the cubicles, the girl examines the leather book spines in horizontal succession, many of which are not marked with any title. The subject she must inform herself about is far from the one that normally occupies her mind. Numbers. Ah, numbers, such a fantastic tool for intuition. With a simple two-variable equation, one can draw a line that goes on, and when one dies, her daughters will still be able to draw it exactly as she did, and when the human species goes extinct, the line will still have an infinite way to go, because numbers create space from nothing, and guess what is in it? If the staircase has 7 columns of shelves and one has already accelerated through 3, in the 4/7 remaining her velocity will increase in less time and she will soon find herself at the edge of the precipice. The girl brusquely recoils after laying her hand down and finding nothing underneath. She falls on her back inside one of the crates, breathing with agitation. Focus, won't you? It's not like she has never dropped off from a bookcase before, but projectile falling from 7 meters high with a downward pull of 9.8 meters per square second plus her initial x-axis velocity would not be the fittest for the correct development of her bone structure. Besides, she has a task to complete. Like the quadruped cub she is, she clambers back onto the shelf's frame and starts revising, one by one, the titles of the books she has slightly squashed under her back. Judging by their precarious binding and their yellowish pages, they must be some of the oldest. The shelf they are in, if all of the library's shelves are counted from right to left, is the first one in the whole room. Starting to get curious, the girl opens up the rightmost book, which is located next to one with the picture of a bird in its cover, in its rightmost page. The first page of the first book of the first shelf of the first bookcase. She is horrified when she reads the title. It's 4 numbers. It seems like the world today, the only day that she cannot entirely dedicate to its practice, is set to tempt her with her greater passion. Might be because it's a holiday. Before closing the tome and skipping to the next one, the girl notices an inscription calligraphed in the bottom right corner of the title page. Elias Diban. "Girl!" shouts the 23rd guest, who has materialized in the right lane of the library. Girl. The guests, at least, have numbers to identify themselves, but all those who were born in Almudaina are straightforwardly girls. With a bitter expression, the alluded girl pops her head out from the edge of the bookcase, whose inclination makes her curls hang 7 meters above the woman's head. The latter emits a series of lingual clicks to indicate that she immediately gets down from there. In the palm of her hand, on top of a cupped-in paper sheet, there is a chunk of lamb. Unbelievable. "I'm glad to see you too, maman." The woman furrows her brow at the pronounced sarcasm of her daughter, who she hasn't seen for at least a month and a half. From the heights, the pre-adolescent observes the pursing of her lips, wishing to articulate words but impeded to do so by an insurmountable mental block. She does not like her daughter to speak that way, with all those unnecessary adverbs and prepositions. The evolved human does not need the social instrument per excellence. Words are only useful for being printed onto paper, therefore communicating the message that might as well be translated to sounds and gestures to people who are far from oneself in space or time. That is what books are for, not to read them. Is it possible to write with full fluency without knowing, or ever using, the phonetics of words? Probably it could be. That is the goal of the non-interventionist method followed by the Citadel School. The guests grew up outside, in a world that was devastated, but where the echoes of chatter could still be heard, the noise of the voices that used to thunder all around. The girls, on the other hand, have the chance to live their lives in marvelous silence, to never learn the vocables that corrupt people and agitate society. And what does her daughter do? Learn to speak by herself, and not only in one, but in several languages. When she could stay quiet, come to the party, dance with her friends, what does she do? Stay reading in the library. And not only reading, but doing math. What a disgrace. Mumbles the svelte female, seizing her cup's arm once she has come down to the floor. Trying to appear severe, she hands her the piece of dried meat and expects while she eats it, examining her bony complexion and her belly, still bloated like that of a baby. Her refusal to attend common events is alarming alone, but her abstaining from eating to tend to her strange affairs is excessive. She has never seen it with her own eyes, but for what she understands, in her periods of greatest erudition, the girl sleeps inside a broken bookshelf in the heights of one of the racks, which she has stuffed with wrapping paper to create a nest. What is it about the library that absorbs her so much? Knowledge, of course. It is a concept that all residents of the Citadel, the man included, worship by reflex. If somebody were to ask them, "What is most important in your life and the life of your species?" they would answer, without hesitating a second, knowledge. And still, the library waits for days and nights, empty except for her little, symbiotic inhabitant. The girls, once they reach the age when they are expected to leave the school and take interest in individual learning, retire instead to the sun salon and dedicate their time to tanning their skin and mutually braiding their hair. They eat a lot, sleep a lot, and talk, in their rudimentary ways, about their newest pubertal findings and about the man, snacking, mating, and napping. The 23rd guest pulls at her daughter's arm when she tries to sneak back to the heights, and as she starts walking towards the exit, she feels the young lady struggle with her spring chicken arms, something she had never done before. What do you want?" protests the little one while they tussle. The woman uses her most threatening expression against her. She knows where she is trying to take this. "No." The girl's eyes fleetingly brighten. Seeing her mother is holding herself back, she tries another jerk to provoke her.
Norm?
That's it! Say it to me! Why don't you say it? I'm not going anywhere if all you're going to say to me after 6 weeks is No one is hearing you now. Just give me an order and I will comply without complaint. Her voice is higher than usual, almost supplicant. Down her rounded face fall grimy loops that no one has ever bothered to tame, and that have therefore adopted absolute anarchy as their only system, similarly to their owner. For an instant, the woman hovers between two impulses. On one edge, she sees herself showing up to the party, hand in hand with her daughter, the outcast, in apparent harmony and understanding. Eating the lamb, knowing that the rest of them are seeing her there, sitting next to the other girls, maybe even dancing. From the other lurks the possibility of somebody walking in the library, even if only as a passageway, and spotting her as she perverts her own daughter with words, doubling over to a filthy verbal pact to convince her to come to the reunion. When she gave birth to her, she was still one of the new guests. Her mind was flexible and allowed for the leakage of the occasional error. Her biggest mistake, and probably the seed of the girl's inappropriate behavior, was endowing her in her first years of life with the worst of words, the camouflaged serial number of the pre-catastrophic world, the infernal vocable that one must live with for the whole of her life. The only fee that is charged to potential guests before they are allowed entry to the citadel. Still grasping her forearm strongly, the woman reads in her child's ample eyes the corrupt wish that she inculcated her with in her childhood. Call me by my name. I will do what you want, but allow me the pleasure of having an identity. Naima Alawi Karim, hisses the guest, violently grabbing her daughter's chin to pull her face closer to hers. The girl, contrary to what the aggressive situation suggests, smiles from ear to ear without taking her eyes off of hers. Her whole body relaxes as she submits to her mother's will, like she has promised. Our hostess Aliyah will be coming to the party of the lamb. This is a big occurrence, and we do not know what she has to tell us. It could concern you, even if you live submerged in your own unrealizable reality. You will come with me, and you will sit with the other girls. You will eat, you will dance, you will not say a word, and you will pretend to have fun so that everyone thinks I have a normal daughter. Deal, the girl resolves, content. Then she introduces one hand in the arch of her mother's elbow, and both of them take off walking towards the staircase. It has been an improper and risky action, but the reward could be worth it. Although it is possible, thanks the 23rd, that with these concessions she is only feeding the controversial tendencies that she implanted in her offspring years ago. This is proven when, few steps away from their destination, the girl stirs beside her and succumbs to the temptation once again, breaking the deal for a moment. Hey, Maman. When this bore show is over, I want you to come to the library and talk to me a little about the catastrophe. I've been looking for a history book that dives deep into the subject, but if there is one, there is no way to find it. As you surely can foretell, the fact that I am present in this event means I have something to announce. With the passing hours, and with the threateningly decreasing dried lamb stock, the sun salon has filled with bodies, both static and dancing. The attendants' faces have progressively faded along the morning, transitioning from individuals in search of relief to nothing more than bodies, dancing, in trance, non-stop. Reached a certain point of collective desperation, the man has appeared as a figure of peace, mainly seduced by the food. Almost simultaneously, Aliyah has entered through a secondary door. Both superior entities have sufficed to pop the syrup bubble they had all been engulfed into. while its psychotropic fluids spilled through the lattice holes and guests slowly drifted back to reality from their stupor, Aliyah has taken advantage and stood on top of one of the boxes, spreading her arms. Thus, when the women have fully recovered their consciousness and have blinked, their first image of the world has been their matriarchs, majestic as always, cropped against the radiance of midday and claiming their attention gesturally. How could they not respect her? How could they ignore her words in these conditions? It is a strategy that plays with catharsis and the feeling of rebirth, and Aliyah knows it well. In the Citadel, situations of euphoria and group hysteria abound, so it's easy to practice with this sort of reaction. The only one who doesn't seem to be affected, evidently, is the man. He's the only one after all. Many of you who were present here were not alive in the pre-catastrophic age. Especially you girls who have been born in the safety of Al-Mudaina and have not known any evil in your short lives. I, on the other hand, used to belong to the originals. I lived the events in all their brutality, and I also existed before they happened, if only just for a few springs. Life before was very different. Human beings were ignorant and inconsiderate, but had hold of more means to thrive. The food of ones was grown by others and acquired as a reward for the mandatory performance of a different social function. There were more materials. There was water. There were many men.
Oh.
A collective exclamation drops like a heavy silk veil on the listeners. Glances fall on the man, who is caught in the act of stuffing his face with a lamb chop the size of it. Aliyah fans the air with her wrist, beckoning him to come close. Determined to finish off the piece, he has to be torn from where he stands by the seventh guest, all smiles and hugs. Among kisses and baby talk, the nulliparous young woman gives his waist some good tugs that could well move the bookcases in the library. When he has finally been placed in his spot, pretty china figurine to decorate his owner's speeches, he is faced with a horde of smiling faces that stare at him, as always, with various layers of intentions. How healthy of a specimen is the man! How lucky we are to have such a singular specimen in our citadel! How special is the man! How symmetrical and rectilinear and hairy! How svelte is the man, how aesthetic and visually pleasing, how young, handsome, and soft. How hot is the man. I wish all that tender meat was mine for a moment. I wish I could lay him down on the floor and fondle all those organs I lack. Better yet, if everyone is watching, I want to have rows and rows of spectators to watch and opine about me as I make him happy. The Y chromosome is an archaic eventuality in the human genome. A kind of vestige of what the species was in the past, like the coccyx, for instance. Before the catastrophe, and like it would still be if it hadn't happened, men were no longer necessary for reproduction. The appearance of artificial gametes caused a revolution that trespassed the barriers of medicine. The very social field was immensely shaken. If donating the nucleus of a haploid cell and implanting it in a synthetic vehicle, which was also significantly more efficient than the natural one, was enough, what use was left for men? As it is understandable, at first the ethics of the matter were questioned. After so many years of clashing between the sexes and the apparent peace that had been reached, the idea of fully eradicating one of the two seemed anti-natural and gravely illogical. This was many years before I was born, however. By the time I came into the world, born from a woman fecundated by another with whom she had not the furthest relation, things had changed quite a lot. Time passed, and like they all end up doing, the novelty gently settled in people's perception of normalcy. It simply worked that way. Women combined their genetic material with other women's, and from this combination, only girls resulted, obviously. Us, the originals, did have some men, generally descendants of women who, in prior generations, had refused to undergo the considerably easier and more practical procedure that was offered to them. They made up a ridiculous percentage of the population, but we kept them as an emergency measure. They did what they could to pretend they didn't know it. Striking with another one of her strategic pauses, Aliyah winds her hand through the man's greasy hair, displaying him before her audience as if he were a museum relic, which, according to her discourse, he is. On his behalf, the youth tries to ignore the looks that drill on him, and also the fact that a good amount of them seem to be aimed at a spot very much inferior to his eyes. This type of scene is the order of the day when he's around the guests, but the presence of the girls makes everything feel way more twisted and indecent. And it didn't even pay. The chop wasn't as good as the aromas rising from the Medina suggested. He should have settled for the damned kanafe. The catastrophe was sudden, and of course, nobody had a hydric hecatomb established as their preconception of an emergency. With the immense climate change and the amount of deaths it caused, all scientific and experimental activity became impossible, and needless to say, the 1000th priority in the face of the need to survive. That was the end of the artificial gamete bargain. The men who were left became products of highest demand in all parts of the world. "And we have one of them!" shrieks a barely developed girl, while her companions emit enthusiastic exclamations, all of them of many hertz. Nobody seems to be bothered by her having spoken, not even by the fact that she can speak. They are all bottled up in Aliyah's coarse voice, as if any other wave didn't enter their auditory spectrum. The man cringes in his place. "Not only do we have one of them, dear, we have the only one. Or did any of you see a man out there in the desert when you came crawling here in search of aid?" 24 heads shake their bushy manes from side to side excitedly, dying of anticipation for knowing the culminating point of the sermon. There is only one adult head in the audience that does not imitate the movement. In fact, if she has a mane to shake, it is covered by a sand-colored headscarf. She does not go unnoticed for Aliyah, but if she arouses any emotion in her, she does not show it. "Indeed, I have come here to gladden you with news. Now that our Mudaina has been completed, a new era of prosperity begins for us. The citadel will be the refuge of many and growing generations, and if another catastrophe doesn't impede it, it will continue to expand to, bit by bit, rebuild the human species in an ambience sealed from the outside's evils. The universe has wanted this new race to have a very singular starting shot, and this sign of the cosmos' sympathy for our cause is today within me. Soon, the school will have a new student. All of you, be informed of my pregnancy." By the time he becomes conscious of his own body's activity, his legs have already descended various flights of stairs without communicating it to him. It's what they always do, not heeding any protest or opposition. In a violent situation, he bears no sense of humanity or solidarity. The man's reaction by default is moving in the least time possible to the furthest place possible to the source of the problem. In one occasion, at entering a room, he found a woman slumped like a rag doll against the wall. She looked like one of the fish that, according to what Aliyah tells, were left lying on the bed of the sea like a silver, spasmodic rug in the moments immediately posterior to the catastrophe. Her bulging eyes stuck on him, and with tremendous effort she lifted one hand from the floor, swollen and plagued with hives. The man intended to help her. For a second, he considered the possibility of picking up the self-injecting device the woman was pointing at. It was a plastic cylinder. He would only have had to grab it with his hand and stab it into her thigh. But his brain decided to break the state of commotion it had entered in another way. Suddenly, his ideas stopped contradicting themselves, established an immaculate geometrical connection between them. A declaration that was clear as never seen water, so clear that he wondered how it was possible that he hadn't been born knowing it. Plastic does not exist, he thought. It does not exist. How to lift that needle off the floor, how to inject the woman with whatever it had inside, if the material it was made with did not exist. So, without the slightest feeling of guilt, he turned on his heels and left her there, gasping. Some years have passed since the incident. The man was very young then, and the woman was one of the first guests arrived to Almudaina from the outside. Nothing was ever heard of her again. The rachitic barley sprouts bend over, buried under the weight of the mass falling upon them. The man shakes the canister to unstick the last chunks from the bottom, and when he's done, he sticks his hands wrist deep in the soil and stirs it. The 20th guest's canafe was not bad, but having such a quantity, in comparison with the tiny casserole that caught his interest in the first place, somehow has stripped it of its charm. Besides, to his judgment, it is reasonable to think that, if he consumes all stock of the dessert, the bearded woman will appear again to bring him more through the lattice work. As he massages the dry dirt, mixing it with the sweet lacteal cream, he tries to quiet his thoughts with huffs and bovine bowls. He shouldn't be so upset. It's just a pregnancy. It has happened before, and even repeated a second time in one guest. Truth be told, it is indifferent to him whenever it's about anyone else, but everything related to Aliyah gives him an internal turbulence that he is incapable of keeping in his chest. And she, precisely, is the most fecund resident in Almudaina. The man tries to remain as disinformed as he possibly can. He never asks, he doesn't help during labor, and he keeps away from the girls once they are born. Despite his efforts, if all of Almudaina's younglings formed a line before him, he would be able to tell Aliyah's daughters apart without hesitation and number them from 1st to 7th, specifying their ages with total exactitude. And now, there will be an 8th. Roaring in frustration, the man stands up and lunges at the solid lattice wall, poking his fingers out through the orifices to feel the nice holiday afternoon temperature. He wishes they'd come back, those who asked him to speak to Haruma and donated their offering for him to bring to her. In a moment like this, he would kneel before them so that they would stay with him for some minutes, like he has seen guests do in previous occasions. Someone in the world who does not desire him, who does not want to panhandle for his attention and then have his daughters. Interesting way to look after a self-sufficient economy. The man jolts up from his crooked posture, instantly restoring his trust in the forces of the universe. His pleading has been answered. Led by an impulse, he digs his fingers to the last phalanx in the carvings, fully willing to tip the bearded woman one of his canine kisses. In the place where he should have found her head, there is instead only tepid and dusty air, and also the inconvenience of not being able to go through a lattice wall out of willpower. After recycling the air in his lungs with a worn-out exhale, he turns around, once again face to face with his little wooden world. With this defeatist predisposition, he is naturally surprised for the good when he sees a sky blue stain on his old brown canvas. The woman under the dress is scribbling frantically in a booklet while she glances, distracted, at the barley flower pot. The man notices the incipient shade of a unibrow in her frown, and her left hand improperly holds the plastic pen with which she fills the notebook with blue strokes. Plastic does not exist. What's this girl doing here? I was planning to save my star interview for later, but your reaction has truly been something. I have documented homicidal outbursts in response to pregnancy announcements, but I had never seen a man water the plants with knafe. Admirable things go on in here. 27. The man names her. The 27th guest raises her eyebrows, or her eyebrow in process of reunification, and stops writing to look him in the eye. The man gets a little defensive at establishing active visual contact with her for the first time. She's pretty. The hair between her eyebrows and the deep bags under her eyes evoke certain reminiscences of the archaic hominids, but combined with a delicate round mouth and a subtly aquiline nose, they bring quite some personality to the whole set that otherwise could have passed as stereotypical beauty, maybe with the help of a little cold. She also has one eye bigger than the other. Without a doubt, she would have been the cutest Homo neanderthalensis in her tribe. I had it for a fact that you couldn't speak. This is surely the first time I have heard you speak, and I've been here for 2 weeks. I had already started to mentally prepare myself to interview a man who only groans. Oh, and, well, you don't need to call me 27. I suppose you already heard me when I arrived, though the situation was sort of uneasy, but now that I have another chance, I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Sahara Ahmed. The woman stretches out an arm and leaves the palm of her hand open in the air, pointing at his chest with the tips of her 4 non-opposable fingers. She remains in this position for some seconds, as if she were waiting for him to do something. He is unable to identify the gesture, and after an awkward moment, she gives up. All right, it's okay. I only came to ask you some questions. Would you be so kind as to sit with me and talk a little about yourself? Well, now that I know you can talk, I might have to do some changes in the structure. I had prepared only yes-no questions so that you could answer them without... Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you some tea. There was a bit to spare up there. Here, you don't want to waste too much saliva on a second-class guest like myself. Without asking for his approval, she places a covered-up cup of tea in his hands and takes off the lid for him. Then, she extracts from her bag another one, from which she starts taking little rodent sips. Not losing any speed, she sits on the floor, facing the lattice wall. An invasive position, considering he will have to sit with his back resting on it, and therefore face to face with her. What does she intend? Has she come here after 2 weeks of mutism to take advantage of his moment of weakness and have her debut with him? If it is so, why so much foreplay? Why not directly hand him the teacup and pounce on him before he can finish it? Why is she still clothed? And the fact she has told him her name, of which she mandatorily disposed when she arrived at the Citadel. Well, in theory he didn't get to receive the payment, so he should be able to address her this way with tranquility. Still, it's extremely strange that she has asked for it. It's strange that she remembers her own name after having given it up. The man himself had eliminated all mental association of the word Sahara with the 27th guest by now, but now that she mentions it, the scene of her arrival does ring a bell. All the guests were whispering that name, first enthusiastically, then spitefully. Sahara the 27th. For his surprise, the man feels a healthy nosiness about her character that has nothing to do with nosing around under her clothes. Baited by this false impression of innocence, he sits before her with his legs crossed and his back arched, as if he were a kid again. She rewards him with a polite smile, the small gesture of a pleased teacher, as if he still had something to learn, as if all of the things he has done, and also those he could have done but didn't, had been annulled by the mercy of a compromising master. Teacher, forgive me. I have been a bad boy, but I have repented. All the evil I have done can be eradicated from the temporal plane with only a move of your wrist. You just have to erase it from my record. I beg you, help me to redeem myself. The man draws the cup to his lips and drinks the room temperature tea at a slower pace than it is necessary, so he can remain in this lie for longer, before she loses her patience and starts undressing. Sahara observes him with a critical eye, still wielding the pen incorrectly. They sway like this for nearly a minute. The man drinks half of the cup, afraid of finishing it, and she doesn't even touch hers. "How do you call yourself?" she begins, in a suddenly soft tone. Looks like she's not one to beat about the bush. In fact, she has started the conversation with the hardest question. "I don't call myself. I have never done it." The guest looks at the air for some seconds, digesting his answer before jotting it down. "How do they call you then?" Sahara looks upwards with a sarcastic expression before reformulating her question again with a certain affectation in her voice. "Or, like Aliyah asked me when I arrived, with what name have they referred to you along your way? I'm the man. When they want to call me, they just scream." Sahara purses her lips, signaling her discontent, and doubles back over to fill up some lines of the notebook on her lap. Meanwhile, the man tries to control the dizzy spell that overcomes him. He hadn't pronounced so many words in a row for at least half a year. Doing it this way on top of all, so lax and clandestine looking, gives him a chill that is difficult to identify. He is completely flabbergasted when the capillaries of his cheeks swell like balloons, giving way for a red stream to bring life back to his weary face. Who could have told that the man, a cold and cutting being, a flesh and bone reproductive instrument, would have hot blood flowing under his skin? D'accord, you are the man. You are an important figure in Al-Mudaina, the cornerstone of its population growth. Tell me, are you considered the guest of Aliyah's, or do you share her position as a host? The second question has nothing to envy the first one for. Equally difficult and equally scandalous. The man's origins are a silent subject in the citadel. Not even he asks himself about his roots. It is true that he does not have a memory of climbing the walls of the main tower, as all the guests have done and sometimes narrate proudly. Nonetheless, it is possible that he was very young when he did it. Some of his memories, like that crying episode that taught him the lesson of flight, date back to his early adolescence. And then, there's the penguin. From time to time, it shows up in his light sleep to retrieve, choppy and disjointed, some passages of his life that, in a waking state, he finds it impossible to reach. Clothed woman, donkey, chickpeas, where do they come from? Has there ever been a clothed woman in Al-Mudaina aside from Sahara? Have they at some point had a donkey wandering about the stairs and the narrow corridors? When have they grown chickpeas in the greenhouse? It seems logical that these clippings of his existence occurred in the chaotic exterior, but it also seems logical that he was born within the citadel. He has never asked her about it, but he knows well that Aliyah would be fully hermetic if he were to try and draw information from her. She was who created the personal title that places him in no one's land and made it spread among all the incoming lodgers. Guest or host? The answer? I'm the man, he repeats pathetically, flushed to the tip of his nose. Sahara arches her brows, a mien halfway between compassion and exasperation. Perhaps we do need to adhere to yes-no questions. The man takes his last sip of tea, but does not leave the cup on the floor, and instead pretends to keep drinking. Otherwise, she might take the gesture as a signal to attack. Or worse yet, to go. Well, let's give you one last chance. Do you know your age? No. Despite not having a numeric answer to give her, the man takes pride in being able to respond confidently, at least to one of the questions. Seeing Sahara's expression harden, he decides he is not going to settle for that. In Al-Mudaina we don't quantify years. We have pre-catastrophic history books, so we are aware of some calendar systems, but we don't use them. It is unnecessary to us, since our lives are dedicated to theoretical knowledge, and the dating of events has a merely practical and organizational value. Anyhow, we do use that term to refer to the Earth's revolution period. The catastrophe happened 24 years ago, for instance. Only 24? Sahara startles and races to write it down inside a big square on her notebook before the man can alter his declaration. Then she lifts her cup with a sly expression and very carefully tilts it towards her half-open mouth. As she drinks a longer than normal sip, she squints at her interlocutor inquisitively, as if she expected something from him. After this sudden interlude, she easily restores her talkative attitude. So it happened on 24, 2 years before I was born. That explains why all the guests claim to be so young, if it's true that Aliyah was the only one who was alive when it happened. And it also means that the first guests must have been way younger when they entered. The 12th guest was 12 years old, says the man without thinking. He still remembers that detail. He was also a teenager when she appeared, hand in hand with Aliyah, a battered up young girl who had waken up at Al-Mudaina's doors. She came looking for a refuge, like all the rest, against a specific enemy that haunted her in the outside. Initially, Aliyah didn't ask her for anything in return, but it didn't take long for her to realize that knowledge was a requirement within the citadel's walls. If she wished to remain under its roof, she was expected to acquire it and also to share with them that which she already possessed. She started writing. She started telling stories about the catastrophe. She was no more than a newborn when it happened, but apparently her mother had showered her with anecdotes about extreme heat, entirely black skies, boiling rains, and streets riddled with dehydrated corpses. She told them to the man with all the gory details, and between tale and tale, they wound up forging a very solid friendship. It was her who he shared the infamous crying episode with. My age must be an approximation to hers. Probably a little less. She was born on the very year of the catastrophe. Really? In that case, I'll have to manage to have a conversation with her. Sahara quickly catches up on the man's discomfort regarding the subject and lets go of it with subtlety, perhaps stuffing it up her sleeve for later interviews. Then if she's 24 now and you're close to her age, you must be around 27. The word spontaneously fills the air and unsettles the talkers with its inexact coincidence. It does not come from either of their mouths, but from the greenhouse's entrance, where 3 wobbling women heap up, looking like they have been drinking something more than tea. Evidently they haven't, but one must not underestimate the intoxicating effect of caffeine mixed with several hours of partying. By the time their brains have finished registering and processing the man's presence in the room, they have already crossed it in all its width, and they are towering over him like voluptuous caryatids. After sending the due lascivious smirks his way and permeating the air with all their bodily odors, they turn to Sahara to tug on her arms and urge her to follow them. In the youth's asymmetrical eyes, the impulse of rejecting them can be spotted, but her journalistic instinct ends up winning the battle. The man's interview can be postponed, while whatever these women intend probably won't come back a second time. As she picks up her belongings and sets off to leave the room, the trio starts justifying their rush with one word, repeated in a loop. Aliyah! Aliyah, 27, Aliyah! Don't forget me, she says hurriedly, looking the man in the eye with an intensity that makes him suspicious of a deeper meaning in that sentence, rather than only a promise of future conversation. Well, speak again. The 4 of them retire among noises and loose vocables, leaving, as only trace of their presence, their smell of sweat. With an inexplicable tightness in his heart, the man finishes off Sahara's tea before daring to move. So many data and evocations condensed in such a short dialogue. How to sit down and try to evaluate them? Instead of doing so, he gathers his ladder, his chisel, and his hammer, and he resumes the building of the speaker, which presents new, highly Baroque carvings each day, of whose authorship he has not the faintest idea. Aliyah used to call the 12th guest up to her bedchambers as well, where they spent hours talking while he bored himself wondering about Al-Mudaina. The ones related to her are the few memories he keeps from that epoch of his life. From all the epochs of his life, to be fair. Will Sahara get to speak to her? And if she does, will she confess to her the embarrassing reason why they ended up estranged? The man falls asleep amid the oblong pots, asking himself questions about his foggy past and the little human being that awaits being reached, sitting 9 months ahead on the narrow thread of time. On this night, the penguin does not appear to give him the answers. The birth of a creature within the walls of Almudaina, though few could tell judging by the frequency this happens with, is a big occasion for its inhabitants. The guests, in the peak of their permanent state of convulsion, visit the school more often than usual and read even less than it is customary, if possible at all. The man's services are also more demanded when one of the women is expecting a cub, perhaps an instinct to balance the flux of attention which tends to fall upon the gestating one, or some sort of hormonal cloud thickened by the lack of ventilation. But the most notable change, far from the fleeting attitude of its residents, is the one that affects Al-Mudaina itself, the inorganic structure that will shelter the future girl for the whole of her life. Every time the citadel's population grows, its surface does as well, in order to create space not only for the body of the newcomer, who will need a good stretch of floor to run across, but also for her mind, which is potentially immense and will need a good width of wall to carve. Aliyah usually holds the reins of this process, in addition to her personal assessment of the pregnant one in all phases of her state. However, in the 7 occasions when she has been the aforementioned pregnant one, such responsibility has gone to the hands of another guest of her choosing. The double role of foreman and midwife is not easy to handle, so the position is normally guaranteed to the oldest guests, those with more experience and a deeper trust relationship with the hostess. The third guest, a woman of auburn curls that looks twice the age she allegedly is the favorite to carry out this function. She has assisted in 5 of Aliyah's 7 deliveries. The 2 remaining pregnancies found her in the middle of her own puerperia. She was one of the most perplexed when, after announcing her 8th gravidity during the party of the lamb, Aliyah appointed her helper and stated for it a number that multiplied by 9 the one that she should have said. The chosen girl was not even present when she said it. She had gone fawning after the man like a duckling, all puritanical as she is. Why her? What does a newly arrived schoolgirl know about Al-Mudaina's expansion system, or about the measures that must be taken for a woman to not bleed to death during labor? Can a 22-year-old child know anything about life, let alone about how to bring it to the world? You will get the wood, you will gather all your fellows, and together you will put the current wall down. We could continue elevating the second tower, but I consider the completion of Al-Mudaina to be deserving of the construction of a third one. While she told her this, Aliyah invasively slid her hand along Sahara Ahmed's thigh, alone with her in the attic after summoning her so she could give her the news. Wrapped in her pointy fingers was a rectangular object, which she placed on her lap with unnecessary lentitude, never ceasing to look in her eyes. Then she withdrew her hand and continued talking, like nothing had happened. I understand that you have never contributed to the construction of a building, but it's not as complicated as it seems. Some months from now, knowledge will have already settled in your brain, and you will know how to apply the physical laws to your work as naturally as you know how to breathe. I am convinced that yours are the best hands I could have chosen to welcome this girl to the world.
Aliyah, about that.
Shh. The hostess shushed and stroked her guest's jaw with one hand, like she was trying to soothe her. With the other, she almost imperceptibly patted her skirt, tapping the surface of the object resting on top of it. It was as if her left hand were disassociated from the rest of her body, as if it acted on its own will and according to interests completely different to its owners. Sahara knew she had to go with the flow. It was what she had been consistently doing for the last 2 weeks. But that was way too much. She had no intention of committing involuntary murder in the time her visit to the Citadel of Fez would last. I have no medical experience. I could put you and the baby in danger. Precisely for that reason, I give notice to my assistants 9 months in advance. In the library, there are books on all imaginable topics, and many of your companions have already given birth within these walls. Ask them. Reading a book is not enough to assist in labor. It takes years of formation. Sahara forced herself to hold back. Her tone was rising to something too close to a beg. She looked intensely at the woman in front of her, with the hope that her eyes conveyed the desperation she could not verbalize out of principle. Aliyah's smile was beatific. I firmly insist that you are committing an act of imprudence by putting your and your child's security in the hands of someone without the necessary formation to assist you. I advise that you reconsider your decision. Dear 27. Aliyah purred while she rose on her knees and bent her torso towards her interlocutor, who explicitly repressed the impulse to squirm away. Clearly intending to make her uncomfortable, she elongated the seconds as much as she could, languidly crawling in her direction like a feline. When she was close enough, she elevated her meaty chin and placed her mouth as high as her guest's hairy frown. She gave her a maternal kiss. Knowledge is the only necessary formation. Some days have passed since the unresolved conference, and Sahara has finally found a moment of solitude to pull the shocking instrument Aliyah donated to her out of her bag. She would have expected anything from these people where outside communication is concerned. From them absolutely dispensing with it, which is the most feasible option, to them agreeing to burn down a tower to send smoke signals in desperate situations. But seemingly, they don't get that difficult at all. The mobile phone is obsolete. Sahara estimates it must be about 20 years old, from that time when they were fabricated with absurdly large screens. Then, there was an inflation of the price of certain materials, and the frail gadget stopped being profitable. The thing is, it still works. The young woman clumsily unlocks it, accustomed to doing it with only her fingerprint or the layout of her features. The device seems to be adjusted to its default settings: standard wallpaper, no password of any kind, fully charged battery, and only one shortcut situated in the center of the main menu: the icon of a white phone handset on a green background. Sahara touches it and opens a list of contacts with just one element, titled Khashab, wood. Well, it couldn't be any clearer. The 27th guest's finger hovers over the call option, while the disproportionate screen sucks up, cipher by cipher, the phone's battery. Who the hell is going to answer if she decides to do it? A mystical being, incarnated knowledge in its purest state, that will send 300 cherubim down stocked with setter strips? Perhaps another original, the name Aliyah called the members of the pre-catastrophic community she was born in? Or worse yet, a plain and simple construction material business. Sahara would have no idea of how to place a wholesale order of wood, and she doubts Aliyah even has the money to pay for such merchandise anyway. No, there has to be something she is not understanding well. The intention-loaded looks that the matriarch gave her up in her attic must signify something in the Citadel's non-verbal language. But what? What? The young journalist, or attempt of one, slides her back down the wall of the little back room she has procured for herself in the building's first floor. Involuntarily, her free hand clutches the notebook where she has decided to report her infiltration, far from employing microphones or small cameras as it would be logical. She opens it on the current section, a page riddled with underlining in circles, which flaunts the sagacious title of Natsanal Monsalilla asks me to help her give in birth, and I don't know what to do. Sahara chuckles to herself, finding in this epigraph a little edge of humor to cling to in the flood that occupies her brain in the moment. So much for journalistic rigor, she almost hears inside her skull. It doesn't seem true that only 2 weeks have gone by and she already misses them rigid of her. Unbreakable Sahara Ahmed, moved by the memories of a group of amateurs she swore she would offhandedly leave behind the second she got a decent offer. Apparently, this is what the offer consists of. Trying, in vain, to decipher the insinuations of a woman way too old to be pregnant, who only leaves her room to give out very creative speeches about her life. Between attempts, although it's hard to admit it, she wouldn't mind an annoying voice pressing her to improve her draft's presentation, or her mother calling her in the most inconvenient moment to exhaustively interrogate her about what she has eaten and what means of transport she has used. Even if it was only a minute. Probably after this period she would go back to finding the insubstantiality of banal talk utterly despicable. Aware that, with all certainty, she will end up crossing it out in a matter of hours, embarrassed of her own weakness, Sahara lifts the pen in her hand and writes down a personal annotation in the margin of the page. Wish I could talk to Laurent and the rest. She knows not very well what she would say to them, taking the not very considerate way she bade them farewell into account. But if she had access to the net, she would not doubt for a second before. Please, guys, at least one of you has got to be home. The intermittent signal rings and keeps ringing, and Sahara looks all around, convinced that she is breaking some vitally important rule of Almudaina. It has been ages since she last contacted someone through a phone line. Nowadays, there's satellite connection in every corner of the planet, so nobody bothers to pay for wiring. Nobody but Laurent, who, after interviewing a strong opinion expert in the matter for an article in his corresponding online magazine, was convinced that there would one day be a massive drop of the mobile services and the world would melt into chaos. Not international, generalized chaos, which, according to him, only makes those on the top tremble while the people continue with their lives. More like the opposite, in fact. Isolated individuals would go into a spin in their respective occupations, producing a shake of society's foundation that would reach the surface with exponential intensity. And there would be no way to solve it, since leaders would not be able to communicate either, neither amongst themselves or with a great chunk of the population who gave up television, radio, and paper press decades ago. Smart-assed Laurent would not allow himself to end up in this situation, so he decided to buy a landline and force all his flatmates to memorize the number, international prefix included. The device wound up in a drawer with nobody ever trying it, but, partly out of pride, he refused to stop paying the ridiculous monthly bill they sent him just for having it. Sahara thought it was an act of uttermost imbecility on his behalf. In this moment, she couldn't be more grateful to have such an imbecile for a friend. Hello? Sahara is almost brought to tears of relief when she hears the voice, firm but clearly confused, on the other end of the line. Keeping her prudence, she lies down on the floor and covers herself with a rigid cellulose fabric, which is what they use in Almudaina to warm up in the night.
Laurent? C'est moi, Sahara.
The silence goes on for more than it is like Laurent to allow, and Sahara notices how thick her accent sounds after 2 weeks without saying a word in French. Seeing her friend does not quite buy it, she clears her throat a bit before continuing. I'm calling from the Citadel, useless. There's no access to the net in here, but apparently there is a phone.
Sahara. That Sahara?
Muttering can be heard in the background. The others are with him.
I thought my traitorous flatmate had gone back to her country to spend some months in a cult of naked semi-Cro-Magnons.
And that's what I did.
Are you naked right now?
What? No. Sahara hears muffled laughter and again feels the drive to scream at him, to which she always succumbed during their conversations, both personal and professional. But she must focus. It is probable that this will be her only chance to establish contact with the outside in the coming months. She must tell Laurent as much as she can about Al-Mudaina, create a security copy in case something were to happen to her notes. Listen up, big idiot. I'm in a palace with 2 towers, in the process of being 3, built entirely out of wood over Fes's Medina. Inside live 39 people, myself excluded, 12 of which are underage and born here, and all of them are allowed to modify the building structure as they please. They have, like I suspected, a religious behavior surrounding the concept of knowledge, and they believe in an event called the catastrophe that allegedly happened 24 years ago. I couldn't find a lot of information about it, but I understand that it is some sort of chemical apocalypse, a sudden change in water's molecular structure that raised life on the planet according to their belief.
I thank you for the plot synopsis, darling, but what exactly do you want me to do with this full-sized paragraph you just blurted?
Says Laurent, who always sounds like he has a wine glass in his hand and a very bad week going on at work. I want you to know, that's all. Note what I'm telling you and tell Angie to write it somewhere. Here, people are very mistrustful of anything that doesn't fit their way of life. I fear what might happen to my notebook if I turn my back someday. Silence at the other end. Sahara presses her lips together, hoping he won't hang up. Please, Laurent, this is very important for me, you know it. I know you're all mad at me after how I left you, and now I'm calling back to ask you favors without a word of apology. But she can't say it. That would mean actively begging, and begging is something Sahara Ahmed does not do. Some seconds later, a scratching sound comes from the opposite mouthpiece, and Angie's fine voice gives her way with a "À toi de me dire." Sahara smiles under her blanket. Good. The hierarchy of this place is organized like this. On the cusp is Aliyah, a woman of approximately 50 years, who is said to be the only one who was alive when the catastrophe happened. Indeed, all of her guests, 25 discounting myself, are or claim to be under 24. Added to them, if I'm not wrong, occupying a higher social position for the fact of having been born here, there are 12 girls. It's impossible to determine the exact age range they fall into, but there's everything from teens who just hit puberty to toddlers who can barely stand.
But
Laurent begins, his voice sounding more distant and turbulent than before. They must have amplified the phone's sound so that everyone can hear it. Yes, I'm going there. There is a man, only one. Us guests are numbered from 2 to 27, but he is called just that, the man. I'm not quite sure what his position is, and I even tried to ask him with no success, but he is with no doubt the most important figure in the Citadel, apart from Aliyah. You can surely figure out the reason.
he's a reproductive machine.
Angie deduces, breathless. Not only that, Sahara musters all the experiences she has lived in these 2 weeks, trying to give a coherent form to her latest conjecture. Also an object of worship. Aliyah gave a speech some days ago, which she concluded announcing she is pregnant for the 8th time. She spoke about how her life was before the catastrophe. According to her testimony, she belonged to a group called The Originals. She has a very elaborate fantasy about the advances of assisted reproduction and about how men became expendable for human life before the apocalypse in question came and left the species back in diapers. Crux of the matter is, they believe that the man is the only man left. This endows his person with religious connotations, or at least that's how I see it. It's not just that they desire him, but also they idolize him, you get me? They need to be the most wanted by the man, the most grateful to the man, the one that has slept most times with the man, because they feel like somehow that brings them closer to the fantasy that Aliyah poses to them.
And I imagine he is aware of this.
Sahara can't identify the voice of another one of her flatmates who has spoken from afar. She sounds very irritated by the mere mental image she is forming around the man. I also thought that. It's the first thing that comes to mind when you're faced with such a situation. I found out first thing that it's very hard to get him to, well, go with you. I automatically made an assumption of what I had in front of me. An arrogant guy who has not been refused a single insinuation, who thinks himself above everyone around him and entitled to shatter illusions as he pleases, because he knows if he hurts one of them, 10 more will come crawling to take her place. Various sets of huffs and puffs are heard, and Lauren spits out a bland chuckle that intensifies the evocation of wineglass and rolled back eyes. All of them have met too many men who match this exact description. But I was surprised when I talked to him. After Aliyah announced her state, he ran down to the small greenhouse on the ground floor and started howling like an animal. He was really upset. I made him sit and pondered him with a few simple questions. I'm not exaggerating if I say that, out of all the people who live here, girls included, he's the one who's been brainwashed the deepest. I asked his name, his social status, and his age, and he went literally blank. And still, he then threw up a tremendous rant about the theoretical inutility of dates like he was reading it. He must have a mental age of about 10 years. I don't think he even knows very well how human reproduction works.
What a panorama, chérie,
sighs Laurent. Along their trajectories, still a little unripe, as freelance journalists, Sahara and her flatmates have covered a wide spectrum of lives and ways of thinking. One occasionally needs to put themselves in undesirable situations, speak to people with whom they would rather keep a generous distance. Back in her late adolescence, the young woman realized there was something that required much more effort from her, that made her push the boundaries of her mind more than anything else. It was the assimilation of the existence of other mindsets and the unsettling reality that those who harbored them were as inflexible as she was regarding her ideas. Sahara can't enter the citadel of Fez that has been afoot for about a decade and intend to reform this handful of fanatics in order to save them from their own self-deceiving conducts. And yet, it is very, very tempting to do it. Repressing the humanitarian impulse to pull people out of their lie is the most arduous challenge that has presented to her in the 4 years she has spent writing articles, first as an aficionado and then in small publications once she got her degree. Wouldn't it be the easiest to take that boy aside one day and tell him everything? You are not the only man existing. There are many more like you out there, and none of them is enslaved this way, or at least that's what I want to believe. I don't know how you ended up here, but I'm convinced Aliyah has held you hostage for many years. Enough for you to not believe a single word of what I'm telling you. Because he wouldn't believe her. Even if she repeated it to him every day, even if she managed to get him out of here and put him face to face with the very Laurent, an almost 2-meter colossus, thin as a strand of hay, without a single protuberance in his body that could leave room to doubt. Similarly, they will never get to subdue her, no matter how many months they spend drilling on her with speeches and prenatal care. A very strong psyche is needed to see the possible fallacy in something one has been inculcated with from childhood, something that they believe they have seen with their own eyes and that they have never stopped to consider. It's evident that this can be expected from few, and thus humanity works how it works. thick and solid boulders ramming themselves into one another without ever getting to break each other, but mutually eroding, very slowly eroding. Some behaviors exhibited by these people point to a severe mental detachment. They sleep many more hours than it is necessary, and in their waking periods they remain in a state of permanent euphoria. They go about their tasks without really paying attention to what they're doing. And the most remarkable thing I've noted in the last weeks, they suffer from some sort of selective amnesia. If they see or hear something that poses a logical contradiction to their beliefs, their brains simply annul it. When I arrived here by drone, they were all in the heliport, welcoming me and touching the very vehicle. Later on, some of them congratulated me for having so skillfully climbed up to the platform. I don't think they were kidding, not even forcing themselves to say those things. I don't know the extent to which you have to toy with someone's brains for them to alter their own memory unconsciously, but Aliyah has done just that.
Drugs?
Angie inquires. She precisely researched the use of narcotics to radicalize minors in criminal bands. Not a gram. Unless they're dissolved in the tea, which is the only thing they drink. But I've tried it myself and I still have my feet on the ground. Or I do think so.
And how come they have a phone? Doesn't that go against their story if they believe the world practically ended 24 years ago?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. The Citadel system contradicts itself in many aspects, like the fact that boxes of food appear periodically when, in theory, everything that is consumed here is independently cultivated. But none of them, as obvious as they are to my eyes or to those of any third person, leak through this mental sieve Aliyah has placed in the brains of her guests. They don't see the errors, or rather, forget them instantly after seeing them. To their eyes, the story of the catastrophe and everything that came before is perfectly logical. What Sahara doesn't know is when it began to be logical. How much time is needed to turn a young woman who arrives by helicopter to a palace officially categorized as a cult's headquarters into an involuntary synthesizer of lies? Is there any predisposition to be manipulated in them? Is there a certain psychological configuration that's more likely to let itself be tinkered with? And what disturbs her the most? Enough time passed? Is there anyone, as intelligent as they may be, who is invulnerable to deception? If Aliyah is truly set on having her as a helper in her delivery, she will at least have to stay for 9 months within Al Mudaina's walls. 36 weeks of speeches and parties. How much time does it take to transform a person gifted with reason and individuality into little more than a guest? Aliyah herself did not look very coherent when she gave me the phone. She asked me to get some wood to keep expanding the building, but she obviously did not mention any external provider. She limited herself to passing me the cell while she looked into my eyes. I don't rule out her having fallen partially for her own lie, but she has to be a little saner than the rest. If not, she would not be able to keep all of this afoot.
Why you? I mean, you're supposed to be the new one. She should be trying to sweet talk you into swallowing the whole tale, not giving you means of communication with the outside.
Well, you still haven't heard the best part. I mentioned before that the hostess has a bun in the oven. A miracle of fertility, given that at her age, her biological clock is not only ticking but has already exploded and disintegrated into the ether. Laurent chuckles again. As unbearable as it can be in some instances, one has to admit that Laurent's laughter is just the cleanest of sounds. A perfect conclusive cadence of exquisite tune, and very timely too. It always sounds when Sahara has something especially delicate to say or doesn't want to be bothered. Anyhow, there is resentment hidden in this laugh. Sahara knows it, and she knows she will have to face him at some point. It's better to keep talking. Turns out that, in accordance to some sort of Madani tradition, and a little bit of common sense, the hostess needs a personal assistant to accompany her in all her labors, related or not to her pregnancy, during the whole 9 months that it lasts. And of course, during labor itself, it seems like this time she has chosen me.
No way.
Again, the line falls dead, in sepulchral silence. Even Lawrence seems to have stopped drinking the wine.
Are you messing with us?
Believe me, I would love to yell Poisson d'April and show up behind you, cream cake in hand, ready to smash it against your gorgeous and too powdered for my taste little face. The silence elongates, and Sahara rolls her eyes. No, I'm serious. I'm unaware of the reason, but the leader of a cult with catastrophist beliefs wants me to help her give birth in her refuge. Needless to say, without medical material of any sort. Not like I would have known how to use it even if they had it.
And are you going to do it?
Humor has not been effective this time. Lawrence speaks with a bitterness that is strange to see in people like him, and precisely because of that, it's twice as hard to hear.
9 months, Sahara?
It wouldn't make sense to leave now, let alone halfway through the pregnancy. How long can one endure? How many weeks before beginning to dance in parties, forgetting small details, looking at the man with different eyes? No publishing house would want an incomplete report. I don't know how to get out of here anyway.
You don't know how to get out?
The youth enunciates the question very slowly, making sure to breathe between syntagmata. The decision of promising herself an in-depth exclusive came from impulse, and so did the election of Almudaina as a destination. It was easy and attractive. The trip wouldn't pose a problem, Sahara having dual nationality, and the cult subject was always a good bait for the morbid audience. She would go to her parents and roam about the Medina for some weeks, asking some questions and ornamenting the declarations with dramatically lit pictures. Infiltrating the palace itself did not enter her plans, but at arriving in the city and seeing the conglomerate of tourists, irritated guards, and locals driven crazy, she knew staying outside would be worth little. The people in charge of administration and paperwork didn't hinder her way very much. They looked way too tired to pronounce a single spare word about the citadel. The only permanent objector to her cause was Laurent. He did not stop warning her up until the second she put her small mobile device in a plastic bag that now lay safely in a locker.
You're incorrigible, Suhaida.
My name is Sahara.
The little forget-me-not in the garden of amnesiacs. So ironic.
This is her private joke with Laurent that nobody knows is the reason why the tiny balcony of their shared flat is chock full of pots brimming with blue petals. In spite of not having a very generous pay, just like his colleagues, the young man doesn't skimp on dumb little details like the telephone and the flowers, that are absolutely no use except to make a downbeat girl laugh after another excruciating redaction day. He's a thoughtful guy.
Oh, and Sahara, can I ask you something?
Of course.
That man you were talking about?
He says, with an especially grave tone. Sahara feels her heart in her clenched fist, waiting to answer to some profound question, and...
He handsome?
Damn it, Laurent. Various laughs are heard, including Lawrence. Not wanting to draw attention to herself, Sahara joins in with a stifled giggle. I might be incorrigible, but you think with your crotch.
I'm serious. It's been too long since I last dove headfirst into an unworkable relationship. I think it's affecting positively to my professional performance, and that scares me. If you talk to him again, don't forget to ask him if he'd be interested in switching teams.
Sahara hangs up the phone without thinking twice. Suffocated, she takes the tarp off herself and breathes the loaded air of the citadel. It doesn't look like anyone has seen her, and even if they had, would they remember now? Before proceeding to delete all traceable evidence of the call from the device, the 27th guest takes her plastic pen and makes one last correction in her fairly unprofessional logbook. With a firm and resolved stroke, the inscription, "Wish I could talk to Laurent and the rest," is annulled from her short-term wishes. Second chapter. The small crowd breaks into applause and acclamations. Al-Matana has entered Al-Mudaina with delicious cleanliness. Various projectiles of splintered cedar shoot from the hole it has made and fly past the guests, who laugh and hug each other emotionally. The tool's metallic head returns to the outside, giving way for a beam of light to illuminate the gloomy patio. Then it strikes again. A few repetitions later, the hole becomes wide enough to allow a view of what is on the other side. Like the price of a scratch card, the image of the construction worker wielding the demolition utensil clears up with each blow. He's a svelte, although thin, individual, with arm musculature well defined by the nature of his job, and with a face like he has very few friends and very little intent to make them. He doesn't have a shirt on. On different times, they may have been concerned to hire a serious and efficient construction company to offer workers the pertinent security measures and even to advertise the reform as a spectacle to attract tourists. But 10 years past, they already pile up at the doors every day, unconditionally, no matter what is or isn't going on inside. They arrive from their respective countries in the range of time when their respective bosses give them permission to be free. They lodge in the range of places conceived for their lifestyle to change as little as possible, and they visit the range of selected locations that you can't miss, while they elaborate an exhaustive photographic report, which they will longingly stare at when the bosses tie them back up to the pole after they've returned to the garden, panting at their scheduled time. This gives them freedom of spirit and a new perspective on cultural diversity, which they have clearly experienced in their own skin, and which they will take care to preach to the four winds in the following months. With that capacity of theirs to process experiences and transform them into transcendental events, what's the use of organizing a good spectacle for tourists? They could linger there, jaws dropped, as the man picks on his nose and eats the prize, and they would consider it an irrevocable turning point in their lives. When the opening reaches the size of his body, the worker calls some more men over, who approach with crowbars and reciprocating saws and begin peeling wooden cladding away. The former has been yelling at them to get out of the way, but his co-workers seem to be more acquiescent to the cheerful girls who draw near to help. They hand them the boards so they can place them in a tidy pile on a corner of the patio. They let them strike a blow or two with Al-Matana, and they assign them other non-essential tasks that, generally, involve visual bodily contortions which they pay careful attention to. Set to break their backs tearing down walls on a September Monday, what better company than a handful of naked and not very sober-looking young women? One of the bricklayers throws an arm around the 11th guest's waist and plants a kiss on her mouth at his fellow's whistles of approval. She does not reject it, but while she receives this spontaneous show of unilateral affection, she strokes the spiky edge of the broken wall with her right hand. Her index finger finds a particularly sharp thorn and puts pressure on it. With enough force, the wood overpowers her delicate epidermis and pokes a little hole in her fingertip, breaking some blood vessels that start to ooze. The 11th guest twists the sliver inside her flesh until a red drop runs down the wall, leaving its trail in the grains and knots that give it way. At the time that the inexistent men bawl in joy at their comrade's boldness, the guests do the same for their friend. chanting to encourage a brave woman who gives her sweat and blood for the construction of a home for their future daughters. From the staircase's last step, the man watches the scene that he normally avoids witnessing, with all its noise and its stink of sweat. He cannot take his eyes off the shirtless builder that so majestically has emerged from the other side of the world with his madana and his sullenness. He has strayed from the group, scraping with a spatula the crust of polyurethane that coats an especially dark pillar. His general physiognomy doesn't resemble that of the apparition he saw weeks ago, but the unkempt layer of hair that covers his jaw does evoke, as a matter of fact, the memory of the bearded woman. Well, no one had told me that women outside were so beautiful. All the girls that reach Almudaina's heliport are narrow-shouldered, concave, and not very hirsute, though they become woolier with time, for reasons undefined. The exterior is an inhospitable desert, lacking alimentary and climatic resources to allow a good development of the body. And yet, these girls seem to be gifted with enviable health, robust bodies, tall builds, and such small breasts. What sense does it make? Could they have genetically adapted in the few generations that have passed since the catastrophe? The man wonders if they would pay attention to him if he neared them, and finds himself seriously considering doing it. But it isn't proper. They are the ones who must approach him. If they don't, it's because they have vitally important matters to attend to. And if there is something more important than the man in Almudaina, it's Almudaina itself. Disappointed, the youth turns on his heels and walks sluggishly up the steps, 2 at a time, and not 4 at a time like he uses to, helping himself with his hands like a beast. When he rotates in the first landing, he finds that he is not alone in his omission of construction duty. Another languid figure laces on the first floor, with her short and thick legs stretched down the stairs. Lying on her side, the woman eyes him interrogatively, with the eye that isn't covered by her black bangs. The man looks at her for some seconds before coming to the conclusion that she was waiting for him. He could skip her like a sandbag and keep walking upwards. He could leave her wanting more, like even if he doesn't realize it, someone has just left him. He can. He is the man, and it is his function to make the choice, not to ask the question. It is his function to say yes, even if it's only once in a while. For the 7th guest's surprise, the man comes closer to her and, calmly, lends her a hand to help her up. Apart from being one of the few guests of antiquity that still have not conceived, the 7th guest has a particularity in what concerns the man, of which her fellows are clueless, since she carries it out in an organized and secretive manner. Among the women, each one has her preferences and gets more or less involved depending on her mood, and the man knows them all well after so many years. But the 7th has an inclination toward preparation, toward affection and coziness, strangely, given her apparent maternal inability. She likes to fix up a comfortable and ventilated corner, lead the man there by the hand, and give him something to think about before springing into action. She never repeats the same process twice, so she waits for long periods of time between encounters. They seem to be great events for her. This time, a cramped square storeroom seems to be the chosen space, layered with blankets like a nest or an incubator. Metaphorical? Perhaps. Suffocating and uncomfortable? Surely. The young woman crawls inside the eggshell's opening, and once inside, she invites the man to do the same, pulling at the arm that joins them. As if she were no more than a child, pridefully showing off her make-believe refuge. Inside the dark husk, the diminution of oxygen flow is notable, but despite what could be expected, it doesn't feel so bad. The seventh guest has made it so that the air current coming from the gap between the wall and the ceiling, a practical norm in the majority of rooms in the Citadel, leaks inside the bundle and goes out through the hole they have entered from. The man observes with curiosity that the small atmosphere is not entirely exempt from illumination either. A vague yellowish glow lights up the features of the woman beside him, projecting shadows on her face in a bizarre angle. In her hand, she holds a cylindrical object, not much larger than her closed fist, and fiddles it with her thumbs. Over her shoulder, the man watches as a series of characters slide through a luminous rectangle located in the instrument's surface. He had never seen such thing. The seventh guest doesn't move until a certain combination appears on the quadrangle. Signal found. After toying a bit more with a little wheel on the side of the cylinder, she smiles sweetly and nestles next to the man, delicately pushing his chest downwards so that he lies with her. He obliges, completely dumbfounded by the situation. What kind of material is the utensil that his cohabitant wields made out of? How come she has written on it if it's not paper? And what's that signal it has found? How can one find a signal? Snuggled up by his side like an absurdly romantic fossil, the seventh guest lifts the object up to her head's height and lays it down on a mound of fabric amidst their bodies, where it starts to emit a terrifying murmur. The man becomes petrified in place, which contributes to the reproduction of the fossil. It's talking. The cylinder is talking.
Yeah, he was tumbling side to side. Yes, he was wasted. Speaker, and he turned it off with 17 or 18.
The man eyes the woman he shares a cradle with as if she were the first thing he saw after landing on the planet, come from the furthest of galaxies in the cosmos. She takes advantage of his infinite bewilderment to curl a strand of beard around her finger, as if all of this were normal to her. As if there wasn't a wicked talking stick between her head and his.
It's my property and I have a right to know. Underage? The police.
The signal is interrupted in this moment, but the commotion that was roaring in the background keeps reaching their ears through another channel, the very air. Distant but intelligible, the lying couple hears the exclamation of the presumed police officer that has arrived in scene. He orders someone to open the door, and next, a dry thud silences all the voices that still chattered. "I told you to open up, ma'am," says the same monotonous voice. Slowly, the Medina recovers the relative stillness that rules it at this time of the afternoon. The cylinder gleams anew, looking for nearby lines to intercept, but about nobody uses radio frequency waves nowadays. The seventh guest deactivates the device and takes it out of the man's sight, while he seems to be experiencing an informative indigestion. Looking at each other's eyes, they remain static for minutes and minutes, listening to the voices that come up from the Medina. Hearing the lives and troubles of faceless, nameless entities. Voices that are no more than sound waves translate to the suffering of those who produce them, but voices alone don't suffer nor carry suffering with them. If they reach the fossil's bones and transmit their vibration to them, the fossil won't suffer like the one who spoke in the first place did. The woman knows it certainly, and thus smiles at her role as a witness. Look at us. We're third parties in the universe's difficulties. We're isolated and immune to everything that may happen beyond these blankets. Don't you feel it? While an impotent mother tries to impede the arrest of her thief son, guest number 7 stretches out her torso to come closer to the man, who breathes the same air as her and holds the same invulnerability. While what's left of the human species slowly dies off, digging in the sand in search of some dehydrated fish to bring to their mouths, both of them kiss, young and healthy, swarthy and needless of water. While the biosphere, a mass of innocent beings in their most part, agonizes under the claws of a planet that meant only to crush the one that was a parasite, these repulsive insects squirm with the most foul and viscous of sounds, reproducing by millions, refusing to become extinct. Don't you feel it? The man snaps out of his stupor and tips the messy-haired girl one of his idiosyncratic licks. He seizes her hip and pulls her in to complete their contact. Don't you feel powerful? She closes her eyes and listens to the sounds from the outside. He does the same and imagines the construction worker who's still working downstairs. Don't you feel? Monday, October 19th, 2036. Language. The cloud of vapor that had exited the pot slithered across the ceiling, leaving it humid and blackened in its wake. It went out the window like it had life of its own, like it was a fat and lumpy worm in search of freedom. My mother took me in her arms, though the spontaneous evaporation of the broth had given her burns in the face. She later told me that, in that moment, the pain was so intense that her body declined to assimilate it. It was so unknown that she never came to know it. I was crying as well. Our bodies were boiling. Arithmetic, geometry, and drafting. My mother spent her days in a laboratory. She worked there in exchange for money. She was in charge of the freezing of eggs extracted from donors for the process of artificial reproduction. Surprisingly, none of her co-workers came up with the same idea as her the day of the catastrophe. Even the ones who were there, in the freezer room when it happened, died on their desks without knowing what was happening, exuding fumes out of every orifice in their bodies. The fact of working there has stripped them of any maternal drive they might have had. My mother was the only one who had undergone the treatment that she helped make possible. She always held the stance that having me in her arms was the only reason she turned deaf ears to pain and madness. She descended all the stairs down to the street, where people writhed and choked on their own suppurations, and she walked all the steps up to the lab. Geography, history, and law. We spent a total of 3 months inside the freezer. The power was still working, and the apparatus's temperature was low enough to keep the little water that remained in us in liquid state. Evidently, we weren't in the best of health. Dehydration aside, the components of our bodies that weren't hydric did not thank the congelation they were being subjected to. My mother went out occasionally to look for food. We were still able to digest aliment, although it had to be pap that didn't require for salivation to be ingested. She never specified where the pap came from, but, to be honest, I never dared to ask. Fortunately, I was still a nursling, so I got by on dense and cold milk, which caused terrible pain coming out of my mother's chest. Physical natural sciences. It escapes me how order was re-established in the planet after that. For sure, there are many rocky planets out there that exist and persist without a single drop of water, but as far as it is known, none of them harbors life. Could they have harbored it someday? Did megalomaniac civilizations exist, adapted to the 109 degrees that were raised in an instant by an event inverse to the catastrophe? The spontaneous creation, without possible prediction on behalf of any field of science, of hydrogen bonds in the little tetrahedrons, the sudden hypothermia of all those creatures of the Martian night that reaches, conveniently, minus 80 degrees Celsius. How much did men of numbers really know at the time I was born? In how many aspects were they mistaken? Or were they actually in the right, but the right simply changed? Now they're all dead, so unless the human species manages to recompose itself and regain all the knowledge it had accumulated in years, we'll never know. Sure enough, I'll never know. Other subjects. I lived alone with my mother up until I was 9. We were nomads, and we crossed the desert in all its length, looking for someone else who was alive. I ate a lot of rotten meat during my childhood. I guess my body adapted to it, like it has adapted to the absolute absence of water. My mother didn't have it as easy. She had not grown up in hostility. She fell sick often, and she frequently believed to be in her last legs, which was when she spoke to me about her past and the day that changed everything. That is why I know the story so well. But just like she stayed afoot until she reached the freezer, her organism didn't allow itself to give in until she had accomplished the goal of those 9 years. Until she had placed me in the hands of another human being, and not at the mercy of the elements like I would have been if she had died earlier. We had stumbled across hundreds of small settlements in the desert, but only one of them housed conscious people, and not only their shells. It was the last place my mother set her feet on. She died, obstructed by her own blood, which spilled and coagulated inside her, rotting and perforating her intestines. She redacted her own diagnosis, apparently mesenteric ischemia, making use of the medical knowledge she had never had the occasion to put into practice. The last thing she told me, while she suffered from spasms and horrendous cramps, was this: "Khadija, please, bring me a glass of water. I'm so thirsty." Notes: that was her pact with nature. She would be conceded an extension of her life until she could leave me under another person's watch. The contract, however, didn't mention the term good person. Yes, they fed me, and yes, they gave me a roof, or a tarp, to shelter under. But I couldn't take it for long. With my mother, I also dedicated the majority of my time to subsisting, but added to that, we talked about many different subjects and imagined many different stories. With them, silence reigned. Every night I lay on the sand beneath which somewhere was the raw body of my mother, and I wondered, what are we waiting for? Do we survive each day so that we can die the next one? Before, my life seemed to have a purpose, although somewhat distant and long-term. Now, I spent each minute avoiding thinking of the next, and when I had the urge to realize, I had already turned 12. I had to escape. End of the day. The girl closes the book and wriggles inside her crate, full of frustration for dedicating too much time to something that doesn't spark any interest in her. In what way can the knowledge of a historical event, anchored and motionless in the past, contribute to the life of a pre-adolescent girl with an imagination untamable and anxious to fly? At least, being a personal chronicle on that Khadija's behalf, it's a little more swallowable than an objective and totally dehumanized recall of the events would be. In spite of this relief, it's almost unbearable to have to concentrate on this poor girl's life experiences while having the math books at such a short distance. If she stretched her arm backwards a bit, she could snatch one and pull it inside the nest, where she would whisk it open and get lost among the numbers for hours. Her mother heeded her petition and came back to the library with her after Aliya's announcement. She spoke at length about the catastrophe, a monologue that she listened to with intrigue until there was a mention of an angle. Then she perched her elbow on an elevated surface and rested her chin on her hand, a posture that her mother didn't identify, but that came to show that her mind was no longer among them. Could I draw a figure, given the angle formed by the lines that pass its center and two of its consecutive vertices? Probably yes. I probably could draw millions of different figures that meet this requirement. Probably, if I added an infinite number of lines that pass the figure's center and two of its consecutive vertices, I could draw a sphere. But, of course, I can't do that. I don't have infinity at my disposal. Could I create a mathematical expression that did it for me? Maybe if my daughters and granddaughters helped me, guided by the equation, we could make it look like a sphere before my death. Damn it, enough thinking of
daughters and granddaughters, Naima. Do you think they won't have more important things to do than helping you draw lines day and night? No, there has to be another way. What way? Snuggled up in a coffer full of more interesting books, and caressed by the cool breeze that today, for the first time in months, runs through Al Mudaina, the girl starts tripping over the handwritten types of the small notebook. She runs through the lines in order, one after the other, right to left, but she gets stuck in the spaces and lost in the accents. She reads without reading, a fairly frequent and fairly frustrating phenomenon for the reader. She's not interested in what she's reading, therefore her brain does not show willingness to process the data, and therefore said process becomes exponentially more difficult to carry out. Surely she will not remember a word of the testimony after some hours. Lacking a reiterative system that forces her to grasp the concepts, this is how memory works in Al Mudaina. What is interesting to learn is learned, without limits of time and with limitless bibliographical resources. What isn't simply fades away, and the subject is not brought up again. But these pages are not as banal as some of the tomes I've seen in here. They discuss the chain of events that branched into my birth and the current state of the world. And besides, it is a favor for a friend. The notebook drops open on the girl's nose and sways with her breathing as she falls asleep, lulled by the night. And a veiny hand out of the night itself takes it from her, smoothing the folded corners before putting it back in its place. The girl sleeps. The man also sleeps, although it has been difficult to find him. So far he had fled after his encounter with the seventh guest. It's comforting to know that he has taken on his function again after the news of the pregnancy upset him for some days. The other girls are scattered over the school's floor, thumbs in their mouths, and the other guests are resting on diverse places in the citadel. They all sleep, really. For all of Al Mudaina's anarchy and horary disorder, the sleep cycle of their dwellers seems to be intact, which confirms that, after all, sleeping at night is not just a social imposition. Of course, the prehistoric influence of the hunting schedules and the energy saved that establishing the day as an active period entails live on in society. But as it appears, there is also a biological component in the process. The pineal gland has a preference for darkness, and sleep comes easier with the cool and the silence of the night. The circadian cycle of diurnal animals, given it hasn't suffered any disturbance, chooses the shady period of the terrestrial rotation to secrete the corresponding hormones, increase blood pressure, and decrease body temperature. It's an intelligent adaptation to the planet's movement, one more way to interact with it, which was not annulled after the catastrophe. Those humans who were born after its devastation still depend on Earth, even if Earth doesn't correspond anymore. That, in some moment, will have to change. The new human generation that begins with this girl and the others that may come will have to assimilate at once its condition as a parasite and learn to live as such. Parasites don't live in symbiosis with their host, don't adapt to it, but transform it to fit their liking, to fit their needs. Parasites act like a virus. They settle in a city and reproduce until it bursts, spreading then their offspring to the surrounding conurbations. Parasites hide in the day and come out at night. They care about the well-being of their species and they expand it, unconcerned about what or who they have to sacrifice. In Al Mudaina there aren't any good parasites yet, just women and a man. But that is going to change. It will change soon, thinks the nocturnal animal as it climbs down the bookcase. They are only in incubation period. The city won't take long before it bursts. The planet won't take long before it displays symptoms. Under the semi-demolished porch that was,
Up until some hours ago, the roofed passageway between Al Mudaina's towers, an unusual hue of bluish and grayish can be observed, breaking the usual brown harmony of the building. The facade and a part of the roof have been totally eliminated by the guests with their arduous work, and in their place is now a nightly panorama of the exterior. The citadel stands in an empty plot, surrounded by an unsightly transparent fence that allows tourists to approach it without coming in direct contact with its residents. If they book very much in advance, they can trespass the fence and walk around the palace more closely, always accompanied by a guide who is very tired of their job, and will rant about the short story of the place while the visitors hope fruitlessly for some guest to show up in the greenhouse. At this time of night, there is no one interested enough to notice the figure cropped against the off-hue blue. Sitting on a pile of discarded wood strips, she glances at the Medina's yellow lights through the fence, which isn't further than 20 meters away from her. The office where she signed in and left her belongings is attached to the quadrilateral's eastern face. If she ran, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes for her to go, retrieve her holograph, and come back. Then she could contact the outside, ask for medical help when she needed it, record videos and take pictures, save her textual collections on the cloud.
How are you feeling, dear?
The veiny hand of the nocturnal animal lands too delicately on the 27th guest's back, making her start notably, signal that she couldn't have been brooding anything good. Following the defense mechanism that is good etiquette, the young woman rises to her feet and turns her back on the landscape she was watching, leveling herself to her assailant's height. For a moment, an internal debate can be discerned between the easy lie, the potentially pathetic attempt at humor, and the truth. But past the startle, her mind recovers the notion of space and time, and her expression loosens. She's not in society. These people are not civilized, so it isn't necessary to adhere to the rules of manners to address them. This realization seems to relieve her, and her body language corroborates so when she slumps her shoulders, showing herself a little vulnerable. However, she is not confident enough to sit again. I'd give anything for a shower, she confesses, without stopping to think too far about the possible interpretations of the sentence. She has withered a little since her clandestine conversation with her comrades. She scratches her wrist, and under her nails a layer of filth appears, so thick that it's surprising it hasn't darkened her skin a few shades of gray. Though partly she intended to challenge her with the mention of a word belonging to the associative field of water, Aliyah doesn't show a hint of offense. She raises the edges of her mouth with that idiosyncratic maternal sweetness she always manages to tinge creepy. I remember that pleasing sensation. I used to spend hours under the shower head with the water of 104.5 pouring at 39 degrees down my back. I liked the waste. I always ran the water too hot and for too long, and also used more soap than it was necessary. I did not feel guilty. Somehow, I always felt like I was making the best of a machine's death rattles, and it wouldn't take long to break down. I was 24 years old when it did. The 27th lifts her ever more bushy unibrow, surprised that Aliyah has revealed her age, given her taboo around the subject. The hostess takes a step to the front, and her guest doesn't miss the subtle manual movements with which, indubitably, she is resuming her subliminal message game. When were you born, 27?
October 25th, 2026.
24 years old, 25th of the 26th. 27th guest. Aliyah places herself, again, at an invasive distance from the young woman. Sahara has spent some days looking for Al Mudaina's shower. She intuited there must be one hidden in some corner, frequently used by guests and girls, but erased from their episodic memory by the madani phenomenon, which is the name she has attributed in her personal notes to the amnesic effect produced by the Citadel's ideology. but the fetid odor the hostess gives off makes her seriously doubt her supposition. Could this be the only aspect where Al-Mudaina's inhabitants act truly in accordance with their beliefs? Sahara has known worlds where hygiene is infrequent and cumbersome, but never pondered one where it doesn't exist. Having to live in it for 9 full months is a challenge difficult to assume, and makes her fear for her cutaneous health. How many years have passed since then? 20? 19? 22? Almost 23, really. Aliyah nods approbatory. One of her arms waves theatrically in the air before aiming at Sahara. She swallows. It's a wonderful age. I much fear that your mind already reached its culmination some years ago, but although you are precipitating to absolute decadence, you are still in the thrilling part of the fall. And your body is still smooth and cushioned. You should start thinking of how you're going to ruin it. That could be interpreted as a half compliment in the mouth of who has said it. Sahara, however, is more focused on the other input of information that Aliyah is conveying to her. Her hand snakes through space until the bow of her elbow is ajar, and then she points with all 5 fingers at the stomach of the guest, who grimaces. It's a clear reference to pregnancy, but is she really insinuating it so early, when she herself has asked for her assistance in her own state? No. Aliyah's double-meaning method does not work this way. The words, although connected to them, never align directly with the gestures. Otherwise, it would merely be an over-gesticulated message, and not two, like Sahara believes she had understood in her previous conversation with the matriarch. Tense, the young woman awaits the next move. Incidentally, how is your search for wood for the new tower going? You can see that your fellows are already preparing the passageway that will lead to it. The wood is on its way, she affirms with caution. Aliyah smiles with complacency, but her arm is still stretched toward the woman's gut, as if she were waiting for a handshake. Sahara examines both sides of the conversation, trying to globalize her viewpoint to understand the whole message. Try to think like a guest, she tells herself. Aliyah has accosted her in the middle of the night and seems to have all the time in the world to chat about banal subjects with her. She's asking something of her with gestures, but she can't comprehend it. The most logical thing she can do is asking her. Still, she must do it by means of the same code she is using to demand. Slowly, and without taking her eyes off her droopy lids and deep crow's feet, Sahara lifts one hand and takes it to her belly. Something in Aliyah's expression lets her know that she's doing the right thing. When she presses on it, the girl feels the quadrangular lump interposing between her skin and the clothes she is wearing. The phone! It's stuffed in the only pocket of her pink sweater. She must have put it there after concluding the 2 calls she made, of which only one is registered in the history. Sahara pulls it out sharply and hands it over to Aliyah, who is clearly requesting that she give it back. In the end, the message was pretty easy to decode, only she had no idea that the device was there. Aliyah did know. At the time the hostess grabs the end of the screen, Sahara feels a rush of adrenaline and decides to commit a folly. Instead of letting go for the woman to take it and leave, she clings to the device with her fingers and pulls at it. How did she know where she had put it? There is only one possible scenario, given the now known fact that Aliyah only comes out of her attic at night. The image of the naked lady entering her little corner while she sleeps, rummaging through her belongings till she finds the cell phone, and then leaving everything as if nothing had happened, vividly develops in her head. It causes her enough repulsion and impotence to keep wrestling, looking at the woman's eyes the whole time. You wanna play implicit messages, Aliyah Alawi? Alright, I know how to play too. With more crudeness than it would have been ideal, Sahara reaches out with her free hand to touch the crust-stripped corner of wall she was leaning against. Once fallen the wooden case, Al-Mudaina has been left in the nude, displaying its shames to the guest's forgetful eyes. Sahara has been sweetly surprised to discover, hidden in the rims of the cozy and thermal cedar room, the cold core that keeps it afoot. Imitating the permanent expression of rejoice on the hostess's face, the 27th guest drags the tips of her fingers across the beam of steel, fondles and massages it. That's it. The citadel skeleton is made of the same material as the earrings she's wearing, as the tip of the pen she uses, as the helicopter that brought her here. It was quite a short conversation. The man barely said 2 words to me, as if the quantity of wood and the use it would be given were already arranged, says Sahara. Aliyah raises her chin, fully conscious that she is being defied, but not willing or not capacitated to let her know it. The man is a good boy. He probably holds some resentment for the benefit you refused him at your arrival, but he will soon learn to accept you. What is that? An abrupt change of subject, or an absurd twisting of her words to fit the fantasy she lives in? He sounded tired, the good sir. The construction workers that came here didn't look too happy either, hammering on a building that's subsidized as a monument despite its no historic value. I know how you feel. Us originals suffered at having to bring those monumental works of nature to the ground. Decades of growth spent just to be sliced in some minutes by a cutting edge and a pair of strong arms. I admit it is exhausting labor in all senses, but you have to think that they have already been dead for many years. Incredible! How is she doing it? And what's even more fascinating, does she even know she's doing it? Sahara rubs on the pillar frantically, hoping to stimulate the adulterated response machine even further. Aliyah seems to be in a trance. Do you know that this was a residential neighborhood before becoming the citadel of Fez? Everyone states that Al Mudaina was no more than a small wooden house that started regularly expanding. At first it was privately funded, but when tales spread and tourists started coming, the Office of Tourism wanted to take a pinch out of it and bought the land from its owner, which must have procured her a good fortune. Al Mudaina's expansion process was, indeed, much more unsteady at the beginning. It is evident that as we welcome more guests, the effort is evenly distributed among all of us and it becomes easier to build. Don't worry too much about the tower. It does not need to be perfect. Take into account that we are building it for coming generations who will be free to modify it as it is convenient to them. A lot of stories are told out there. Everyone is pretty certain that you people are a cult, exempt from laws and taxes because of the great economic benefit you bring to the city. But when it comes to your origins, there is little more than rumors. I've heard all kinds of testimonies. In some words, you all came from the desert with vertiginous architectural blueprints which you presented as projects. No one knows where you got them, and the current building is not even an eighth of what was drawn in them. Others opine that you're no more than very well-paid actors, that one day you were hired by the government to attract visitors, and that you're not always here but go in and out of the citadel when nobody sees you. Personally, I'd rather stick to more reliable sources. Aliyah's beatific expression flickers superficially. She knows what she's talking about. Is there a coherent person beneath that elusive behavior? Is she receiving the information that is intended to be transmitted, or the one she is synthesizing as it enters? If there is a breaking point, Sahara wants to see it, no matter the cost. After a lot of strolling about the Medina and buying myself the timely food bowl to break the ice, I spoke with some of the area's old residents who were evicted and redistributed throughout the city when the extended parcel was built. They had the same distorted and tired idea as the rest of the population, but all of them coincided on an aspect of the narrative that nobody else had mentioned. I don't know how Al Tabut started to fill up, but I do know that a tragedy occurred in that house. With this, Aliyah is left silent. Sahara tasted some instance of victory at deducing that she has run out of comebacks. Whatever she says now, she has already proven that she is making it all up. Yet, past a couple seconds, the situation loses some temperature. The young woman does what she can to hop down from the emotional carousel that she, without inviting it in any way, has stepped on alongside the woman in front of her. From the ground, she realizes that the hostess's mutism is stretching further than it is due. The lugubrious smile persists on her mouth, but her eyes have burned out like two old bulbs. The carousel has stopped, but she doesn't know how to get off. She has reached the breaking point. Horrified, Sahara lets go of the device they are both holding and observes as the woman leaps back to where she came from, without answer or reverence of any sort. She uncurls her vicious arm from the pillar and wipes the grime on her trousers, as if this way she could wipe the mistake from her immediate past. What has just happened? Carried away by an unknown current, she has breached two of the maxims she took mental notes of when she entered Almudaina, disregarding Laurent's warnings. She mustn't talk to them about her world. She didn't intend to bring them any influence, only to observe them. But above all, she mustn't allow them to bring her any influence. She could feign it if it was convenient, appear convinced to blend in better with her surroundings, but she mustn't ever allow a single drop of madness to permeate in the fabric of her mind. Is that what has happened? Has Aliyah dragged her, taking advantage of her drowsiness, to the edge of her psychological whirlwind, of which she has managed to escape by the skin of her teeth? Her abrupt shutdown has seemed genuine to her. Her eyes really seem to have emptied. Knowing her, even this might have been drama. Perhaps she would be overestimating her if she thought that her own mention of this tragedy, which so has surprised her apparently, was the target the hostess was chasing after when she looked for her around the citadel in the deep night. Even that the discovery of this mysterious event was the fate designed for Sahara from the beginning, since Aliyah allowed for her to kick the man out of the platform, since she chose her as an assistant for no reason. Or perhaps it's just a regular initiation performed on newcomers, making them feel chosen so that they will pass more easily through the sieve. That won't be me, Sahara comforted herself in her first weeks of stay. I'll know if she's trying to toy with me. But were the game so complex as to deliberately feign a mental shutdown, not Sahara nor anyone could know if she was participating passively in it. Without knowing it, she has just revealed a part of her identity and her intentions to the woman that has invaded her privacy while she slept. And that woman is in possession of a device with which she can and has communicated with the outside. If she has succeeded with this conversation, what keeps her from digging, centimeter by centimeter, deeper into Sahara Ahmed's character? Knowing her further each time, finding her personality in her weaker spots via these furtive encounters until she reaches the core and takes control of her life. Sahara peers at the exterior once more, through the wrecked down wall. Prudently, she places the sole of one of her sneakers on the sandy ground, confirming Aliyah doesn't have a super sensibility or a sensor system to control her guest's transit. If she really felt threatened, at least until they build a new wall, she could pick up her things and get out in the middle of the night. But being afraid won't help her know her cohabitants. It will only be 9 months. Good journalists don't bet on safety. Thus, in the length of the following week, Sahara decides to put all the work into her labor, focusing specifically on the study of the sign language used in Almudaina to exchange surreptitious dialogues. She soon learns it is not only Aliyah who has double talks with her subordinates. The mothers, who hold power over their daughters even if theoretically the latter are superior, also clench the girls' hands when they intend to reprimand them in public. Among guests, rubbing one's hands on her own thighs or abdomen is a common gesture performed in the presence of the man to warn the others that she is trying to establish contact with him. But the most outstanding feature, to Sahara's eyes, is the collection of motions and sounds fluently used by the Citadel's adolescents. Gathered in the sun salon, they spend hours and hours communicating with a scarce use of the alphabet. Their talks, rarely reaching remarkable depths, are a visually spellbinding and anthropologically fascinating spectacle. Sometimes, when she beats the ethical resentment she feels towards observing a group of naked girls as if they were animals in a zoo, the 27th guest walks by and sees them talk about their bodies, about the foods that please them the most, about the smothering presence of their mothers, and the mysterious absence of their father. In one occasion, even, one of the girls notices her glance and invites her to join them, at which Sahara spends an hour answering questions on various topics, ranging from the clothes she is wearing to the fear of spontaneous calcination. Not without a little disturbance, the young woman ends up perceiving that, actually, the girls of Almudaina are not that different from the ones outside, regarding their interests and concerns. The oldest mustn't be over 12, and if she was added the academic preoccupation she clearly lacks, she could pass as the very Sahara when she was her age. It always seemed to her that the transition between childhood and adulthood was the most curiosity-inducing period of human development, and she felt profoundly saddened when, one morning, she woke up and knew she had matured. Of course, as one grows, they accumulate facts and experiences that help them act rationally and in a socially acceptable way. But adolescence, and the unappeasable loneliness it entails, endows the one experiencing it with a base sharpness that will never recur in their lifetime. The girls orbit around Sahara with vastly confident movements. Their faces show such a serenity, such a fluent and firm control of the situation, that it makes her surprised to have been their age one day. Their cunning is whole. Potentially, they could convince any person of any idea if they were given enough data. And yet, they are not intelligent. They don't possess any theoretical or practical knowledge, like a perfect foundation on top of which no building is built. When she herself was a girl, she concluded that this impotence was exclusively due to the bad management of said foundation on the behalf of adults, who overloaded them with incompatible and useless materials, obtaining as a result a wavering scrap of a building. For what it looks like, in Almudaina they agree with this viewpoint. The maxim is the following: if the girls have potential, it will manifest inevitably in their pubescent years, needless of any adult influence. From the school's cabin, Sahara watches as this unprecedented initiative is put to the test, and, for her agitation, she ascertains that it is not entirely fruitless. The small girls, with their games and blabbering, show excellent motor skills and are precocious in their use of language, if not verbal. They express their wishes and moods without difficulty, both among themselves and to their mothers. Up to 3 or 4 years of age, they'd have nothing for which to look up to any toddler educated in a conventional kindergarten. The strange deficiencies come with the schooling age, between 6 and 7. In the exterior schools, this is the time when kids learn their arithmetic, study photosynthesis for the first time, and go out in the evenings to burn up their eternal energy. It is also when their first direct encounters with authority happen, defining the child's sensibility and conduct toward attack. Teachers, parents, strangers yelling at them on the street, they teach them to hate and to channel the hate, to shut up, to subordinate. The definitive lesson in this branch of learning comes later in adolescence, but small advances are not lacking along childhood. Pebbles placed as a warning on top of the floor-spread wings, which, when they try to fly, will be fixed to the ground with 2 huge boulders. The girls of the citadel, save for the maternal figure and the subtle hierarchy of the oldest over the youngest, have not known authority in its cruel absurdity. Their wings are ingenuously floored, vulnerable, and nobody keeps them from flying. They are smart, and yet they are not intelligent. In the sun salon and in the school, Sahara sits down to try and perceive any feint of movement, but none of them seems to have the intention to take off flying. Is the lack of hate what keeps them grounded, not seeing in the horizon a better place to flee to? Is it because they don't know arithmetic, are clueless on photosynthesis, have never been on the street? Or is the reason they don't fly that they don't have wings? Potential, even having free way, does not manifest. If the maxim of the school and of that 15-year-old Sahara is true, this means that such potential does not exist. And this, as the 27th guest's notes suggest, is not the exception, but the immense majority. Despite the wariness the young woman still spurs, with her clothes, her plastic pen, and her insistent questions, the guests adapt to her presence with the passing of the days. Seeing Aliya's daughters hold her in high esteem, the rest of mothers seems to feel more secure letting the outsiders stroll around the school's surroundings. They agree to converse with her, and they allow her to participate in some of the activities, like taking care of the pity crops or readying the girls' resting areas. Sahara knows not the whereabouts of the food that, save for festive dates, is consumed individually and untimely. Daily she has to panhandle around for spare bites from those she catches eating, which is quite a worrying inconvenience, but allows her to start conversation and know the guests in their intimacy. At first glance, the women of Al-Mudaina are cut out to the same pattern. They all answer with the same paragraphs and stay silent when too delicate questions are asked. But stripped some layers of brainwash, in the core of them all is a personality, if not very powerful, that differentiates them from the rest with its own features and particularities. The 13th guest is a simple young lady with a liking for painting, who has an awesome cave-like mural traced with tinctures over the wall of a hallway. The 7th guest is the strictest regarding the Citadel's verbal economy policy. She will not say a word if she's pricked with a needle. The 20th guest is a helpless narcissist. The 11th guest always loiters around the greenhouse or the patio, shooting furtive looks at the exterior as if she were waiting for someone. The 3rd guest holds a transparent grudge against Sahara. She has taken care to make it clear that she is Aliya's predilect midwife, and she takes any chance she has to remind her in person. Sahara herself has offered her the cession of her position in various occasions, but this only seems to further offend her. She assures Aliya knows her reasons well, and that a post-catastrophic child like her is not in the place to contradict them. Nonetheless, there is something in her way of addressing the subject that suggests disquietude. The jealous component of her anger aside, she is the only one who seems to realize the danger that the hostess faces in the young woman's incompetent hands. And still, she seems to be unable to oppose her. Aliya's reasons. Could there ever be someone in the world who comes to comprehend them? Come here. The boy, already about 17 or 16, does what he can to reach for his strange oracle, but the funny little bird flies and flies, tinier by the minute. The process is draining and makes him feel replete, though never full. His body, although it doesn't exist, goes in seconds through puberty backwards, anti-puberty. The hairs on his chest and belly are sucked by their follicles, and his bones and muscles atrophy, giving way to a smaller body, barely differentiated from that of a girl. His Adam's apple sinks in his throat, his vocal cords shorten and become thinner, his voice whistles for some instants before becoming stable again, much higher than before. "Let me see you!" The boy runs and runs along the wood, the surface of a shelf on which there were toys and photo albums. The soles of his feet become sore, burned by friction, bloody. Yells tear through his larynx and make his head throb. He hates screams. But the penguin has no mercy. Woman, baby, garden, donkey, chickpeas, shelf, and girl. Girl. For a moment he's scared. Has he arrived? Could this be what there was all along in the penguin's atomic nucleus? No, it's a dream. I've fallen asleep again, he admits to himself. The girl is swarthy, of long neck and narrow shoulders. She's sitting on the wooden floor, in the school, or the sun salon. Is she born already? Yes, she's born. It is an absolute certainty. It is the biggest truth existing in the confines of this layer of reality. Curious, but not fazed, the young boy approaches her and sits beside her. She's writing in a notebook. She turns around to look at him, and the universe is nothing more than her familiar face, her dimpled smile, and her name, Khadija. It is an absolute truth. Everything is right in the world, until Khadija ducks her head and surges back with a terrible surprise in her hands. A splash of water, cold and abundant. She throws it on her face and it falls down her body, definitely more water than she could fit in the shallow cup of her hands. She cries inconsolably. The man tries to scream, but he can't. "What are you doing?" He tries to shut his eyes, but they're already shut. Stop it! He tries to wake up, but this is actually happening. She's drowning. Stop it! Don't hurt her! Stop! You're going to kill her! Stop! Finally, he opens his eyes. Tachycardic, he rests on one elbow and stares at a fixed point. Greenhouse, Almudaina, reality. What seemed incontestable seconds ago, a fact omnipresent and always true as life itself, deems vague to him now, barely coherent. A couple more seconds go by, and the meager thread of plot he had wanes away, remaining in his retinas only burned, disjointed frames. The images have been sweet, and then they have turned grotesque. He remembers having felt satisfied at seeing the girl's face, then desperate and hysterical at watching her commit the vicious act. The impotent incapacity he has suffered when trying to scream has struck him. Apart from that, he doesn't remember anything anymore. His breathing slows, and his heart normalizes its frequency, since his senses no longer interpret the terrible imaginary stimuli as if they were real. Somnolence reinstalls in his body, and the man debates between the tempting idea of drifting back to sleep and the more sensible option, activating and waiting awake till night, when the residual reminiscences of the nightmare will have gone and his brain will no longer show him undesired sequences. In the end, he goes for the second option. Lazily, he sits up and makes his vertebrae crack. Then he rises and departs with lentitude. He doesn't even remember the girl's name now. That's how dreams work, one can assume. Along the way, a woman stands between him and the hallway's outlet, blocking his stroll with her 4 outspread limbs. The look in her eyes is unmistakable, and the man has already seen it countless times, in her and in all the rest. But for a blurry and irrational instant, his eyes trick him with the erroneous perception of something underlaying, a genuine endearment and a spark of pewter beneath all the lust and the disgusting animal necessity. And even deeper down, buried almost on the bottom of her shiny and contracted pupils, fear. Colossal terror for the power she is going to concede, on her own will, to this ingenuous boy she has in front of her. The persistent conviction that all of this is wrong, that it should not be happening, and that it must be stopped urgently. It's stupidity, of course, but the feeling does come to grace reasonableness, if only for a moment. In some way, it is related to the bizarre dreamscape he has just waken up from. Brought to hope by the unusual span of time that the man has remained looking at her, the guest lets out a huff when the young man sets her aside with one arm and resumes his walk-in. Now, he walks with a fixed path. Though he doesn't know very well what he'll be looking for, he knows where to begin his search. That girl... where was she exactly? She was too old to be in the school, too pale to spend her days tanning herself in the sun salon. And she had something in her hands, something she could have only gotten from one place in the whole citadel. Chasing the dream, the man trots into the great library, not to use it as a shortcut, but to rummage through its shelves, like he is supposed to be doing every day. Under his quiet steps, he hears a voice. His heart skips a beat, and he goes still like a threatened cat, pricking his ears up. And the auroras changed color, they saturated. They used to be beautiful, though they were always deadly. All those solar particles falling like pellets onto your face, while you stared dumbfounded at the lights, the greens and the turquoises. When the atmosphere's oxygen concentration increased, the phenomenon went from a lightly carcinogenic spectacle to a true horror festival. The night sky would suddenly turn green. The waves and the stripes were so thick that one could barely see a dark crevice behind the layer of excited atoms. It looked like the sky was a broth of radioactive vegetables and someone was stirring it. You were inside the broth, and you couldn't do anything except for gawking like an idiot as all those leakages rained on you. The man feels each palpitation of his chest and an alarm that ascends like an orchestra in his throat. The voice is that of a girl, an almost pubescent girl, and the words it dictates are hers. It's her. She surged back from the water. She's emerged from the very guts of the penguin. Immobile on the library's entrance, he goes unnoticed for the owner of another voice, more mature, that sounds once the girl finishes reading. Auroras. Infess, she says, in a neutral tone. It doesn't make any sense. It's true, it doesn't. At this latitude, we couldn't see them unless the solar winds were extremely strong, or unless the evaporation of the water also caused a change in the Earth's magnetic field, which it doesn't have any reason to do. You say it like you're talking about a soccer match. I don't know what a soccer match is. You'll have to be the one who illustrates me on that field. The girl laughs blatantly. Another laugh, more demure, accompanies her. Really, I don't know much about the subject. The book on auroras was on the same shelf as this one. I peeked through it, though you know it's not my cup of tea. But well, is there any book in this library I still haven't read? Is that how you've learned how to speak? Reading. My mother taught me how to speak. How to use vocabulary I learned from a wide collection of adventure novels. But the charm, that's natural. You're surprising, I tell you sincerely. A true prodigy. You're making me blush, Sahara. Sahara? The 27th? The man snaps out of his commotion with these 3 syllables that in theory only he is allowed to know. Though, if it's the apparition of the dream girl she's talking to, it would be reasonable that she can also pronounce them. She wasn't present, in flesh nor in spirit, in Sahara's income ceremony. She was dead, damn it. She drowned in all that water. The man gallops into the conversation, going around the bookcase behind which he was listening to their voices, a demented look in his eyes. Sahara, with her blue dress and her brown veil, is sitting on a rung of the sliding ladder, scribbling as always on her notebook. Some levels above the floor, the girl sits inside one of the shelves, snuggled among the books like she's one more of them. She holds an open volume, impossible to tell apart from the hundreds of tomes bound by Aliyah, but well known for the man. It's her booklet. It's there where those words about auroras were written. However, she is not her. She's a scrawny girl with a black mop of hair, and in the configuration of her face are the man's sly features. She's a girl, and that's where her likeness with the girl of his imagination ends. The man blinks. Both of them look at him, disconcerted. Hi, Sahara ventures, not moving a muscle. Do you remember me? The man doesn't take his eyes off the notebook. How does she have it? Seconds pass, and the scene remains static. The girl makes an effort to break the silence. Honestly, this is the last thing I was expecting today. Surprises are rare when you spend your days among books. What? The man gives in to curiosity. Skipping Sahara's sedentary body, he climbs up the ladder and nears the cubicle where the girl is settled. She stirs quickly, and like an animal, she positions herself for flight. With her hands and feet, she clambers onto the quadrangular frames of the shelves, ready to hang from her hands and drop to the ground, where Sahara watches the action without opposing any reaction. But the man doesn't assault her. In a clumsy maneuver, he moves horizontally toward the quadrant formerly occupied by her little body and stretches out an arm to pull out the book of his interest. The girl squints at him while he nods, pointing with his chin at the worn-out cover of the tome. What do you want? The man moves his head in various directions. The girl looks at Sahara. Sahara looks at her, then at him, then back at her. I think he wants to know where you got it from? The man nods effusively, which seems to infuriate the child. From the top shelf of the 5th column of the 2nd bookcase, she answers with audible heaviness in her voice. The man memorizes the data and hopes to the floor, to followingly run in search of the shelf the girl has indicated. Sahara and her exchange a look. The 27th doesn't hide her confusion, but the girl's mien shows, rather, exhaustion and deep contempt. Who was the unfortunate soul who invented phonetical diction? Various desolate tomes gather dust in the indicated box, and the man squats over them as if he had found a millenary coffer in an archaeological excavation. He strokes them with utmost delicacy, perhaps fearing that, to the touch of his real and tangible fingers, they will become pulverized and return to the plane of reality they belong in. Dream. But, weak as they have become after years of being exposed, they are still legible. Many of them are scientific publications with very remote dates, mostly related to the chemistry of water, but the ones that stick out to the man are the handwritten notepads without title or cover. Invoice books, school notebooks, paper sheets joined by threads, brimming with paragraphs written in ink of different colors. The man perceives the vertiginous buildup of a feeling. It starts in the base of his stomach, it climbs up his digestive tract, and it reaches his throat, eager. The dream, the memory, just about to manifest. The woman, the house, the bowl of chickpeas, the cry, all the pieces of the memory amalgamated, about to take shape. When the man opens a booklet of yellow covers and sees the rounded characters, the spelling mistakes, the occasional pictures, all of it manually produced by her, the feeling intensifies. It accumulates in his mouth, it prepares for ejection, it threatens to come out, and it does. The man lets out a dry cough. He looks at his hands, and in them he finds an object without any significance. The feeling of purge is vivid, and yet it is insufficient, like a dull climax. Whatever has been purged from his insides must have volatilized at coming in contact with the air. Nothing. It was nothing. Look at him, he's back already. Less disappointed than it would be comprehensible, the man returns to the first hallway of the library, where he is greeted by still the same company. Sahara has acquired a posture of active defense, with the little bibliophile peeking from her side. Despite her vulnerability, the girl has no reservations about externalizing her antipathy towards him. The motive of it, if it reaches beyond his use of mumbling as a code for communication, is unknown. While she sticks her tongue out at him, a gesture he ignores the meaning of, the 27th evaluates the young man's disposition, facing the possibility of a violent outbreak or something worse. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asks him, restrained. The man stops and looks her up invasively, laying now his attention on her. She is almost as tall as him. It's not that she's exceptionally tall, rather, he's a little smaller than it corresponds to him by age. "Since when do you associate with Math Girl?" Sahara is left in silence by his counter-offensive, and mainly by the disregard of the question she has asked him. She is not used to the capricious way of action of the man. If he wants to know something, he asks. If he has nothing to answer, he doesn't. Fortunately, the girl intervenes before she can become indignant again, which could give way to a new violent situation like the one that ensued days ago in her nightly encounter with Aliyah. "As flattering as it is that you refer to me with that admirable word," she says, "I have a name. My name is Naima Karim." Naima. It's not that one. The dream has already been expelled from his body without a result, but still the man remains lucid enough to affirm that it's not Naima, the name he's looking for. And if it's not, what's that name doing in the mouth of a girl of Al-Mudaina, those who are born uncorrupted and are incorruptible as long as they remain within its walls? Aliyah would have never named one of hers. In fact, the man looks at Naima and doesn't recognize her, which would happen instantaneously if she was a creature of the hostess's womb. Nevertheless, she's quite grown. She has got to be one of the oldest. "You should be in the sun salon. Why are you talking to the 27th? I find talking to her about chronicle notebooks much more stimulating than spending hours braiding up those dimwits' hair while they talk about you. I would like to know more about the catastrophe." Sahara justifies herself. There is a certain intention in her tone, too ingenuous, too soliciting. The man himself is too ingenuous to notice it. "I asked some of the guests. I asked you, but my doubts were not resolved. I came to the library where it was evident I thought that I would find some book that could guide me. Here I came across Naima, who seemingly has good knowledge of these racks." "Do you also have good knowledge of how they're organized?" Naima and the man look at each other like two animals on equal footing. Each wants something of the other, and is conscious that the other is thinking the same. Sahara, on her behalf, seems to know the girl's intents. Perhaps she shares them. "No, I didn't know there was an organization." "Well, there is." The man points at a spot above her curly little head, the first shelf column of the first bookcase, situated in the upper right corner of the library, with the entrance as a reference point. Then he points at the consecutive column, then at the next, and so on until he reaches the end of the furniture piece. When this happens, the young man traces a wider arc with his accusing finger to point at the first column of the second bookcase. Once he has established the pattern, he starts over. This time, he enumerates some names. Aliyah, guest 2, guest 3, guest 4. "Oh." The girl emits a sound of admiration when she takes in the order of her world that until now she had assumed was ruled by arbitrariness and mysterious chaos. Absorbed by a transcendental revelation, she spins on her heels, eyeing the well-known bookcases as if she saw them for the first time. Sahara doesn't look so impressed, but she carefully follows the string of the conversation and anticipates the man's following intervention. "The fifth column of the second bookcase. 4 bookcases, 28 residents," she calculates aloud. 7 columns per case. 7 women off on the first one, 5 on the second. 12. "The 12th guest," Naima confirms, with the notebook back in her hands. "Oh, Sahara opens her own notebook, goes back some pages, and finds her report of the quick conversation she had with the man. Then she looks him in the eyes. You know her. That's why you've taken interest in that story about Auroras. Yes. That girl has stories to shut 10 generations of toddlers up. Naima steps out of the protection of Sahara's body to show the man the chock-full pages, rapidly flipping through them with her thumb. I know, he thinks, and she's told me each and every one of them. Her diaries are the only books in the library that explicitly discuss the catastrophe. Let's go talk to her, Sahara announces, and both of them turn to her in disbelief. The man expresses true terror in his dark eyes. Naima, on the other hand, just looks slothful. Nothing that involves going out from between the shelves is especially exciting to her. The 27th is determined. I intended to do it since you mentioned her, but it hadn't been amongst my priorities until now. You can come if you want to. I'm sure we could help you as an ally. Ally? The man finds the election of the word questionable. It sounds as if he were introducing himself in a greater plan, when the goal of the expedition doesn't go, in theory, beyond satiating the newbie's doubts about the catastrophe. Though her way of action is the most adequate, following the maxims of self-acquired knowledge that are defended in the Citadel, the man can't help thinking that it would be way easier to directly go ask Aliyah. She would drop one of her sermons on her and leave her satisfied, well-informed, no need for all the fuss. But it hurts his conscience to think with such a vulgar pragmatism, so he ends up internally siding with the 27th. And before he realizes it, he also ends up going along with her request. In few seconds, he finds himself wandering about the halls of Al-Mudaina in the company of a gaunt kid and a woman covered in fabric. Driven, maybe, by the psychological need of closing the half-open ends of his life. What was of that young guest with whom he shared so many conversations, once he left her lying flat on the bedding, crying like a battered dog? Apparently he's about to find out. The thought raises an oppressive distress in the base of his throat. Sahara spunkily approaches every woman they come across, asking about the 12th guest's whereabouts with both words and gestures. The guests haste up their responses at seeing the man walking with her. It has to be a relevant matter if he's involved. Regardless of this, the young woman seems to have gained a certain familiarity with her cohabitants, a looseness she didn't have before, to talk and ask for favors without being overlooked. The man takes notice of the drape of the dress hanging from her narrow shoulders, the stretch of back that can be intuited before the fabric starts falling vertically towards the floor. It hasn't yet been a month since her arrival. She's a strange woman, but she's adapting well. The 12th guest is sitting on a flight of stairs, and outspread on the steps are little wooden jars, much like those the 13th uses to store her tinctures. Before she can see them arrive, the 3 offbeat allies catch her digging her fingers inside one of them, from where she extracts a viscous and abundant blob. With her head ducked down, she sticks it to her nape and spreads the substance through her long black hair, stroking upwards with her fingers. When she sits up with a whip of shiny hair, the man realizes she's the same woman who accosted him earlier, the one in whose eyes he saw a spark, still half asleep, of his dream. Looking at her from above, he perceives the gleaming reflection of the light on her thighs, where she has also applied a generous layer of the ointment. To tell the truth, her whole body shows that same sign of having gotten their share of the price. For his displeasure, the man then remembers that Aliyah is pregnant. The jars must be oils to prevent her belly being crossed by stretch marks. So those were her plans for today. Maybe she intended to use them after she had lain with the man, which she finds repulsive. Or maybe the thievery was only her alternative plan in case he rejected her, which is simply sad. Forgive the interruption, 12. begins Sahara, still a little adverse to referring to her companions as the numbers that replace their old names. Once she has claimed her attention, she asks her if she can spare some minutes to speak with them. The woman, feeling attacked, closes the jars with their respective screw caps and gathers them in a little cluster, which she pushes along the floor in their direction, as if to admit her culpability and apologize for the misdeed. The skin of her cheeks heats up and reddens, and over it falls lock after lock of greased hair, the embarrassed delinquent not having the guts to touch the object that has benefited from her offense. Is it only the man's feeling, or does Sahara inspire a certain authority in her companions? Is the position bestowed to her by Aliyah what aggrandizes her? Is it her sumptuous clothing? Is it her notebook? Is it her firm tone of voice? Is it her particular personality? Is it her unibrow? Is it the fact that, unlike the others, she doesn't seem to suffer from that chronic fear of doing something wrong? Truth is, before the pathetic spectacle of a woman that apologizes for something she was pleasurably doing seconds ago, anyone gives the impression of having authority. So much so that, after some moments of confusion, even the girl feels authorized to speak.
We already know that you lot take any chance you have to swipe Aliyah's stuff. We aren't here to talk about that. Quit dragging yourself on the floor, please.
Indeed, the 12th was already groveling before them in a supplicant attitude. At hearing these words from Naima, she relaxes a little, though she doesn't fully trust them, coming from a tyke with a bad reputation among mothers. For that uncertain reason the man can't discern, her eyes look for approval in Sahara's before she decides to stand up. Her body is revealed, greasy and luminous, like that of a woman who has given birth and breastfed. Her belly flaccid, her breasts saggy, and her hips wide. The man is left a bit stricken by this. It was only that one time. He didn't know she had become pregnant. Really, he didn't receive news of her after that at all. It's not like it is his custom to be very informed of the guests' lives, but a pregnancy is not something that goes unnoticed in Al-Mudaina. And being about her, it would have caught his interest. Which of the girls is hers, anyway? As you already know, it's not been long since I joined you, and there are still some aspects of history that I find dubious and disconcerting. I was looking for information on the catastrophe, and this girl helped me find your diaries. They have been greatly helpful. Today the man has indicated that you are the author of the texts, and I would like you to talk to me a little further about them, says Sahara with all the gentleness she possesses. The woman remains static, shriveled in place, like she's waiting for a blow. The 27th returns her a comforting look, patiently waiting for her to feel ready to speak, but her two associates know better about the functioning of this place and its dwellers. Naima and the man look at each other for the first time with a slight complicity. It's not like she doesn't know how to answer, it's that she cannot answer. She lacks the gestures needed to maintain a conversation beyond basic necessity. This is a skill that first-generation girls have invented, and that their second-generation peers are elevating to perfection with surprising speed. To respond, this woman would require the use of words, and that's something she's not allowed. Naima stands on her tiptoes and whispers their deduction to Sahara's ear. Oh, shucks, okay, then we'll have to refocus the conversation. Hold on, I have noted all the gestures I could. Speak, the man orders. The woman's gaze falls on him for the first time, though clearly she was conscious that he was there all along. The 27th and her friend also look at him, weirded out by his sudden tyranny. The young man squares his shoulders and keeps silent. If he truly belongs in an intermediate category between the hostess and her guests, his presential command should be stronger than Sahara's, stronger than Aliyah's remote and omniscient guidelines.
Besides, the man has a component of disobedience prevention that his superior lacks, the interest that the guests hold for him. Against Aliyah, they can riot, and in practice they won't suffer any consequences for it. Conversely, gaining the man's antipathy would be a major loss for some of them, if not all. They would have to mutually satiate the biological needs that bring them to him, which would be awkward and less impersonal, since, unlike him, they do bother to get to know each other and form a homely social net. The 12th guest hesitates, looking in every direction but the man's. You can speak. Us adults, we all know how to do it. No one will judge you here.
I don't think those are... I don't remember...
The 12th guest babbles. Sahara looks at her in the third person like a spectator, waiting for her to enter the dissociative state she saw Aliyah in last week. She only comes to when Naima elbows her. She's the one for whose interest the conversation is taking place, so it's her business to solve the problem. Her interlocutor is seized with nerves. She's not in a position to maintain a fluid dialogue. It is necessary to use the survey model she designed in her first weeks in order to communicate with the unwilling guests, the same one she would later employ in her first encounter with the man. "What is your name?" she asks with her best inexpressive professionality tone. The simple question pacifies the woman, who directs a sunny look at her, straightening at last. She knows the answer.
I gave up my name a long time ago. It was a vile taunt, a mark that my progenitors carved in me without my consent, that tied me to a place, a gender, and a fixed social state. Now that I am not changed to this deceitful individuality, I can dedicate myself to absorbing knowledge, processing it, and exposing it back to the world in a completely anonymous way, she explains, smiling. I am the 12th guest that Aliyah welcomed in her citadel. You can call me Guest 12, or just 12.
What a plan, Naima sighs, and she sits on the floor with her chin resting on her fist. Perfect. Guest 12, when did you enter as a guest in Al-Mudaina? Sahara changed that question when she interviewed the man, but this being a common guest, it's not out of place to ask her it.
I came in 12th place, 12 years after the catastrophe. The citadel was yet in a very early phase of construction.
This answer, although it is evidently part of the script, is interesting. Among the notes Sahara took from the man's testimony, some corroborate what she is saying. Guest 12 entered at 12, age approximate to the man. How old are you now? Displaying a confidence without precedence, the 12th guest straightens fully and slaps her hair to her back. She seems to be proud of knowing how to answer.
In Al-Mudaina, years are not numerically quantified, since we are dedicated to theoretical knowledge, and the practical dating system used in history books is not necessary to us, she says.
A photocopy of the answer the man gave to the same question.
In my case, however, I know the exact cipher of my age. Casually, the inconsequential event of my birth coincides with one of the points of the historical timeline that we do take into consideration, the catastrophe. I'm 24 years old, the same as the post-catastrophic world. The same as the man, too.
24. The official reveal of the man's age is quite a commotion to him. Sahara is not so impressed. She had already estimated the number, aided by basic arithmetic. What she is unsettled about, as well as him once he comes out of his self-realization, is that the number 24 corresponds to the age of the woman they have before them. She doesn't look it. Some guests, like 7 and 11, are not mothers yet, and the youth that they all allegedly possess can be perceived in their taut and stylized bodies without much space for doubt. Others, like 17 or 23, have seen their physiognomy modified by motherhood, And still in them, it can still be spotted in the lack of creases of the face, in the vitality still shimmering in the eyes. But there are some. The third guest, with her recriminatory lectures at Sahara and her apparent understanding of the danger Aliyah faces because of her irresponsible choice, doesn't seem in any sense to be in her 20s. Just by hearing the 12th's convinced and joyful words, it could be said that she is young and inexperienced, but her appearance doesn't complement this idea at all. Have the years been tough on them? Or are they spitting out brazen lies to fit the collective delusion of the hostess? We assumed you had experienced the effects of the catastrophe in a more direct way than the rest of us, Sahara ventures, leaving the questionnaire aside. Your diaries narrate them with a great care for detail. My diaries are... The catastrophe and my birth were almost simultaneous. I have no way to remember. Your mother told you those stories? Naima interrupts her. It's transparent how lost the woman is without a memorized paragraph to repeat. Perhaps because she has lost her linguistic capacity by lack of use. Perhaps because she has not the faintest memory of the diaries or the moment she wrote them. What the girl is doing, anyhow, is clever. Maybe if she gives her a bit of the text, a prompter's whisper, she will be able to continue by herself. Don't you remember? You were a baby when the water evaporated. You two spent some months hidden in a refrigerator. Then you wandered through the desert until you were 9, and she died when you got to a populated settlement. You spent 3 more years under those people's care, then you decided to escape. That's how you got to Almudaina. In 12th place, adds the 12th, with a fine thread for a voice. It's the only thing she knows how to say. Let it be, Naima. The 27th lays a hand on the girl's shoulder while she is in the process of standing again as a measure of containment. One of the characteristics that Sahara has found stand out in Naima since she knows her is her tendency to take others' lack of intelligence as an insult to her own intelligence. She can't blame her for doing so. She herself felt insulted at her age when she heard her parents speak. She used to think everyone was potentially intelligent, and it caused her an immense frustration that most of them never came to develop that potential out of simple laziness or neglect. But she grew, and that terrible morning of her maturity she pondered the possibility of being wrong. The girls of Almudaina, with their immobile wings, keep showing her today that simply there are people who aren't intelligent. Naima has opted for using hers, and she flies furiously within a roofed room, colliding constantly against the beams and cursing everyone who has contributed in building them. She is the exception. It's not Sahara's intention to impede it, but not because of it must she allow her to mortify a woman whose mental state is pitiful as it is. It's all good, 12. We can continue with the questions I was asking you before. No, wait. It's not only that. The man takes a step forward after having kept himself in the background during the whole conversation. Sahara hadn't taken notice of his contorted expression, of the crispness of his hands and the redness of his cheeks beneath his facial hair. All his features have become excessively expressive. He seems almost desperate. There is so much more. Your notebooks were filled with stories. Not only those your mother told you, but also all the anecdotes you wrote of your own life. Don't you recall how you two placed the frozen vegetables on a grill out in the open in the first years after the catastrophe, waiting for the boiling rain to fall and cook them? For several nights you sheltered inside the corpse of a cetacean to protect yourselves from the terrible vapor avalanches that followed the rains. You told me that, for a time, the sky was so overcast that your vision got accustomed to darkness, and that the first glint of light that appeared left a mark in your retinas that you still saw when you closed your eyes. Do you still see it? Tell me, do you remember the year that we were friends? You taught me plenty of games that your mother had made up for you in the desert. I recall you always coated your lips with honey or oil because you were so used to dehydration that you couldn't help protecting your skin with any greasy substance you could find. You still do it, right? I see you've helped yourself well with Aliya's oils. Do you remember how she would scold us when we climbed to the roof? Come on, you have got to remember something. We used to have great times. You've got to remember at least the last time we saw each other. Do you remember it?
The last time we saw each other,
Says the 12th, very slowly, fearing she'll fail in any syllable. The man observes her with a demented grimace, halfway between hope and the maximal humiliation of having to resort to the foulest memory they share in order to make her remember.
was less than an hour ago. You rejected me.
The man's world drops to his feet for the second time in the mentioned hour. She doesn't remember for real. All the puerile adventures, the incipiently adolescent conversations, the nights of white dreams, and the thousands of stories that have lived on in his memory for 11 years, and hers have vanished. Her brain has qualified them as unnecessary. Perhaps motherhood, too early, too traumatic, has erased from her mind all the memories related to him to keep the young woman from despising and abandoning her daughter in knowledge of her filthy origins. It may be that it was her who suppressed them until she made them disappear, to avoid herself all the pain that, otherwise, it would cause her to see the man every day. The pain of something that was beautiful, that could have continued being it, but was poisoned by the momentaneous stupidity of oneself, the self-loathing that comes hand in hand with it. The man clenches his fists as Sahara awkwardly adjourns the meeting, at which the 12th guest takes less than 2 seconds to obey, taking all the jars in her arms and leaving down the stairs, racing away without looking back, just like him. Naima's curls tickle his forearm as her pointy little hands drag him across a hallway and then another, back to the library. The 27th says no words, immersed in her textual compilation of what happened. The girl doesn't look like she's about to make any derogatory comments either, so finally it is him who has to speak, if only so he doesn't choke on the silence.
How can she not remember?
At hearing himself, he notices how defeated his voice sounds. I also forget things occasionally. I can't remember what I ate this morning, who the last guest I was with is, or how I entered Almudaina. But that was a whole year of our lives. It was the best year of my life. I call it the Madani phenomenon, says Sahara, not lifting her sight from the notebook. She doesn't add further explanation, as if the name was enough to understand it.
And, well?
Naima reclaims her. The young woman looks at them then, like she is just now realizing she has company. What is the Madani phenomenon? It's a term I made up to refer to the selective memory loss that the Citadel's guests suffer. I've seen them touch objects, have conversations, and see people, then forget everything immediately after. Sometimes it's simply because they wish to relive something they know has happened. I ask them about a certain happening and they stop remembering it for a moment, just so I will tell it to them and they will see their memory revalidated in my narration. The majority of the times, however, the reason is a bit more complex. They need their lives to be structured in a concrete way to confirm a story that they have built themselves, a past that may have been different to how they have assumed it to be. All their memories have to be in accordance with this story, and in the event that one contradicts it, their brains eliminate it just like that. The man stares at Sahara, more confused than before. He is the memory that contradicts the 12th guest's story? What story is that then? How can there be a version of her life story where he isn't present? The 27th guest responds to his perplexity with an extraordinarily sweet smile, an almost theatrical softening of her bird-like features. One has to admit that when she loses her usual frown, her peculiar face is comforting, even pleasant to the eye. It's not only her who has forgotten her past. You may ask any guest, they will all tell you the same tale of vague details, of desert, of long hours walking, and of being on the verge of death. They will give many details about the part when they climbed the wall of Almudaina, and from then on they will remember almost everything clearly. I don't think you're the problem, if that is what bothers you. I think everything that happened in her life before entering the Citadel didn't fit the past she chose for herself. Since a great chunk of your memories with her are based on the stories of that time, you have been swiped from her memory as collateral damage. Don't know if that'll make you feel better. At least you found out your age, Naima. Timely as ever. I gulped down all that chatter and didn't even get anything clean out of it. I could have read 20 pages in the time that woman took to decide what words to mumble. You are 10 years old, the man affirms, not even thinking about it. Naima looks up at him, clung to his arm, with the spellbound eyes of a daughter. No one had ever told her. You are the 23rd guest's child. Is that true? It is. You were the second one to be born in Almudaina. Only Aliya's first daughter came prior. She was born some months before you. The man has some numbers engraved in his memory, but Naima is faster with the math. You were 14, she says, not coming to accuse him of it, but certainly stunned. Yes. The declaration causes a tense silence in the group that walks along with them to the entrance of the library, where Naima unsticks from her young parent and sets off to return to her den. Sahara is left uncomfortably standing next to the man, wanting to leave but not knowing how to bid him farewell in order not to hurt him. Although, for what she has learned in today's afternoon, the young man is already a mass of psychological scars, very resistant, if not immune, to pain. And what does it mean? What does it mean? Sahara repeats. What? You said it's called madani phenomenon, that thing that happened to the 12th guest. The man furrows his bushy brows in a gesture of incomprehension, staring at the rows of shelves, or maybe at a spot beyond them. Sahara manages to fix her restless gaze onto his face and is impressed by the feeling of majesty he gives off. It's like looking at a relic, a mountain that, by the miraculous odds of the centuries, has been sculpted into the shape of a head. Modern human beings, despite their complex and monumental structure, have lost to the eyes of their fellows the striking natural image that the other animals have, and the plants and the rocks. The man's angulous and unkempt profile suggests an antiquity that annuls this loss and brings back all the crude beauty that he shares with the whole of the human race. Maybe that's what Aliya intended when she took away his clothes, a great part of his capacity for reason, and several years of his extended adolescence. The man is overwhelmingly human. What does Madani mean? Oh, well, it's the nickname I gave to you, to the group of all of you who live in Almudaina. I needed a word to refer to the guests and the girls together, plus Aliya and yourself, and this one deemed fitting. Almudaina is the city, so the civils or citizens are the Madani, Sahara explains. The man looks at her then, with his eyes wide open. The woman startles. The mountain has moved. Has she said something wrong? Some meters before them, a high-pitched voice blurts out a mockery-filled cackle. Naima is resting her back on a bookcase, listening to them while she pulls at the black springs that sprout from her head in all directions. What? We already have a name, says the man with utmost naturality, as if it were the most evident thing in the world. Though it's true, you can't count Aliya in when you say it. She belongs to the originals, those who lived before the catastrophe and survived it. All the generations that came from the originals belong to another group, and in it I'm included, as well as you guests, as well as the girls, and the future daughters of the girls. We are the resultants. Third chapter. The heat of the rising sun comes in pieces through the harem window and impacts on the surface of swollen skin, light projecting a deformed mosaic on it. The 4 past months have seen this routine repeated daily, and the lotion that covers the illuminated skin helps the light penetrate it with its noxious radiations, activating the production of melanin as a defense mechanism. A tanned tattoo of hexagons has been imprinted on the maternal belly, home of the fetus. Nonetheless, it has not been until today that something less concrete has permeated the amniotic sac, something that cannot be quantized like light into photons, not even quantified like the thermal energy of the sunbeams. This dawn makes 17 weeks in one day, and according to what Aliya Alawi learned in her youth, the organic mass she carries inside has come to life. It already had it, biologically speaking, from the moment it was created. The question is, when does it acquire that consciousness, that perception of its own existence that volatilizes just as easily when death comes? Where does it come from? Does it really descend from the posthumous planes of existence, paradisiacal or infernal as they may be, entering diagonally through the gaps in the latticework? Is it injected in her womb by an invisible entity that looks her in the eyes and crosses her soul without her noticing? Or is it simply the product of the electric connections between nervous cells that fabricate thoughts, that create images and register stimuli, and that's it, that is all, this is all there is? The hostess smiles to herself at the recidivism of her famous motto. It is not surprising that, among the many ones she has said and written in the last 24 years, that is the only one that came naturally, without a need to concentrate and deliberately elaborate it. Nor that, when it comes to transmitting it to her guests, it hasn't required an explanation. Only pronouncing it can make the listener take in the infinity of their insignificance. This is all there is a conclusion any person can reach with little more hassle than just lying down on the floor and thinking about it for a couple of seconds. The problem is that few are intelligent enough to lie down. Aliya has a whole room dedicated to it, where she spends almost the totality of her time, and yet her lying moments are extremely infrequent. At night, she doesn't lie. She goes out to supervise the serenity of her tenants and her daughters. During her insufficient hours of sleep, she is lying, but she is not conscious and rarely dreams. The only occasions where she is compelled to stick her back to the boards are her encounters with the man, which she finds very inspiring as well as gratifying. With this, and taking into account the animal nature of said encounters, the idea implied in those 6 words becomes clear to her eyes when the young man is with her. Clear as water. She takes good care to make it known to him each time before the boy sprints away like a scared deer. The exterior has become a construction site. Various individuals come around each day to control the diverse machines that have been installed in the earthy area surrounding Al Mudaina, where the metallic skeleton of the 3rd tower is standing. The first and the second towers, if disconnected from the aesthetical principles of the city, make a better match with other main monuments in Fez, with their horseshoe arcs and their masrabillas. The third one, contrary-wise, exceeds every conception of the visually pleasing. Hordes of tourists draw near at peak hours to try and define its potential shape, where the points of attachment to the ground will be, but at the moment they can't see but an oval-shaped frame, surrounded by scaffolding and stirred earth. The neighbors have added the work's noise to their eternal list of complaints about Al Mudaina's existence. However, the citadel is not endangered on their behalf. Inconvenient as it might be to them, it also brings them economic benefits, especially to those who work in the stands of the Medina. When they grow tired of witnessing the slow and insubstantial spectacle of the tower's edification, visitors need a place to go, an establishment where they can buy their meals. They consume in abundance and, in some cases, buy spare products to deposit in the food collection boxes, which are monthly sealed and received by the guests in the heliport. Those who do not profit directly from their pockets receive indirect compensations for tolerating the crowds. The monetary growth of the public sector entails an improvement in their quality of life. Gains for losses and losses for gains. This is the mutualism that has existed between Aliyah and Fez, because of which they both have thrived without ever exchanging a word, not knowing what the other does with their gains, being only concerned about their own. Through her little balcony, the hostess gazes at the irregular horizon, the untidy low structures, and the blotches of dark green between streets. More towards the east, there is a gravity dam. It's like a text, if looked at well, a text where each type is a yellowish building, the home of a group of human beings. So many of her guests wonder its lines right now, without nobody knowing it. My city, she thinks, and brings her hands to her belly, where her daughter has just begun her passing time in this world. Your city. The sweet call of a feminine voice claims her from the threshold, and at turning she finds the seventh guest with a wooden tray in her hands. On it, a pile of cereal and a cup of steaming tea. Aliyah invites her to come in, remembering in that instant that it has been more than a day since she last had a bite of anything. The young woman kneels to place her load on the floor, and although she should leave right away, she remains on the spot. She is one of the youngest, but not one of the newest. The name she gave up at her arrival was not too substantial. It was ordinary. It went unnoticed. Once she got rid of it, her facade of vulgarity hatched, surging from it a youth of exceptional personality, an exemplary guest. Aliyah has never heard her pronounce another word after that trisyllable name, said by a 16-year-old girl who came knocking on her own will, who took her clothes off without complaint and immersed herself in a quiet and infertile life. She has knowledge of her methodical customs and her rituals in what concerns the man, but still she does not believe she has come to understand her. Generally, knowing what they ran from is enough to unravel the character of each one of the guests. To her knowledge, the seventh is one of the few ones who did not come to the citadel to escape something else, which makes her all the more complex to decipher. Luckily, Aliyah Alawi shares that very quality with her, that of being difficult to decipher. She is conscious of it, and she knows most people who enjoy or suffer this trait are also aware of their own mystery, and they love it when others try to solve it. I am convinced that you are, among all my guests, the one who has best understood the meaning of Al-Mudaina and the lifelong pursuit of knowledge. I am almost surprised by how much you have disassociated your life from the outside's requirements. Many of your fellows still find themselves tempted to hold irrelevant conversations, to have spiritual thoughts, or to feel rivalries for the man's affection. You seem to have seen the absurdness of these practices, and you limit yourself to doing your duty as a human being. The defect of your sterility is not at all a problem you must fret over, says Aliyah, while she picks up the teacup and sips it content. It's cardamom tea. The guests recently harvested the greenhouse's plants and have been able to dispense with their usual packet tea, which comes in the supply boxes, for some days. The young woman waits patiently for her hostess to finish the cup, with her head low and her disorderly black locks pouring over her eyes. Her hair almost reaches the base of her neck already. Aliyah brushes it away from her face and discovers a light blush, a pair of pursed lips, and a glance cast down. Shame. There are some who attribute more meaning to life than it actually has. Personally, I opine that it has quite little of it. Softly, without style or intention, Aliyah kisses her seventh guest's closed mouth. The girl squirms under the touch of the reptile, the abomination, but she does not move. Her innocent hand lifts from her lap and reaches out, cupped in the air. On it fall two long-duration batteries, like the hostess's cruel kiss that never ceases. Aliyah drinks the shame and the discomfort right from her guest's lips, and from them she nourishes, in them she rejoices. Who needs cereal and cardamom when they can suckle on the pure juice of humiliation? I disgust you, don't I? You will desperately want to wash your mouth after this, but you do not have water to do so. Once she unsticks from her, she watches her stand up with dignity, clutching the small cylinders in her fist, convincing herself that they're there and it has been worth it to go through all that. She turns, and her short hair leaves the whole length of her back in sight, of protruding scapulae and sunken vertebrae. Her round buttocks fold alternately with her quick pace. That's it. Go give yourself to your dirty vice. When her figure is almost through the threshold, Aliyah stops her with one last request. Would you be so kind as to ask the 27th guest to come up? She exclaims, with the most casual tone of her repertoire. Today my daughter has come to life. From now on, we will have to see each other more often. During the coldest months of the year, the region's temperatures do not usually fall beneath 5 degrees Celsius, so the inconvenience of walking around naked can be amended without much hindrance with a handful of blankets and the thermal isolation provided by the wooden walls. Winter in Almudaina is a period of inactivity, with no harvests, no parties, no movement. The guests huddle up and pass the days as passively as possible. The lower floors are avoided, and construction workers have free way to transit inside and outside the second tower. They use the hole still gaping in the patio's wall, through which leaks a chilly breeze and humidity in the nights. The finishing time of their shift coincides with one of the peaks of tourist inflow, though there's not a lot of them these months, so it is complicated to find a moment where the enclosure is free of witnessing eyes. Fridays are quite calm on both fronts, but they are not adequate for what Sahara Ahmed has in mind. The best option, she has deduced, is doing it just at the crack of dawn, when the travelers still sleep like logs in their hotel rooms and the workers are arriving to their posts, slow and groggy. Her head snoops out to the exterior to make an umpteenth check, just in case there are figures behind the fence or silhouettes behind the metal rods of the scaffolds. At her side, Naima stirs in the woolen blanket that, girded around her nose, covers her whole body except her hair and her eyes. She sneezes a couple times. Used to living, essentially, inside a drawer, the cold doesn't sit very well with her. The glares she shoots at Sahara from beneath her toga are not what one could address as endearment looks. I think I'm going to go, mutters the 27th, with the soles of her sneakers already sunken in the gravel. You better go. I'm not waking up at this indecent hour for 4 days in a row to watch you pop your head in and out like a mole. You talk like a sulky old lady. Sahara visualizes her target in the distance. The small stall is joined to the fence's front face, connected both to the inside and the outside. It is the conduit through which visitors and their guides come in and out, and also the center of the scarce administration that is carried through when the new guests come in. The 27th guest thinks she knows what she'll find inside. The same apathetic clerk who will do as they tell him as long as he doesn't get fired for it. Her hopes are set on him not being the kind of apathetic clerk who bothers to consult things with his superiors so that he won't get fired. Remember the plan. If someone shows up, you warn me with a yell and you act like the weirdo we all know you are. Way to thank me for abandoning the perfectly geometrical world of my dreams and coming down to freeze in this... Oh. Without warning, a monotonous roar of pulleys and gears floods the air, and one of the piles of metal girders scattered throughout the yard raises from the ground, pouring from its surface a rain of dust that lifts clouds in the air. The mighty yellow mast casts a shadow so large on the sand that they hadn't even detected its presence, but indeed, the boom of a crane is suspended over their unprotected heads. And outside the perimeter of the plot, a man is controlling it from its wheeled cabin. How has she not noticed? Sahara turns around, willing to leave the operation for another day like she has done for the past 3, but Naima's expression is worthy of reconsideration. The girl gawks at the mechanical arm with her chin up, with her mouth partially open, exposing small clouds of condensed breath. She reminds her of those children that hang on their busy mother's arms on street markets, on train stations, on metro seats. Unaware of the reasons why they are in those places and the places they are headed to, letting themselves be carried by those women while they look around, indiscreetly, soaking in the shapes and the sounds they can catch from their surroundings. Absolutely awed by the new sensation of being alive. Sahara wonders if Naima has ever had the chance to be one of those children. Ingenuous her, of course she hasn't. Had you ever seen a crane before? She asks her sweetly. Yeah, of course I had. They come around more often than you think. And I've read books on all imaginable subjects, so I also know how they work. But it never ceases to impress me. Sahara moves her hands in a futile attempt to open a notebook that is not on her. Naima remembers the cranes. That is interesting. In a little less than 4 months, the 27th guest has considerably expanded her thesis on the Madani phenomenon, which has ended up keeping its original name despite the man's correction. Over the course of the previous weeks, the supply helicopter has landed again on the platform, and Sahara has witnessed firsthand the perfectly organized process of its unloading, the storage of its contents, and the utter elimination of the memory of its existence in the mind of the guests in charge of performing these chores. The girls are not allowed to take part in said process, presumably because they would see the helicopter and realize it is a helicopter, lacking the mental mechanism needed to distort it into... what? A fruitful harvest, so fruitful as to produce meat and powdered tea? A big and winged version of Aliyah, descending from the heavens to provide them their weekly bread? Digging into the neurological functioning of the Madani phenomenon escapes Sahara's abilities. She will have to trust Angie for that. She is usually pleased to be made to employ the knowledge she learned in order to graduate in psychology, which she never came to use for anything else in her professional career. Nevertheless, it does not seem that risky to suppose that the reflex of forgetting inconvenient things may be, somehow, hereditary, or in any case, a fully empirically learned behavior, not requiring any effort but instead coming naturally from observation, like small kids learning how to talk. The manifestations of the Madani phenomenon in girls are harder to detect. They use it more subtly, as if the mechanism had been refined, passing from one generation to another. A rotating gesture with their fingers coming to say, repeat, after having heard a phrase that particularly pleased them, generally compliments to them. A negative hint with their head, almost imperceptible, when they wish to take back something they said or did. Automatically, the message is transmitted to the rest of the room, and said unfortunate action seems to disappear from their consciences. But this doesn't ever happen with Naima. Conversation with her is verbal and fluid, does not present those blurry gaps in the line of dialogue. It's fascinating how different her oratory capacity is from her fellows, having all been born under the same conditions. Talking with her is like talking to any girl grown up in the outside. If girls in the outside were sarcastic little devils with a terrifically sharp reply for every question and without an ounce of respect for their elders.
I want to go with you. Now? You want to go out?
Naima nods solemnly. The 27th frowns, evaluating the risks of going out completely unprotected without a warning voice. Her plan was to go unnoticed as far as possible. With her clothes on, she trusted to be able to pass as one more worker, but she will not be able to keep appearances if she has a naked kid running at her side. Is it known even that there are kids living in Almudaina? Is it legal? Despite everything, Sahara doesn't have the cold blood to tell her no. Her eyes go down to the smooth floorboards where her bony little feet stand, then glance at the jagged sandscape that separates them from the cabin. It is not infrequent to see barefoot children in Fez playing in their houses' doorways or riding their parents' donkeys down the street. All right. We will go now, or else we will have to wait till tomorrow. Here, put this on.
What are you doing?
Sahara unties her sneakers with a tug and places them at the girl's feet. They used to be red, now they're closer to brown, as if the fabric had coagulated. Judging by the look of repulsion that Naima gives them, they might as well be made out of blood clots.
I'm not putting my feet in there.
Come on, you'll hurt yourself if you step on the gravel with your bare feet. You haven't ever walked outside of this place. I can handle it. I'll finally make a use of all the calluses I have. Naima gives in, and Sahara ties double knots around her ankles to adjust the shoes to her tiny soles. Then she wraps her head in the blanket and tucks her untamable loops inside the hem, fixing up an impromptu dress that falls halfway down her shins. Her sullen look, framed in grey wool, is quite comical. How do you feel, city girl?
Feels like someone's chopped up my body and locked each piece inside a different cage.
You outside people spend all day like this? The girl walks in circles, taking each step with aversion, like she's stepping on a sticky surface.
What a nightmare.
Focus. At my signal, we will walk out at a quick pace.
And so they do. As the beams fly through the sky and land on their assigned spots inside the third tower skeleton, two silhouettes cross the yard, speedy enough to not be perceived by the crane conductor and slow enough to not look like they're fleeing. Sahara pinches her companion's wrist each time she looks up, but she does not hush down her sighs and interjections at finding herself beneath open skies for the first time. The cabin's glazed door, riddled with touristic posters and visit schedules, approaches with distressing lentitude. 30 meters, 25 meters. The inside of the office, purposefully laminated with fake wood, starts becoming visible through the glass. 15, 10 meters. The man, bald and bearded, is sitting by the desk, moving his mouth. Sahara tenses up, though she does not stop. It's the same man who assisted her at her arrival, which is a strike of luck, but is he accompanied by someone? 5 meters. The sign posted at the head jam says, "Come back soon," in English, Arabic, Spanish, French, and German. Sahara gives the door a too vigorous push, praying it opens inwards and not outwards, and before she can psych herself up, Naima and her are standing before the counter, hand in hand. The man stops talking.
The thin screen implanted in his work desk, which basically does all the work for him, emits a pleasant hum and immediately answers. Your command seems to be incomplete. Please repeat, specifying the directory of the selected files. Naima grabs on Sahara's dress, gazing at the either in search of the invisible woman. "Can I help you, ladies?" says the man. Sahara realizes then that she, too, had remained staring at the computer. 4 months are nothing, but a fog of strangeness envelops her at hearing, once again, the anonymous voice of the operating system that everyone knows, that is in everyone's home. Blushing, she shakes off this idiocy and straightens up. They must be quite a sight to see. The Phantom of the Opera and her pink-socked babysitter. "Yes, I am the 27th guest. Sahara Ahmed. I would like to retrieve the belongings I left in the cloakroom." Sahara claws at the palm of her hand. Has she lost all her communicative capacity in 4 months? She's talking like a short question interviewer, like a guest. "I understand that a locker was assigned to me." "Help yourself, then." The man points at a second screen, embedded in a tilted surface, towering a little above his table. "Of course, you useless." Sahara, absolutely mortified by her own incompetence, places herself in front of the monitor and waits for the man to introduce her login code by voice dictation. 0042. The number appears on screen and 2 options spawn before her. Consult admission data or manage storage. The young woman directs her gaze toward the second inscription and blinks once, firmly. A menu of recent actions opens, with only one entry dated 16/09/48. In the top right corner there is a round icon with a green cross inside. Sahara taps on it with her eyes and selects the option Withdraw. A new entry is created with today's date. Easy as that. Now the whole computer network linked with the Office of Tourism knows that Sahara Ahmed has come to pick up her damned phone. The pleasant sound spreads through the air again, and the incorporeal woman informs them that the cloakroom door is open. The 27th guest crosses it with the same vigor with which she entered the stall, dragging Naima, who looks like she suffered 5 cerebral infarctions at once, behind her. The desolate lockers are stacked in 9 columns of 3, inscribed with codes that do not coincide with the numbers that are assigned to guests. This is understandable given that those who have arranged them in this way have never been inside Al-Mudaina and are not aware of the ritual of name detachment. Additionally, there are 2 curious facts in relation to guest numbering that Sahara has figured out in her 4-month stay. The first one is that there is no guest number 1. The library shelf that corresponds to her contains old book copies that could belong to anyone, even Aliyah herself. The second one? Al-Mudaina has sheltered more guests than those who currently reside there. There is no confirmation of the latter, since obviously nobody remembers that they existed, but all the signs point to Sahara's not being the first transient stay in Al-Tabut's history. The 12th guest's inexplicable amnesia is the biggest point favoring this theory. The Madani phenomenon acts on particular memories, but can it eliminate full phases of the life, including crucial people and events? It would make more sense that it wasn't like that. It would make more sense that there had been another 12th guest, that she had been the one to write the detailed diaries about the catastrophe. That she had not arrived in the 12th place, as her current substitute had emphatically stressed, but instead that it had been her, that 12-year-old girl who showed up at the gates of a diminished citadel, the one who inaugurated the method of guest adoption, the one who inaugurated the man and the twisted role he has played ever since, the one who created, in her own handwriting, what going forward has been known as the catastrophe. The first one. 0001. it says on the locker on the top right corner. Is there anything inside? Really, there is no way to know. Sahara approaches a new screen that protrudes from the wall and faces her dark iris with the glassy surface as if she wished to peer through it. The machine does not take long to recognize her and pronounce her name with its warm feminine voice, followed by her true entrance number, 0042, the 42nd guest. Her box unlocks on the bottom left corner, and she hurries to pick up the only item she chose to leave behind out of pure stubbornness, out of impractical principles. The tiny device and the powerful external battery that comes along with it fall in her hoodie's pocket while the compartment locks itself back with a click. Immediately after, the voice announces that her ocular reading has been incorrect and asks her to try again, facing the wall in a 10 to 100 centimeter range. What? Sahara turns around, still squatting, to find her companion tiptoeing before the gadget, looking for the omniscient woman behind the glass. The girl obeys the commands, but the error notice repeats itself. No matter what position she sets them in, Naima's eyes are not registered in any database. Her expression is of maximal concentration, the same one that shows in her face when she's bottled up in one of her calculated drawings. Abstracted, she draws her hood back and pulls at her eyelids, thinking perhaps she will become more recognizable this way. "Naima," she hisses, standing up. "What are you trying to do? You're not... It doesn't know who you are. None of these lockers are yours. You can't open them." "I know none of them are mine." Naima shoots her one of her special looks, those that let one see the raw entirety of her intelligence, that make one want to pass her the reins and see where she intends to drive the situation. "I know." The girl stretches out an arm and points at one of the lockers, marked 0023. "But I want to know more. I was going to ask her if I could open my mother's." Mon puto shoe.
Sahara sighs, way too moved to be a semi-professional journalist. It is rather probable that that locker doesn't even belong to the 23rd guest. But how to say it to a girl who rummages for the motherly affection she's missing in a library's shelves? The 27th has been present in some of her more recent mother-daughter encounters, and only witnessing the dynamic between them has made her miss the pebbly relationship she used to have with her own mother. There is a common component of privation of movement freedom, of unwanted ties to the home, that stars in the eternal battle between teenagers and their parents. Nevertheless, keeping a girl from the mere pronunciation of her own name is taking the dispute to another level. Naima's reaction when faced with these episodes is usually indifferent. She evades her mother's offensives and tries to get her to leave, saving herself the pain that it would cause her to fight for what she deems a lost cause. But, lost as it may be now, there must have been a moment when it followed a delimited path. Hidden in some box, there must be the remains of the woman she used to be. Sahara glances at the box number 0023 and wonders, as Naima does, if that might be the one. I don't think that is possible if she isn't here. These recognitions are very strict. They're not known for admitting exceptions. Ladies? The bearded guy spawns on scene, alerted perhaps by the repetitive error notices emitted by the eye scan. Exceptions are, truthfully, the only reason why humans are still needed in most jobs. Not like they know very well how to handle them, and they probably will ask for another machine's assistance to do it, but you got to do anything possible for people to feel useful. Need some help with the machine? No, the machine is working perfectly. I already picked up what I needed. Sahara props her lute in the air and feels the terrible return of the stupid social smirk she believed she had domesticated. Luckily, the man does not perceive it. He's visibly more concerned about rationalizing the fact that there is a naked little girl in his workplace. Naima, as it is evident, does not feel invaded in any sense by his looks,
but Sahara steps in front of her and covers her shoulders with the blanket, facing the officer. We were only wondering if it would be possible to access the locker number 23. The girl doesn't have a code assigned for what I'm seeing, but that one belongs to her mother. I don't think she'll be able to come herself. I understand, the man ensures, in a tone that makes it obvious that he doesn't understand at all. I'm afraid you'll need express authorization to manage other person's storage. If you don't get it, you will have to bring the owner of those items to pass the scan. Her irises are not interchangeable with her daughter's. Of course, I'm aware. And where exactly could I get that authorization? Should I contact the Office of Tourism or...? None of that. It's been a while since the office turned its back on anything regarding Altabut, except for when it comes to profit. The man makes a face of irony, which is ironic in itself, given that the income he makes, and therefore the money he feeds his family with, come from the Office of Tourism. The permit you have to get from our Malaka herself. She is who's really in charge here. She has the office wrapped around her finger. Aliyah? Sahara exclaims, disbelieving. So it is true. She does communicate with the outside, and she has access to the items that her guests leave in storage, or maybe brought with them when they arrived, until one day they disappeared and were brought here by another guest, with the hostess's consent. The young woman thinks of her bag, defenseless next to her sleeping mat on the ground floor, and she fears for her belongings. But the news evokes more interesting questions. Do you know if this has happened in any occasion? If someone has ever accessed somebody else's locker with Aliyah Alawi's authorization? It's quite frequent. Once in a while she'll call to tell us she's sending a girl to empty locker number something, so we'll have space for the newcomers. Were you sent by her? You are a man, Naima sentences, emerging suddenly from behind Sahara's back. It seems like she just determined it after internally deliberating for a while. Sahara sincerely encourages the girl's critical thinking, taking into account the heavy bias that weighs on her young mind. But the truth is, her enlightenments always come in the most inconvenient moments. I knew there were still some of you left out there. You appear in all the books. All the laws and theorems are enunciated by you. Are there men of the resultant generation, or only you originals are left? That thing about the vestigial chromosome has always sounded ridiculous to me. How are they going to let the creators of everything interesting in the world go extinct? With this, as it is undeniable, every sprout of conversation that could be arising between Sahara and the clerk is annulled. The man rapidly drops the informal attitude that the mention of the Office of Tourism had induced, and remembers he is standing in front of two clients. Clients who, firstly, are missing pieces of clothing, and secondly, have just walked out of a place popularly known as the Coffin. Sahara watches with disappointment as the string of her new discovery fades away, and does not try to cling to it, because what the hell can you answer to that? Instead of doing so, she takes the girl by the hand and excuses herself. The rubber soles of her sneakers make more noise than necessary when they cross the small office to exit through the back door. Outside, a new pile of panels wrapped in plastic is landing at a slow pace on the sand. A construction worker with a sad yellow helmet as only measure of protection directs the descent with lazy arm movements. Naima emits an exclamation while walking by him. Sahara limits herself to politely greeting him and continues to move forward. It has been imprudent to bring the girl with her. She wasn't prepared for such a mental shock. Whatever has happened to her maxim of not influencing, of observing and annotating without trying to modify what she sees according to her own ethical principles? Up to what point is it fair to do so? Now she'll want to know more. She won't conform with what she sees and can read. She'll ask her questions. She'll trust her to break her out. And then she will have to leave. leaving her alone in the library, fluttering around in vain with her enormous wings. All of them braiding their hair day in and day out, for all their lives. Sahara perceivably quickens her pace, focusing on the rhythmical steps of her socks on the dust. Left, right, left. Don't start it. Right, left, right. Stop it. The action protocol activates, but it's a bit late. Her face has already paled several tones when she raises her voice, which makes her seem a little hectic. Naima, that thing you said has been a social debate for many years in the world. You shouldn't think... You shouldn't? Damn it, you can't counter an induced opinion by inducing another. It isn't true that all scientific advances are attributed to men. There have been many women involved in the development of the technology that is used today. I wasn't talking about technology, says the girl, absently eyeing the crane's mobile arm. I was talking about the interesting stuff. The theoretical. Math. There is also women in math. There is none in the books I've read. What I mean is... Sahara takes a deep breath. When it comes to these subjects, she is used to standing defensively, but she's a child. She's not responsible for most of the things that cross her head, less so in her situation. That there is no masculine predisposition to theoretical knowledge. The fact that all fundamental laws have been announced by men is due to a historical restriction of women's education. This belief still being maintained only hinders the general advance of science. Girls like yourself have the same potential as any of those old thinkers. Even if we have arrived a few centuries late, our input can have the same impact as theirs if we are able to reach it. I didn't say that women can't reach it. I said that no woman has, but they could have if they had been given the chance then. Now everything's discovered and the initial bar is much higher. It is senseless to believe yourself incapable because you can't equate yourself to those who were the fathers of the sciences. Do you think I intend to equate myself to the mathematicians of antiquity? No. You don't have to. Your worth would not be less if you didn't. I intend to outdo them. Do you know what I'm going to do? A few steps away from the citadel, Naima gives Sahara her most radiant smile, a mix of prodigiousness and childish fantasies. In her eyes is the security that she, at age 23, lacks. She would like to show her the world, comfort her and correct her wrong opinions. She would like to make her think right. But she's already righter than she herself has felt in years. Before she says it, Sahara already knows what she will say next will null out all her previous thoughts. How could she think that the screen and the eye scan and the man would be too much for her mind? How did she come up with the idea that she, in any way, could save her? Pretentious of her, foolish of her. I'm going to square the circle. Indeed, to guarantee one's survival in the pack, it is necessary to know the position one occupies with respect to those that surround them. The wolf of lesser range, thus, prostrates itself before its superior and shows him its belly. The alpha wolf strolls with its tail upright amongst its subordinates and brushes their necks with its head, making it known that it could bite them at any moment. Modesty is a quality of the vulnerable, which can be lethal to lack. However, the arrogance of the leader is, if possible, even more deadly in its absence. At entering the citadel, intimidated by the clear intellectual superiority of the specimen accompanying her, Sahara Ahmed finds herself in a position that forces her to leave her bad concept of arrogance aside and display all she has of it. The seventh guest, with her hair over her face and a deeply mortified expression, waits for them in the patio that now connects Al Mudaina with its new and strange tower. Her breathing is heavy and rhythmic, like she is holding back an anger attack. She has seen them enter. Who knows if she has also seen them exit?
This was Sahara's fear, the reason why she was waking Naima up at dawn so she could cover up for her. Her mind functions at fright speed, looking for a solution amongst her most primal instincts. If it were only for her, she wouldn't find the slightest inconvenience in sprinting away to the outside safety and never returning. The problem is the girl, who has also exited and cannot flee. She has to think offensively. It is here where the humanity built on top of every child's animal base trembles, and the good values of humbleness and equality are pushed to the side out of pure practical sense. Sahara knows her position. From those present in the room, she is in the middle place, intelligence-wise. If it was Naima before her, with her face contorted and with no good intentions, she would have to accept her defeat and assume the consequences. But the seventh guest has more mental restrictions than she does. She can't act making full use of her reason. She is inferior, and therefore can be overcome. 7, she names her, pacing confidently forward. She answers. She's angry. The final rasp of her phoneme indicates so. But Sahara can perceive it is not her infringement what irritates her, though she is aware that she has always particularly disliked her for some reason. Something must have happened to her. She asks her, elongating the consonant in order to appear clueless. Meanwhile, she approaches her. Lucky for her, she spots the tip of a gray and cylindrical object protruding from the young woman's clenched fist. She almost laughs. She hadn't thought it would be this easy. The seventh guest voices the warning call, with her jaw gritted and her muscles tense. Sahara places herself right in front of her, chin up, ready to bite. Their bodies hang on like two springs, accumulating potential energy. The 27th knows her opponent's next move, and sincerely doubts she expects hers. Seconds pass. Arrogance grows and whips in big foam blobs on top of modesty. Power can be smelled and touched in the air, infested with pheromones, chemically configured to incentivize passion and wrath. Finally, the seventh guest gives in and her arm shoots forward. The woman opens her mouth and heaves in a big breath, ready to transform it into a war cry that is smothered before leaving her throat. The accusing index remains suspended in the air, pointing directly at the wall opening through which Sahara and Naima have just entered, but the accusation in itself is never made. The 27th guest has studied much in 4 months by means of simple observation. Besides gaining expertise in Aliya's protocols for double messaging and handling herself somewhat fluently in Al-Mudaina's connotation language, Sahara has noted other behavioral eventualities and has learned to forecast them. What has just been about to happen in the patio is what the journalist has denominated in her notebook with the unprofessional term tantrum. As it happened with the Madani phenomenon, this name was given provisionally when she first discovered the happening, precisely the day of her arrival, when, after refusing to strip down in front of the man, all the guests entered this state at the same time. Be it as it may, the word cannot be more fit to what it has been made to denote. The tantrum is, in summary, the choosing of a problematic spotlight over which all guests unload their rage at the same time, with an explosive and irrational violence, without necessarily knowing the reason why it was chosen. If guest number 7 had come to yell, she would not have stopped until several of her fellows had joined her, stomping on the ground and grasping each other, channeling all their fury onto the signaled spot.
Sahara has witnessed a couple of these episodes, and Aliya's master strategy to suffocate them is plainly to remain impassive until they die by themselves. And it works. But Sahara has chosen to try something different, to avoid the screaming and the possible intervention of the hostess, who deigns to come down in these cases, if only to stand still while the tantrum is extinguished. As quickly as her adversary, she also has moved her arm to reach for the object of her shame. The man mentioned the talking stick in one of his conversations with Sahara while talking about the seventh and her bizarre mating rituals. He did so with visible terror or repulsion. Many of the other guests, Sahara suspects, know of its existence as well and limit themselves to ignoring number seven's habit to hide in a corner and hear her stick talk. Really, it's no more than a modern signal interceptor with which she may eavesdrop on radiophonic conversations and exchanges through the net. It doesn't look like much to Sahara, though she does wonder where she could have gotten one of those. The seventh guest, however, seems to feel an immense pewter in what regards it, and has only openly showed it to the man, as if it were part of her utmost intimacy. She reminds of those kids who sneakily looked at their phone screens during class when Sahara was a kid. Everyone knew they were doing it, but they would never have admitted it if they had been asked. Sahara never agreed with the hissy fits the teacher would throw at revealing one of these open secrets to the rest of the class, neither with the confiscation of the device that mandatorily followed. Using humiliation as a way to gain the inferior's respect was never an effective tactic, yet in the present situation, the truth is Sahara didn't have a choice. The seventh closes her mouth with a gasping sound, and her arm drops by its own weight. Her eyes are wide open. She has caught the threat. "What did you come to tell me, Seven?" The young woman holds her stare for some seconds before making a diagonal gesture with her chin, pointing upwards. This means Aliya. Next, she lifts her index and pokes her quite aggressively on the shoulder, to then turn around and leave in dignified prance. "Aliya claims you." Sahara can only hope she isn't setting her a trap. In a way, it saddens her to have contributed to the solidification of her hate for her, but it is what needed to be done. Resigned to her journalistic labor, she pulls the holograph out of her pocket and entrusts it to Naima, who has been surprised by her eloquent use of non-verbal language. In the same arm movement, she retrieves her sneakers and puts them on, while the girl spins the device in her hands, not knowing what to do with it. "Store it in the shelf where you sleep. I think I will transfer my things to the library tonight. Who knows what Aliya is scheming now?" Thursday, February 12th, 2037. The long-awaited day will come soon. It is exactly a month from now, according to what Aliya explained to me. As I mentioned in previous entries, along these months I have modified my dietary habits to match my body's rhythm with the calendar established by the originals. Knowing I had finally synchronized with Aliya was pleasant news. I am flattered that she has allowed me to begin the resultant generation, but the fact that my very organism has rearranged itself with barely any effort makes me think that, somehow, my role in history was written in my genome. It was not a coincidence that I, neglected by the hand of God and neglected by the elements, wound up laying at the gates of this shelter after spending my childhood searching with no success for any trace of human life. It was not by chance that the first access of my fertility occurred little after arriving here. In the last place, I do not believe that the bravery and perseverance of my mother from my birth, and her death, agonic and delayed to the edges of possibility, were pure products of her personality or maternal instinct. The overwhelming cleanness of the original calculations that are linked to the very foundations of the sexagesimal system used to measure hours has made me believe that there is, without a doubt, a superior power at play. It is impossible for this perfect flow of events to be a product of infinitesimal forces that act in all directions in the universe. There must be one more powerful than the rest, rowing in a single way, annulling all of them. My speculations aside, the truth is, Aliyah has opened my eyes in relation to many aspects of my life. I consider her to be as close to me as a sister, which is entirely attributable to her. If it is true that there is a fate for me, she could have chosen a harsher way to lead me to it, and it would have ultimately had the same outcome. And the man, what to say about him? He still does not know about his implication in the events that shall take place next month. He treats me like he has always treated me, like a good friend, a companion of games and mischief. He is no more than a child, which touches me, but really my vision of him has changed and matured since I know of his purpose in history. Each day I find him taller, broader under his clothes. He is destined to surpass me by a length, even to reach Aliyah in her future range of importance. I feel profoundly grateful for having been able to share this period of equity with him, but I assume it must end sooner rather than later, predictably the upcoming 12th of March. In any case, I intend to enjoy these 4 weeks like I have enjoyed the previous year, with simplicity, almost without thinking about how good life is. End of the day. The drumming of Naima's feet, she has a bad habit of walking on her tiptoes, disrupts the man's reading and slices his melancholy before it acquires enough magnitude to torment him for the rest of the day. Nestled beneath the curve of one of the library's bookshelves, he has challenged himself to read all the stories that the 12th guest once told him, in romantic hopes that he will make her remember them some day. To his perplexity, those stories have turned out to make up only a small fraction of the total volume of notebooks. The rest, though it shares the style and epistolary form that were her custom, leans more towards the young girl's impersonal meditation on the topic of what happened on the year she was born. It focuses with chilling detail on the technical aspects and the science behind the events, and just as easily transitions to discussing concepts without the slightest link to the matter. The origins of human cruelty, the species' self-destruction as last instinct for the conservation of the biome, the duodecimal system. Some of the paragraphs are so profoundly familiar to him, even past 1 decade, that he has to read them various times over just to be convinced that he hasn't written them himself in a sleepwalking spurt in the middle of the night. It's her handwriting, it is her manner of expression, but it feels as if the plot had been dictated to her, as if she were only redacting somebody else's idea. The only fragments that seem truly hers, like this one, are brief and superficially describe passages of her life in Al-Mudaina. She used to be called Khadija. The name lit up without surprise or explosion in the man's memory when he read it for the first time. It had always been there, waiting to be remembered, and silently filled a hole that had existed, also silently, within him, never warning him that he was missing something. Close as he was to her, he rarely sees himself mentioned in her texts, which he doesn't know if he should consider disappointing or rather relieving. He is not sure if he can handle too many sentences regarding his greatness, the beauty of his growing body, and frivolities alike. Should he be thrilled that Khadija, all in all, was the first one to think of him as all the other guests have ever since? Should he be moved by the naive evolution of their childish friendship into a clumsy adolescent exploration? Instead of being endearing or enjoyable for him, reading these words aimed at him raises a great confusion, an aversion, bitter, or worse yet, tasteless. So it is true, what has been shown to him once and again in his 10 years of premature maturity. It must be like this. There are no exceptions, beautiful friendships without hopes for profit, and if there are, they're but facades that will eventually fall. He is the man. He was born being it, and that is all there is. Hey, Lum! The girl runs to him like whirlwind, with the woolen blanket she has knotted around her neck flying like a cape at her back. In her hand she carries an unidentifiable object, presumably that which the 27th has been wanting to retrieve for weeks, though it looks too small to predict its possible utility. The moniker she uses to address him is also a legacy from Sahara's vocabulary. When she speaks to herself, she normally does it in her work language, and when referring to the man, she says, Lum. Naima finds it funny, the reduction of his grandiloquent title to one babbling syllable, Lum. The first time she heard it, she spent half an hour cackling while she pronounced the vocable in various different intonations, wrapping her jaw with a lock of her hair to simulate a beard. From then on, she adopted the word as some kind of personal mock toward him. The man is not bothered by it. If I told you what I just saw, everything you think of yourself would fall into total discredit. I see. The man very much doubts that his vision of himself can fall even lower than it is. Is that Sahara's machine? Sahara is a machine. You should have seen what she did with her eyes. There was a woman somewhere. She was talking through a sound conduit like those you made for Aliyah. Naima points at the prismatic opening carved in the wall, one of the many that connect with the main tube, which Aliyah will talk through. The man is quite proud of how they're turning out, though he still hasn't identified the author of the bas reliefs that decorate his speakers. He will soon be able to start running function tests. Sahara has asked her to open the door without saying a single word, but not with that stupid mooing all of you use, but with her eyes. Now that, my friend, is some well-planned linguistic economy. And then... Has she taught you how to use it? The man seizes the tiny device, similar to a photograph frame, 4 glassy beams with a quadrangular hollow in the center, like a little box of very shallow depth. The edge is adorned with a plastic case of vivid tones. There is no circuit or mechanism at sight. Confused, he raises his glance to Naima, who has her idiosyncratic sardonic smirk printed on the lips. The girl tosses another object, a darker colored plate, in the air and catches it in the palm of her hand to then show it to him. Too clever by half, she says. The item resting on her hand is even smaller than the other one, but it has a couple of buttons on the side. The man's technological notions reach no further than what he has been able to read in books, and still it is easy for him to determine that it's this one, and not the other, the device in question. The concept of device is still a little cumbersome to fathom. He would rather never take in the contradiction of an inanimate object speaking to one as if it were alive, when it really isn't. Nevertheless, the existence of such things has never been denied by Aliyah. The man has heard numerous anecdotes where pre-catastrophic machinery and technology intervened, including the 12th guest's life story, with her prolonged stay inside the refrigerator. What he didn't know was that they still existed. That's the box where it's kept. The machine is this one. Give it to me. I want to talk to it. The man stretches out an arm, and the girl draws the device back, holding it higher up than he can reach without standing up. Come on, give it to me. Why won't you give it to me? I don't know if Sahara wants us talking to her machine. Why would she mind? I wasn't going to say anything bad to it. Naima hesitates for some instants and is finally overcome by curiosity. She sits next to the man on the blankets and holds up the artifact, examining it so as to guess its way of functioning. When she sees the buttons, she presses them without questioning it, at which two little lights turn on above them. The surface of the plate also flashes fugaciously with a circular wave of light that expands and disappears down the edges. Past a moment of admiration, the man tries saluting with a succinct "hello." There is no answer. Maybe you have to put it in its box for it to work. How will it know? Naima asks, looking in his eyes. An apparently trivial question that, asked by her, surely entails a more complex reasoning than that which the man had proposed. He was thinking simply that the machine would feel more confident if it was in a known environment. Naima takes the box and places the device on it, trying vainly to fit it in its small interior. It doesn't fit. Then that isn't a box? The girl is left in silence, observing both objects with a concerned face. No, it's not concerned. It's the face she makes when she thinks. Almost a minute goes by, and the man is thinking of intervening when Naima comes into action. With a quick movement, she flips the item's positions. With the circular plate on her palm, she places the box on top, resting on its colorful face. A single note rings, a simple and pleasant sound. The inside of the box becomes covered in a fine film of pure white light. Naima, what did you do? You were right. The box is the machine. I think the other one some sort of wave creator. Wave creator? The man carefully sticks one finger in the box. His fingertip breaks through the layer of light without suffering any damage and touches the translucent bottom, situated no deeper than a couple millimeters. The letters written in the light distort around it and recompose without delay when he draws it back. It seemed to me that the light from before was moving in the shape of a wave. Maybe this machine is creating waves and transmitting them to this other one, which conveys them into sound and light, apparently. Hello? Can you hear me? The man exclaims, crouched over the gadgets like a begging dog. The proximity of the light, curiously, does not blind him or make him squint. The gleam has a contradictory opacity, as if it were paper. Once again, the machine does not dignify his greeting with a response, but this time it returns something that he hadn't prepared himself for. Speechless, the man gawks at what he has in front for some seconds before notifying it to his companion. Naima, it's got a face. What? It has got a face. Naima steps forward and peers over his shoulder. The man hears her gasp brusquely, as surprised as him. And it's got a beard. It's you, Lum, she affirms, and her voice is no more than an exhalation. The man examines the hairy face that seems to be contained inside the box, rather than projected onto its surface. He had seen photographs before, but this is nothing like them. The picture has movement, and on top of that, it isn't only a bi-dimensional representation, but a figure. The person that looks back at him from the interior of the box is very small and a bit deformed, but all the outlines that make up his features are traced with depth, more than could be expected from such a tiny compartment. The man opens his mouth, and the figure does the same. He tilts his head to a side, and a lock of his hair is left hanging over the screen. In the picture, it looks like it's going to protrude from the surface. Indeed, it is him. He hadn't seen his own face in years. Back off. Naima lies on her belly and takes up all the field that is reflected in the screen. Her head appears inside the box, round and plump as it is in reality. There is a mirror, or rather a stained glass window with some reflective capacity, in Aliya's attic, Many guests go up there occasionally and endure the dew rants just to be able to look at themselves for some minutes, but of course, the girls are not aware of this. Naima silently contemplates her double, stroking her face with her fingers to prove the veracity of what she is seeing. Her big eyes, her Nubian nose, and her growing shrub of hair, her closest possessions that accompany her daily and that, nonetheless, she has never seen. Only now the machine decides to speak up and addresses Naima with a high-pitched feminine voice. Échec de l'escan facial. Vous gérez. The man clumsily translates the order, though he doesn't understand what exactly is expected of Naima. She seems to grasp it better and brushes her hair off her face to lean down again over the screen. The message repeats itself anew, and yet again, until, at the fifth attempt, the voice gets impatient and gives an ultimate warning. If Naima fails to be recognizable for the sixth time, the device will block itself and be rendered unusable for 10 minutes. It doesn't sound like much, but the mere fact that she has been threatened by a box makes Naima give up and recoil to a corner of the blanket, slightly disturbed. The man backs away too, resisting the temptation of peeking over to look at his face again. He didn't have time to examine himself thoroughly, but he certainly didn't imagine himself so manly. It knows I'm not Sahara. That's why it doesn't want to talk to me, Naima mutters, with her chin resting on her knees. But how can it know? Do you think it'll tell her that we tried to talk to her machine without her permission? I can't imagine it having that capacity. Intact on the floor, the device suddenly stops emitting light and returns to being only a white box with no voice and no face. Naima has her elbow on her knees now, and on her bent wrist she has laid her chin, as always. Otherwise, what's the difference between it and a human being? Giving something a name is an impotent attempt to make it last in the world's memory. When an element's shelf life is over, its memory remains for a while in the consequences it produced around it. An earthquake opens clefts that take centuries to close again. A war creates grudges that aren't forgiven in decades. A person leaves 2 or 3 others feeling sad. Due to time's implacable nature, however, these consequences always end up being extinguished. The name is the last twig protruding from the cliff, the last record of something having existed and done its best to be important. There are so many names in history books, one for every forgotten battle and every broken pact. There are so many names engraved in the stones of the cemeteries, names that were chosen enthusiastically by expecting mothers with the best wishes for their Aina, 2004-2041, Salma, 2027-2046, Hasna, 2025-2044, Khadija, 2024-2037, Saha, 1996-2024. Even if they were not unique, even if there wouldn't be more evidence of their commonplace names than a log in the civil registry and a good gravestone in the cemetery. Was it really necessary? Was there, at the end of the day, so much potential in those lives, enough to endow them with a special word to write on the vaccination records and on the head of the exam papers? Generally, no. But it is clear it can never be known whose womb the next great contributor to human history will come out of, that one whose life will carry consequences extending further from their private environment, which will require a name in order to be added to the history books and then forgotten. And those poor mothers had no way of knowing that the lives they carried within them were going to last so little. She will not have a name. naturally. Aliyah is lying on the ground, though not in the ideal position to gain awareness of things, but on her side. The geometrical tattoo of her belly is facing the door, before which stands the 27th guest, the midwife. At her back, she can hear the viscous sound of the pulp and the rattle of the seeds plummeting inside a container. The 23rd is seeding a pomegranate. The sun comes through the glass window with progressive force. The generation of new resultants she will shelter must not make the same mistake their ancestors did. You both have seen well what happens when young people are given a taste of the corrupt privilege of individuality. They want more. They become pretentious. You have a name, Aliyah, Sahara accuses her, knowing well that the previous comment references Naima. Why else how would the presence of her mother be necessary, silently handling fruit in a corner? The woman barely lifts her glance. Her expression is tense, and her fingers are swift. Why is that? Like yourself, I was assigned it at birth. If I have not bestowed it to you, it is because I have never before been able to call Al Mudaina complete. Girls are born, guests arrive, others leave, Sahara thinks, and I can't afford for any of them to be excluded from such offering. I am the hostess after all. And why don't you call her Aliyah? Separated from them, the 23rd guest discreetly clears her throat, while she wipes her red-tinted fingers with a piece of cloth. The seedless pomegranate rests by the container where the pips are piled up. Beside it, there is a larger vessel, a vase of sorts, and a small bowl filled with a white powder. The woman takes the latter and pours its content inside the vase, which she then covers with its own wooden lid. Sahara tries not to be distracted by this unprecedented ritual. You say she will be the next hostess. Lending her your name will be like lending it to all your guests and also the ones who are yet to come, even if they are not born yet. Why do you strip her of the right to leave her own notch in history if you're so sure that she will be the starting petal of a new era? History is going to change in this new era. The agile evolution of the species will be necessary for it to survive the difficult centuries to come. And for this to happen, we must learn to dissociate ourselves from our past and look into the future without excessive scruples. Do you know that Neanderthals developed small nets of tradition in the late stages of their existence? No wonder they ended up going extinct. What do you mean? Without saying a word to the 23rd, Aliyah stretches herself to snatch one half of the pomegranate and goes on to pick at its flesh, eating it in tiny pieces. The pomegranate season ended a couple months ago, but that matters little nowadays. There have been many catastrophes through the years. Mass extinctions, killer epidemics, climate disasters, wars. There have been many wars. Each one, or at least each one of those that are on record, has been given a name. They were worth remembering. The problem came when there was a war of such catastrophic dimensions that nobody thought it could ever be matched. That one was named simply the war. This way, a maximum degree was established, a reference of cruelty, before which the rest of the conflicts paled. Whatever happened, that horror could never again repeat itself. Guess what happened next? It repeated itself, Sahara answers. Though it wasn't her favorite subject in high school, by force she did have to learn history well in order to qualify for her journalism degree. Correct. Not only did it repeat itself, but it was taken to a wholly new level. What to do then, if the maximum had already been reached in theory, if there was already a war, if nobody had expected there to be another? They opted for creating a new limit, this time for real. The War 2 is a sequel of the War 1, and with 2 danger signs already in place, it is impossible for anyone to trespass the limit, isn't it? I don't understand where you're getting with this. Aliyah smiles warmly for her guest, still popping pieces of pomegranate in her mouth between phrases. Then she acquires a solemn tone, as if she were evoking some transcendental memory. The 23rd guest approaches her and places the vase she put the powders in a couple minutes ago by her side, as well as the pot with the seeds. Remembering, in many cases, helps. Reckless acts can be avoided with the memory of previous reckless acts, knowing when one is going too far and knowing the way to stop. In other cases, however, one does not know how to stop. The avalanche is advancing, and we are already comparing it with the great avalanche. We're discussing the possible consequences, we're weighing them up with the others, and with the previous's, and yet the earliers. I wonder if it would have been so disastrous if we had limited ourselves to acting instead of remembering so much. I wonder if there would have been so many innocent victims. Aliyah presses a rectangular indent in the vase's cylindrical surface, freeing the spring that kept the kettle spout hidden. A column of vapor leaks out of it and ascends to the ceiling. Sahara is surprised. It's not the first time she sees a self-heating pot, but she didn't expect methods like this one to be used in a place like Al-Mudaina. Though, of course, how else could they heat up anything? Breathing in the forbidden gas with all its hydrogen, Aliyah takes a hand to her belly and caresses it. I could call her Aliyah, yes. Aliyah II, the hostess of the Neo-Resultants. She could spend her life talking to her guests about what happened in the catastrophe, about the feats of Aliyah I, the original. They could jot it down and write books and books about it. They could never forget what happened, but that would dangerously hinder their capacity to evolve. And evolving is all we need in this moment. You'll see, my dear 27, that to get over the catastrophe, looking into her eyes, Aliyah tilts the kettle forward. A thick stream of water seeps from the orifice she just opened and falls inside the cup with the seeds, producing a smelly cloud of smoke. The hostess sniffs it brazenly and smiles. We need to forget the catastrophe. As a chef's kiss, Aliyah brings the gnawed-up half of the pomegranate to her lips, and after giving it a juice-squirting bite, she pours a jet of the liquid inside the canister she just filled with boiling water. As the seeds slowly infuse in the unnameable substance, the 23rd guest closes the container's lid, containing the expulsion of wisps that will lead to its cooling. Then she picks it up from the floor and, with her head down like a servant, hands it over to Sahara, who thanks her out of reflex. In the process of pronouncing the second syllable of the word, the 27th finds all her cordiality crushed by the woman's dark eyes, like a beam of light trying to go through a completely opaque wall. It's no more than an instant, but, over the warmness that the wooden cup transmits to her palms, Sahara feels her hands being squeezed against its surface. The 23rd's hands, robust and hardened, are gripping hers with an unsettling force, to then let them go. A hand squeeze can mean many things in the Citadel. In general, it is a quick discharge of emotions, a show of support, or a warning. The meaning of gestures, anyway, is able to vary and be made much more specific if they are accompanied by looks. The 23rd is one of those guests who aren't the age they say they are. In the fierceness of her tilted eyes it can be seen. No need to draw the curtain of greasy hair that covers them in her obliging attitude. "Get away from my daughter," they say. "You would do me a great favor if you got this present to the man," says Aliyah, now on her feet and turning her back on her, situated once again before her window. She stays silent for a moment and emits an approving purr. It's a shame that all the forests have withered and become unusable. I would have liked for Almudaina to keep its carbonic essence in its expansion. Your idea seems the most correct to me, however. My idea? The tinted glass fogs up with Aliya's breath. She lifts one finger and prints the complex image of its tip onto the misty blotch, which shrinks until it disappears. What idea? That of using tempered glass to build the third tower. Sahara raises an eyebrow. She very much doubts that initiative has ever existed within her own brain. Silicon. Not as ideal as carbon, but as you rightly argued, it is an alternative biochemical base that resembles it in many aspects. And for sure, I don't believe we will be running short of silicon for many years in this geography. My congratulations, 27. Thanks, she repeats, though once again she does not exactly know what she should be thankful for. Aliya's silence is her cue to go, and she does, not daring to look at the 23rd guest again. On her way to the library, she walks by the school's open door and sees an early bird crawling on the floor while her fellows sleep. At noticing her glance, the toddler stands up shakily and dedicates her most heartfelt "Bah!" Sahara waves at her and resumes her route. The complex calendar of events that the hostess adheres to in her tales and announcements is a mystery whose solution probably lies nowhere but in her head, but Sahara is determined to crack the code in whatever way she can. In her notebook, there is a double page occupied exclusively by a line divided in various numbered sectors. On top of the first mark, there is a number, underlined and highlighted with emphasis. 2024. 12 spots ahead, number 2036 has also been emphasized and tagged with a caption, Khadija. The number 2 cipher superior corresponds to the birth of Aliya's first daughter, and over this and the next one, there is a bracket with the inscription, Naima? From there on, there rarely is a mark that isn't labeled with an event, majorly births of girls and new guest arrivals. It is useful to have this information, but these are not the happenings that Sahara is looking for. Having read a good portion of the 12th guest's testimonies, unarguably biased by her private conference with Aliya, she has determined that the scarce actions that the hostess performs in her daily life are not mere whims or convenience strategies. They follow an order, a plan, Sahara would dare to insinuate, that is years in the making inside her mind. Aliya's fixation with numbers shows in most of her monologues, which Naima usually finds grotesque, given her aversion to pulling math out of the theoretical field. Everything, from her point of view, seems to be provided with a terrible symmetry. The very catastrophe, the foundation of their ideological structure, occurred when the water molecules transformed into perfect tetrahedrons. The birth of the girl who shall be her successor, and who, according to the man, was conceived the very day when Sahara completed the citadel, comes to be exactly 24 years after said catastrophe, which is also dated in the year 24. 12 is the number assigned to Khadija, despite all the facts pointing to her being the first guest there was. She arrived 12 years after the catastrophe, being 12 years of age, and disappeared from the man's life the same year the first tower of Al-Mudaina started being built, and 12 years after her arrival, the third tower has begun to rise. The false past and the dubious future of Al-Mudaina are governed by a parity casual in appearance, but that could easily have been manipulated with care by the hostess. Didn't they make Sahara wait for some days once the due formalities for her entry were complete before allowing her to step on that drone? The possibility of having a relevant role in Aliya's prophecy is unsettling, and at the same time intrigues her like a good book or an interesting article. Thinking of money in these circumstances seems tremendously fatuous and superficial, but the benefits she could pull from a story like this one, if it is handled correctly, is more than appetizing. The man is lying on a blanket, with his head resting on his arm and staring into infinity. When he sees her, he sits up immediately, like a pet when it hears its owner coming. Sahara eyes the bookshelves and doesn't take long to find Naima, who has popped a hand out of the cubicle she is huddled in as only sign of her presence. Exhausted, she sits on a step of the sliding ladder and rubs her eyes, before perceiving the warmness of her hand and handing the cup of tea over to the man. She always brings him a cup when the guests give away infusions in the school's cabin or in the food hall, which is the only room in Al Mudaina where there is something similar to a table. It feels like a sinful pleasure to hear him talk about the catastrophe while sipping on the water, filtered and purified in some nearby hydraulic plant. He has come to interpret the gesture as a symbol of cordiality without second intentions, and gets visibly nervous when Sahara addresses him without this previous offering. Today, however, his reaction is different upon unlocking the lid and inhaling the first puff of aromatic vapor. His brain interprets the fruity smell as if it were a threat. The man starts and covers up the vessel anew. Sahara observes as his face distorts and as he focuses on the cup for some instants before looking up at her. His eyes are those of an animal that has been tricked by a human's intelligence. "Aliya gave you this," he states. Sahara corroborates it with a nod of her head and watches the young man place the cup on the floor with the delicacy of a bomb deactivator. Now he has piqued her curiosity. She hadn't predicted a possible meaning for this gift. But damn it, it's Aliya. How could it not have one? The man is abnormally still, like he has just witnessed something distressing. "I had forgotten you were assisting her in this pregnancy." "What does it mean? Is it some sort of reminder?" The man shrugs peevishly. "It means the girl is alive. 120 days have passed." 120, Sahara mutters. She knows the tradition. In her childhood, she witnessed the pregnancies of her mother and some of her aunts, and the 120th day was always a celebration of the new life pulsing within them. Which was debatable, since objectively it was pulsing since week 5 or 6 after conception, but it wasn't until the start of the 4th month that the fetus started moving. Thus, it stopped being little more than a suspended organic mass to become a person somehow. Sahara never took these little scientific inexactitudes very seriously, but it is certainly shocking to her that someone like Aliya would follow any popular superstition. She has seen some of the cross-outs and corrections in Khadija's diaries, and she would bet an arm on the hostess having performed an editorial labor regarding the biological rigor and the strict secularism of the texts. And maybe she's jumping in a cement pool with her deductions, but 120 is in fact a multiple of 12. "Naima, could you bring down my machine?" Yeah, sure." "Lom." Before Sahara can stop it, Naima hurls the device aimlessly from her position, 4 meters high. The 27th guest chokes on a yell as she sees her only way of interaction with the outside world plummeting towards the hard wood, but the man's right hand intercepts its fall with admirable reflexes. He gives it to her without further concern, and luckily he doesn't notice the face of terror that has appeared on her face after suffering a partial heart attack. These people are not aware of how important this object is in the course of modern life, and therefore give it the adequate treatment for any inanimate object, something that Sahara doesn't have the guts to reproach them. Trying to make little of it, she turns on her holograph with a gesture of her hand and finds it charged all the way, something unexpected after 4 months of periodical interaction with the net despite being turned off. The device doesn't take long to recognize her and show her a quick summary of the events that have taken place in her absence, which she does her best to ignore, though she's dying for a good information dose. Then, she sees today's date in the holographic screen's top corner. 12/01/49. Very interesting. And that bothers you? She asks the man, hopping off the ladder to sit by his side. The teacup is cooling down between them, and she ponders drinking it. She has never tried pomegranate infused, and she hasn't had breakfast anyway. But she considers it would be rude, taking into account the man's emotional connection with the beverage, so she leaves it be. Did you hope that baby wouldn't be born? No. I don't care that Aliyah births girls. It's just that I don't like pomegranate tea. It brings memories. The man has on his lap a school notebook of faded covers that one day must have been of a bright red color. The looping wire that kept it bound has been replaced by some stitches of old white thread, which the young man strokes with the tips of his fingers without looking. Sahara knits her brow. Bad memories? Not necessarily. It didn't seem bad then. I didn't notice. Examining it well, Sahara doesn't think she has read that volume. It's one of the latest. The first ones are written in utilitarian handbooks, planners, and other office items. Her reading pace has been regular along the past months, but it couldn't catch up to the man's exhaustive speed, given he already knew part of the diaries, and besides he has no other thing to do in the whole day. Now she regrets not having gotten up early more often. Khadija had to prepare herself for some months before that. Her body wasn't synchronized with the foretold date, so she stopped eating to adjust it. Back then, we used to drink pomegranate tea with every meal, and when Aliyah wasn't looking, she'd kick me under the table and I'd fill up her cup from mine. I had fun with it. I thought it was another one of our antics, but now I recall it and I think she was actually really hungry. Do you think Aliyah made her do it? Sahara asks, as sweetly as she can. The man nods slowly, convincing himself. Then he points at the cup, putting his attention back on it. I usually pour it on the greenhouse plants, like the kanafe. He points out and looks at her with a smile. She smiles back, remembering the rage outbreak that led to her first conversation with the man back on the day of the lamb. It's not like her to take pity on people. She has always found that explicitly acknowledging someone's weakness only increases it, and that defending someone in excess considerably diminishes their capacity of self-defense. The feeling that the man sparks in her is rather impotence. Why do there have to be people in the world with their suffering tattooed on their skin, taken in as something inescapable, as part of their nature? Why is instinct so dirty and insensitive? And does this mean that everything else in life is a farce? Why can't the man refuse to live how he lives? And why can't Sahara do absolutely nothing to impede it? Almost irritated, she dares to put her other foot in the water, stepping out of the stability of mere anecdote to dig in the quicksand field of opinion. And why do you think she did it? Where did this foretold date you speak of come from? The man stops smiling and looks back down at the floor with his usual empty expression, the one he uses to defend himself. Sahara has learned to lose her notebook when speaking to him. The impersonality of pre-redacted questions has proven to make him awkward. Perhaps she should stick with the lesson and change her interview format for the future. It made her feel safer. Aliyah used to be very scared of the catastrophe repeating itself. Having Khadija and me in her care woke her up somehow. I guess the task of repopulating the world with resultants gave some meaning back to her life after she saw the world as she knew it stop working in a matter of days. Did she ever tell you anything about her experience? A story like those of Khadija's mother? You also must have been a newborn, or at least in the womb when the catastrophe happened. Some seconds pass before the man decides on a response. Occasionally, it takes him more time than usual to process questions and elaborate answers with his own words, especially when they're in regard to the time before the 12th guest's arrival. My memory has improved quite a lot since you arrived, 27. I don't think I would have found these books if you hadn't associated with Math Girl. From the heights, Naima utters a sound loaded with insolence and bangs on the box's frame with her heel, a combination of gestures that her mother would consider inappropriate. Sahara finds a strange illusion pacing like a cockroach inside the walls of her brain. The 23rd guest, delousing Naima's head of round and juicy pomegranate seeds. As she extracts them, she drops them to the bottom of a container, which she will then fill up with self-heated water and offer to the man as a symbol of fertility. Along the whole process, she is looking into her eyes. Get away from my daughter. Yet, I still can't remember most of my life. I have some scattered pictures, but I am incapable of putting it all together. I'm better at it when I'm falling asleep, but sure enough, I always end up falling asleep, so it's not very useful. I wonder what plans Aliyah has for you in the future. The sermon that the hostess gave during the lamp party has been an object of examination for Sahara in these months. In all its implausibility, it didn't completely lack scientific foundation, as it is customary in the rest of her discourse. It is true that male gametes can be generated from stem cells from a patient of the opposite sex, and vice versa, though it is a recent technique that definitely wasn't available in pre-catastrophic times. Sahara has serious doubts, however, that Aliyah is planning on using the latest advances of medicine to carry on her lineage in the long term. It's even harder for her to believe that she hasn't thought at all about this inconvenience presented by the strict polygyny she has based her repopulation of the outside on. It's impossible. This is the same woman who has programmed her own gestational calendar so that the 120th day coincides with the 12th day of the first month of the year 2049. Can there be anything within the walls of her citadel that escapes her great calculation? Today she told me that the girl she's carrying will be the next hostess, but she never mentioned the next man. Hasn't it ever crossed your mind? Where will the new resultants come from when I die? I don't know. I guess by then we will already have contacted some of the other... The man perceives an abnormality in Sahara's expecting silence and glances over at her to confirm his hunch. Framed by a stylish scarf of lilac color, the young woman's face is completely rigid, and all the blood flow seems to have stopped beneath her brown skin. She's staring at him without a word, but her look is one of those that go right through their target, that aren't truly paying attention. Sahara? What's wrong? Nothing, she answers with utmost naturalness. Keep talking. I'm listening. It doesn't take long for the carved panels to be unwrapped and to levitate effortlessly to their respective positions, where they are welded to the third tower's armature by construction workers perched on scaffolds. Being made out of tempered glass and not wood, they're lighter and make the sinuous tracings of the original blueprints achievable, though the latter were much more detailed and would have required a way bigger budget to be executed. Fabricating the plates and building the geometrical framework onto which they will be set up has been the longest phase of the process. From now on, it will be a matter of piecing and assembling, and the tower will be ready in a couple months. The visitors' growing curiosity, as the cone-shaped outline starts to appear, fills the funds of Fez's citadel with donations. Since cash disappeared, the general population has become a little slacker when it comes to handing in a little money for any cause. Making a hand gesture in front of a screen to pay a predefined amount does not require the forethought of sticking your hand in your pocket, weighing the amount that the cause in question is worth spending, counting up the coins remaining at the bottom of the wallet, and dropping them deliberately in a basket. The monetary system in general has become banal with the years. Money, like work, has evolved into something symbolic, merely representative of the fortune or success of a business or individual. There are many still who use it to subsist, but once the basic needs of every living being are met, the truth is, it's not of any more use. Domestic technology went through such a period of inflation that once the bubble popped and touchscreens stopped being fabricated, homes started being sold with all the implements and intelligence included. High-speed means of transport are efficient and cross all the cities with variable routes elaborated by algorithms from data taken from all users and their usual transit routines. Leisure is essential, prioritized, and indispensable, as well as maintaining minimal notions of work and routine so the masses don't succumb under the weight of their own uselessness. And it is precisely leisure, or the capacity to generate it, the new golden coin that funds the projects and enriches the entrepreneurs. Years before it became a reality, a young Aliyah Alawi was able to predict this inevitable collective feeling of emptiness which had arrived early to her and comfortably resided in her brain. When the mathematicians and developers seized the monopoly of work that rightfully belonged and for many years had been refused to them, the rest of human beings, not qualified for such functions, would be left gawking, not knowing what to do with their hands during what would be left of their increasingly lengthy existence. They would start growing restless, putting their hands on each other, becoming violent and dissatisfied, and perverting their instincts further and further. They would consume profligate amounts of food, sleep much more than necessary, and of course, copulate themselves lifeless, like pitiful and repulsive drones. This fatalistic forecast did not come to be, at least not completely. However, the demand for entertainment amongst the middle classes did swell like a balloon as some job positions of moderate cognitive requirements were replaced by artificial intelligences. An intellectual gap was created, where humans were either reserved the spots of greatest complexity or relegated to the simplest and most mechanic of jobs, and the machines were given the middle range of administration and data organization. By the time the obligatory registry of a digital blueprint of every citizen's iris was announced, for them to be stored in a government database in order to replace workers with screens, Aliyah's studio was already plastered with sketches and drafts, pencil drawings of what would become the city's biggest tourist attraction. The third tower was, actually, her first creation, an isolated and claustrophobic space, a compartmentalized cage to lie down in and soak in one's own body heat. She was aware that no public body would approve of the construction of such monstrosity, and she had no investors, nor enough money to fund her own project. She wasn't yet in possession of the golden coin, and so she waited. She designed the first tower, vertical strokes and horizontal strokes, right angles, simple arches, no measures that exceeded what could reasonably be proposed as a renovation of her property. She started making small alterations, spending the savings she had previously used to eat, that weren't backed by any stable income, since the catastrophe happened little after her university graduation. She didn't need that money. She didn't need to eat, for she was a developer and belonged to the knowledgeable elite. She could obtain nutrients from knowledge, recover her energy through knowledge, and produce offspring with knowledge. She could spend her life lying on the cusp of a huge wasp nest and die more satisfied than all the dead people she had ever known. In one occasion, she spent 15 minutes immobilized inside a magnetic resonance machine. An unknown impulse had urged her to conclude a 6-day-long work shift and walk out of the house to get some fresh air. Once there, with her hands on her hips and her skin grazed by the sun, she proceeded to collapse to the ground and perform an erratic choreography of muscular spasms, which stopped shortly, leaving her sprawled on the sidewalk. She was transported to the nearest hospital, where, less than an hour after her arrival, the tests determined the cause of the syncope to be severe malnourishment. Seeing the deplorable state of her body, the only surprising thing about the incident was that it hadn't happened before. They put her in the MRI tube to rule out possible sequels from the head trauma she had suffered at falling. By the time the thundering noises started, she had fully returned to her senses and observed her surroundings with sincere curiosity through the opening of the prostheses they had placed on top of her head. There was a white plastic wall less than 20 centimeters away from her nose, and her mobility was null, restricted to that narrow and loud tunnel. She felt, beneath her back, a fine sheet of paper covering the table where they had laid her. Except for the slightest sliver of a robe, she was completely naked. She couldn't help feeling breached upon discovering the latter. Who had undressed her? Who was in the room in that moment, and who would greet her when she came out of there in those conditions? The ceaseless noise didn't contribute to her relaxation, and she vaguely remembered they had instructed her to press an inflatable button in her hand in case of panic. However, she did not. She stayed there, staring at the wall, with the sterile cold of the platform touching her skin and the cushioned helmet holding her head in place. She wondered what would happen if there was another catastrophe in that exact moment and all the staff had to urgently flee. She would remain there, accompanied by a loop of roaring waves, passing through her bony body over and over again to produce images that no one would see. She would have to die, yes, she would die on her back and naked like she came into the world, with no one to bid farewell to save the grayish wall, no hand to hold save the useless balloon in her left fist. Her life was, really, that fragile. This was all there was. After the due quarter of an hour, her dream proved a dream when the noise stopped and the bed came out of the tube, sliding on a metal railing that protruded about 2 meters outward. There were 2 nurses in the room who took the helmet off and immediately returned her headscarf. She hastily wrapped her head, then clothed herself back up to meet the doctor, who let her know about the absence of anomalies in her imaging. She would be admitted for a couple days, and then she would have to meet weekly with a nutritionist and a social worker who would help her with her issue and keep this sort of incident from happening again. Aliyah asked herself if this would be a good moment to mention the 3-year-old child who lived in her house and probably had been crying in despair for a few hours. But she figured he could fend by himself and obeyed the doctor. As she exited the room, she felt an incomprehensible tightness in her stomach, like she was walking away from a safe place to re-enter the darkness, like she was resuming her way across the desert after finding an oasis. She didn't fully understand it then, but she would know later on. She had just been inside of the 3rd tower.
Sahara!
The exclamation and the sharp inhale that preceded it reverberate more than it would be convenient in the compartment of diagonal ceiling. Sahara whips her index up to her lips, immediately activating her hostile facet. The young man's expression shows, rather than surprise, utter fright. It reminds her of the one her mother used to make when she was little and she asked her to add another spoonful of sugar to her milk. The woman was joking, clearly, but that interpretation did not fit her 3-year-old mind, and she ended up finding the experience of drinking milk quite unpleasant. She was frustrated by the blandness of the beverage by itself, but she preferred drinking it and being frustrated in silence than going through the humiliation of seeing that false horror in her mother's eyes. Surely she did not notice this, and she could have never imagined that the memory would be carved into her daughter's memory as her first encounter with shame.
Nom d'un chien, the border has been occupied.
What?
Your eyebrows.
Sahara takes a couple more instants to understand the joke. In Almudaina, she has acquired the bad habit of not being constantly on the prowl for possible comments directed at the very irrelevant topic of her physical appearance, in particular of everything regarding her body hair, the growth of which she cannot avoid due to her unfortunate condition of being a hominid primate. But since she has spent most of her life outside of Almudaina, she limits herself to rolling her eyes while her best friend lets out a cackle and then apologizes ceremoniously.
I beg thy pardon. Today is Sunday and we've been passing some distilled grain around in honor of the revolution. We weren't expecting you.
I can call you back at a different time. In the 3-dimensional screen, Laurent brings his hand to his lips. Between his index and thumb, he holds a metal straw whose tip lights up with a blue light when he breathes through the opposite end. Sahara can almost smell the smoke that comes out of his mouth and nostrils. That's definitely not water he's burning in that tube. When she was small, she remembers, most drugs were totally illegal in almost every country. The rules started changing past the screen depression when many became unemployed and clandestine chemical sales skyrocketed, at the sight of which many governments decided to intervene to, at least, regulate the production and fight the mafias. Her natal countries wasn't among them, so it wasn't until she moved away to attend university, at age 17, that she discovered the new perception the world had around narcotics. At the end of the day, sedation is an old invention and has always been a good friend of the pained and tired man. Personally, she has never felt the impulse to introduce it in her life, but she knows that demonizing a practice just because it doesn't have a place in one's experience is not the right thing for a good journalist. For anyone, really.
No, wait a second.
Laurent, as do the most part of users, has the default privacy filter activated in his calls and broadcasts. Sahara can't see but his figure, as if it had been digitalized and loaded into a transparent virtual space. This way, the interlocutor's location can't be guessed at first sight. The young man gets up from where he was sitting, walks a certain distance among voices and ambient sounds, and winds up in a more silent environment, which may be a public bathroom, his bedroom, or any other place. Then he looks straight at the screen, with many lenses incorporated to capture his image from many different angles, creating the hologram. His expression is unsettlingly neutral.
How are you, Suhaida? Did you get out already?
I'm fine. My name is Sahara. And no, I didn't get out. I was almost the target of a collective hysteria episode to retrieve this thing, so I might as well stay around and take a couple pictures with it.
Are you hiding under a blanket?
Sahara nods and lifts her covers for one moment to let him see the chamber she resides in. She has deactivated the filter purposefully before calling. Aliyah walked by her door 10 minutes ago in her nightly patrol, and she faked being asleep, as she has already done in other occasions. The darkness is total at night in Almudaina, with barely a crevice of moonlight to illuminate an unfinished paragraph or a last-minute note. Especially with the arrival of winter, Sahara has cursed at herself more than once for not having had the forethought of packing up a flashlight. Now that she has one, however, she understands the advantage that sticking to the natural light schedule poses for Aliyah. The guests are forced to sleep for a fixed number of hours to disconnect their brains in a specific moment of the day and connect them back on the next. This limits their fluidity of thought, interrupts their strings of ideas. Who knows if Naima would ever lay her head down again if she laid hands on something shiny?
It's unbelievable. What you're doing seems unreal to me. It's the sort of adventure I fantasized about when I dove headfirst into this world, though I knew I'd never be crazy enough to try anything that dangerous.
It's not dangerous. There are wonderful people in here, you know? Each with their own interests, their personality, and their story, just like us. It's a matter of treating them with respect instead of showing up in their lives as some kind of merciful savior coming to correct their ways according to what you believe is right. I've realized for everything you manage to teach them, you learn 2 new things just by being with them. This is the sort of job I dreamed about as a teenager,
Sure.
says Laurent with a plain voice. Sahara notices then that she's smiling and returns to her professional expression in an instant. Sometimes there's a place for a stroke of emotion in a formal speech, isn't there?
But are they treating you good? I mean, did they make you strip down in any moment or do something you weren't comfortable with?
My modesty has been respected, Grandpa, don't you fret. Sahara remembers that first day, the lead-heavy sun on the platform as she took her clothes off before the choleric guests. They didn't demand that she totally undress. 2 of the girls from the sun salon peered with curiosity at the undergarments she was wearing. It took them less than a minute to raise murmurs of approval, and finally they gave her their pass, after which they started removing themselves one by one, crossing the threshold to return to their respective days. She was left alone with Aliyah on the heliport, and the woman helped her dress back up, without raising complaints about her excessive demureness. Up until now, nobody has. Nobody except for Naima when she wrapped her in an impromptu dress some days ago. So much so that it's been 4 months since I last showered. Don't ask me how I cope with it. I've simply stopped thinking about it.
And what about the man?
He asks, winding his hand through the curly hair on the top of his head. He wears it shaved on both sides of his cranium, and on the top it springs up like the leaves of a plant. It's quite an old-fashioned style, but Sahara likes it. What about him?
Has he tried to...
Lawrence gesticulates with one hand, a resource he always uses at lack of adequate vocabulary for the situation. Sahara finds herself trying to interpret the slow spirals he traces with his wrist. Vagueness, laziness, refusal. A sign that guests might make when they gossip about her behind her back, or when talking about Naima, or even Aliyah in some occasions. She finds it hard to process that her friend isn't insinuating anything in particular with this movement, that he hasn't chosen it precisely among an ample inventory of combinations and sequences. He simply intends to fill up a phrase, beating around the bush to not have to pronounce an undesired word. Seeing that Sahara doesn't answer, anyway, he says it.
Make insinuations at you?
With the holograph standing on the floor, on a tetrahedral mount that can separate from the case, Sahara covers her face with both hands and rubs it. The man. How many times, in a period of 125 days, has he shown inappropriate or indecorous conducts toward the women of his environment? How many of the verbal exchanges he has had with the 27th could be qualified as insinuations of any nature? It's difficult to quantify, taking into account that the subject in question is permanently naked, and that the language he uses to communicate with his cohabitants is founded by insinuation, subliminal messaging. Leaving contextual considerations aside, however, Sahara could give her friend a cutting, even numeric answer. It's been several times. Even lacking great experience in this field of social relations, the young woman has been able to detect these deviations of the conversation with ease, the hints of the words and the heavy loads of the silences. Never has she felt intimidated or threatened by them, and in general has been able to walk around them without being too brusque, slowly angling away from the subject instead of blatantly changing it. The man, when faced with rejection, is left visibly disoriented. He's not accustomed to keep talking all the way to the end. His interactions with the guests, of whatever kind they may be, normally end with him running away and not speaking a word to his interlocutor in a span of various weeks. An erratic communication schema with peaks of maximal closeness followed by long valleys of absolute distancing. The contrast with his relationship with Sahara, still a bit impersonal but continuous in time, is striking for his brain, which pushes him to commit slight blunders in an effort to return to the graphic shape he's used to. Deep down, there is a good part of him that feels grateful for these small doses of rejection. The meridian and stable curve also represented his relationship with Khadija that only broke when it reached the first vertex, too soon, too fast. And he knows it, or almost comes to that knowledge. Sahara sees it in his eyes, behind the confusion and slight irritation when he is denied something he believed he was guaranteed by definition. "Thank you," they seem to say. "Thank you for telling me no." No, Sahara lies in response to Lauren's doubt. He's a good guy. You wouldn't dislike him if you knew him.
Then everything's all right. You've entered a cult where people communicate through sounds and gestures and reject all of modern society's advances because they're convinced the world ended years ago, and you've determined that all the people in it are perfectly sane and that we ought to respect their customs. Are those your conclusions?
Laurent is under the influence of some substances. Otherwise, such a direct and unpolished reproach wouldn't be like him to voice. As a good master of sarcasm and devout detractor of seriousness, every time he needs to address a sensitive topic, he does it from humor, agile and unabashed. He must be very drunk, or truly angry, to show his disconformity without masking it with a joke. How do you know about the gestures? I don't think I ever told you about that.
We've investigated, Cherie. We're worried about you, even if you've convinced yourself that our worries are passing and they'll disappear after some time without leaving sequels in your life and without being worthy of turning your head to look back at them.
A small knot appears in Sahara's throat. Those words could very well have been pronounced by her, and it's possible that she did so, in Lauren's very presence. She sincerely believes them, and yet they sound cynical and unkind when hearing them from somebody else's mouth, especially if that somebody is the person she considers closest to her, and from whom, speaking frankly, she would rather never be away if she was given the chance.
Why did you leave like that, Sahara?
Don't ask if you already know the answer.
But I still don't understand it. I think not even you understand it in all its depth.
Laurent was awake when Sahara closed the door of the apartment, in silence, without saying a word to anyone. After 4 years of stealth, and with last night's incendiary speech still fresh on her lips, she vanished in a movement so quick and cruel as that of plucking a tiny flower from its stem. That's how she has acted all her life, and she wasn't going to make an exception for Laurent, even if he is the only person who has ever come close to understanding it. Something that, as he now claims, not even Sahara herself has achieved yet, despite having lived for 23 years with her blue demon.
I gave up the bulletin, you know.
What? Sahara raises her voice more than it would be sensible at this time of the night. That wasn't among her expectations for this conversation. Why would you do that? That bulletin was the most stable publication any of us had managed to make since we graduated. And you were so excited about the subjects you were covering. Did something happen?
Nothing in particular.
Lawrence shrugs, not looking at any of the cameras that focus on him.
I guess we all have our own incomprehensible motives. Look at the bright side. Tomorrow's Monday and I don't have to go to work hungover.
Lifting the pipe to her health, Laurent breathes another puff of his white and aromatic smoke and slowly exhales it in the saddest toast she has ever seen. After asking the due questions about the members of their domestic unit, Sahara says goodbye to him with an affectionate bobbing of the fingers, the implications of which the young man ignores, as it is natural. A misfitting serenity falls over her as she undoes her headwear and opens the bag where she keeps the scanty luggage she deemed appropriate to bring. Before traveling to Fez to enter the citadel, she stopped over at her parents' house, where she was welcomed with a couple critiques about her lifestyle and urged to take some vacuum zip bags with her to store her clothes, something that has proven quite useful to keep her relatively clean. A comforting sucking sound is produced when air is injected into the plastic container, and Sahara takes a couple minutes to tuck her lilac scarf next to her sky blue dress, in a compressed packet occupying little more than the bottom of her sack. Dressed in some baggy pajamas designed for warmer temperatures, she huddles up beneath various layers of fabric and contracts her muscles until she heats back up. Once she's comfortable, she falls back in that feeling of serenity, that tastelessness that shouldn't be there, but is. Are you getting used to this place, Suhaida? The monochromatic picture of the wood boards in front of her, the hardness of the floor under her ribs, the smell of humidity and human heat she has perceived for almost 125 days in the darkness. They start acquiring to her the same terrible familiarity that she was feeling in those last weeks in the student flat, that one that also surprised her when she slept in her old teenage room, in her old parents' house. Soon you'll have to flee from here too. There are still a few months left until Aliya's belly swells and regurgitates the beautiful parasite that inflames it, but as it is well known, and her brain takes great care to remind her, those months are going to go by sooner or later. Then she will have to flee, because there is a man with a blue flower as a face that chases her wherever she goes. It's easier for him to find her when she hides in the same place for too long, and he spots her quicker when she returns to the hiding places she has already been to before. She is fast. She didn't have a choice but to learn to run after the man found her once when she was much younger than she is now. Just seeing him there in front of her was a horrible experience, though he didn't come to touch her. She has never since faced him so directly, but she has seen him from afar, constantly following her. In the periods between their encounters, when her life becomes stable enough to stop thinking about him, his presence haunts her every night. It's not him, his body and being, but the sensation of him, an incontestable fact that suddenly installs in her brain and gives her the tranquility of absolute certainty. Curled up, in the position of the fetus that seesaws in its amniotic sac, Sahara knows it. He will find me someday, she thinks, but that day will not be tomorrow. And, sad but satisfied, she falls asleep thinking of him. A sudden wave of cold wakes her when the covers that kept her body heat isolated from the morning air are jerked off of her. Towering over her, like a soldier about to give his dying enemy the fatal blow, the 20th guest takes over her field of sight, making up the first image of the day. Without more thought to it, she tosses the blankets to a corner of the room and urges her to get up with an imperative, Though it may seem unsurprising by now, this is not a common practice in the Citadel. In fact, it's the first time it has happened. Sahara, with all the startle and the fog of her brain, which was dreaming just a couple seconds earlier, immediately thinks of various reasons why this violent breach of her privacy can have happened. Prevailing is her recent violation of Al Mudaina's implicit rules, having stepped out of its boundaries and taken a girl with her, depraving her so with the evil and crudeness of the outside. The seventh guest must have run her mouth, despite the threat weighing on her and her talking stick. What awaits her out there, in the patio or in the sun salon? A people's trial full of exclamation and bangs on the table? A program for the purification of the perverse, based on pomegranate and psychological abuse? A public execution? Even with these guesses running through her head, Sahara is lucid enough to think modestly, and she hurries to cover herself up with the first rag she pulls out from her bag before standing and asking the 20th about the incursion, shrugging and making an interrogative sound. The young woman answers with a grimace of incomprehension, then seems to remember that the 27th is still a newbie and explains it to her. "We've got a medical exam today. Aliyah waits for us in the platform. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt much." In pleasant contrast with the bloody and unhygienic expectations Sahara had formulated in the stairway to the platform, this medical exam turns out to be authentic, without rusty instruments or oozing wounds in sight. A drone helicopter, lighter and more aerodynamic than old helicopters and painted bright yellow, is parked on the heliport. The symbol of the government health system is printed on its side. A trio of fully dressed female doctors is examining the guests on foldable stretchers, taking blood samples with an intravenous line, and performing pelvic exams with a low intrusiveness device. The women smile and compliantly obey the instructions they are given. On top of examining them, the doctors thoroughly spray them with a pressure atomizer that leaves the air aromatized with a strong smell of hospitals. Aliyah is standing there, supervising the process with a hand on the man's back. He has his eyes stuck on the floor, visibly uncomfortable. Another person seems to be managing the process with a professional expression, interacting with the doctors and communicating the test's results to Aliyah, like an interpreter between medical language and Al Mudaina's signs. It's the third guest, with her old features and her apparent trust relationship with the hostess. The 20th, who belongs to the group of guests that receive and store the supply deliveries, notifies her of Sahara's arrival and gets in the end of the line of women that await their turn. The 27th notices the absence of girls in the line, which supports her speculations regarding the kind of exam this is. It makes sense, though she did not expect Aliyah to take such a sensible measure amidst her anarchy. Perhaps she is forced to by public sanitation laws, if the government still holds any sort of control over the decisions taken by the Malaka, as that employee referred to her some days ago. Sahara waits patiently as the guests succeed each other on the yellow stretchers. Most of them complete their exam in silence and return inside, but some stop to exchange quick words with the doctors, notably conscious of their actions. The seventh guest approaches one of them and keeps her in an isolated sector of the platform. From the place she occupies, Sahara can only see the nape of her neck, partially covered by her half-grown bob. Judging by the way the doctor nods and responds, she'd bet something that she's talking to her. "Are you the journalist?" one of the women inquires immediately when Sahara is left at her disposal, dressed in her pink sweater and pajama pants. Sahara Ahmed, she identifies herself, intrigued by the fact that her name is remark-worthy, rather than the woman having been able to identify her amongst her naked fellows. "Do you have something to tell me?" "No. You're news in the city, that's all. I'm glad to find you're doing your job honestly. The doctor, middle-aged and wearing a showy fluorescent vest, speaks as she sterilizes the stretcher and takes off the fine layer of fiber where her previous patient lay. When she's done, she straightens up and serviceably points at the bedding, offering Sahara a seat. Seeing she won't take it, she stares at her for some seconds, then moves her glance up towards a point behind her back. The 27th turns her head to see the man, who has raised his head in their direction and seems to be surveying them. The young man lifts a hand fugaciously and Sahara waves back. He doesn't look away. He's waiting for Sahara to demand his exiting so that she can strip down, like that time at her arrival. You should undergo these tests, Miss Ahmed. We know and respect the practices that take place here, and we look after your health and that of the people you live with. I haven't. Sahara feels her cheeks flush and takes an instant to despise herself for it. It is not necessary to perform this exam on me, doctor. I am not at risk of having any illness currently. I didn't mean to offend you, miss, the woman states in a much more professional tone than hers. With a gesture of her hand, she authorizes the next guest to step forward. Sahara hesitates in place, wishing to ask her about her apparent status as a public figure, but coy at the doctor's solid attitude. When she finally decides to leave, that voice of monotonous coolness addresses her again and paralyzes her with its authority before allowing her to continue. You're doing a great job for this city, Sahara. Maybe when you publish your findings, attention will finally be paid to the absurdity we have been denouncing for 10 years, and someone will put an end to this madman's project that has hijacked the economy we feed our families with. If you need anything from us, we will do everything in our hands to provide it. Contact us, not the property workers. They are under Alawi's influence. The 27th re-enters the tower in a hurry, without shooting another look at the man, who, frustrated, lowers his head again. In the way back to her room, the quick dialogue with the doctor replays in her head, with the flashiest update gleaming among her thoughts like the medical helicopter. Your news in the city. Her ego and her commercial instinct automatically digest the news as an absolute success. She planned to make herself known once she had exited the Citadel, when the article was well redacted and she found a good means to put it to light. If her name is already circulating, though only locally, it will be much easier to find a patron or an investor. Sahara senses the sweet taste of influence, the golden coin, and yet she does not smile. The doctor's declaration of intent, which she has voiced on behalf of the whole city, has confused her regarding the expectations that her potential readers have for her article. She was aware of the fussy opinion about the Citadel, and still she discredited Lauren's doubts when she came up with the project for the first time. You're a fresh beginner. You still don't have enough support to win yourself anyone's disapproval. This is the basic philosophy of influence, so essential as knowing that you don't spend everything you earn, or that you have to lick a lot of shoes clean before you're at a position that allows you to look at people from above. Sahara refused to let herself be brought down by such a frigid view of her profession, which she idealized as a risky and passional labor, but deep down, she knew her friend was right. She's going to write a report about the Citadel of Fez, but with what intention? Just informatively describing what she's seen and narrating what she's done? Mentioning the fascinating conduct she has studied and the very interesting people she has met? Or on the contrary, denouncing the domination and psychological mistreatment that happened and have happened in this place and demanding its immediate closing, as the doctor has suggested? In any of the cases, she will earn herself some enemies, and a group of people who never asked for some influence-thirsty girl to meddle in their lives will suffer the collateral damages of her acts. The fair and lawful outcome, it is clear, would be for Aliya Alawi to be incarcerated for crimes of coercion and abuse, and for all the victims of her delusion to be provided with the necessary means to, on the long term, be able to reintegrate as common citizens in society. For the Office of Tourism and the semi-private business that handles the building's direct administration to stop economically profiting from a situation of deplorable mistreatment, and for the law to take action to impede it. But is it Sahara Ahmed's business to make this come true? Rather, does Sahara Ahmed want this to come true, having known people who will never be happy outside these walls? The design is based on that of the geodesic dome, though slightly deformed. Seen from the front, it would be, rather than a semicircumference, the upper part of an ovoid. The hexagonal panels are fitted one by one onto the shape of the metal armature, making it look progressively more like a huge wasp's nest. They're big, approximately a meter each side. If they're imagined to be smaller, and even smaller, if an infinite number of tiny hexagons are assembled with the respective inclinations, the resulting figure is completely smooth and resembles an eggshell protruding from the yard's sandy ground. Naima wonders if it is a perfectly geometrical egg, if the curve is justified, like the library's catenary semi-arcs, effortlessly supporting their own weight and that of all the books they hold. From her viewpoint, it's hard to determine it, but if she could see the structure from above, her idea would be confirmed if the plan was circular. Euphoric, the girl sprints away and climbs up various flights of stairs with her hands and feet. Facing disapproving looks from a couple guests she stumbles across on her way. She carries with her a slice of paper and a graphite bar, and all notions of the world outside her thoughts deem inconsequential. If all the same, an infinitely small length of the curve made by these hexagons was taken, it would be a straight line, which multiplied by its height would result in the area of an infinitely small rectangle, and if this operation was repeated an infinite number of times and all the infinite results were added together, you would get the total area beneath the curve of the egg. In a long and narrow hallway with walls covered by complex drawings, Naima finds a wooden crate, hollow but robust. After putting away the painting utensils that were on it, she clambers on top of the box and gets on her tiptoes, but doesn't manage to reach the crack through which daylight comes in. It's wider in this hallway in particular, given the artistic labor the 13th guest performs here. Naima observes the spirals and floral patterns stamped on the walls, standing still on a box in the middle of a hallway. She takes some minutes to examine the strokes, helixes, and minuscule details taking up every last millimeter of the parallel walls, in a flamboyant manifestation of horror vacui. Maybe the 13th guest feels like she's filled up all the gaps, but for Naima, the passageway might as well be dyed completely black and it would still seem empty. Drawings like these make no sense. They lack harmony and purpose. And above all, they're finite. How can something be complete when it has a limit, when it can't be divided over and over into smaller pieces, when it doesn't have enough relevance to last forever? Frustrated, she jumps off the crate and thinks about the only option she has left, excluding Aliya's attic, which she has already discarded as inaccessible for a simple girl like herself. She would rather go anywhere else rather than there, but well, it's all for knowledge. Before she even crosses the threshold, various heads of intricate braids have already turned to see the visitor, the infrequent company they crave and which they can detect several meters away. The girl makes her way across them, deliberately ignoring their presence, until she reaches the largest source of sunlight Al Mudaina has, the lattice wall of the sun salon. She can't pop her head out through the holes, but she can get a fragmented picture of the Medina in bird view. If she winks an eye and puts the other against a big enough opening, the citadel's patio becomes visible, with the third tower in a less favorable position than she would have liked. Despite the bad perspective, and for her dismay, the structure is clearly also less geometrical than she had hoped for. It keeps its symmetry on both sides of a central meridian, but the upper and lower halves differ in their width and slope, the upper being longer and more tilted. Looks like the egg, instead of being vertically embedded in the earth, is peeking out with a certain obliqueness, so the base of the tower is oval-shaped instead of circular. With her sheet of paper sitting on her palm and her other hand grasping her graphite bar, Naima begins scribbling, doodling a sketch that she will later try to turn geometrical, if she can. The tower, in the end, turns out not to be a polyhedral construction, but merely a curved figure sculpted from hexagonal plates in lack of glass with the required curvature. Says one of the girls, adhering herself to the wooden latticework Naima is peering through, evidently wanting to draw her attention. By her body language and the mocking ring of her phoneme, it can be interpreted that she is probing her, asking what brings her here while provoking her with a sly smirk. Naima refuses to play her game and responds with a dry lift of her chin, pointing towards the third tower, the only reason of her visit. Behind her back, she senses the rest of the kids distributing themselves throughout the room, arranging in a threatening circular formation. They crawl on the floor like animals, with the same predatory grimace printed in each one of their childish faces. The girl who has approached her is the oldest of them all. After so many years, each of them has taken over a very specific role in their own small clan, and she's the leader, the manager of the fence. With her back leaning against the latticework, she clicks her tongue, making a bird-like sound that is clearly intended to be a jeeb. The girls snicker quietly. Naima continues drawing. Girl. Chant several infantile voices, laughing and moving across the room like a pack of hyenas. My name is Naima, she clarifies, deigning now to look up at her interlocutor. Some of the physical features of Aliya's oldest daughter resemble hers, though she doesn't look as much like her as she would if she was her full sister. Aliya's 7 daughters, besides having granted their fellows respect for having grown up without both parents, share a series of fine and elegant attributes that mask the coarse characteristics they have all inherited from their father. Thinner lips, less sad eyes, a longer and pointier nose, and generally a taller build. The eldest, additionally, shows changes relating to her upcoming puberty throughout her whole body, which makes her an object of admiration amongst her companions, adding up to her already secured authority. She wears her hair in 2 long braids, smooth and shiny like a raven's. And I'm glad to see you, Sacha. The girl does not lose her composure, despite her name starting to bounce and reverberate on the corners of the salon where her cohabitants gather. Some of them also knew Naima in her childhood, but there was a time, now very far in her perspective, when there was only the 2 of them. They came into the world barely some months apart, and nearly a year had to then go by before Aliya resumed her systematic breeding of girls, which has continued ever since at a shocking rate. Naima and Sacha were cribmates. They shared their first steps, the loss of their baby teeth, and another unique aspect that only the 2 of them possess, the name. Their differences began precisely when they were both stripped of it. Aliya never named her daughter again, while the 23rd guest continued to do it secretly, like a misdeed committed in silence and in private. The birth of other girls from new guests' wombs widened the social gap between them, Naima being slowly downgraded to a lesser category, a commoner of sorts, even if Aliya's daughters were always the most numerous group. The abyss became uncrossable when Naima disassociated permanently from the rest of the resultant community, moving to the library. Her relationship with her old friends has never been explicitly bad since then, but that is, of course, judging by the fact that it has been inexistent. At this point, even her own mother considers her a pariah. Triangulation, says Naima, and snaps her fingers, focusing back on the tower. The other girl turns lazily and peers through another hole, situated higher than hers. Turning a circle into a hexagon is simple. Simulating a curve with hexagons shouldn't be a lot harder.
That's easy. Even bees know how to build hexagons. Someone should tell Aliyah to try and do it with squares. What's that curve supposed to represent anyway? Some kind of dune? An abstraction?
Who used to be Saha shoots her a cunning look, wrapped in the laughs and whispers of her sisters. Haughty, as if she possessed a piece of information which Naima lacks, she points a hand at the tower and then takes it to her chest, still developing. Naima alternates her glance between the structure and her childhood friend, and does notice the similarity, though she wouldn't have if it hadn't been pointed out.
Oh.
Or, she adds, and moves her hand to Naima's belly, round and kid-like. The gesture stirs up more laughter and jumps from the others. At their age, and following a regular eating schedule, they're all past the rotund shapes of early infancy and are growing quite speedily, elongating their bones and stretching out their figures. She, on the other hand, has fallen a little behind, prioritizing reading over the rest of the essential activities of the day. Saha's mockery irritates her, if only because of the fact that this is talked about more than knowledge itself in a place like Al-Mudaina, and that makes her feel scammed. This sort of vulgarities is one of the many reasons why she tries to keep herself inside the library as much as she can. As long as one stays in the hiding, she can think the rest of humanity is decent and deserves all the efforts required to help them thrive. For one's own good, it's better to keep this as a hypothesis and not try to demonstrate it. Naima squirms away from her half-sister's pointy finger, which harasses her various steps back, poking on her belly while the girls ruminate on their own exaltation.
Aliyah. Aliyah.
The hostess's name vibrates in a special way across the room, a word swollen with hope, happy and not so much authoritarian. The new intonation of the 3 syllables has altered their meaning, as it is usual to happen this far along into any pregnancy, to the point of even raising a slight joy in Naima, who isn't particularly interested in these matters. She's alive, Aliyah's daughter. She survived and is going to be born. The news has spread like flames on oil, and the oldest sister of the unborn brandishes it with pride in a wide smile. Naima doesn't have any sisters, at least not born from the same couple of parents. How does it feel to have an entourage, to be the one to experience each change first and guide the rest through them? Does it come with more responsibilities than it does perks, or vice versa? The 11-year-old girl leads her younger sisters in an ascending emotional progression, stepping up from humor to dreaminess, and from dreaminess to the inevitable peak of every adolescent fantasy. The name begins resonating in small bursts of glee, lost in the joyful song of the hostess.
Aliyah, Aliyah, man, Aliyah the man, Aliyah the man, the man.
The girls become soothed with it and continue on to a quieter conversation, an omnipresent murmur. The formerly known as Saja does not participate in the chatter, but comes closer to her old friend, emphasizing the height difference between them. Naima listens, horrified, as the whispers grow longer and heavier. She has never known anything besides this, and yet an instinct suggests her that something in it is wrong, unquantifiably wrong. These girls, they're too young. Too soon, too fast. The man, says Saja, and stretches out one of Naima's curls with her fingers. The identity of the person she's talking about is uncertain for her. Since she knows him personally, there is a dichotomy in her head in what regards him. The despotic and unreachable figure of the man on one end, and the clumsy and demoralized kid she has nicknamed L'Homme another. It can be assumed that, unless it's the 27th guest, everyone refers exclusively to the hermetic tyrant when speaking of the man. Naima finds it inconceivable that someone can feel attracted by such a terrible notion of a human being.
Loves Aliyah. Debatable, but I'll give it to you since you put in the effort to add a subject and a predicate together for 23 is not enough,
she interrupts her, grabbing her by the chin to tilt her head up towards her. She turns it around in various angles as if it were a piece of fake jewelry, evaluating the irregularities and asymmetries in her face. Naima steps back violently, bumping against the crowd of girls that had clustered at her back, mercilessly pronouncing her mother's name. 23, 23, the man 23. The intonation is different to all in which she has heard that familiar word be said. Just like they have been able to transform the word Aliyah into a joyful and pacifying hymn, the girls have deformed the vocable assigned to the woman who brought her into the world, turning it into a worn-out sound. The hoarse cough of an old dog, the creak of a rusty tool, the weak blow of the wind crossing a field with no vegetation. Sounds that Naima has never heard, but feels integrated into that word. Worse yet, into that woman. The effect is worse, if that is possible, when one of the girls inserts that grandiloquent concept of the man between one monotonous whisper and the next. Look at what she had, and look at what all 23 has become. How is it possible to incite such a sensation with just a pair of words? For the first time, Naima takes a moment to appreciate the true complexity of the mooing language she so hates. It's ridiculous to hear an adult babble and warble to communicate a message she had previously structured with words, but the girls don't do it that way. They feel and convey the feeling directly into sound without running it through the limiting filter of their possessed vocabulary. They use words, not dispensing religiously with them like some guests do, but endowing them with much more elevated meanings, making use of the abstraction of their emotions. In the same way that the use of mathematical language facilitates the access to concepts like infinity, the insinuations of the resultant's language open up a range of meaning that the alphabet and all its combinations cannot approach. And all of this, with the absolute rapport it requires between the emitter and the receptor, is almost completely Saja's creation. She's the one who has raised her sisters, the one who establishes the highs and lows of the conversation, the conductor of the orchestra. With the baton on her index and a sly smile on her lips, she points plainly at her face and finishes.
You are not enough.
Again, laughter and whooping flood the room, which has now moved into absolute havoc. Several sets of braids whip the air as the girls jump and run around. They seem to be having more fun than they've had in months. Naima ponders turning around and leaving, and in fact, the whole of her brain's rational hemisphere, which she usually trusts with the reins of her life, prompts her to do so. However, the other half has already been infected with the wild excitement of Saja's music, the melodies that her mother has taught her how to play, using people as instruments instead of instrument players. It has been invaded with a hungry curiosity to know how far it can take her, where she can go under this intoxicating influence. She feels more offended than it would be usual in her, especially in what regards her mother, who is the object of her own criticism in many occasions. She, in her own way, is also having fun.
The man loves Aliyah,
The tween repeats and leans back on the latticework, displaying herself in a way that makes Naima repulsed, that makes her want to scream. The other girls gawk at her with envy, coveting the confidence and freshness she radiates. Who is she, the gifted mind, the squarer of the circle, before someone so charismatic? Who would choose her at first sight, a scrawny and disheveled brat, over the neat and beatific image of what an intelligent young girl should be? If only they could be allies again, if Saja would let her teach her to think about infinity, and she would let herself be taught how to orchestrate people. They would be unstoppable. But Saja has allowed the splendor of her body to dominate all aspects of her life, and Naima has done the same with her mind. Union will never be possible. It's a reality that causes the frustration of them both, even if they only know it at a very elemental level. Tension grows between them as the seconds pass. The last string is stretching dangerously, and with just one word from any of them, it will lead to the ultimate loss of all the moments they shared. The one who pronounces this word is, of course, Saja. She's the one who's good at talking.
and he will soon love me.
Naima strikes first, with her right fist well clenched around the graphite bar, which breaks upon collision with Saja's cheekbone. The girl doubles over and trips, but doesn't fall. One of her braids drapes over the point of impact, hiding the immediate damage on her immaculate skin. She'll get a nice bruise, at least they got that guaranteed. Furious but honest, Naima grants her some seconds to react, that the rest of the girls use to resume their noise after an initial silence. When Saja throws herself at her like a cat, they break down into an animal uproar, far from trying to stop her. After the man, violence is the thing they like most among all the things they know in the world. The fighters make use of all the means available to hurt each other. Fists, knees, feet, nails, teeth. Naima shatters her pencil and rips apart her sheet of paper with the careful drawing she had made on it. Saja's braids are disintegrated, and her body becomes in a couple minutes a map of scratches and bruises. The howls and grunts of their respective opponent, along with their own, envelop them in a much more complete interaction than any that can ever be expressed with words. The rest of their worries dissolve, as if they had never really been important. By the time a group of guests walks in the room, attracted by the clamor, the girls are already rolling on the floor, switching between chokeholds, hair pulls, and back scratches. The 23rd guest tries to intervene, but comes to a halt upon seeing her daughter's face, grinning like a maniac each time she acquires a dominant position in the battle. The girls around them cheer them on, but they are not cheering Saja, nor Naima, but the fight itself. It's the most fluent conversation they have ever heard, the clearest exchange of emotions, so precise that they are almost imperceptible. So, instead of interrupting it, girls and adults alike limit themselves to witnessing it, experiencing in the third person all the sensations that leak through the bellows and blows. The 20th guest, the narcissist, loudly comments about her theory on the events they are observing, though nobody can or wants to hear it in these circumstances. The battle continues in a wear-out dynamic until there comes a moment when Saha blocks her half-sister under her knees and starts to deliver punch after punch, aimlessly, just straight to the face. A corrosive anguish climbs up the 23rd's throat, and she brings her hands to her chest, staring helpless as her daughter's head bobs from one side to the other, as if her neck was made of cloth. She has lost consciousness. Breathing irregularly, Aliya's eldest tilts backwards, with her black hair falling freely over her face and back. Naima's drawing is still in her resting hand, crumpled up into a ball. Sitting on her round belly, Saha lets out an impressive shriek, aimed upwards. Everything that needed to be said has been said with that scream, and everyone who needed to hear it has heard it. Lying in her attic, staring at the ceiling in wait of a new realization, Aliya Alawi smiles. The singular anatomical composition of this specimen, bent over himself more than a meter above his head, is quite spectacular to the man's eyes. This isn't due, at least not totally, to the fact that his current position in the greenhouse's unsown area allows him to see the individual sculpturally foreshortened, with a great length of his torso showing under his loose shirt. It's rather the presence that accompanies him, and the sensation that her warm and familiar hand gives him when entwined with his, what turns a visually pleasing image into something majestic. A few minutes past, the young man gives his approval to the cables he was setting up and comes down his aluminum ladder. His shirt comes down with him, which disenchants the man a bit. Without letting go of his hand, Aliya exchanges some words with him, direct and professional words like they rarely come out of her. The man could pay attention to them. Listening to the hostess talk about wireless speakers and battery replacements would lead him to question the theoretical lack of resources and the reigning barrenness of the outside. Perhaps, if he was clever enough, he could even tie the technician's stubble, an evident sexual dimorphism with respect to the woman in front of him, with his own differential condition, which, according to what he's been told, is rare and almost extinct in the world. But it is that hand, that remote homeliness that it stirs in him, what makes these simple reasonings something impossible to fathom. If Aliya wasn't aware of this effect, she probably wouldn't risk letting him witness any sort of event that involved his contact with outside stimuli. Nevertheless, she seems to know it quite well, and, as she has done with all her other knowledge, she has found a way to profit from it. The man is free to roam about at all times and throughout all corners of the citadel, but whenever something moderately suspicion-worthy happens within its walls, Aliya always makes sure that he sees it and is always by his side when he does so. The youngster goes away at last, after side-eyeing him and noticing the tantalized gleam of his eyes, which he responds to with a scowl of aversion. He watches him go through the lattice wall and doesn't wonder where he's going, who is waiting for him, or where did he get that ladder. With Aliya's hand squeezing his, the only thing that comes to mind is how honestly beautiful girls outside are. Allow me to stress how grateful I am for this idea of yours. The truth is, I'm growing old, and I do need some assistance to communicate with all of you resultants. The speakers, now functioning, came to his mind a big while ago, long before Sahara entered Al-Mudaina. They came to his mind so long ago that he doesn't even remember having that idea. They worked through a series of conduits distributed across all floors and rooms on both towers. Conduits so narrow and branched that he couldn't say where or how he built them. Anyway, he does recall having carved the megaphone's prismatic openings, and this has taken various months. Knowing his efforts are being helpful to Aliyah comforts him and fills him with pride. More so when the time comes to inaugurate the third tower, whose excellent design I attribute to our dear 27th guest. Have you found the time to observe it? The man answers, an indefinite sound. Turning his head, he examines the building in construction for the first time. He had seen it before, but hadn't thought into the fact that Sahara was behind its edification and composition. Despite seeing it from an odd perspective and in chunks through the lattice work, he immediately identifies the shape she has intended to give it. It doesn't scandalize him, but does surprise him coming from the 27th. In any case, the impeccable disposition of hexagons brings another matter to his mind that he had in fact intended to discuss with Aliyah as soon as he had the chance. Aliyah, how many years have passed since the 23rd girl was born? That poor kid. She hasn't chosen a good time to observe the tower, the hostess says, smiling calmly. The man doesn't know what she means by that. That would be 10 years and 10 months. My firstborn came 2 months before her. Dates are not his specialty, but from the data he has collected from Khadija's diaries and the few memories he keeps from that time, he knows that he was 14 when both girls were born, which means that if Aliyah's first daughter is already 11 and Naima's 2 months away from turning that age, at some point in the last months he has turned 25. Sahara took care to treat herself a small feast when she estimated her 23rd birthday was approaching, since she hadn't had the forethought to take account of time in the months she had spent in Al-Mudaina. The habit of celebrating one's own birth is not a custom in the area, and even less in Al-Mudaina, where any too concise notion of time is disregarded. Sahara, as she explained, got used to it when she moved abroad, and it seemed harmless to continue it upon returning. Apparently, it is an individualized festivity, a day when a person is praised and gifted things for the fact of having been alive for a multiple of 365 days. Given that in the Citadel, virtually everything is common property, it would be difficult to make a gift in the proper sense of the word, but it doesn't seem like a bad idea to the man to try out something similar. I want to do something, Aliyah. I'll need some of that glass and quite a lot of paper. Would you grant me it? I will have to consult that with the 27th. What is it that you want to do? The man explains it to her, excited like a visionary teenager. Aliyah nods and asks questions about the project while they stroll around the greenhouse and the patio holding hands. They talk and talk, using verbs and prepositions and nouns. They both are the person that knows the other best in the world, so there is no risk of committing an irregularity in their mutual presence. When Aliyah holds his hand, the man feels a kind of happiness that is especially intense because it's fake, synthetic. It's the simple happiness of a child fitted into the complex brain of an adult, a 25-year-old man. Since when is he 25? How is it possible that he has stopped being a kid, climbing up to the roof and doodling with sticks in the sand, and he hasn't noticed? Memory is cruel and purges what it deems necessary, not caring about the beauty or goodness of memories. At the end of the day, it's no more than a survival mechanism. It burns and divides them indiscriminately, erasing data that it considers unnecessary for the future, deleting evening after evening, year after year of simple learning, keeping the bad memories safe so he can react quicker if they were to repeat themselves. When Aliyah lets go of his hand, the fake happiness disappears, and his tired memory issues a monotonous warning. An alarm that has been ignored so many times that it no longer even sounds like an alarm, but still terrifies him slightly for the mere reminiscence of the experience that activated it in the first place. The man usually avoids looking her in the eyes, because when he does, he very remotely remembers the eyes that stared at him in that occasion, so cold and expressionless. How he looked back at them, unable to turn his head and look into those other eyes, which he knew were wide open and horrified like his. The room was lit by a soulless yellow lamp, and she was sitting on a nondescript chair. It all went down in silence. It started, it elapsed, and it ended, and then he committed the mistake of staying there, in that yellow room. More than 11 years later, Aliyah looks at him with an endearment she fully lacked in those minutes, as if now, and not then, he were a scared boy that seeks an adult's aid with his eyes. The man feels a kind of fear that is whole and absolute, because it is the fear of a child that seeks aid and doesn't find it. The hostess comes close to him, and the sensation becomes so real that it feels like he's there again, looking into his only friend's eyes and seeing the tears that ran to the sides while she kept her glance fixed on the lamp that hung from the ceiling. "Don't cry," he tells himself, as Aliyah embraces his head with her hands and his eyes start to burn. "You will both remember this moment as long as you remain alive," she told them, just before Khadija started sobbing noisily. "I'll see what I can do to get you those materials," she tells him now, and kisses him. The man does not close his eyes. How is it possible that he was happy once and doesn't remember? Astride on the sliding ladder, with a curvature that almost allows her to crawl on it, Sahara tries to determine which of the tomes that are piled up in the 23rd's shelf column is Naima's current read. The leather covers and indecipherable titles don't help much at differentiating them, and as much as she goes through her recalling of the conversations she's had with the girl, she can't seem to remember even one keyword or general theme. Thumbing through some pages in search for something familiar, she feels a little coy, not understanding a single graph or operation. In the end, she gives up and picks out a thin booklet titled Operations with Complex Numbers, Volume 1. They're numbers and they're complex, so decidedly she must like them. After stepping down with more caution than her young friend, she runs toward the gates of the Sanctuary of Knowledge, deserted as always, and goes up one floor of the spiral stairs, headed for the other great room of the Citadel, the school, chamber of growth and practical learning. This one is much more transited, not only by the girls, but also by a multitude of mothers and caregivers that surveil them and make sure they don't run off the enclosure while they are meant to play. While access to this enclosure is forbidden to adults, it is allowed in the oblong back room where the little ones sleep, where guests breastfeed their daughters when they're still newborns and lull them in the nights. Sahara walks in the room and strolls across the passageway remaining in between the wall and the clumps of blankets where some girls still doze. Towards the end of the bedchamber, a stocky woman is bent over the rolled up fabric supporting her daughter's head, constantly tucking and patting them, to the girl's protest. As soon as she spots Sahara, she props herself up on her elbows, destroying the whole arrangement. The 27th, perplexed, notices that her hair is damp, and it even looks like someone untangled it. You will have looked out for the physical integrity of every living being in a 10-meter radius if that thing in your hands is a book for me. Sahara sits at the right side of the bed, and Naima seizes the tome from her hands as soon as she can reach it. Upon reading the title, her expression flattens, as if she had hoped for something better. She drops back on the blankets with a brusqueness that can't be too good for the contractures in her neck, which makes her mother squirm and immediately tuck her again. Don't know if I'm in the mood for this today, but I appreciate the gesture. Hey, cool it now. Do you think you've become minister plenipotentiary of violence just because you threw hands with some kid? Naima sticks out her tongue and opens the book by a random page, paying no further attention to her visit. The 27th takes a moment to examine the blow's consequences throughout the girl's skinny complexion. A wet cloth is spread over the makeshift pillow on which she's leaning her back. Most open wounds, inflicted by her opponent's nails, are in that area. Her face, however, has taken the worst of the contusions. When Sahara ran up to the top floor, alerted by the commotion that had risen up, Naima had already regained consciousness and lied on her side on the floor, in such position that she couldn't see her face. Her mother and the third guest were crouched beside her, the one keeping her from falling asleep again, and the other quickly evaluating the state of her body. The other girl was standing, facing a corner and breathing heavily. Though there was a number of people gathered in the room, nobody approached her. The third guest denied the presence of fractures, and Naima was transported to none other than the aliment room, where the woman treated her with a series of products she pulled out of the multiple food containers secretly stacked under the table. The crowd dissolved as they deemed the show to be over, and after some minutes, the only people remaining in the place were the wounded, her healer, her mother, and Sahara. The girl walked to the school on her own foot, and there she was allowed to go to sleep. With all certainty, it was her longest slumber in the last years. Sahara was by her side for the most part, but did go back to her room to sleep when the night fell. The bruises have showed up in this period of time. Not very dark yet, they outline both her cheekbones and the socket of her right eye. It must have been at some point in her absence, also, when they have washed her. Sahara supposes they don't yet consider it safe for her to witness this sort of systematic infractions of the rules. Naima, your mother has been watching over you the whole night, and that other girl's mother must be worried too. Don't you think you should at least dignify us with an explanation? I think your assumptions about maternal responsibility are rather bold. Naima, as it is usual in her, makes her declarations lightly, not caring to fit her words to the context that surrounds them and to the people that hear them. In most occasions, she also can't be bothered to justify her stances once she has seen the negative effect they have on their audience. Yet in this case, Sahara spots her eyes flashing away from the booklet and over to her mother after realizing what she has just said. With her head low by the bedside, the 23rd guest doesn't show any signs of hurt. Rather, she displays a servile attitude, similar to the one she held as she prepared the pomegranate tea in the attic. Though if you want to know what happened, you're better off asking me. I doubt that other girl will explain it to you with great fluency if you ask her to. So? What happened? I was reunited with an old friend after some years. The girl resumes her silent reading after the blunt excuse. Sahara decides to let it be, since clearly Naima isn't willing to open up. But a few seconds past, she senses movement coming from the opposite side of the cot. The 23rd has lifted her forehead a bit and is looking into her eyes for the first time since the fight. With her look, as if she were using an eye-tracking screen, she points at her daughter and then back at her. She wants her to keep on asking. Sahara takes this as an opportunity and agrees, confirming with a subtle nod that she has received the message. A friend who doesn't share your stubbornness to draw lines and arcs until you solve abstract problems, whose implications in her daily life she doesn't have the capacity or the interest to perceive. Naima widens her eyes and glares at her with a look of unmeasurable exasperation, so exaggerated that it's funny to her. A friend that has chosen to dedicate her life to combing her head and watching her armpit hair grow, probably waiting for the day when she gets her first gray hair to curl up in a corner and rot in her own misery, she exclaims, visibly irritated. Are you aware of how helpful having all those girls with me would be? Of how fast us resultants would advance if there weren't people whose only job is to take up space? Not everyone can do what you do, Naima. Not all of us have your wings, she wants to tell her. But that metaphor is reserved for the privacy of her notebook, and she wouldn't understand it in its full meaning. Out there, we're all given a standard education, and we end up forgetting what we learned. Those who understand the concepts and use them are those who study for their own will, like you. And they're rare proportionally. The rest of us perform all the labors that keep society afoot, and you are the ones who make it move forward. We couldn't survive without you, but you couldn't do it without us either. I'm not just talking about what I do. Naima closes her book and continues looking at her with those intimidating eyes. When her face gets that way, Sahara knows none of her sentimental arguments will rival her overwhelming use of logic. The third guest is a healer, but limits herself to applying the remedy she knows and doesn't experiment with new recipes or puts new techniques forward. The 13th guest is a painter and is good at it as long as she stays within a certain pattern of shapes that have already been painted before. The 20th guest speaks and speaks about the conduct she sees in the kids, but will never come up with a better way to educate them based on what she says she knows. And Aliyah, she could do so much more than what she does. She could talk with us instead of giving us speeches. She could teach us how to run our own mudaina and survive in the outside world instead of shielding us from what she had to endure. Everybody does something. Everybody compensates, but nobody adds up. And I'm trying to, Sahara. Surely you can understand why I get angry when I see somebody that I used to appreciate not lifting a single finger to try it. Sahara understands. For someone that spends their life running in pursuit of something, or running from something, as it is her case, seeing pedestrians calmly strolling around or even static is almost degrading. Al-Mudaina is a work in progress that got stuck at some point with such violence that the reaction force was enough to send it back to its original position and even further. Something in Aliyah Alawi's mind, also pursuing an idea at that time, made her fall face first onto the pavement, left her immobile for so long that the idea escaped and vanished into the horizon. It's natural for Naima to despise the system she's created from the mere memory of this idea, distorted by the blow and with polarly opposite results to those initially expected. I don't know how Al-Tabut started to fill up, but I do know that a tragedy occurred in that house, say the tired citizens of Fez, the same ones who trust her to end the erratic project that began 10 years ago. Sahara is not sure whether that is in her hand to do, but if she's really going to have an influence on the world's opinion regarding the Citadel, she wants to know where her sources lay before she speaks up.
What is your tragedy, Aliyah? What is the catastrophe that made you fall and never get back up? As justified as your anger may be, Naima, you can't change anyone's ways with your fists, resolves the 27th guest, at which the girl rolls her eyes and opens the book back up by a different page. I didn't mean to change her ways. I just gave her my opinion in a language she could understand. Naima's answer was inflexible, as it was to be expected, but it seems to have satisfied the 23rd guest. Soon after leaving the dormitory, Sahara is approached by the woman, one of the oldest looking guests, and one of the first ones, according to her estimates. Despite her cold attitude along the past hours and the warning she issued some days ago as she passed her the cup of tea, she appears grateful to her for having talked the answers to what she'd been wondering out of her daughter. The 23rd, judging by what Sahara has seen of her, is a serious woman who goes by the rules as much as she can. She is one of the most orthodox, along with the 7th guest, in what concerns the rejection of vocabulary, and this leads her to total communicative failure with Naima, who refuses to use gestures to establish contact with her. Perhaps she had thought the reason of the fight had been something more grave in her eyes, that Naima tried to convince the girls to riot against Aliyah and escape to the outside with her, or that they attacked her for considering her mother inferior, which does happen more frequently than it could be guessed. Since hearing about the true motive, she has relaxed her tense demeanor and appears calmer, such motive being the chronic intellectual frustration of her only daughter, something not as worrisome for her as the gossip that her conducts may arouse in the hallways. And Sahara has acted as her intermediary, has committed the improper act of word in her place in order to obtain the answers she sought. In her gratitude, the 23rd guest pinches with her index and thumb the chin of her cohabitant, a gesture of appreciation that's normally used on girls or very close friends. As if this wasn't enough, she decides to prize her dedication to Naima's healing process with something that the girl herself likes, something that can convince her of anything by its pure symbolic value. Before returning to the convalescent, the woman leans over her ear with a playful smile, like she's going to tell her a juicy confidence, and says the following: Sahara Ahmed. Fourth chapter, March 2037. I want to go home. My God, I pray every night so you will give me the chance to get away from here. I'm hungry. I have to use the bathroom, but all the doors are locked. I'm naked and I'm freezing to death in the nights. God, I'm going mad. I want to go home. Take me to my home.
Sahara wanders among the gardening rectangles more slowly than she should, lazily squatting down every few centimeters to bury 1 or 2 seeds in the soil. Since Aliyah reached her 6th month of pregnancy, her free time has been progressively cut short. Asking for a turn in the greenhouse rotation has been her way of scurrying away from the occupations she has been given. The hostess's requests have increased in frequency, and when she's not helping her move around or transcribing the paragraphs she comes up with to manually bound tomes, she's attending the other guests, who ask for her help in the daily chores as if she was especially qualified for their performance. The hours fill up, and the days contract. In the end of the day, the young woman is thankful for the acceptance, but at the same time she misses the anonymity she used to have, and the moments of solitude when she could write down all her conclusions in her notebook without having to wait for the night. The fact that she's integrating amongst the other guests gives her a duality of impressions, which is accentuated whenever she phones Laurent, or more occasionally, Angie, the external collaborators of her project. As helpful as it is to establish good relations with Al Mudaina's dwellers, A part of her feels an instinctive aversion towards the counseling role she is being assigned. The third tower was completed little before Aliyah entered the third trimester, and since its functionality has not quite yet been determined, the guests ceaselessly question her about the meaning of the claustrophobic rooms, the spiral staircase, and the tube system connecting the spheroid's multiple floors. Sahara knows the answers as well as they do, but her position as Aliyah's assistant makes her, in the eyes of the rest, mindful of all the Citadel's enigmas. Maybe that's what the hostess intends, to put somebody between herself and the guests, some sort of second in command. This, added to her spontaneous outburst of inspiration, seems to indicate that the woman is undergoing some sort of existential phase. If this were to be true, Sahara would rather stay away from Aliyah Alawi's midlife crisis. Miss Ahmed? Sahara stands up to attend the visitor. A man dressed in everyday clothes has strayed from the group of tourists admiring the glass tower. She was waiting for him, so she's not surprised that he knows her name. Making no questions, she picks up the package he hands her through the largest gap in the latticework and stuffs it in her sweater's pocket. The touch of something soft and plastic inside the paper envelope comforts her, and she thanks him silently. The subject, however, does not immediately return to his flock. Turning his back on her, he gestures with his hand over the screen of the device he holds in the other. The holograph that Sahara carries in her trousers makes a sound, and via text message asks for her authorization to show the image that the stranger is trying to send her. Sahara nods before the monitor, and right away her screen displays the face of a young woman, all dressed up and with glasses on. Inside the package there is a letter for her, from her parents. Take it to her. The man leaves then, fusing again with the tame and expectant crowd. Sahara checks the picture, bidimensional and a bit anachronistic. Mentally erasing the accessories on the girl's skull, she deduces her present identity. She's the 11th guest. So it was her parents looking for her, and that's who she was always waiting for with haughty hopes of turning down their pleas. Inside the package, tucked between the products that Sahara requested to the doctor in charge of the last medical exam Aliyah called in, lies the mentioned letter, stored in a smoky-colored envelope marked only with the addressee, Haruma. Sahara stares at the letters for some seconds, rereads the name a couple times, and tries to come to terms with the idea that it belongs to one of her peers. They have identities after all. The 11th guest is a Haruma, the 12th guest was a Khadija, and the rest of them also. Then she realizes something. Putting a finger up for each letter, she recites the Arabic alphabet, then the Latin one with its 26 characters. Seeing that the math is off by 1 unit, she does it again, starting with 2 fingers, skipping the inexistent first guest. Once finished, she is left staring at the 7 fingers she has distributed between her 2 hands. 6 months to get a grasp on something so simple. Who's there? Sahara hides the goods, which crackle upon being quickly stuffed in her pocket. The man walks down the last steps one by one and enters the greenhouse calmly, stopping in front of the grid to look at the tourists. The 27th is relieved to see it's just him, though it's not convenient for him to know of her monkey business with the outside. She wouldn't risk being ratted out if he did. Circulants. That's the term Aliyah uses to name those who hang around Al-Mudaina but don't find it in themselves to climb its walls and seek shelter in it. They're observing the third tower. Where do you see them from? From the library, he answers, and then stops, as if he had talked more than he should have. As far as Sahara knows, there are no windows in the library. A group of guests walked in there with Aliyah and kicked us out for some hours. Oh. It's the first time in her stay in the Citadel that she hears of a guest, besides the 23rd, entering the library for any other purpose than to use it as a shortcut to get to the patio. Sahara has suspected for some weeks that the room is under renovations, which the man seems to be aware of. Perhaps they're finally finishing the chandelier. What happened to Naima? I had to drag her out. The man scratches the side of his hand, uncomfortable. I left her with her mother in the school. I don't think she's very happy to see her again. That rascal could occupy 6 seats in Parliament and still have energy left to do numbers immediately after. It escapes me how that much spunk can fit in such a tiny body. Sahara kneels again and resumes the sewing. The man watches her in silence from his position. In the last months, they have learned to tolerate each other's presence without feeling intimidated by the visual differences. The young man is visibly more serene since he started trusting her with fragments of his resurfacing memory. The constant tension that seemed to press on his temples has lightened, turning his attitude around. His movements, his way of expressing himself, and his mood have relaxed, and he no longer gives off the impression that he's constantly under self-defense protocol. Sahara, on her behalf, has found in her extended immersion a strange peace obtained from the simple act of thinking about herself for a while, not in the sense of treating herself with whims or putting her own will before others, but of asking herself without going in too deep, who is Sahara Ahmed and what brought her here? It had been a while since she'd made herself that question, whose answer does not stop changing for a single second of any day. This way, the man and the 27th guest have befriended each other almost effortlessly. One of them needed to get things out, and the other was ready to pick them up at the other side of the window, looking inward. She reminds me of myself when I was little. You were like Naima? The man displays sincere horror in his tone. I was a less intense version of Naima. She justifies herself, smiling. I remember wherever I went, I always had a predisposed certainty that I was the smartest in the group. Out in the street, when somebody crossed me and looked at me, I had fun thinking that they'd lived the rest of their life not knowing they had exchanged a look with me, that they'd occupied for a second the thoughts of someone vastly intelligent. And I didn't even excel a lot over my classmates. I was a mediocre student, but I felt there was something in me that others did not have. Then I grew up, and I slowly got used to the idea that a lot of people have something in them. My parents didn't have it. I suppose that is why I grew up convinced that I was the only one in the world who felt that call inside of me. I understand. A current of air sneaks in the greenhouse from the outside as a reminder of the recently departed winter. Out there, the tourists move counterclockwise around the third tower, at a certain point being reduced to a multicolored smudge behind the translucid structure. The man holds a glance, grave and profound, in the direction of the Medina. In contrast with its apparent solemnity, the comment that follows it is natural, almost casual. I wonder who my parents are. Sahara tries not to show any sign of emotion, though her interlocutor is turned over and couldn't have spotted it. Various times she has attempted to know the man's suppositions about his parentage, but the boy always ends up tripping over the hurdle of his own identity, guest or host. In any case, the choice of words in the sentence, "I wonder who my parents are," suggests a change in perspective. He said, "my parents," therefore he assumes the existence of more than one progenitor, which contradicts Aliya's discourse about artificial reproduction. It would be riskier to add that he also considers the intervention of a male subject in the reproductive process, but it's a good start anyway. She has speculated about the matter in her notebook, and the manifest conclusion of her brooding is not pleasant, though it's not the only option she ponders. Thankfully, all of Aliya's daughters present physical conformity, at least in what can be observed with the naked eye. This is a detractive factor to the idea though it doesn't completely discredit it. The confirmed facts date back to the man's 12 years of age, and on from then, everything is presumption. How many reasons are there for a woman to have custody of a child and live under the same roof as him? Certainly there are a few, but there is one that stands out above the rest, and Sahara can't ignore it, as hideous and despicable as it is. However, she needs proof. "Have you remembered anything lately?" she asks him softly, and leaves what she is doing to stand beside him. The man doesn't take his eyes off the Medina at the other side of the fence. "Maybe we can build up something similar to reality if we pull all your memories together, even if they're vague. And maybe that something will give us an approximate clue of your parents' identities." "Sometimes when I go to sleep, I see he says, but he stops, looking embarrassed. "I have some images carved in my memory. They are moments of my previous life, before Khadija, before being the man." "Do you mind describing some of them for me?" "A woman dressed like you, stroking my hair, but not in the same way the guests stroke their daughter's hair, but in a way that is scary, you get it?" Sahara listens closely and surveils the man's facial expressions at the same time, since he is visualizing the picture in his mind just as he remembers it. It's unfathomable that such a candid scene can transfix someone's face like this. Then the yard of a house, small and wooden. Could it be Al Mudaina before it started expanding? The man nods. Sahara wonders if the current roofed patio that communicates all three towers was, 11 years ago, a dull garden where a boy and a girl played, without a way to predict what the future held for them. The first two images make enough sense. It's the other ones that confuse me. One is a donkey with some sacks over its back filled with spice bags. The other one is a bowl filled with hot chickpeas. I remember how they looked and their name, but I can't recall the taste of chickpeas. We don't grow chickpeas in Al Mudaina. I'm sure those images come from the Medina. Sahara is not native to Fez, but her parents did bring her, along with her siblings, to visit the city in a couple occasions. Before Al Mudaina existed, the Medina was the most popular tourist attraction, and foreigners would tirelessly photograph its streets and all that they found exotic and unusual in them. One of her most specific memories from these trips, precisely, is the conversation she had with the boy that guided one of the pack donkeys between the rows of shops. She was about 9 years old, so her interest was more inclined towards the boy than the donkey, but the mere existence of the animal is enough to establish the Medina as a very probable location for the man's memory. Regarding the chickpeas, they are sold in many of the market stands. He could have bought the bowl ready for consumption, or he could have taken the legumes home to cook them. Sahara deems it unlikely that Aliyah was an avid cook. The first option is, no doubt, the most feasible. You two have always lived right next to it. You probably visited it more than once to buy food or clothes. Don't you remember being in the Medina with Aliyah? No, not with Aliyah. I think I went there by myself. The man squints at the line of buildings behind the mob of spectators gathered by the fence, as if he tried to catch all the beams of light they have reflected in their existence, bringing back its past images. Something, although not everything, seems to return to him with this action. That's what I remember best from my childhood. Being alone all the time, and playing made-up games to cope with the boredom. I don't think I went out of Al Mudaina a lot, or whatever that house was. When I was hungry, I went to grab food, but I know it wasn't Aliyah who gave it to me. She only started doing that when Khadija came by many years later. I guess I found someone willing to feed me somewhere in the outside, though that seems strange to me because Khadija and her mother spent 9 years walking in the outside and found no one at all. It seems strange because it's all a lie, is what Sahara is dying to tell him. Between strangeness and strangeness, the man slowly notices the many contradictions between his real life and the one Aliyah has made up for him. Sure enough, it's not hard for her to imagine the man panhandling for day-before products or leftovers from the Medina sales being just a child. He wouldn't be the first or the only homeless kid walking its streets, though the numbers have decreased with the years and the measures of demographic control. What's really intriguing is what went through his mind at that time and how those thoughts were altered and turned into a fantasy when Khadija and her tales joined in scene. Did Aliyah ever talk to him about the people that kept him alive? Did she call them circulants already, establishing Al-Mudaina as the center of all human transit in the area? Or did the boy grow up knowing that he lived in a city, populated with men and women who had not hidden in a fridge to survive, but this knowledge was simply annulled once he turned 12? In this case, and if all that the man ignores and misunderstands is the product of a prolonged coercion process, there must be a way to undo the damage that's been done to his reason, a way to bring back his old perception of life, which he built from exploration, like every kid does. The madani phenomenon deteriorates and cracks, as it happened with the 23rd guest when she pronounced her full name to reward her. What Sahara is not sure of is whether it is flexible, if the cracks can close back up past the circumstance that opened them, or if those voluntarily eliminated memories stick by and torment the one who revived them.
Do you think the catastrophe happened really as Aliyah has told us?
The man looks her in the eyes, and again Sahara has the impression of being gazing at an eroded mountain. It's been some weeks since she abandoned her hopes that the man would suddenly fall silent during one of their conversations, look down at the teacup he was drinking, and perceive the nature of the theoretically extinct fluid. Apparently he has been working on his own conclusions, and she couldn't be more anxious to hear them.
In her notebooks, Khadija speaks in many different entries of how unbelievable it is that life has continued on Earth after the structure of water changed. There are many resultants, and I've never seen one that seems to be evaporating at room temperature. How is it possible? Did the molecules close back again, or did our bodies adapt to the new opening? And how could that have happened if there were no individuals previously adapted to the 109 degrees on whom natural selection could be applied? I figure that perhaps the opening of the water molecules wasn't as catastrophic as Aliyah suggests, that the event she calls catastrophe was an episode of her life that coincided with this global incident, which led her to see it as something much graver than it was. Sahara proposes, not daring to directly hint at the falseness of the chemical cataclysm. The man knits his brow, seems to take in the hypothesis and deem it valid. Then he looks away and into space, maybe considering the possible negative experiences Aliyah could have suffered 25 years ago. Sahara, do you think... He starts, with a voice that's almost a sigh, so soft that it breaks right after beginning the phrase and he has to stop. Sahara swallows, because she knows what follows, and she's not sure if she knows how to answer. That the catastrophe was my birth. Of course she thinks that. In fact, she thinks she knows it for certain, and it was one of the first deductions she made when she obtained an estimate of the man's age and compared it with the known date of the catastrophe. This certainty must show through her face, because the young man winces immediately when he sees it, needless of a response. What, if not that, could have happened in the hostess's life on the same year that the child she left at mercy of the elements for his whole childhood, who she later bestowed with the role of an idol amongst her followers and turned into an object of common use, was born? The man,
born on the year of the tetrahedrons and only remaining specimen of the emergency reproductive line of the originals, is the perfect symbol of the transition between the pre-catastrophic world and the era of resultants. He is the perfect symbol of the catastrophe. An open secret. Sahara struggles between the possible circumstances of this calamitous birth that led Aliyah to alienation and planted the seed of Al-Mudaina. Son of an estranged lover, maybe, who abandoned her in her time of need and left her with a child and a distorted perception of man's role in society. Son of a rapist, who, in her mind, associated the child to lust and depravity, qualities that she would later pass on to him, along with trauma that was never treated. Or perchance, son of someone else, who somehow became close to a young Aliyah and left a deep dent in her life. All the options are tragic for Aliyah, and yet share a common denominator that sets her as the ultimate villain of the story. It wasn't the man's fault that they happened. No matter how deplorable the events that led to their birth were, no child can deserve to be neglected. No teenager deserves to be abused. No person innocent of any crime deserves to be condemned to a life of reclusion, of resignation and constant uncertainty. Sahara sees all the undeserved punishments in the man's eyes while he silently processes the new information. In her pocket, the letter from Haruma's parents waits to be delivered. Each guest has a name and a life she chose to let go of, receiving in exchange a position and a sense of belonging to a group. The man has no name, no past, no position. He's not a guest nor a host. He's just the man, and it can be spotted how this gnaws at him from the inside. Not giving herself much time to think it through, Sahara walks over to him and gives him a friendly squeeze, like the one she would have given Laurent if she'd been with him when he gave up the bulletin. Because of her culture and personality, the young journalism student was shocked by the frequency of this sort of gestures in other regions, but past some time she got used to it, though she's still not very prone to physical contact. The man doesn't seem to have this habit either, or know how to react to this occurrence. Sahara is not aware of hugs having any specific meaning in Al-Mudaina's language, and she imagines the young man has not received many throughout his life, so she can understand his lack of reciprocity. She draws back after some seconds. She doesn't realize right away, but something has changed in the man's face. His disheartening sadness has disappeared, which was Sahara's intention. With it, however, everything else has disappeared. His expression is totally neutral, null. When Sahara notices, again, the tension in the air and the weight of the silence, she turns to him and spots a salacious detail that makes her take a few steps back. She knows then that she has made a huge mistake. The man breathes deep and shows his forearms at his sides, indicating that he does not reject her, that she doesn't have to withdraw. And in his face there is absolutely nothing.
You misinterpreted me. I didn't want...
She begins. Her own mind makes her halt mid-phrase, attacking her with a terrible and embarrassing thought. But you could, says one sector of her brain. Evidently, she shuts it up as soon as she hears it, but the fact of having heard it incapacitates her for a while. She had never found that sector before. She knew it had to exist, and she did search for it at a certain point of her adolescence, to no avail. But Sahara had never...
Stop it! Don't come closer.
The suddenness of the situation has upset both interlocutors of the previous dialogue. Weren't they talking about memories and pack donkeys just some seconds ago? The man has his fingers twitched, but his face remains impassive, as if he were not registering the violence of the environment. Is it like this for him? Every time a guest makes an advance to him, each time he decides to not reject it? In the other occasions, a negative gesture from Sahara or a detour of the conversation have sufficed to fill his eyes back up, to return their humanity over the robotic engine that seems to move him in these circumstances. Now, he's obstinate. Sahara has broken the security barrier he believed to be protected by, like a teacher who lets her condition as a person show through the wall of omnipotence her position entails in the eyes of a child. She is the 27th guest in spite of all. She is one more of Aliya's guests. Why not? The man's voice sounds out of tune, coarse and guttural. It sounds like the bark of a dog, or the voice of someone who's about to break down into tears. He draws even closer, and Sahara's brain snaps out of its denial. He's stronger than you, she thinks. Run, and she tries. The man seizes her sweater, and when he pulls it towards himself, the contents of its pocket spill on the floor. The young woman swallows her panic and shoots a glance outside, wanting to find the eyes of the guy who passed her the package or any of his visit companions. The group got lost behind the third tower a while ago and must be rounding the citadel in the opposite way than is usual. Damn it, would it be sensible to scream in a place like this? Would the guests aid her if they saw her, or would they only stare at her in cruel envy? Sahara goes for the diplomatic path before pulling out the big guns and shoves the man off her with both hands before addressing him in a firm voice. You know you don't want to do this, she tells him, pushing on his arms to keep him from approaching. You don't know what I want, 27. You want what Aliya wants you to want. You do what Aliya tells you to do. You've been doing it since Khadija... The man charges at Sahara, ramming her back against the greenhouse's wall, which leaves her breathless for an instant. He takes advantage of it to grab her by the shoulders and immobilize her on the spot. It hurts her back quite a bit, but Sahara uses her limbs to keep her body as far away from his as possible. In this moment, more than in any other in the 6 months she's been in Al Mudaina, she is very conscious of the young man's nudity, and aside from being scared, she feels extremely mortified. The man's face is a few centimeters away from hers, his bloodshot eyes and his bushy beard. He doesn't look so cold anymore. The mention of Khadija must have softened him. Though she's about to go into a fit of hysteria, she keeps talking. Is this how you treated her? Is this what Aliya asked you to do to her on the 12th of March, after forcing her to fast for months and making her believe it was going to be unforgettable and historical? Tell me, did she pat you on the back when you told her you were finished? Or was she not satisfied and started doing the same to you? Shut up, bitch! He commands, spitting pellets all over her face. Sahara feels a hand, shakier than it might be expected, trying to make its way under the elastic hem of her sweater. She punches him in the wrist, and the hand does not try again, though it could. He's more scared than she is. Know your advantages, she repeats to herself, like that one time when she confronted the 7th guest. You were both 13. What Aliya did to you is unforgivable, and Khadija chose to leave after realizing that. You couldn't leave, and you've been carrying what happened with you for the rest of your life. But you can choose not to repeat it, you know? You can choose to not follow in Aliya's footsteps. It's in your hand, right now. The man falters. Sahara sees the shiny film in his eyes, and she's glad that she didn't flee, though she would have preferred to have this conversation without the scare and the blow to the back. He stops applying pressure to her shoulders, but he doesn't let go of them, as if he were on skates and afraid to lose balance. Sahara. His voice is back to normal, and it sounds very ashamed. Sahara tries to answer him, but she doesn't find the right word to refer to him in a way that tranquilizes him. I wish I could call you a word that wasn't the man, she confesses. You have never called me that. I've never called Naima girl either. I believe each of you has an identity that deserves its own designation, and I don't think we have to listen to everything Aliyah says. Sahara does not smile, but she keeps her composure, feeling the knot still tight in her throat. She'll have time to have a nervous breakdown once she has solved the conflict cleanly. The man doesn't have the courage to look at her, but he shows astonishment at her resolute demeanor. It's too soon to consider this a win. In any case, dialectics have gotten back a situation that seemed lost by force. Sahara trusts that they can also mend the man's messy life, starting by his utter lack of individuality. Have you ever heard a male name? And Lom doesn't count, even if Naima insists on calling you. Esteban! The man jerks backwards like a spring. His cheeks catch color as quick as gasoline catches fire, and with the same speed, an acute horror flourishes on his face. Sahara seizes this moment of confusion to step away from the wall and out of her vulnerable position, though she is quite sure that the man is no longer in a state to attack her. He is stunned. The screams sound so distorted in the air that they're almost unintelligible, but it is clear who is producing them and where they come from. The speakers have been installed for months in all the Citadel's important rooms. They haven't been used until now. The hostess so far has managed to get a guest, who had crossed her quarters for any other motive, to saunter across the receiver of her message. Before their existence, she used to yell to claim the man specifically, and the main reason why the young man came up with the supposed tube system was to stop this from happening. But Aliyah has taken one more step. The man cannot process this information. She continues, hysterical. It takes Sahara some seconds to determine the name she is pronouncing, and when she does, she is shocked, in a situation that couldn't seem to shock her more. "Is that your name?" she says, perplexed, but her voice is smothered under Aliyah's howls. "You've had a name this whole time?" She's screaming. The man speaks quietly, entranced. His face is in the match point between definitive devastation and compulsive laughter. "What?" She is screaming through the speaker. "Esteban!" Aliyah's giving it her all. They really could be murdering her up there. Sahara covers her ears. "I think you should go see what she wants," she exclaims, but the man produces no physiological response to outside stimuli. The 27th guest approaches him and shakes his shoulder. "Esteban!" The man turns toward her. There is a tight grin on his lips, an unfitly soft gesture given last minute's events. It is not a manifestation of joy, but a demented grimace, another one of his defense mechanisms. Suddenly, Sahara regains the unsettling feeling that her telephonic conversations with the outside give her, and this time she can identify it a little better. The man's smile is a dam about to collapse, and she is a journalist who has decided to stand in front of it and document its agony. She is determined to record the exact moment when the walls crumble and the gush of water rushes in the direction of her camera lens. Wouldn't that make for a spectacular take, right before it drags her with all its force to her certain drowning? Today, the trembling concrete has split and sprung a leak, small but pressured. The water has reached her and wet her clothes, and she has been scared. Leaks are parched, and the man is off upstairs, jumping 4 steps at a time. She doesn't watch him leave. She limits herself to pick up her belongings and continue planting seeds. After some minutes, the screaming ceases. Sahara is left alone with the blue flower man. People, whatever the magnitude of their intellect may be, become uninhibited when their necessities are denied for an extended period of time. It can be easily seen when it comes to life's most primary requirements. Humans, ravaged by scarcity, attack, commit acts of treason and sabotage, and sacrifice all the principles of justice to replace them with the pillars of survival. There are goods, the ones that directly benefit the consumer, that please everybody and normally do not cause addictions, like sleep or hydration. Others, like former money and its successor, popularity, easily acquire a cumulative value. The more that is possessed, the more that the threshold of necessity grows. These goods usually have a vicious component in their foundation, a power incentive that inflames the ego while also satiating the body's demands. The ecstasy they produce when consumed annuls, for an instant, the rest of sensations that the brain must interpret, especially the negative ones, the fury and self-loathing that occasionally lead to an excessive use of these conscience inhibitors, void fillers, decoys so realistic that, even knowing that they are bait, people continue to bite them, if only for the momentary mirage of being happy and having fulfilled their hunger. Soon, if a society can afford it, these necessities escape individual privacy and become a business, exploited for the benefit of corporations, directed by people who are consumers of the same vices. The circle closes and the bowl becomes increasingly large, and retrospectively it can be observed how people retract to their basic necessities as society advances. In the end, they always end up the same way. Each individual is a walking vortex of emptiness with a constant feeling of hunger, a permanent tiredness, and an eternal libido. And the impulses to fill it with smoke, when giving the illusory chance, are very hard to repress. It is easier to get to them when they have been made slaves of their own necessities. The paragraphs, recently inked by the 27th guest's hand, are located in the introduction pages of the new tome Aliyah is dictating to her. She plans to gather in it all the knowledge she has collected in her post-catastrophic life, to then bury it in the desolation of her shelf column in the library and have the world forget about its existence. She would have liked to contribute even further to erasing her own footprint from the face of the universe, but the day foretold by the original calculation is getting closer. Her belly is swelling larger, and it's hard for her to move around. Her human impulses still crave for more knowledge, a greater legacy, and a part of her still feels a slight reluctance to letting herself be displaced by the next generation that is going to start. Some mornings she wakes at dawn and stumbles to the Citadel's heliport, only to stand at the edge of the platform and relive that uncertainty that tickled her insides when she was younger. If I jumped right now and squashed us both against the ground, what would happen to the new resultants without their hostess? But if she managed to pass the torturous years immediately posterior to the catastrophe without succumbing to these impulses, she's not going to throw all her ancestors' premonitory work overboard now. It is frankly astounding that she has almost reached 50. And even more unbelievable that her reproductive system has come along with her, though for this she has received plenty of medical assistance. These unreal realities only confirm the exactitude of the forecasts. Aliyah has a role, and it is written in her genome. The young man closes the book sooner than any person would have required to read the whole text. He's more disturbed than usual, which is generally a lot. Perhaps he has not liked whatever little he has read. Perhaps he has associated it with a particular personal experience. In any case, Aliyah knows the man is a good boy, clean from vices and undesirable likings. She used to watch him through the window when he played in the yard, being just a kid. She was fascinated by the ease with which he entertained himself, dissecting the ant hills and counting the cars that crossed the road. Sometimes he remained still, sitting on the sand and tracing circles on it with a stick, and the world respected his stillness without interrupting it. His world was at peace, without violence, without strong emotions. Then the girl came. She destabilized him with her games and her tales, with the excessive happiness she conveyed on the daily. She made the world around him vibrate, shook the peace and the symbiosis he had lived in with the sand and the ants. And he grew older with the months, became more svelte, and more like someone Aliyah used to know. It wasn't until the girl disappeared that Esteban recovered the calmness that was proper of him, though the physical changes did not stop. He got so calm that he sat on an armchair in the living room and barely moved from there in several weeks, dedicating his time exclusively to looking at a lost point in space and weeping silently. Past the initial shock, he got over the crying thing, and from that point on he returned to being the harmonic and stable creature he had been in his childhood. Quiet, withdrawn, imperturbable. Just like Naima and Saja II were stripped of theirs, Esteban progressively lost his name as well. He ended up reaching maturity, and the term man was standardized by her first guests, although it had already been used by Aliyah years earlier when she talked to the girl about him. Under this benevolent sobriquet, the boy has continued living in peace with the world up to this day. Aliyah is very proud of his progress, or rather, his maintenance. She sincerely hopes that there is no discordant element in Almudayna's next era that can cause a new disruption in his mind. What do you think? The man twists his upper lip and pushes the book away from him. Aliyah feels suddenly intrigued to know how he looks without his beard. She hasn't seen the lower half of his cranium since it started to grow in. She wonders, too, what he thinks about the features of his own physiognomy. More than once in the last 11 years, she has noticed him looking at the circulants, but she has never known what went through his head, or if he could tell the difference between them and the guests. She also doesn't know if, internally, he holds a preference for any of the girls, if there is one that bothers him less than the rest, and what is the reason for it. Of course, these impulses were not so frequent before the catastrophe. Us originals did not monetize people's excesses and addictions, but instead tried to placate them to the best of our abilities. That is why artificial reproduction existed. And the dry law. I wish it still existed, says the boy. The artificial gamete thing. That way no more men would need to be born. Why do you say that? Aliyah spots the crudeness of his words, and for some reason it is concentrated in a reproachful tone towards her. She sincerely hopes that nobody has told him anything ill-advised. It wouldn't be convenient for the man to start doubting his role few months before the awaited day. Those impulses you talk about, I have them, and I hate them. Tears flood the man's eyes, but he rubs his eyes with his forearm before they fall. Interesting reaction. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. I hope the new resultants find a way to reproduce by themselves. I don't know how the guests can like having a biological abomination like myself around. You are not an abomination. You're unusual, that is all. The young man scrutinizes her like he doesn't believe in the genuineness of her words. You are indispensable for our survival, and that is all, he says bitterly. He is quiet for some instants, sniffles and composes himself. It would be appropriate to make some sort of reference to his incipient tears, but it has been decades since Aliyah last suffered a similar episode, and she doesn't know if she should try to extinguish it or, on the contrary, encourage it. It's easier to pretend it's not happening. It's easier to resume the conversation as if it were a regular dialogue without the presence of this physical response that denotes the discussed theme acutely affects him. Aliyah, there's a question I've been asking myself for a while. It's simple curiosity.
What is it?
Why do you think Do you think the 27th has a reason to wear clothes? Why won't she take them off?
He stutters, indecisive. Aliyah is relieved by this. So that was the motive of his restlessness. They're all like that at first. The man is surprised by her naturalness and lifts his head up to look at her. She shrugs. Except for the 7th guest, if I remember correctly, they all took their time to get comfortable enough in the community to show themselves. The outside is an inhospitable environment, my dear. The climate wears them down, and they live constantly exposed to damage. The 27th guest, as all of them, is merely a girl still scared of the sun, of the dry cold of the night, of the general dehydration. She still doesn't trust that she is safe in here. It's just that? You really believe it? The hostess nods at the man's visible skepticism. She is not special, is what she wants to tell him. It would be harmful and deceitful to make him think otherwise. It would only lead to his disappointment once the girl's inevitable standardization comes. I don't know, I thought for a moment that outside. Aliyah crawls towards him and, knelt beside him, softly pulls him in so his head rests on her lap, like she did when he was younger. To the slow beat of her heart, she strokes his head like someone would stroke a cat's back, and from her perspective she sees him laying before her swollen belly and smiles. She knows these gestures do not soothe him. She knows she made a mistake with him many years ago, in a moment of utmost vulnerability, and that she has carried on with it all this time, not giving him the chance to recover. All of it, in the end, is part of her sacrifice for the Citadel's prosperity, in search of which she has slipped several times. He is still young. He will live to see the results of her efforts and, with some luck, will understand the moral concessions she had to make. This girl will be a much more considerate hostess and will lead a less vicious and self-destructive set of guests. The world will recover from the catastrophe, and human beings will learn to coexist with the planet and its chemical configuration without trying to overrule nature, without exploiting it or demanding from it more than it can offer. It is only a matter of time. It is only a matter of new generations being born and old ones dying out and being forgotten. It is the only way. Aliyah caresses the man's hair while she looks through the window, beyond the city's limit.
Forget about it, she whispers. It won't be long now. You just close your eyes and don't feel anything. It will be over sooner if you forget and don't feel anything.
The man walks out of the attic as scatterbrained as he walked in, huffing and hunched like a beast. Unlike in other occasions, he doubts where he should go. The greenhouse is not an option, and the library is occupied by... Wasn't Aliyah with those guests? Anyhow, he begins aimlessly descending stairs,
passing the bright entrance to the platform, the busy hallway leading to school grounds, and the library's gate. From the latter comes a mechanical roar over the laughs and sighs of the guests. He tries to move stealthily when crossing the roofed patio, separated from the greenhouse only by a small doorway, as he ponders entering the third tower for the first time. The glassy, egg-shaped door is right in front of him, and he pops his head in to see, from below, the 27 levels of crystal-clear floors about which the guests wonder every day. Like them, the man cannot imagine what purpose a structure like this may serve. The sinuous staircase is so steep that climbing it would require both hands and feet, and the chambers are so narrow that you would need to lay down in order to enter them. After minimally eyeing it, he decides it's not worth the try. Sahara hasn't even considered including a compartment for him anyway. Instead, he goes into the second tower, which is the area most frequented by adult and teenage residents, and therefore the area least frequented by him. It contains the sun salon, the aliment room, and a generous number of quarters and hallways open to modifications, so it's infrequent, at least for those who don't have children, for guests to leave the tower if it isn't strictly necessary. Crossing a hallway whose walls, for his puzzlement, seem to have been recently scrubbed clean, he comes across the 13th guest, who is repainting them with black ink. The tall and slender young woman greets him with a smile and shows him her work in progress, an array of dark, overlapping waves with some light crests and spatters of ink. It's more abstract than usual in her. The man grunts in approval and continues forward, drawing a couple other guests' attention on his way. They're not used to seeing him around here. They swarm at his back and begin chit-chatting with each other, with shock on their faces. A couple floors up, he detects a new murmur, distant but louder. He keeps on going up, attracted by the abnormal rhythmicality of the sounds, until he is confronted by one of the girls, the 25th guest. She latches onto his arm and tugs at it. He rejects her and climbs another floor, arriving at the noise's level. It is rather various noises stacked up in a pleasant and well-structured manner. Another girl appears out of nowhere and embraces him, almost pinning him down, and the man realizes that they are not trying to court him, but to keep him from passing. This does nothing but amplify his curiosity, like the mysterious sound that increases in volume as he crosses the passageway and faux doors. He shakes women off of him by the pairs, and soon begins jogging, with a cluster of guests blabbering and gesticulating at his back. It is bizarrely fun to him. His amusement is cut short, however, when one of the women loudly smacks her thighs and whistles in warning. 7! She cries, and vigorously hits herself again. The others imitate her for some seconds, and when the slapping ends, the tower is left in silence. The man, amazed, crosses one more hallway and stops beneath the threshold of the room from which the sound was coming. The 7th guest is inside, on her feet amongst several piles of blankets stocked for the winter. She stares at him, a bit spooked. The man didn't know what he had come to the second tower for, but the episode has certainly piqued his interest. Didn't Aliyah mention her before? The 7th is the only one who stripped right away, and the only one who doesn't talk, too. Excluding Khadija, she was the youngest guest at the time of entering the citadel. He was 18 when she showed up, at 16. And she has a talking stick. Was it her producing that entrancing sound? And if so, why does she hide it? Why does she hide herself for the most part of the year, coming out only periodically to perform certain acts of ritualistic character? And what were those waves the 13th was drawing on the wall? Upon turning his head, the man sees his herd of followers clinging to each other's shoulders in perfect unity. He has lived with them various years, with some even a decade. Sahara has posed him a couple enigmas in the 6 months he's been with them, but he has never stopped to wonder if the rest of them could pose him a multiple of that number. He has never performed his role as the man in an active way, perhaps because of how much he hates having this role. Now that he knows the 27th is not special, now that he knows his birth was a catastrophic mistake and that there is no possible escape from the life it has condemned him to, he approaches guest number 7 and, without a warning, gives her a dog kiss on the face. The spectators gasp and are again scandalized when the young man lies down on the floor, absent of modesty. The 7th is petrified, not agreeing nor stepping back, but in her face there is a clear dichotomy. She looks at her companions, then at the man, then at the door again, and at the wall, covered by a draped fabric that is joined to the ceiling by a few loose knots, like a curtain. She draws it back, very slowly, not ceasing to look at the women. In the wall there is a very long series of dents, divided into 4 sections, painted in 3 different colors. There is a multitude of lines filled with vertical cuts, each consecutive 4 crossed by a horizontal one, and all of them grouped in paragraphs of diverse lengths. Each paragraph is labeled with a number. The girl points, with a shaky finger, at the one assigned the number Sabba. The cut she is pointing at is within the section that is tinted brown, which is located between 2 others painted black, and the first section is colored in red. The scripture says, the women take their hands to their foreheads, distraught. The man understands nothing, as it is evident, but judging by the 7th guest's expression, the message that the sequences of lines convey is not good. Maybe he hasn't arrived at the right time. A bit embarrassed, he props himself up on his elbows to stand, but the girl intercepts him with the palm of her hand, gently pushing him to stay where he is. The cartilage of her neck can be seen wavering when she swallows. He has them at his back, but the guests crowding the door are compulsively gesturing for her to stop. But this is an unprecedented moment. The man had never shown himself so solicitous to one of them. The 7th guest hesitates for some instants, and her indecision gleams in her eyes. Why me? He himself is not so sure anymore, but he is positive that the sound came from here. It came from her, didn't it? The girl closes her eyes and lifts up a hand, demanding silence from her fellows. She is already decided. Without asking them to leave, she sweetly stoops over toward him and gives him a human kiss. A muffled whimper is heard, but whoever produced it immediately walks away, returning them the silence. The other dwellers don't move. The 7th guest pulls away, with her mid-cut and her dance bangs covering her face. In her lips there is a smile, gentle, loving, and absolutely terrified. It was a bad time for the world. The screen depression was right around the corner, and the general terror at the bad omens concerning this subject inflated the prices of all the devices that had them. nuclear panic resurfaced, both in the energetic and military aspects. The energetic crisis could only be solved through scientific investments, but the military crisis hindered international collaboration in the field of development. The most apprehensive bunkered themselves in their houses every time a new threat was made and spread, which happened quite often, and this gave them time to grab their devices in stock and share their own opinions and suggestions. The power of influence grew and grew, and collective hysteria was very easy to achieve. Society was on edge, fostering the creation of extreme views and rapid spreading resistance groups. Doomsday was announced, warned, and joked about, and there were discussions about its consequences and the possible ways to survive them, far from any active attempt to prevent it. However, Doomsday never came. An end like that would have been too merciful. Realistically evaluating the situation, it seemed more feasible that humanity was doomed to a progressive decay. An even more depressing idea, if possible. A slow regression, the annulment of all the efforts of enthusiastic generations, without ruling out the intervention of a mass genocide or two. In the prevention of such a process, no individual or institution could have initiative power if the population wasn't evenly controlled. And clearly, it was not. The world is going to end, and no one is lifting a single finger, he complained, with his cheeks flooded by tears and his beard soaked in snot and saliva. She hugged him in silence, waiting for him to calm down before she spoke. This happened almost daily when he returned from work, tense and irritated, and she, also tired after a day in her own job, had to break the ice in order to avoid a later meltdown. How can we keep on going to work? How can we bring children to this world? How can we make so many efforts to maintain a life that is going to end any moment now? When that alarm goes off, my God, we can't be prepared. We are blind to the danger that is looming over us. We are trained for peace, damn it, not for chaos and destruction. Even if we manage to survive the hit, we won't know how to keep on living afterwards. Nuclear winter? Inside wars for resources? What are we going to do, a bunch of well-accustomed cyberites in a world so hostile? Joke about it? Express our opinions? Or die? Die, naturally. I don't think it's so dramatic, honey. If something like that ever happens, the relevant authorities will know what orders to give us, and if we follow them responsibly, we will be able to survive. That doesn't mean we won't face some hardships, but I find your point of view a bit alarmist. He would lift his head from her lap then, and look at her disdainfully with his swollen and reddened eyes. It wasn't what he was expecting to hear, of course. Generally, these scenes were monologues, and with time she learned to let them be like that, not intervening except to nod in agreement to her husband. While they lasted, she distracted herself with more relevant thoughts. She was a pragmatic woman, and her worries were very far from these paranoid ideations. Alarmist points of view are the most reliable in alarm situations, he sentenced, and wiped his face with his sleeve to jump to the next stage of his furor. He now started to pace around the room. This was the manic phase, right after he was done with the weeping. Do you think the relevant authorities won't be as defenseless as us when it goes down? Do you think they'll bother to protect those who they indiscriminately chose to massacre? The police officers walking the streets, the doctors whose hands you put your life on, they're nothing more than people. Power is not owned by a group of oligarchs.
It is an entity in itself. When the world is destroyed, power will have won, but the people who hold it will die just like the rest. No one will be left, and only then there will be peace.
Why don't you sit down a moment? Come, sit.
Ultimately, it is an act of sacrifice, a self-immolation. Of course, it makes sense, but God, the amount of lives that are lost, the amount of beings that are annihilated because of the greed of a single species, the perfection and exclusivity of life itself on the face of the planet, and all the work it's taken us to inquire into its functioning and the ways to improve it. Did you go out today? Did you see the amount of people who live their lives without thinking about how they will be reaped for the good of who? Who benefits from this massive sacrifice? He would approach his wife again and knelt before her, look at the growing protuberance of her first pregnancy. To her, this gesture was more menacing than any other one he could make in his derangement. She was going to have a child with this man, and had settled with him in the only property her family owned, so it would be difficult to get distance between them if his mania increased. Yet she did not fear. She was sure that his potential madness would only flourish in the event of a cataclysm like the one he forecasted, and something like that couldn't happen in the near future. They would have their child, and his labor as a father would distract him from his fears. It was all in his head, so she limited herself to nodding and comforting him. Listen to me. People like you and me, we haven't done anything to deserve being sacrificed. We may have abused the resources we are granted. We may have thrown away food or left the lights on for more than it was needed, but we do not deserve to die for that. And our child deserves it even less.
I agree, she would say, and take his hand. He would squeeze it.
Listen to me, Sacha. Are you listening?
Yes, Sacha said.
When the day of the catastrophe comes, I won't allow them to sacrifice us like cattle. None of us. I won't allow them to shove us into a dark basement, deprive us from food and water, and make us fight for our lives up to our last breath. It's an attack on our dignity. My family doesn't deserve an end like that. Do you understand?
Sacha would remain silent, staring into her husband's maddened eyes.
He shook her hand. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. On the paper there are several interweaved strokes fine-lined with graphite, and two simple figures highlighted with red ink. One is a circle, and the other a square. An annotation in the upper right corner shows a right triangle and the formula that was used to find one of its legs. At first sight, this is the only comprehensible part of the problem. Beneath the construction, however, there are various lines of calculations that describe the procedure that was followed. The final result, emphatically colored in circle, is pi r square. Apparently that is the area of the square, but Sahara only knows it because it is written in the explanation, not because the tracings and their demonstration are intelligible to her. She still remembers some of the formulas she learned in high school. Pythagoras, or was it Thales? Anyway, the visual simplicity of the numeric sequence has honestly impressed her. Upon lifting her glance from the paper, she finds Naima's radiant smile. She has been observing her as she tried to understand the hieroglyph. The girl cocks her head, asking for her opinion.
So, you did it? You squared the circle?
Naima rolls her eyes and extends her arm to point at one of the symbols in the calculation. Instead of equal signs, there are two stacked up tilde symbols between some of the expressions. The results are approximate, not exact. Sahara had assumed that was because of Naima's irregular handwriting.
With such a thick lining? I very much doubt it.
Sahara looks at the drawing again. The line looks quite thin to her. Her confusion seems to be truly amusing for the young lady.
The number pi is transcendental as well as irrational. It is not a solution to any algebraic equation, which means it cannot be constructed exactly with a ruler and a compass. That's why squaring the circle is humanly impossible. But I found a way to approximately rectify a semicircumference in a book, and I got excited. I don't know how I hadn't seen that before.
Why are you so interested in solving a problem that you know is impossible from the get-go?
Despite not having reached her goal, Naima doesn't look frustrated or despondent.
She is young, she has all the time she needs, so it's normal that she doesn't stress over a one-time failure. Fighting for an inherently lost cause, on the other hand, should entail a considerable emotional burnout. Sahara cannot comprehend how she is still determined to find a solution, how she doesn't just give up the dilemma and skip on to the next. She can't help but extrapolate the girl's absurd perseverance to her own way of facing life. She is elusive, takes off as soon as she stops receiving an input from the situation. Maybe because she's older. Maybe because she's more afraid.
It's humanly impossible. Almost every interesting problem is,
the kid answers. She smiles so wide that it looks like the corners of her mouth are going to split open at any second. Sahara should give up the inherently lost cause of arguing with this girl.
At least now I have a theoretical method to do it. I haven't lost hope on the practical method, though. I'm convinced that there has to be a way to reach infinity without reaching it. Like limits.
Naima, from one of the library's lateral ends, the man calls her to go collect her surprise. He has anticipated the revelation of the room's new feature for days, attracting various guests that he personally took care to shoo away. The mysterious renovation is covered by a thick white blanket, which hangs from the wall without any bumps, so it's valid to assume that the surprise is integrated within the wall itself. Naima hops over to the curtain, and Sahara follows her at a slower pace, under the man's anxious glance. She doesn't hold a grudge against him, but since the happenings from some days ago, she has chosen to keep a distance between them.
Let's see. What do you have in store for me, Lum?
Naima comes to a halt, rethinking it. Her face twists as if something didn't fit in her thoughts.
It's weird calling you Esteban. It has too many consonants. Esteban Lum. Esteban Man.
It's not necessary, the man points out, perceptibly uncomfortable. Standing on top of his ladder, he holds one of the blanket's corners up with his hand, so he will reveal the surprise when he lets go of it. The girl stands in front of it, with her hands on her hips, and her energy seems to scare him even more. Surprises are not frequent in Almudaina, and when they are given, Aliyah is the expert in making them shocking. The man clears his throat. Naima, today, well, at some point in this month, it has been 11 years since you were born. Or it's going to be. I built this in honor of this milestone. I thought it could be helpful to you.
I'll never understand the ceremonies of the outside. Ceremonies in general confuse me. Do I get gifts for the fact of still being alive, or just because a certain number of days have passed since a certain event happened?
Life is only celebrated until a certain age. After that, the celebration becomes a countdown, Sahara says, in a gloomy tone. It takes her some seconds to react, as if she had forgotten the presence of her comrades. Embarrassed, she shoots her glance up to find that of the man, who awkwardly waits for them to finish speaking. His outstretched arm is shaking.
But
let us not delay the big revelation any further, all right? Esteban, you are killing us with anticipation. The man obeys immediately, perhaps due to muscular failure, and the heavy blanket falls diagonally until it is left hanging from a single corner. Both Naima and Sahara squint at the sudden brightness of the library. What the thick fabric was veiling is a rectangular glass window, no more than a meter wide, embedded in the wall at a certain depth. It doesn't have a frame or a handle, so at first glance it doesn't look like it's able to be opened. The aerial view of the Medina and the third tower is acceptable, though it doesn't hold more visual beauty than any standard urban landscape could offer. Sahara draws a half grin at the simple but meaningful present. She had never thought of something as basic as a window as a gift, and even less a small girl's 11th birthday gift. When she turns her head to see her reaction, though, she finds the girl still focused on the man's movements, like she expects something else from the surprise, or like she doesn't understand the use of it. The young man comes down from the ladder and turns his back at them to stand right before the window, and Sahara starts doubting its functionality as well. She notices now the fine black cross that divides the glass surface into 4 sectors, and the small numbered marks situated at regular intervals upon the lines. The man lifts his arms and reaches the hem of something, which protrudes from a slot that extends along the top side of the rectangle. Pulling it down, he extracts a sheet of paper that he then fixes to the bottom side using a set of tweezers incorporated to the ledge, in such a manner that the paper is stuck to the glass. Sahara finds the artifact crudely similar to the toilet paper dispensers in public bathrooms, but she doesn't understand how it could be useful to Naima. The girl, conversely, does seem to be getting the trick, because she starts smiling very slowly. Crossed by the bright sunlight, the graduated cross can be seen through the paper. It could be traced easily and repeated over and over again by ripping the paper and unrolling a new sheet. Lastly, the man picks up a beautiful wooden case that had been on the floor and hands it over to Naima, who opens it with a spasmodic giggle. Inside, laying parallel to each other and in their respective slots, there are a 45-degree and a 30-60-90-degree set square, quite larger than the ones Naima currently owns. Sahara finally manages to make sense of the whole set and utters a sound of admiration. Naima cackles in delight.
Incredible, I can't believe it.
The birthday girl darts toward her current residence, the higher shelf of the second column of the third bookcase. In her clangorous ascension, she accidentally kicks some books that free fall onto the inside hallway amidst the curved bookcases. Laughing, Sahara walks over to watch the scene, and the man follows her, a tad dazed by the situation. Naima comes down with various books and a folder under her arm. She runs back past them, barely looking at them, with a graphite bar and a rubber band between her teeth. Past a couple seconds, she returns empty-handed to pounce on the young man with a momentum that almost tackles him. Sahara continues laughing as the man tries to keep his balance, with the girl perched on his back like a monkey, ceaselessly kissing his cheek. When she finally releases him, she finishes her enthusiastic show of gratitude with another hug, to which the man answers this time, kneeling in order to be at her height. Before letting go, she says something that Sahara manages to hear from the distance, and which makes her expression change a bit.
Thank you so much, Baba.
Naima sprints back to the window and begins copying a wavy line from one of her notebooks, referring to some of the points on the numbered axis. Sahara considers suggesting that she wait a while before trying her gift, But she doesn't have the guts to break her hysteria. Instead, she starts picking up the fallen books so their pages won't get bent. It takes a while for her to notice the man watching her. He looks like he's holding his breath, waiting to receive her approval. Sahara makes sure that he sees her shake her head with an affectionate smile. There's nothing to approve or disapprove of. It has been a genuine gesture on his behalf, and only the honest intention of making a girl happy is worthy of acclaim. There's nothing more to discuss. She takes care to mask the tension in her face, which naturally is not aimed at him. Not entirely. When she places the last tome back in its shelf and gets ready to leave, she is intercepted by a weak, almost suppliant gesture, a code to be used by someone taking the blame in a conversation, one that a girl would use if her mother caught her misbehaving. The man shows her his hands with his head down, asking for forgiveness before justifying himself, which usually predicts the feebleness of the justification. This infantilization of his person, that is inevitable sometimes, gives Sahara conflicting impressions. On one hand, being endearing to her, and on the other, incongruous, especially in circumstances like the current. The 27th clicks her tongue, frustrated. She sees you as her father, Esteban. You just saw it. Of course, why wouldn't she? You are, and she knows it. And you made her a birthday gift. The man remains still. Clearly he hoped to speak of something else, but Naima's words have seized Sahara's thoughts, bringing back bitter memories of her own past. Her father also made her gifts. He would take all his kids on trips and pay for the periodic replacement of their mobile devices, for which they held a secret fondness for him, though they didn't admire him. Sahara would sit on his lap and tell him everything she had to impress him, though there were some subjects that couldn't be talked about. She didn't talk to him when she woke up that morning and cried because she no longer felt like a little girl, nor did she tell him how the donkey boy had appeared in her thoughts one night after returning from Fez. He never knew about her encounter with the blue flower man, while her mother knew everything, superficially. And that made her cold. It made her and all her siblings cold. When she landed in her city 6 months ago, she saw him sitting on his armchair and gave him a cold kiss on the forehead. Naima's kisses are still warm. They still hold some secret fondness for someone who has stayed in the corner of her life, who hasn't yet shown her his loathsome humanity. It hurts Sahara to see, in some of the sharpest features of her personality, a hint of coldness that she surely will develop when she grows older. As much as she tries, the 23rd guest won't be able to keep this from happening. She is not the root of the problem, though she certainly is part of it. Someone has to stop the frost before it spreads. I have only known Naima for half a year, but even a day, a single conversation would have been enough for me to know that she's the most exceptional girl I have known in my whole life. Her way of thinking, not only in math but in general, is light years away from ours in every aspect. I know you were just a kid when she was born, and I know that, in a sense, you still are. It's sincerely tragic that the circumstances of your life have not allowed you to grow up properly. But she is 11 years old. She's a prodigy, maybe a genius, but she's still a preteen girl. You have 12 daughters. They all deserve to grow up properly, and they need you as much as they need their mothers. So, even if you never chose this, even if it's hard and you're not prepared, you have to be their father. You have to give them a better life than the one you've had. That's all I have to tell you. and Sahara leaves the library. As she descends the spiral stairs and moves over to the second tower, she frantically scratches her arms under her sleeves. After 6 months of using wet wipes as her sole hygiene product, some hours ago she finally agreed to receive the doctor's antiseptic spray, which disinfected her skin without wetting it. She didn't know how dirty she was until the layer of filth that had settled on her disappeared. Likewise, she only felt the dirtiness of her clothes once she put them on again. Fortunately, she was sensible enough to ask the women for new ones, and they were aware of her identity and her dealings with the outside, though they weren't the same ones who met her the first time. With her due date getting closer, Aliyah calls in for medical exams more frequently these days, and the attendance rate decreases each time. The third guest, the hostess, and herself are always present, and generally she just stares while the other two talk in whispers with the doctors. It's a relief to assume that they're scheduling a date to correctly assist her during labor, and that, in the end, her role in the matter is only symbolic and she's not going to commit the negligent murder of Aliyah and her daughter. The seventh guest, in her reserved manner, also shows up at the visits and always stays under the shade of the drone to speak to one of the professionals. She barely looks up, moving with urgency, but whenever her eyes meet Sahara's, she looks at her with a boiling mix of hate and panic. The aliment room seethes with the due preparations for a party. The guests entertain themselves by putting together plates with the supplies that are stored inside the oblong table, and the youngest of the Sun Salon run around the place, transporting tools and assisting their mothers. There is a long strip of fabric spread like a tablecloth on top of the surface, and around it, piles of blankets are being used as pillows to sit on. The seventh guest's talking stick is buried discreetly in another mound, emitting a rhythmical song of wind instruments. Even assisted by her holograph and the constant alerts and notifications it gives her, Sahara is not clearly following working days and holidays. There haven't almost been celebrations in Al Mudaina since the Party of the Lamb, and they haven't been remotely as collective and voluptuous as that one was. A very meaningful date must be approaching, which Aliyah will surely take advantage of to give a speech or make an announcement. Dodging girls and busy guests, Sahara reaches her destination at a corner of the room, near the door that leads to the 13th's hallway. The 11th guest is spicing a whitish dough while she beats it around in a wooden mortar. In order to not draw attention to herself, the 27th sits in front of her and takes over her labor without any warning, squeezing her hand in the process of seizing the small mace. The young woman continues adding powder when needed and keeps her head down so the movement of her lips can't be spied. Anyways, under the bustle of the room, it would be hard to guess what they're murmuring.
What did they say to you?
The 11th guest hydrates the mixture with some drops of oil stored in a tiny bottle when she sees it sticking to the mace's head.
Were you able to talk to them?
I managed to, yes, while they deloused me like a dog. They say they'll arrange a helicopter to come pick you up if you need it.
Have you thought about it?
Visibly compromised, Haruma nibbles on her lower lip while cautiously looking around. She almost burst into tears when she received the letter from her parents, before even opening it. There is something in a mother's handwriting that digs up the badly scarred wounds of childhood and adolescence. She begged, sighed, and pronounced her own name and the 27th's in her distress. Sahara is willing to facilitate her reunion with those she once decided to abandon, but she feels like she needs to know her motives first. As a journalist, and even more so, as a person who has acquired a too tight emotional bond with a work project.
Why did you enter Al Mudaina?
It was very selfish of me. The young woman sighs, her head cast low. An older guest approaches with a bowl of recently softened peas, and she gives her a smile. She takes the mortar from Sahara's hands and begins mixing up both substances with a spoon, circumspect. In that house you had to be grateful just to breathe. It felt like my parents had had kids exclusively to claim them the debt of being alive every day. I wanted to show my autonomy, and I couldn't think of a more eccentric destination than this one to teach them a lesson. I've been here for almost a year now. I think they already got my point. Yet you haven't left, Sahara objects, and she immediately relates to the 11th guest's situation to an uncomfortable degree. Is it because you don't know how? Well, I don't think it'll be any more complex than speaking to Aliyah and justifying myself with the appropriate mysticism. The 27th gives her a giggle for that comment. There's more lucidity in some of the guests than what she had estimated. She witnessed, and hasn't forgotten, Haruma's flirty interaction with a construction worker during the third tower's first day of building. She addressed the episode in her notes as an example of manipulation, of desperate need for attention and mental distortion of reality. Months later, she thinks it's possible that it was merely a youthful defiance of her parents' rules, done from a distance. A fun transgression. How many of the girls residing in the Citadel share this point of view, and how many, on the contrary, truly intend to breed daughters within its walls and give their lives for Aliyah's demented plan? Al-Mudaina as a liberation, rather than Al-Tabut as a life sentence. It's curious. I feel good in this place, Sahara. The girls are nice, the kids are cute, but most importantly, I feel self-sufficient for the first time in my life. Depending on my parents so much made me feel useless. Now I only have to be grateful to myself. I make my own food, I organize my own life, and I correct myself when I make mistakes. I don't know if things have or haven't changed at home, but I know that if I go back, I won't be able to replicate the freedom I have here. I'll have to do it sooner or later, but for now, I'm not in a rush. I'm going to enjoy this a little longer. That's it then. The 11th guest has finished mixing the whitish dough with the peas, and when she looks at the result, Sahara recognizes a dense and heterogeneous version of bisara. She had never seen it be prepared like this, at room temperature and without any water. From around the room, aromas of other adapted dishes reach her: yogurt, vegetables, legumes, and even some meat. The constancy of outside donations is extraordinary, and it's surprising that they tailor to festive dates purely out of the will of the donors. Though Sahara still doesn't know what festive date is coming up. By the way, what are we celebrating? I doubt it's the 23rd's daughter's birthday. This isn't a celebration, the 11th guest answers, while she stands up to return to the table with her peers. The hostess has scheduled a feast in a couple of days. We'll sit around the table and eat like in the parties, but there won't be dancing or girls. Feasts are more serious than parties. I've only been in one before you came. The main difference is that Aliyah won't give a speech this time, but instead will propose a subject and we'll have to debate about it while we eat. The results do not show any anomalies. The fetus is healthy and doesn't show any of the physical abnormalities of which she was warned, given the peculiar characteristics of the pregnancy. The psychological defects are impossible to predict without more advanced medical equipment, and for that, Aliyah would need to be transported to a hospital, which is clearly non-viable given the inexistence of such institutions in the post-catastrophic world. It's a risk she must take. Once she's born, the new hostess will have good tutors that, with some luck, will assist her through any learning difficulties she might have. Aliyah hangs up the phone, extracts the old battery, and stores it in one of the compartments hidden in the attic's chamfered corners, along with the other 5 phones she uses to make orders to different contacts. The third guest is present in the room, but there's no danger in her listening. Had Aliyah not been able to conceive on the established date, she would have been the girl's carrier, her most loyal confidant, as well as an important associate through the years. It was her who started the first guest recruiting campaign, under the pretext of offering shelter to young women stuck in adverse family situations. She's barely a few years younger than Aliyah. She was alive when the catastrophe happened, but she didn't live the catastrophe. Thus, her official age is 23. Just like the 27th guest, conveniently. On second thought, Aliyah might have assigned the pregnancy to the 27th instead of her, like she did the midwife role that belonged to her as a general rule. It is not appropriate for any guest to assume she has advantages over the others. This being said, there are certain confessions that can only be made around trustworthy people. These are the original calculations, product of the best generations of pre-catastrophic knowledge, predictions obtained from experimentation under extreme conditions, and reasoning taken to dangerous limits. The originals, using the maximum of their energetic and technological power, were able to anticipate the happenings that would follow a crucial event they named the catastrophe. However, they could never foretell the nature of this catastrophe. Aliyah dictates the text sentence by sentence, measuring each expression and enunciating it loudly and firmly. She speaks facing the window, while the third guest writes in the book that will one day be shown to the new hostess. The contents of this paragraph are too relevant to be transcribed by the curious 27th guest, who will occasionally interrupt her to ask her a question or make her repeat a sentence. The calculation has its origin on the highest point of the clock, and the calculation is duodecimal. When the hand passes 4 times 6 half hours, the calculation ends and the world regains its order. In the initial, middle, and final points, a sacrifice of lives, guilty and innocent, takes place. In the initial and final points, additionally, a violent overthrow of the establishment takes place. In total, 5 unjust deaths take place. The remaining death, which does not take place in the half point, is distributed along the second half of the clock, broken down into unimportant and collateral casualties. The events always take place with a certain delay, approximately half an hour. The final point, however, is always in the same position as the initial point. The clock only restarts once the 5th death takes place. Aliyah, the third guest, mutters, coy at the hostess's back. Looks like not only the 27th has a habit of asking questions. Do you think the original calculation is a cycle? Will the clock really restart and begin a new wait until the next catastrophe? Will the molecules open again once they close back down in 3 months? That escapes my knowledge. My role in the original calculation ends in the final point, like the calculation itself. From then on, you will have to trust your new hostess. The answer satisfies the third guest. She waits silently for Aliyah to resume her talking, but she matches her quietness. Almudaina's current hostess carefully examines the window in front of her face. Her duty as the only known remaining member of the originals, and as guide of these 26 poor girls, is to make sure the calculations are met with the greatest possible exactitude, so the instructions her 8th daughter is going to receive are precise and effective. If the necessary unjust deaths do not take place, the concept of justice is distorted. Heroic thoughts turn homicidal, and humanity ends up drowning in its own intelligence. No, she is the hostess, and she must make sure that those deaths take place. She must create a motive powerful enough to cancel every moral preconception that may hinder the process. Gazing beyond the Medina stalls, surmounting the green patches and losing her sight toward the east of Fez, Aliyah begins devising her definitive strategy. Her visibility is limited by the texture of the tinted glass, so, without giving it much thought, she violently swings an arm backwards and destroys the window in one clean blow. A shower of shards plummets down on the citadel's yard, and the tourists shriek in alarm. You can do it. Through the door, Aliyah's 7th daughter can be seen, immersed in her silent game. She will soon be dethroned as Almudaina's youngest, little before turning 2. She entertains herself by hitting some wooden figurines against each other, while her sisters run around her, chasing each other around the wide school area. It shouldn't be very difficult to approach her, for a start. Walking slowly but straightforwardly, the man crosses the door that can't be crossed without authorization, and, under the gaze of 5 of his youngest daughters, he kneels at a careful distance from the little one. The girl's reaction to his arrival is not as histrionic as that other time, during the experiment organized by the 20th guest. Maybe they still remember the tearful ending of that affair, or maybe the past 6 months have changed their conduct at the quick pace of early childhood. Maybe they sense the man's intent to reconcile. They simply observe him with caution. The youngest, with a figurine in each hand and a trickle of drool running down her chin, looks him directly in the eyes, not a hint of emotion in her face. The man swallows. Come on. If you talked to Naima and survived, this is nothing. Shyly, he picks up a 3rd piece from amongst a few of similar appearance laying scattered on the floor. Upon examining it, he notices its humanoid shape, and moreover notices a certain similarity with a specific human being, though he can't pinpoint who. The figure represents, in a very simplistic way, a woman of short stature and long hair. On the bottom of it, carved on the flat surface formed by the woman's joined feet, is the number Sabah Tashir. Intrigued, the man scoops another figure, this one longer than the previous, and turns it around to find the number Thalatha Tashir written on it. The girl, aware of his curiosity, crawls toward him and hands him the 2 dolls she was playing with, Arba'a Washrin and Sitta. The man makes a genuine sound of admiration, to which the girl innocently chuckles and begins moving around the room, collecting all the effigies she finds around the place. The carvings are rough and anatomically disproportionate, but they quite accurately depict each guest's most defining features. The 7th with her short hair, the 23rd with her blocky build and the curls that Naima inherited, the 19th sculpted in lighter wood, the 8th tinted with a dark brown polish. A parade of girls toddles behind the man, who hands them the dolls once he has analyzed them, and they surround him, giggling, when he stops in his tracks to look at the one marked Saba'a Washrin. The 27th, fully clothed and frowning with her unibrow. The man turns it over between his index and thumb, appreciating the folds of the dress that has been simulated on the hard wood. The 27th guest, as all of them, is merely a girl still scared of the sun, of the dry cold of the night, of the general dehydration. She still doesn't trust that she is safe in here. By the time she trusts it, they'll have to make her another statuette. By now, it looks like the Citadel's residents have assumed her dressings as a distinctive attribute they can show their daughters. Who has carved these figurines? And with what purpose? As he is accosted by various pairs of tiny hands, offering him more and more toys to inspect, out of the corner of his eye he looks at the lattice window behind which some guests are surely hidden, disbelievingly witnessing the scene. Who, among them, has dedicated her time to create friendly miniatures of the women with whom their daughters are to spend the rest of their lives? Did she intend, with it, to teach them their first lesson about their place in the world, make them understand their future role as Aliya's guests? While he plays, for the first time, with 5 of his 12 children, the man nervously recalls Sahara's words. You have to give them a better life than the one you've had. A life between wooden walls, running on wooden floors and playing with wooden guests. The next stop in the man's parental responsibility tour is the sun salon, where his preteen daughters spend the days. In the second tower, a muffled hubbub comes from the aliment room, so, falling back into his antisocial ways for a bit, he takes a detour through secondary rooms and stairways so he won't stumble upon any guest. The sun salon has got 2 entrances, one descending to the inferior floor, where the aliment room is, and another leading to a small row of rooms situated on the same floor, which the girls normally use as sleeping quarters. In order to come in through the second entrance, the man must cross this row, and that is where he finds the first of the youngsters, walking out of one of the dormitories with a bundle of gray blankets in her arms. Immediately he senses, in her urgent demeanor, that something is not right. When she sees him, the girl starts and stops at the door's threshold, where she remains frozen, as if his presence activated a barrier between her and the salon. A childish voice calls her from the inside with a brief exclamation of hurry and alarm, and she pops her head in to signal in the direction of the man. Someone else interrupts the quiet conversation with a cutting, "No!" But the girl with the blankets insists until another child of braided hair comes out to greet the visitor. She must be around 9, but the grave worry in her face makes her look older. Just like her sisters, her expression drops when she sees him. The man! The man! The murmur snakes around the room, from mouth to mouth, until it reaches a more saturated core, located in one of its corners. Eyeing him anxiously, the first girl gives the blankets to another, who runs toward the corner while her sister keeps the man outside the door. While this non-verbal action protocol takes place, the young man is planted on his feet, perplexed by the situation. He didn't mean to barge in a top-secret situation for the girls, but now he feels compelled to know what's going on in there. He tries to ask the girl, but she evades his question with a distressed sound. Past a minute, and hearing some rabid hissing coming from the aforementioned corner,
he decides to ignore the girl's passive dissuasion and peek through the doorframe to get, at least, a visual of what they're up to. The corner is surrounded by a bunch of girls covering the view of what's in it, about which they are apparently arguing. What's most alarming about the scene, however, is not this strange congregation. When the man spots her, the girl who earlier came out to check his identity is meticulously scrubbing the floor with one of the blankets that have been provided to her. She's doing a good job cleaning the small blemishes covering the floorboards, like a breadcrumb trail toward the corner. Still, she hasn't had time to hide their print on the fabric, and the man can clearly see the red stains on the pale canvas. Blood. If his job is to search for the little fatherly instincts he may have, a good way to wake them up is intercepting the fratricidal murder of one of his daughters. In horror, the man bursts into the sun salon and makes his way through the small crowd, thinking of the beating Naima took from one of them and the possibility that it happened again with worse results. The girls all stand about half a meter away from the source of the bleeding, not wanting to touch it. A small body wrapped in a blanket is huddled in the corner, arched forward and motionless like a wounded animal. When he kneels beside it, the man receives a warning growl from the girl herself and steps back until he's in line with her sisters. From there, he reevaluates the situation, ruling out premeditated murder and a fight gone wrong. He looks around at the girls' impotent faces and then at the supposed victims, identifying it instantly. She's Aliya's oldest daughter. She is the author of the beating, the head of the pack. Unless some sort of insurrection has happened among the girls, it's impossible for her condition to be due to an act of violence against her.
She's been like this for some days, in pain. The blood started today. She won't let us near her,
one of them informs him, stuttering. The hostess's firstborn breathes heavily, with her head against the wall and not looking at anyone. She doesn't seem pleased by his timely choice of visit, so long awaited by her. The man walks out the door opposite to the one he came in through, very noisily coming down to the main network of dormitories, followed by the 13th guest mural hallway. Running across it, he has a moment to register the progress of the new art piece forming on its walls, of the spirals and splatters that simulate the mighty advance of a water torrent. And, as if he were being carried by this torrent, he enters the element room suddenly and out of breath, startling all the guests and girls who are present there. The chamber reeks of human presence and freshly made food, and there's a strange sound buzzing in the air that ceases when one of the residents lunges on the table and snatches something from a bundle of blankets. The man doesn't have time to wonder about that. He scans the room in search of the third guest, who takes care of every mild medical emergency in Al-Mudaina. For some reason, though she precisely is one of the less likely to miss out on a communal event like this one, the woman is not in the room. Where on earth is she? The man ponders going to look for her, hesitates in place. Everyone looks at him. He clicks his tongue, frustrated. "Sahara," he says, and when he mentions her name, something curious happens. Every head in the room, not even with the exception of girls or especially law-abiding guests, turns to the 27th guest. But the man didn't say 27. He said Sahara. In their confusion, none of them seems to notice this detail. He does, and it unsettles him a little. He thought Naima and himself were the only ones who hadn't received the payment of her name, and therefore the only ones who could still use it. The only ones who could still know it.
The young woman, who was knelt at the table beside the 11th guest, stands up without a doubt and walks away at a fast pace alongside him through the wave hallway. Jogging upstairs, she asks about the reason of his hurry. It's Sacha. Something's wrong with her. Mon Dieu. Sahara sees the blood-stained fabrics and, unlike him, doesn't directly approach the bleeder. The girls swarm around her and begin speaking collectively to her, making scarce use of words. Composed, she hushes them and urges them to maintain an order. She's not satisfied until she has received a description of the symptoms and the duration of the ailment. When they're done, her demeanor shows a surprising security for someone who has profusely stressed her lack of medical knowledge. The 27th guest, apparently firm in her diagnosis, walks toward the trembling gray wrap that is Sacha, shushing in response to her threatening huffs. She's better at their language than he is, and she's only been here for half a year. Sacha Habibti, it's Sahara. Listen, I understand that you don't want us to see you, but you can't stay in this position forever. You'll get an infection, and then it'll hurt even more. Sahara? Sacha lifts her head and twists it around to look at her. The man observes then how haggard she looks. Her braids, usually pristine and oiled to the right point, are undone in dry and disorderly strands. Her skin is pale and two reflecting streaks cross her cheeks. What's most shocking, nonetheless, is her expression. Besides showing a great physical pain, it discloses the mental suffering the girl is going through, the fear and the humiliation of being surrounded by spectators. Sahara doesn't appear very worried for her state. It's possible that absolute mood sinking is one of the common effects of the condition she suffers. Every occupant of the room seems to have a very clear idea of the nature of this condition. The man, of course, is not understanding anything, and frankly, he's not surprised anymore that he's the last one to get the meaning of things. It hurts a lot. I know. It's normal. Look, I have some medicines in my room that should relieve you. Anyway, I think we should take you to see the third guest. I still don't know where you keep the water in here, and it's very important that you wash yourself, Sahara says, stroking the girl's arched back with her hand. The exact moment when doubts overwhelm Sacha can be spotted, and she hides between the blankets right away to cry. The 27th leans over her and whispers unintelligible words, embracing her gently. I don't want to. The child babbles between sobs. I don't want Aliyah to know. Don't think about that now. What's important is that you get better, all right? And I'm going to take care of everything. Don't worry. Sacha weakly nestles on Sahara's chest. She rocks her like the littlest. Her sisters witness the scene in fear, watching as their role model of charisma and strength crumbles in the arms of a woman who's not her mother. Many of these girls haven't had a mother or father figure, and they saw their older sister's fatuous lushness as a promise of maturity and self-sufficiency for their own future. And keeping this hope alive in them was Sacha's work, so the fact of showing herself frail and insecure is a personal failure for her, adding up to the other motives of her crying spell. Sahara seems to understand them, doesn't think the girls will hold a grudge against her for having broken their fantasy, and anyway believes that they're better off knowing that the upcoming years are not going to be easy for them, both physically and emotionally. With the passing of the seconds, their gazes lose tension, Sacha's whimpering loses violence, and a more peaceful and comprehensive atmosphere surges in the sun salon. Without words, without vocables, without gestures, the girls interact with each other and with their sister, sending her calming messages at a higher level of communication. Saha is not conducting the song anymore. It is dedicated to her this time. There is only one dissonant element in the melody that can be heard in the background, not diminishing the beauty of the piece, but distracting the listener. With an unusual coldness, Sahara jerks her head up and looks him in the eyes, holding the teenager in warm arms. There is no room for discussion in her order. "Leave, Esteban." And Esteban leaves. The seventh guest, who along with others was watching the scene from the doorway, clings onto his arm and walks away with him. Without asking for his permission, she directs him through the second tower's murky hallways. He allows her to, enters the room where she sleeps, and sits where she tells him to. It's common knowledge that the seventh guest hates Sahara, still with the same passion all the others hated her with when she refused to strip down in the platform. Her lips purse and twist when she's near. She can't stand her. Perhaps, subconsciously, this is one of the reasons why the man has decided to favor her. He has thought about the 27th a lot since he so despicably assaulted her in the greenhouse, and the mere thought of her words, of her eloquent deductions and her witty advice, fills him with a very specific kind of anger. The anger of the silver medalist, the jealous irritation that the A student sparks in the mediocre student. Who are you, Sahara Ahmed? And what do you have in you that makes you understand everything so easily, that gives you the right to enter my thoughts and solve their riddles like they're child's play? The man knows that the seventh guest shares this feeling, though her jealousy is more focused on him and not on something deeper, more elemental. That's why he's been romping around with her for 3 days straight, with disgusting willingness. Curious as to what her reaction will be, he hands her the object he has taken from his daughters, with the intention of showing it to his other daughters. The young woman eyes it over without much enthusiasm and cackles, a cynical and malicious laugh. "Why do you know what's right for me? Why do you get to decide how I should behave and what, or who, I should dedicate my time to?" Leisurely, the seventh guest places the 27th guest's figurine on top of one of the blanket heaps that are stored in her bedroom, so that her funny wooden eyes are staring at them. The man raises his eyebrows, slightly scandalized at the symbolical indecency of such an act. The girl taps her talking stick and it starts singing with an attractive male voice. She begins dancing in front of the doll, not ceasing to laugh. The man soon joins her in her ill-intentioned humor. "Why do we have to listen to you, Sahara?" His daughters won't play with that statuette. They won't be raised how Sahara would have liked to be raised. They'll grow up free and naked, as is their mother's wish. And the man will talk to them when he pleases, and not when determined by the moral conceptions of a woman who isn't even confident enough to take off her clothes in front of her cohabitants. Damned know-it-all. The man grabs the seventh guest in the middle of furious laughter, and she matches his excitement. She doesn't even bother to look at the complex graph on her wall, like she has done up until now, every time she has received a visit from him. She's immersed in the delirium of her hate toward Sahara, toward the outside, toward different, toward change. She hates her so much that she doesn't care anymore. She hates her so much that she would give her life to prove it. Suppression de la pensée et répression psychologique. The title, white on black within the screen embedded in his desktop, has oscillated between clarity and absolute fading for the last 2 hours, and yet the young man has not managed to read it. He just stares at the letters, tracing their outlines with his eyes as if they were symbols of another language, illegible for him. In situations like these, it's advisable to get up and distance oneself from the task that's being performed. Take a break. Do something else. But he already did that when he suddenly lost interest in his job a few months ago, and now he doesn't have anything else to do. He's trying to find a more motivating job. He's trying to try. His roommates have tolerated his stay in the flat, but with each month that goes by and each additional pinch taken from their bank accounts, their comments of encouragement become less friendly and more demanding. Because what's the use of a human being if they don't produce, if they just consume? What are all the years of training, the money invested, the knowledge absorbed and ejected by his brain for 25 years good for if he's going to use them to wander about the house and ask an automated being for useless information? Perhaps he should visit a therapist. Nowadays, it would be as easy as requesting it to the air in the comfort of his own room, and his home's omniscient voice would help him schedule a virtual appointment. It's considered a primary care service, though it takes a bit longer than medical attention aimed at physical health, because the demand is higher. But no, Laurent is fine. He's just going through a rough patch, but he'll get back on his feet as soon as he manages to try to find a new job. The holograph chimes. His life gains meaning then, and he clings to the machine like it's the branch that protrudes from the cliff.
Laurent, am I interrupting something?
Not really. Sahara is, like in every other conference he's had with her up to date, surrounded by brown elements. Her unibrow grows bushier each time. Laurent wonders if she'll shave it again when she comes out of the madhouse. Today, however, her surroundings are lit better than usual, and she's moving. Flashing at her back, majestic curved structures can be seen. They must be the bookcases Laurent has already seen in pictures and three-dimensional renders. He has been receiving files for 2 months, which Sahara has asked him to store in a safe drive, and he has nosed around them at a lack of something better to do. He could plagiarize her article and publish it under his own name before she returns, if all the notes she sends him weren't encrypted so that only she can understand them. And if Sahara Ahmed wasn't a national media star, after 6 months infiltrated in an apparently infamous organization in the country. From what he has been able to gather from algorithmically translated local newscasts, the company surrounding the Citadel of Fez cut ties with the Office of Tourism a while back, and little by little it becomes privatized to the point of grazing clandestinity. The workers that manage the renovations, the visits, and the building's food supply are seemingly under the hostess's indirect influence, and the exact reach of this influence is unknown. The city council is waiting to find a hint of illegality in the administration so they can interfere with the cult, since the mere fact of being one doesn't go against the law, and they can't fine the girls for being naked either, if technically they're not in public. Them being unemployed is not illegal or even strange in current times, and regarding the money that the organization handles, no investment suspicious of laundering has been detected. From the outside, no illicit conduct can be reported, and none of the women who have entered Al Mudaina have come out saying the opposite. In fact, none of them has come out in the 10 years it is estimated that the place has been recruiting. None until now. For a start, Sahara has already found an element that would make a valid pretext to search the place, if not to dismantle it all the way. There are underage girls in Al Mudaina. They are all in the custody of their biological parents, and as far as he knows, they're not being abused, at least not in any way that would entail legal consequences. However, they're not schooled, physically or virtually, which is mandatory for everyone under 16. The Fasi media still don't know this, but they trust the findings that may come out in Sahara's report to end Aliya Alawi's growing monopoly over the city. A regional livestream channel interviewed her parents, who gave the impression of being more proud of her than they generally show her. On her behalf, Sahara has chosen to remain on the sidelines of her own stardom, though she has confessed to him that she's receiving outside assistance to meet her basic necessities. Laurent doesn't cease to be impressed by what she's doing.
I know I told you I'd respect the privacy of these people above all, but I made the grave mistake of mentioning your existence to somebody who is now particularly anxious to meet you.
While she speaks, Sahara's camera moves erratically, as if somebody was tugging at her arm and she was pulling back. Laurent feels a knot in his throat, and he tries to dismiss the improbable chance of being about to speak to the very Aliya. The subject ends up seizing the holograph, and indeed, it is not Aliya. An adorable curly-haired girl observes him carefully from the inside of his holographic screen. Marhaba, Laurent stammers.
I know French. A little.
The girl continues looking at him as if he were the last specimen of an extinct species. Maybe she's never seen a man with darker skin than hers. Or maybe she's never seen a man that's not the man. Sahara appears behind her, though formed by the eccentric angle in which her friend holds the device. Laurent asks for help with his eyes.
This is Naima. I've talked to you about her. She's convinced that you're a prestigious mathematician for the fact of being a man. Please prove her wrong.
You are math girl? Naima flinches. It's true that he has heard about her, quite often in fact. He pictured her more stiff and stuck up, more like Sahara when he met her during his 3rd year in university. I am afraid to inform you that your hypothesis about my abilities is incorrect. Never in my life have I passed a math test without cheating with my phone's graphic calculator. Despite having assured him otherwise, Naima doesn't seem to be understanding a single word of his speech. Sahara gives her a quick translation, which, judging by her expression, may not be fully faithful to the original text. The young woman has stressed her will to not introduce external elements or customs into their social bubble, with special emphasis on what concerns intelligent technology. What's left of Laurent's journalistic spirit doesn't agree with this deliberate filtration of information, but his friend claims to have good motives. And she claims so rightly. The holograph's broadcasting angle changes abruptly. Naima must have turned it over, seeing his face through the device's transparent bottom while the cameras focus on what's in front of her. Laurent sees a minuscule window, on whose ledge there are various instruments of traditional drawing. The wall it is built into is saturated with paper cutouts, all the same size as the window, filled with the lines that these tools have presumably drawn. Fascinated, he rotates the tridimensional image in his screen with a gesture of his hand and observes the matrix of white sheets stuck at different heights in the wood. Near the right-hand limit of the camera's 180-degree reach, he stumbles across a male body whose sudden grandiosity unsettles him for a moment. The young man stands on top of a ladder, hanging a new drawing in a clear space in the display. Laurent takes some guilty seconds to check him out, aware that Sahara can see where he's looking at through the lights incorporated in the holograph's camera frame. From his external point of view, he hadn't considered the concept of absolute nudism in the Citadel of Fez seriously enough. It's difficult to take in. He really is naked. Fully. With Sahara playing the double role of tripod and interpreter, Naima proceeds to delight him with an extensive presentation of her work. It's math, parabolas, hyperbolas, and visible periodicities, as well as functions of arbitrary appearance and vector operations. The girl explains each one of the procedures with flattering humility, highlighting the projects she is proudest of, like a student before a strict professor. She holds up this attitude despite Lauren's insistence that he is a journalist, not a professor. Reached a point of maximal linguistic confusion between the two of them and Sahara, the girl seems to accept his ineptitude and gives up. The truth is, even though he hasn't understood one word of the conference, the drawings weren't completely alien to him. The math Naima is studying is high school level, the same concepts he studied when he was 17 or 18. Graphic methods for teaching math started being pushed a while back, since, in theory, they aid in its comprehension and keep kids from methodically using formulas and algorithms. This is because a while back, they started selling calculators that could use these formulas and algorithms with ease, and the kids' abilities stopped being necessary in this level of the discipline. It was a fruitful methodology, for a limited time of less than a year. The problem came when they started programming calculators that could also solve graphic problems, eliminating the human error and lack of precision, and kids returned to methodically using new formulas and algorithms. Technology was advancing faster than math, which was its source, and it grew faster than kids, who were meant to make math advance. Laurent and Sahara belong to this generation of kids in the middle of an educational crisis of math and other sciences. That's why they both ended up going for humanities. Girl's a menace, Laurent declares once Sahara has taken back control of her device. She doesn't just understand more complex concepts than the ones she should at her age, but she voluntarily experiments with them as well. It's just what you told me. It may be the very lack of means, the absence of material or numeric retribution for her efforts. The fact of studying without a particular end goal makes knowledge in itself a reward instead of a simple means to get the reward.
Yeah, sure.
Sahara sounds unhappy. She frowns at him. Then again, she's always frowning, so it's hard to pinpoint what distracts her from the conversation.
Hey, Laurent.
And he is handsome.
What?
I asked you if the man was handsome months ago. Laurent cracks a playful smirk, and he is.
Angie called me yesterday, you know?
He did not know. He thought Angie had disengaged from Sahara's project months ago, barely maintaining occasional contact with her to solve her most specific doubts, or just to ask her how she's doing. He was pretty certain that he was the only one still interested in the report.
She's very worried about you. Frankly, I also am after speaking to her. She says you spend the days walking up and down the hallway and reading articles on your desk. The guys are talking about setting a deadline to kick you out, but she's asked them to give you one last chance. She came to me as a desperate resort.
Admirable tactic. I see she knows my weaknesses.
What's happening to you, Laurent? Does it have something to do with me?
Laurent taps his fingers on the table, trying to improvise some eloquent comeback that'll ease the tension and facilitate the early closure of the subject. Why do they have to talk about this now? Can't they wait a couple months more?
Angie told me that all those articles you read are about Almudaina. It looks like you're doing extensive research on the topic, but you don't write anything down. You simply read all day.
Is it wrong to inform myself about the suspicious place where my best friend is confined?
It's not wrong to inform yourself, but it is wrong to obsess over it. You should know that as a journalist.
The young woman tilts her bushy eyebrows, putting on an expression of genuine distress.
If I had known they would affect you this way, I wouldn't have said any of the things I said the night before I left. I don't think the work we do is futile, or that it's a short-lived contribution to the constant distraction of the masses, or anything of the kind. I said it because I was scared. You know it. I explained it to you like I haven't explained it to anyone.
I just want you back, Suhaida, Laurent mutters, evasively looking at the circles that his fingers are tracing in the white wood. I'll be good again when you come back, I promise.
You can't put that responsibility on me. What if by the time I get back they already kicked you out the flat and you're in an irrecoverable mental state? I can commit to helping you, but you're the one who has to fix your problem.
You're right. Let us end this conversation, please. I'll see what I can do.
You're the last person in the world I'd want to harm.
I know. It's curious. In his case, he himself is the first person he'd harm if he had to harm somebody. If that meant to save others undeserved pain, if it meant to not implicate anyone else, to finish the deal as soon as possible and return to a state of painless neutrality. Some seconds of silence go by. Let us end this conversation. Now, I'm going to hang up, Sahara. I'm busy right now.
Sahara keeps her eyes on the screen until it automatically fades and stops projecting her image. She takes a breath, as deep as her lungs allow it. This has happened before, with very close friends of her late childhood and especially her adolescence. Reached a certain level of closeness, they always sense the conflict that she tries so hard to conceal, and progressively become infected with it. On more than one occasion, she has fully believed to be some kind of depression catalyzer, though she knows that each person has their own demons, and she is positive that all those friends had underlying problems other than the sole fact of being in her company. It doesn't make it any less painful anyway. And it makes her more conscious of the presence of her own demon in her vicinity, which is undesirable and gravely inconvenient. With an agility she gets from habit, the young woman turns away from these thoughts and tends to the closest chore that is presented to her, Naima. Her curls wiggle in the air as she slides and repositions one of her set squares over the other, still a little clumsily, over and over again. Your presentation was very enlightening, she compliments her. Cranky, the girl ignores her words and continues drawing parallel lines, hatching the convex area between two meticulously calculated curves. Her praise was actually sincere, though. Even while live translating the lecture, Sahara has been able to clearly remember all the procedures that were purged from her mind as soon as she graduated, at age 16. She did so a year early for being considered studious and quiet enough. Naima, with her fiery personality, could have never. It's wonderful to see such harmony in something essentially so useless. Useless? Naima whips around, horrified by the blasphemy, but she relaxes once she spots her friend's sarcastic grin. After 6 months, Sahara knows very well how to provoke her. The only useless thing here is your friend Luron. He's useful for other stuff. I warned you that nobody can understand every field, no matter man or woman. That's why we live in society, Naima Karim. You could understand them. All of you could understand them if you dedicated the smallest fraction of your time to them. Human beings way before you
rose and re-rose from nothing. They created and killed languages. They measured the universe and made up timeless imaginary spaces for you to visualize it. And you don't want to. You can, but you don't want to. Naima grumbles, weary. Again, the question. They can't or they won't? At this point, Sahara doesn't have an answer to give her. She has seen so much variety in the abilities and personalities of the people around her that she feels incapable of offering a generalized solution to the problem of knowledge. It is a global crisis, and not even Naima's robust wings can palliate it from a library isolated from the world. Her passionate 11-year-old heart is not ready to accept it. How can she console her in the face of this pitiful reality? Come here. I want to show you something. With the reluctance of her basic moral principles, and against the top rules she self-imposed before entering the citadel, Sahara turns on her holograph. Naima feels a true devotion for the device. On a couple occasions, she has caught Sahara taking a picture or rendering a model of one of the objects in Al Mudaina, and even convinced her to do an operation in the calculator once. But she has taken care to keep her from seeing the device's higher functions. The girl analyzes her hand movements as she takes apart the case, lifting 4 transparent flaps to form a structure in the shape of a truncated pyramid, which protrudes from the screen. This feature is commonly used as a holder, but after making some quick settings with her eyes, Sahara turns it into a new space for holographic projection. The elements in the screen warp in an apparently incoherent way, but when their light reflects on the structure's panels, they reconfigure and show up, with shape and volume, inside it. Among the many shortcuts, Sahara selects the one leading to the graphic calculator. An empty tridimensional space opens in front of them, and in the flat screen's remaining surface, the menu which allows them to create virtual objects in it. As an example, the 27th inputs a center and a 2 centimeter radius vector, which produce a small floating disk. Naima anticipates her next step and sticks a finger in the little box to spin the disk. She's not touching it, obviously, but the movement of her finger across the multiple projected light beams sends signals to the device to simulate rotation. Sahara brings her own hand forward and spreads her index and thumb, an unknown gesture for Naima, which zooms in on the disk. The scale of the object is indicated in the screen's lower corner. Make another circle, concentric to that one, the child demands. Sahara obeys, creating a disk secant and perpendicular to the previous. Then, at Naima's new request, she creates another one, bisecting the other 2, and another one, and yet another. She shortly understands where her apprentice is going as she orchestrates the process with an intense expression. With a voice command, she activates the sequence imitation tool that allows the user to complete repetitive tasks in seconds. After creating a few more circles, the machine detects the pattern and begins generating bisecting discs automatically. Continuez pour toujours, Sahara recites, and in an instant, the overlapping discs are replaced with a simple light sphere. The command has been performed an infinite number of times, and inscribed in the sphere there are infinite circles of null thickness. The same result could have been obtained by rotating the first disc around one of its diameters and filling up the swept space. In this case, however, Naima wouldn't have seen the function that she has spent months looking for in her papers and imprecise tools. The main obstacle of human knowledge, sorted out with a brief order, the function of infinity. Naima stares at the sphere, with her fist closed around her jaw.
Why haven't you shown me this until now? She asks. Her tone isn't reproachful, but something worse. She feels betrayed, not only by her, but by the world. Sahara clenches her teeth, reconsidering the good judgment of her decision. These machines are double-edged swords. You might not see it at first sight, but the functionality of the tools is inversely proportional to the functionality of the users. Outside, intellectual dependency to technology is so generalized that it's almost unnoticeable. But coming here, I've noticed it. And you lack it, which is fascinating for someone like me. There is something else she must tell her, something she has tried to hide from all of Al-Mudaina's dwellers, especially those who she has so imprudently grown fond of. Besides, Naima, you should know that I do not plan on staying here forever. I have a life to continue in a place very far away from here. I can't let you set your hopes on an object that you possibly won't ever see again once I'm gone. Well, you just did. The girl gives her the most vulnerable look she's ever seen in her. After saying them, Sahara realizes how horrible her words make her seem. Naima takes the holograph in her hands and makes the sphere spin rapidly with her finger. How many things like this do you have on the outside, then? What other things are there? More than you can imagine. This is merely a common utilitarian instrument, but intelligent functions are everywhere. In people's homes, in their workplaces, in the cities, and in the roads that connect the cities. The average citizen has more daily verbal exchanges with virtual assistants than human beings, Sahara explains, quoting a catchy headline that she was fed, ironically, by a virtual assistant. She tries to make the exhausted tone of her voice when she talks about the subject stand out. It truly is tiring, after a whole life hearing the same passive-aggressive warnings and watching as society keeps becoming automatized regardless. But it's not like that in here. I've seen the way the girls in the sun salon communicate, and I think it's precisely their ease when it comes to conveying visceral emotions that's missing in the new... And Aliyah doesn't talk about this? How can she tell us that the outside is hostile and not mention how they have machines capable of completing an infinite sequence? All her guests have been outside. How do they not talk about it? Her confusion is genuine. She really thinks the world is a big desert, populated barely by small groups, nomadic and precarious. Without the madani phenomenon that smooths these impacts in her cohabitants' brains, contradictions produce a true mind shock in her, a dead short. The girl turns her back on her and gazes at the mural of papers spread on the library's wall. Her works, they must seem so insignificant to her now. Maman, my mother knows it. She knows it and she hasn't told me anything. Naima, you have to tell me everything, Sahara. I'm moving in vain if I don't know where the current limit of progress is. I need to know what there is, she sentences. Naima spends her life studying outdated books. Under her lip, she wears the narrow scar of a fight she got in, thinking she was defending the importance of the knowledge they bring her. Some meters behind her, Sahara spots the man's silhouette, backlit by the window. He hasn't moved one step and has heard their conversation from beginning to end. As guilty as she feels for having caused them this unease, she knows that the only one to blame for their situation is Aliyah. Is it wrong to let them know? Fine. Do you want to know what there is? Sahara echoes. Naima nods calmly, the light from the sphere shining on the underside of her jaw. The man waits for her answer, which will oppose her to Aliyah Alawi once and for all. He must have been waiting for it from the beginning,
but she has resisted. This is not all there is. "2037. I will die soon. The certainty has settled in me quickly upon waking up from the painful doze I spent most of my time in. The exhaustion of my body and the dread that has taken over my mind have signaled my fate for days, but only this peace, this amplified coherence of my thirst-fogged thoughts, has confirmed these omens. Letting me die will be a divine act of mercy in my state. My soul is pure and has been tricked by a gullible mind and a weak body. It must exit its flesh prison as soon as possible and transcend to a place where it will be safe from all evil. In my last hours, I am not afraid. I do not feel anxious or sad for the life I could have had. I'm just disappointed in myself. I feel disenchanted with the circumstances that have led me to this room. For the first time in more than a year, I have reached a conclusion by myself, and it is perhaps the bitterest conclusion somebody who has firmly believed in something for a while can reach. The conclusion is that I was wrong. I escaped from a home ruled by violence, hostility, rigid and indisputable rules. Aliya Alawi took me in, fed me, and treated me with an overwhelming kindness, something I had never known. Violence was also present in her home, but it was underlying. It was deeply rooted in its foundation, unlike the violence in my old home, which was a tall and showy tree that barely clung to the ground. I came to think I belonged to her home, then I thought I belonged to her family, and then I thought I belonged to something else, something I had never even pondered. I believed in her. I felt, and I still feel in a furious corner of my heart, the passion of a cause to fight for. And I was wrong. A cause cannot be good if it requires its followers' passion to hold itself afoot. Nobody who truly intends to do good will proclaim themselves as the only do-gooder in a society of fools. No group of human beings is superior to any other. There is not a supreme truth in the hands of an oligarchy. There are lies in the world, and people who know the truths they conceal, but no lie is supreme. It only takes analyzing the sort of minds that fall for these fallacies to see them as such. My mind is gullible. Esteban's mind, may God have mercy on him, is gullible. Aliya's mind is sick and disturbed. No healthy and fully developed mind could have made the mistakes we have made. I have had to come to my deathbed to realize this. All my thoughts from the past year are false. Everything I have written in these diaries is false. Every sentence, every insinuation is tainted with a mistaken view of the world. It makes me deeply frustrated, but I know I have reached the truth, a small, individual truth. I hope God validates my repentance and allows me to enter His land to spend eternity. I will allow myself a last will in these lines, which are the last ones I will write with my weak hand. I want all of my writings to burn. Esteban, if you're alive and reading this, burn the diaries. Aliyah, if you still have a hint of decency and saneness in you, burn the diaries. I die in peace, but I depend on you to die with dignity. Burn my lies. Fifth chapter. Lined up in several platters on the long table, the dehydrated, preserved, and reheated delicacies wait to be consumed. Rice, vegetables, legumes, and meat, anointed in a variety of sauces and spiced mixtures that bring them flavor, as well as making them minimally chewable. Feasts are communal meals, unlike parties and daily food intakes. Aliment is not rationed, but instead set on plates that everyone can eat from. Each one of the seats, folded blankets placed at narrow intervals on the floor, therefore is assigned a covered cup of hot tea, but not a dish. Almost all of them are already occupied when the man enters the aliment room. Without a previous organization, without even talking about it, the guests have sat down in numeric order, ascending clockwise. 14 at one side of the table, 12 at the other, leaving the host seat free for Aliyah, and yet another 2 next to it. The young man sits on the one that naturally belongs to him, next to the hostesses, and he is left separated from the 27th by a mound of fabric of unknown function. In front of it, the third guest's seat is also empty. The reason for this absence is more predictable, however. Midway through her 7th month of pregnancy, Aliyah requires constant assistance, particularly if she needs to move from the cusp of one tower to the other. The man eyes the dishes and notices that the 13th guest has recreated her hallway's wavy pattern on the table. Sahara is scribbling on her notebook, so she's not available. The 7th blows him a kiss from her seat. He gives her a half smile. The others look at him for a moment before returning to their quiet chatter. Past some minutes, a percussion of footsteps reaches them in various tones and rhythms. The hostess's slow and heavy pace, along with a high-frequency trot. The entourage finally reaches the room, with an unusual reception from the guests. The third escorts Aliyah as she usually does, with excessive ceremony, and the sound of her steps melts with hers in perfect unison. The women and the man make surprised sounds, something uncommon in Aliyah's calculated appearances, upon seeing the true owner of those light feet that make the dissonant sound. And their surprise increases when she, instead of leaving after helping the pregnant woman to her seat, sits discreetly on the vacant seat between the man and the 27th. Girls do not attend feasts. They are not considered corrupt enough to discuss the sort of topics Aliyah proposes for her diners. But the child seems to have been personally called in by the hostess, and everyone in the room thinks they know the reasoning behind this invitation. Despite her upright demeanor, Aliyah's firstborn doesn't look very comfortable with her new position. As what? 28th guest? First of the neo-resultants? It's uncertain, but whatever it is, it's clear that Saha would rather return to leading her sisters in the sun salon. Sahara visibly shares this preference, and for some minutes she just squeezes the newcomer's hand while she shoots threatening looks at the third and other guests. The man stays out of the collective commotion, though the girl's presence at his right makes him notably unwell inside. It's the first time he has seen her with her hair down, without the characteristic braids that designated her as a child. If she's considered an adult now, or at least not a child anymore. What will be expected of her now, besides attending Aliya's acts and doing some community labor? What will be expected of all her sisters when they reach her age? At the hostess's signal, the guests begin the meal, rotating the platters around so everyone can get a little bite of each dish. Both Sahara and the girl, unknowing of the concept of a feast, refrain from food, but do shyly uncover their cups of tea. The sweet smell of the beverage served to Saha is unmissable for the man. The rest of the cups are filled with an odorless herb infusion, but hers contains pomegranate tea. He warns Sahara of it with a furtive look, and without hesitation, the 27th exchanges her cup with the child's, as if keeping her from consuming the symbolic drink could stop her transition to a new level of the Madani hierarchy. Ladies, as she does when she's about to speak, Aliya has spread her arms as a claim for attention. The women stop eating, the platters stop rotating. The man continues chewing on a chunk of meat without much concern. He's not going to participate in the conversation, so the subject it revolves around matters little to him. They're generally not very interesting. The catastrophe, the future of the species, the absolute accidentalness of the creation of life on Earth and its consequent irrelevancy, and trivialities of the sort. I am pleased to see you gathered around the aliment, which satisfies your bodies and frees your minds from superfluous thoughts. Let us talk now. In about 2 months, the world will welcome the girl who shall be my successor. The announcement raises a new wave of murmurs. Though Sahara and the man already knew, the hairless condition of the fetus growing in Aliya's uterus is news for her guests. Saha's eyes, fixated on her untouched cup of tea, widen disproportionately. Our Mudaina is a sanctuary for the prosperity of life, as you know. Many generations will inhabit it and expand with it, so many hostesses will be needed to ensure that their needs are met. This requires a certain level of prospection on my behalf, and in this prospection, I cannot overlook the latent factor, known but very often ignored, of my impermanence. And this is the subject I would like to hear you debate about today. It is the biggest inconvenience for the advance of a population, and at the same time, it is a natural stimulant that pushes it to renew itself, keeping it from stagnation. It is life's closest companion, its complementary, and at the same time, its nemesis. I would like you to express your beliefs and opinions with total openness, for you know well you will not be judged negatively. Death, that is the subject. Silence falls. Everyone is mentally prepared to expose themselves to a bit of existentialism on feast days, but there is always room for surprise. Certainly, the one proposed today is not a subject that is frequently tackled in the Citadel, with its residents usually being mentally busy, with the fanatical brain fog that exalts their sense of grandeur, and the mitigating factor of the youth, real or fictional, that they all share. Anyhow, anyone can engage in a conversation when they have an opinion, and regarding this matter, anyone can opine what they want, since nobody on the face of the planet truly has any knowledge about it. Slowly, some women resume their eating. The others remain still, with their arms folded on their lap. It's their way of indicating if they are or aren't going to participate in the debate. The man keeps on eating, even though he isn't going to talk. Out of curiosity, he looks to his right to check if the 27th is going to. It doesn't seem like it, since she is perfectly paralyzed and with her eyes stuck on a random point. The 9th guest, a beautiful young woman with full long lashes, initiates the conversation while she digs up a blob of mashed beans with a bread cracker.
I think that death is a part of life,
She says, and confidently chomps down her snack.
It's the rest we receive after our bodily stay in the universe. It rewards our good deeds and redeems the bad.
Nonsense. The 20th guest jumps to attack, stuffing her mouth with spiced rice.
Saying that death is a part of life is like saying Almudaina is a part of this room.
Death is not a part of life. Life is a part of death.
It's a matter of proportions. If death is infinite and life is temporary, it's absurd to suggest that life is the container and death the content. A finite span of time can be contained in an infinite one, but not vice versa.
I didn't mean it that way.
I meant that death is a reality present in all our lives. It waits for us at the end of the road, whoever we are and whatever we have done. It makes us equal.
But is it truly a reality? If you think about it, it can't be proved, refutes the 25th, the youngest among the guests. She's sitting 2 seats to Sahara's right, and yet the 27th doesn't turn her head to look at her. She's focused on the meat platter she has in front of her, as if she's going to stretch out her hand toward it and join the conversation. She clearly isn't. The man has a feeling that sticking a piece of meat in her mouth is the last thing on her mind at the moment.
Who can confirm that such a thing as death exists? Who knows if life is constant, if whoever dies reappears immediately in another being, in another place in the infinite universe?
Reincarnation? I find it unlikely. The 15th strikes. You have to take into account how extremely scarce life is when you compare it to the immense number of deaths that take place. Though I grant you that the universe's infinity elevates the rate of these scarcities, there must come a point where they just stop happening. The death of the universe itself.
And what do you think about it being a constant repetition of the same sequence? That it all happens again once we die, and there isn't a prior history or a post-death future.
Oh, I assure you that our hostess would be delighted by that.
The guests burst into light laughter while they take small sips from their cups. They eye Aliyah to rule out a possible overstepping, but she approves of it with a warm smile. Sahara progressively becomes paler in her seat, but that reopens the absurd problem of solipsism. Whose life is the one that loops over? Who establishes the beginning and the end of the time loop? Is it me because I'm seeing you right now and I can't prove you're doing the same? Is it you watching me talk about this after thinking of it first? You're all rambling. Death is nothing more than the absence of life, which is based on a series of biological functions. When these functions stop being performed, the organism dies. There is nothing more to it. The 14th asserts, holding her chin tediously while she hears the blather of her adjacent diner.
Don't be reductionist.
The 9th guest comes back, though not as confidently as before.
A person is not solely constituted by the body they inhabit. What about their soul? All the things they've seen and lived, the knowledge they've acquired,
their mind, more accurately.
The 8th corrects her. She is one of the oldest. Their consciousness, synaptic connections between neurons. They stop happening, and the individual stops being conscious. If the rest of the body's mechanisms stop working as well, the individual dies.
How do you think this is perceived?
The 25th again.
Will it be a blackout simply, lasting all eternity? Will we remember what happened to us?
Of course not. Nothing is perceived. There are no neurons or sensory organs.
You talk about life as if it were merely an electrical switch, 14. Doesn't it make your blood run cold?
Our bodies stop working, but our souls live on. I assure you, I insist on the possibility of reincarnation. If we come from inexistence and go back to inexistence, what keeps us from re-emerging from it like we once emerged? Whatever its nature is, death has become an instrument, symbolical for warfare. It instills fear and perpetuates power.
It wouldn't be us.
Can't you see? The concept of identity is a sham, a neurological illusion. Still, it has molded a great part of human history and culture. The fear of death has pushed, like no other form of curiosity has, the advance of humanity. There is life after death. Your nihilism is disheartening to me. What do we live for then? Everything ends up in nothing anyways.
Hey, we're running out of rice over here. You got another bowl there?
The extinction of all forms of life is mathematically inevitable. The desolation of the universe is its guaranteed fate. Excuse me. The chatter is disrupted by a tiny, almost imperceptible voice. Sahara clutches the edge of the table to the point of stopping blood flow to her fingers. She holds a fine and brittle composure that doesn't seem to be very far from collapsing. All the guests are left in silence at her demand, as if it were the very Aliyah who spoke. The hostess marks the start of the debate. The 27th interrupts it at her will. I don't feel so good. I find myself compelled to leave you. The young woman is out the door before anyone has the time to react. Beside the man, little Saha has stretched out an arm to stop her departure, but she has not succeeded. Once more, Sahara has set a precedent that nobody knows how to respond to. There had never been an absence, or an early withdrawal, in a feast. The women turn to Aliyah, who returns them a beatific expression, as always. She seems to be more satisfied with the sudden intermission than with the conversation that has preceded it, the reason of which lies only in her hermetic mind. The debate is resumed then, but it has lost most of its fluidity and spark, as well as most of its participants, who have passed on to another discussion underlying, spoken in whispers and gestures. Sahara, Sahara, they mutter at both sides of the table. No more 27. The guests speculate about her sudden unwellness, pointing at Aliyah and shooting glances at the door she fled through. Her popularity is impossible to ignore. The man notices the seventh guest's tension, as she is clearly not pleased by the turn of the conversation, and her mutism keeps her from joining the debate. At one point, he exchanges a look with her, while he chews on a slice of eggplant. She glares at him with an intensity that signalizes she's going to give him an order, and then makes a very subtle motion, a quick nod in the direction of the door. In between conjectures and murmurs, nobody has thought of an idea as simple as that one. Follow her, the seventh tells him. Contributing to her opposition to the hostess, it is common knowledge that Sahara's self-assigned bedchamber is on the first tower's ground floor. Needless of an explicit warning on her behalf, the guests have assumed it as her private space and do not enter it unless they have been authorized by her. This is not the case with any other room in Al Mudaina, except for Aliyah's attic. The man, however, is known for not holding much regard for the Citadel's implicit rules. Perhaps this is why the seventh guest has asked him to come here. Or perhaps it is because she knows, like no other, about his incidental closeness with Sahara. From the outside, he sees her kneeling on her impromptu bed, rummaging in her tote bag, her breathing clearly too rapid. She is wearing a loose green shawl and a white headscarf, both imported from the outside with the help of her team. She extracts a translucid blue object and, in a strangely swift move, cups her opposite hand over her mouth to then bring the object to her lips. The man observes the awkward posture she acquires, with her head tilted backwards, and he determines that the object is a container from which she is drinking some liquid. Being in this position, unnoticedly peeking into her privacy, he finds himself watching her for longer than it would be necessary, while she tries to control her breathing with her palms on the floor. He blinks fast when he notices his own enthrallment. A bit embarrassed, he comes out of his hiding spot and makes himself visible for the young woman, who takes a couple seconds to look back at him. In her dark eyes, there is a turbid torment, masked with a very well-trained serenity. She carefully examines him before speaking. Esteban, she names him, with an unexpectedly hoarse voice. The man is standing under the doorless threshold, barely lit by the dying light of the evening. She must be seeing him in backlighting, because she squints in order to distinguish his features. Fortunately, she can't make out the slight red of his cheeks. Come in. I can't see you. The man comes in, bowing his head so he won't hit it against the ceiling, which is diagonal, since the room is built beneath a secondary staircase. He has been in this compartment before, along with Naima, and in full daylight. This time, for obvious circumstantial reasons, it looks quite different to him. He sits at the bed's right side and looks at Sahara, trying not to stare. She always sits upright, with her back arched, while he hunches his shoulders and bends his neck down. The effect she has on him is clear and intense, similar to the one Aliyah wakes in her guests. Once more, she makes him feel like a student, like a scrawny brat begging for bread in the Medina. All his emancipation attempts, those passionate declarations of principles that he makes to himself when he's with the seventh guest, are snuffed out whenever he finds himself face to face with the 27th. More than 7 months after her arrival, the reasons for this magnetism are still unknown. Even for him, who has overheard some of her recent conversations with Naima about the outside and its truths, Sahara Ahmed is still a mystery. Her act of storming out of the table will only dilate her enigmatic aura for the guests, and her remarkability will increase by the days. For everyone. You surely want to know what happened to me. Honestly, he would like to know everything about her, but he has a feeling that this is not the best moment to ask for a full breakdown of her character, so he nods. I just had a panic attack. Have you ever heard of that, or has it happened to you before? No. The man has suffered many panic attacks, especially during his early teens, but is not aware of the term nor recalls the episodes, given that his brain has suppressed them along with wide gaps of his memory. Somehow, Sahara senses this and proceeds to describe the symptoms, looking for coincidences. The man tries to evoke a similar sensation, but the sole act of digging in his sensory memory causes a fatigue that he would rather save himself. He answers negatively and focuses back on her. Why did that happen to you? I didn't see you eat anything. It is not a physical ailment, but a psychological one. My discomfort is mental. Sahara knocks on her temple with her knuckles. The man has seen her do it before. It's true she did look unwell, but he had never attributed it to panic. Panic of what? As far as he knows, Sahara hasn't had a single reason to fear throughout her stay in Al-Mudaina, and even less during a harmless feast. You see, the subject Aliyah has chosen for us to talk about wasn't the most fortunate, at least not for my first feast. It's something that sparks an irrational fear in me, one I've been trying to fight off since I was very young.
Death?
The man asks, disbelieving.
You're scared of dying?
I'm not scared of dying. I'm scared of death. Everything that such a concept entails. Infinity, lack of consciousness, inexistence, the certainty that time will go on even when everything is dead, when the universe becomes compact and cold to the point of motionlessness, the absolute loss of memory. Sahara crumples up over herself and flinches her face, breathing through her teeth, as if she were feeling a pang of physical agony. The man can't process the fact that her mind is the one causing her this defensive reaction. Is she exaggerating? Does she feel real pain? She takes a few moments to compose herself, and even then she looks pale and truly under the weather. She speaks without looking at him, with a pitiful voice, with extreme weakness. When I was a kid, I consoled myself, thinking it wasn't like that. My mother taught me that there was a paradise after death's doors, and I prayed to be allowed in it. One day I realized that this paradise was also eternal, and life forever deemed infinitely worse than death to me. Then I prayed so that, when my time came, time would rewind itself by divine will, and I would be allowed to be reborn as the person I have been, to relive my childhood and my youth, my maturity and my old age. Esteban, my friend, I am not exaggerating a single word when I tell you that I prayed until I lost my voice. I prayed until I forgot the prayers. And then I figured out that this also implied a loop, and I was frightened all over again. Do you know what, really, is the terrible thing about death? That it's the best option. So, I have resigned. In my worst moments, I've considered seeking out a professional who might help me to cope, but I am horrified at the possibility that they can't find a way to do it, that they don't understand it. In that case, I would be left entirely hopeless. I know it's a poor alternative, but up to date I've managed to live a normal life just on pills and breathing exercises. Or almost normal, at least. And what will you do when your time comes? When it comes for real? Sahara looks him in the eyes again. The question scares her. One can tell just by looking at her. It scares her in a wholly different way than any he has experienced. He himself avoids thinking about the moment of his own death, but his fear isn't paralyzing, and for sure not as elaborate as hers. It generally revolves around the possibility of dying young or in a violent situation. The rest rarely ever occupies his thoughts. I think there are two possible outcomes for that. The first, after a lifelong internal battle against it, I finally understand the necessary nature of death and give myself to it while in peace with myself. The 27th guest raises the corners of her mouth. In her pretty smile there are very balanced amounts of self-pitying humor, exhaustion, and deep madness. The second, the moments right before my death become registered in the history of psychology as the biggest hysteria outbreak ever witnessed by humanity. The man looks at Sahara. Now he does stare. He looks at her as if she were an alien specimen that just plummeted from outer space right onto his backyard. He looks at her like she just came back from the dead. I don't expect you to understand. The only person I've tried to explain this to is my friend Laurent, and he gave me exactly the same face as you. What really matters is that it's conditioned every decision in my life. It makes me feel like everything I do is a race against the clock, like I have to run if I don't want my time to run out. It pushes me to run from any minimally stable situation I find myself in, and running, I've come to all the places that have meant something to me throughout the years. Running from my fear of death, I graduated early. Running, I moved away from my parents' house too young. And running, I ended up migrating to a different country where I changed jobs over and over again in order to never remain in the same environment for too long. Running, I returned from there, not without making it known to the people that had made me feel welcomed that I saw them as temporal links in the chain of my life, that they were wasting their youth on irrelevant and ephemeral labor, that sooner rather than later they would find time hot on their heels and ask themselves who remembered their sensationalist articles now. Running, I came here. And running, you're going to leave. The man finishes for her, his head cast low. Sahara has already expressed her intentions to leave, and has even set a date for her departure, after Aliyah gives birth to her daughter, which shouldn't be more than 2 months from now. He would be lying if he said he's okay with it, and also if he assured that he understands. But at least, now he can say that he knows the reason. Unexpectedly for him, the young woman stretches out an arm and places her hand on his jaw, sliding her fingers under his hair until they're resting behind his ear. It can't be said that the man is unaccustomed to contact, and yet the gesture makes him tense up. Every physical manifestation of affection has lewd connotations in his mind. He can't help it. Sahara only touched him once, about a month ago, and that couldn't have ended worse. The man shuts his eyelids tight, trying to block the sensations that overtake him. This time, Sahara doesn't let go of him, but maintains the warm pressure of her fingers while he gets used to feeling it. Upon opening his eyes, he sees her staring at him, and notices the similarity of his reaction to the one the young woman had some minutes ago. Then he understands. He has a demon of his own too. Mortified, he squirms in his place as his cheeks become redder. I'm sorry. I don't want to, really. I know. It's okay. She pacifies him, though she looks quite uncomfortable as well. Try to think of something else. That's what I do. Sahara, if you leave, I, and the others too, will be left a bit empty. You've had a big effect in our lives. Aliyah might take advantage of the situation to fill this emptiness with thoughts of hers. The man is still getting used to the idea that his mind has been manipulated, and that the authorship of this manipulation lays on Aliyah, who he has always considered a role model. As surreal as it feels to him, somehow he can appreciate the plausibility of said idea when compared to the catastrophic tale he has assumed as true his whole life. He fears that, when the 27th guest disappears, this fragile half-sleep that could lead him to waking up will fade away, plunging him back into the dream designed by Aliyah. I don't want that to happen. It would harm us greatly. We would be left in a state even worse than the one we were in before you came. I'm especially worried for Naima, poor thing. Also, for myself, I won't lie to you. Then come with me, Sahara blurts, as if she had bottled up those words for a long time. She's frowning hardly, and she squeezes the man's face with vigor. The lot of you have nothing in here. You eat, you sleep, and you reproduce, but you don't have a life away from that. I bet Aliyah is not planning on conceding you one in whatever is left of hers, and even after she dies. I came here with no purpose to influence, in any way wanting to discourage these women from living the lifestyle they had, in theory, chosen. I was wrong. None of them chose this. They chose to enter, but not to stay. They chose to run, like I did, but not to languish their whole lives in a hideout, and certainly not to procure the same rotten fate for their daughters. No, none of this is right, and you are the worst victim, Esteban. It breaks my heart just thinking of what Aliyah has done to you. Sahara remains silent for a while. Then she twists her torso to retrieve from her bag the blue vessel she was drinking from before. The man examines it and reads the inscription that is printed on it. Natural mineral water. Further down, bottle made of 100% recycled plastic. Both labels leave him room for wonder. So plastic does exist after all, and water too. Determined, Sahara takes her hand away from his face to uncover the spout of the bottle, and then hands it to him, followed by a precise instruction: drink. Fighting symbolism with symbolism, then. The man hesitates for a couple minutes. Much like the tea that Aliyah made her guest serve to her eldest daughter, this liquid is but a fidelity contract, and consuming it equals signing said contract with all its clauses. Pouring in his system water from the outside, pre-catastrophic water, thousands of millions of non-tetrahedral molecules in liquid state, means negating all of Aliyah's affirmations, arguing against the unarguable original calculations, denying the lies on which the foundation of his life has been laid. This water is not easy to swallow. The man doesn't know if he wants to go outside, something that 7 months ago he didn't even fathom as a possibility. The world as Sahara has described it, and as Naima has corroborated after her visit to that reception stall, deems unnatural and quite terrifying to him, with bodiless voices that speak to you wherever you are, and driverless machines that take you wherever you need. Even the 27th herself has admitted that, sometimes, the impersonality of modern life makes her feel alienated and extremely alone. However, she is not. The outside is plagued with people, according to her testimony. Women, men, and other categories. By pure statistical recurrence, nobody is isolated from the rest of global society. Nobody is unclassifiable in every single aspect. Among all the advantages and disadvantages this could bring, there is one consequence that is decisive for the man. On the outside, he would no longer be the man. He would be a man, just Esteban, John Doe, one of many. He could be alone in many senses, alone like Sahara in her fight against her own mind, alone like Naima among her sisters, or alone like Aliyah, recluded day after day in her attic. But he could never again be alone as the man. He would never again be the one and only. This leads him to swinging back his elbow and chugging with all his will. Water gushes down his esophagus, lukewarm and tasteless in all its sobriety. It trickles down the corners of his mouth and wets his beard. He drinks until Sahara forces him to stop, laughing. "All right, Rebel. No need to be so dramatic," she says, ceasing and covering the bottle again. Her clean water supply is limited, after all. Will you come, then? The man nods, eyes glimmering. He's ready. Sahara and him talk for a few more minutes, and by the time they regain awareness of their surroundings, all the light has gone. They look at each other in the dark, their pupils dilated, like two children still getting used to the unexplainable eventuality of being alive. The man wonders, in a dumb ideation, if she will take her veil off so he can see her dark hair, rumored very beautiful by the guests. Sahara doesn't do it. Without attributing further importance to what has just happened, she lies on her bed and covers herself with a blanket, ready to spend the night. She falls asleep right away. He takes much longer, so long that deep night arrives, so long that the feast ends and the guests return to their resting places, some of them walking by Sahara's quarters first to witness the unusual scene. The seventh stays under the threshold a bit longer than the rest, staring at them. The man thinks he hears her mutter something before she leaves, but he's not sure. For hours, his mind wanders across various different stages of his life. He thinks of Sahara, yes. He thinks of how much he already has to be grateful to her for, and how much his gratitude will increase once they go to the outside and she teaches him its ways and functioning. He thinks more, however, of other people, of Aliyah, of the guests and girls who will be left behind. He thinks, most of all, of Khadija, his long-lost friend, the first one who saw the lie and decided to escape. Wherever did she end up in today's complex and crowded civilization? How does she look now? Does she remember of him what he remembers of her? The many days of fun and the many story nights? Or, on the contrary, does she only keep the memory of that foul night and the ones that followed? Will he ever see her again, if he can find her? As his ideas disconnect slowly, his brain making its way to the incoherent world of dreams, the penguin surprises him again with its unbothered mien and high-definition plumage. This time, it is not here to play tag or to tempt him with random footage of his childhood. The penguin has all the answers, but it never wants to give them to him. Now that the man is making an effort to figure them out by himself, it feels belittled in its omnipotence and chooses to give him one. No, it tells him. The man is left understandably disturbed and shocked by this, and tries with all his strength to argue this categorical negative. Why not? Won't you even wait the night to think it over? Come on, give me a chance. Or at least give me an explanation instead of... The penguin begins to shrink then, and the man has no will left to follow it. He falls asleep right there, on the spot, lying on the floor next to Sahara Ahmed, more frustrated and confused than ever, despite having finally found the solution. The girls rise with the coronation of the sky, when sunlight falls vertically on their palace and gently warms them until they wake up. It's only natural. They're growing. They need, and they can afford, to waste all those morning hours and use them for rest. They lie among blankets as the atmosphere fades from indigo to purple, to red, to orange, and back to pale blue. How old can the oldest of them be? 8, maybe 9. Barely 3 years apart from their big sister, a gap that, these days, has come to look like an uncrossable abyss to her, With her nose stuck to the latticework, like on so many evenings, the new teenager traces the outline of the Medina with her eyes, hearing and trying to identify the few circulants' voices. It's not like anything has changed in her fellow's attitude towards her. Neither has a brusque switch been triggered inside her. The switch has been going on for months, even years. The only thing that has changed is that now she is aware that it is happening. Sahara aided her, and the third guest took care of her. Aliyah found out, and soon everybody else did. The feast ended. She returned to the sun salon and watched a whole night go by, with each one of its minutes and seconds. They continue passing once the sun comes up, even when this sort of things happen, so transcendent in appearance. She continues becoming an adult, and for the first time she sees this process through the eyes of one who is watching it in hindsight. Longing, a jealous nostalgia for the past era, for the past year, for the previous day, for the unretrievable second that has just ticked away. Clinging to a childish idea, she holds up a finger at the rising sun's height and tries to push it back down into the horizon. Why did Sahara get up from the table? Could it have been because of this? She is surprised by the footsteps at her back, though she does not turn around and acknowledge it. It is not only too early for it to be one of her sisters. She knows the sun salon's disposition as well as that of her own body, and she perceives that the visitor is entering through the main entrance, the one that the second tower's guests use. She straightens her spine and waits, gracefully knelt, for the outsider to come close and sit next to her. She was wrong about the origin of her path. She is an inhabitant of the first tower. She recognizes her without the need to look, just by her lack of bulk and her strong smell of old paper. She does not express it, as it is evident, but a great and incomprehensible relief settles in her upon knowing herself at her side. She is the incarnation of that primitive era, a symbol of her most remote and enigmatic childhood. There are scattered memories of that time in her mind. The big staircase on top of which lived Aliyah, her mother, who couldn't be disturbed under any circumstances when she was working. The patio where they camped when the house was under renovations. Esteban, the boy, always sitting on the same armchair, staring at the same point. A picture of an exotic bird printed on the cover of a travel book that was in the living room table. The 23rd guest, who was not her mother, but still fed, dressed, and put her to sleep. That's how it went down, and this is how they ended up. Naima always paid more attention to the systematic aspects of the games they entertained themselves with, always noticed the shapes of objects and asked about their uses. She only wanted to walk up the big staircase, annoy the man until he snapped out. She aspired to be a guest, to be recognized by her mother, and now she is. My mother told me you were at Aliyah's feast. I've always wondered if the conversations that they have in those are really worth the fuss. The girl keeps at a cautious distance from her sister, anticipating, she feels, the start of a new physical altercation. It was her who shot the first punch, though. She has never been fond of insinuation and indirectness. She is cutting and passionate. She oozes life with each word to the point of spilling and uselessly wasting it. She doesn't expect an answer from her. On her behalf, She has always used her life in more twisted ways, seeking the admiration of others, aiming for the weak spot, and shooting only at immobile targets. And where has it taken her?
They talked about death,
She says, pronouncing each syllable like a note from a well-tuned lute. She feels Naima's expressive look and lets her hold it for a couple seconds. She still knows how to talk, yes, and not only that. Each trisyllable word is a major chord pulsated in her throat strings. Language was created to be spoken by a voice like hers, and impeding it by any means should be considered a crime against human intelligence.
I think Aliyah was only looking for a chance to speak about her most recent conjuring. When the debate was over, she pointed at the women who had spoken and accused them of being naive, since they attributed a higher meaning, or, on the contrary, underestimated death. She said that death and life lie on opposite ends of a scale. She spoke about just and unjust deaths, subtractions and additions that serve no other purpose than to balance that scale. Predictably, she then mentioned the catastrophe. She assured she had seen death in its true nature then, a colossal massacre in response to the colossal imbalance there had been before. Apparently, she saw undeserved deaths that she later understood as necessary, and she is ready to accept her own as a sacrifice for the world's advancement. Once she had said all this, she gobbled up the leg of the fattest lamb in the slaughterhouse, while we all stared at her. I was sincerely impressed. I think I hadn't seen her eat in my life. I will never understand that woman,
Naima mumbles. There is a resentment of uncertain origin in her voice. Not with less animosity, she asks about Sahara's incident, to which she responds with the same information she could have obtained from any other guest. The 27th ran away, the man went after her, and they ended up sleeping between the same, and quite cramped, 4 walls. The details are still unknown, and none of the 2 girls are interested in finding them out. Besides, the true motive of Naima's visit is yet to be unveiled, and she perceptibly tries to hide it under a false concern for the second tower's rumors. The girl scratches her bushy hair, nervous.
Look, sister, I'm sorry that I attacked you. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't come here and try to give you life lessons in the first place when I don't even know if the life I have chosen is right or a farce built by the same people who built yours. The truth is, I think that I know aspects of my life that actually could be radically different. Right now, the only truth I can recognize as such is what I've lived in this place, the things that have happened to me, and not the ones I've imagined would happen. You are a big part of that truth. It's absurd to deny it. If you want to live your life in a different way than what I consider fulfilling, it shouldn't bother me, and much less should it be a reason to fight you.
She stops awkwardly, like she's trying to remember the words that follow.
In second place, violence is never the answer.
You don't want to square the circle anymore, then? Naima opens and closes her mouth. She had clearly prepared her speech beforehand. The girl is amused by her incompetence in this field, like Naima would be if she saw her trying to figure out the use of a set square. She smiles, without malice, and sets her long dark hair on her left shoulder so she can look at her better.
I already did,
she answers finally.
How do you know about? Wasn't it humanly impossible? How did you do it? I didn't do it humanly. This unsettles her, and Naima smiles back at her. One way or another, everything that happens outside Aliya's attic ends up being popular knowledge. You only have to make a slight effort or have a good contact list in order to know the details of any resident's life almost in real time. However, you can never know what goes on in their minds, their intentions, their desires and worries. Despite being basically joined at the hip, Naima and Saha are a mystery for each other. I didn't mean to fight you either. I never wanted to. The girl moves her hand in circles around Naima's face, recalling the bloody mess her fists and claws made in it. She still has a whitish scar under her lip. It is true that I don't understand your choices. I follow a goal in everything I do, one that I can see and feel. You're not even interested in the acclaim that your projects can bring you, or in how others might judge you. You only seek to learn. It's something that doesn't fit my view of the world, and that's why it irritates me. Same goes for me. It escapes me how you can aspire to be like Aliya. When you started talking about the man, about how he loved her and how you would soon take her place, Naima notices the rejection in her sister's face upon bringing up this subject. She herself can sense that there is something hugely wrong in the insinuations that were made that evening, though she can't quite lay her finger on it. Esteban, the boy, is now the man. In her head, he plays no other role than this. She has never treated him fraternally, and much less as a parent. However, there is something strange about thinking of him now that she is considered an adult. Something repulsive that makes her wish for a head-to-toe wash, like the one the guests give the schoolgirls weekly. But I must learn to respect you. There is no doubt that you're qualified to take Aliya's place. You even speak like her. Maybe she thinks so too, and that's why she called you to hear her talk about her upcoming death or whatever. I'll be glad to have you as a hostess when the time comes. Only that time will never come. The girl's shoulders drop. The hopes on which she acted faded away as soon as Aliya gave her introductory speech. Why that girl, arriving in the world with no will or experience, and not her, who has spent her whole life preparing herself for leadership? She has thought about it all night, and deep down, she thinks she knows the answer. It's for the same reason why Sahara, and not the third guest, was chosen to assist her in her pregnancy. She was new. The chances of power and admiration corrupting her were less, since she had never seen what these meant in Al-Mudaina. No guest should feel superior to the others. Only the hostess is, and has been since the citadel was built. That's why a hostess from birth makes more sense than one who has been a guest before. That's why Aliya sat her down on the table with the rest of them, instead of taking her up to the attic and beginning to endow her with ancestral knowledge. Taking her by surprise, Saha sticks her fingers between the curls that Naima scratches impetuously and encourages her to come close so she can braid them. She puts together a hairstyle that she has never been able to do on herself, a set of cornrows crossing her cranium all the way to her nape, where they fall in a spring of loose locks. Let us enjoy this, sister, she advises her. In the end, this is all the skill she has acquired. In the end, and after her whole life trying, she hasn't been able to walk up the big staircase.
Ah, the woman explains, gesticulating with her thick arms and a bundle of cloth tied up with a string. Resting on the lined-up spines in a shelf at the height of her shoulders, there is an open book showing a front-view diagram of the birth canal. If fetal presentation is normal, the baby should come out with ease after the head and shoulders have been expelled. The third guest proceeds to lay the fake newborn on her mother's arms, to then wrap her up and clean her inexistent airways so she can breathe. The placenta will shortly follow, but the umbilical cord should not be severed right away. Any instrument used, as well as the hands of those who use it, must be clean and sterile to avoid infections. Once the non-verbal lesson has concluded, the midwife puts her hands on her hips and looks at the mother with a wide, satisfied smile. Sahara, with her cloth baby on her lap, finds some relief in her. She seems to have quite some experience at her back. Apart from that, she is terrified. She will be the one to carry out the process in a matter of 2 months, and what she will have to bring into the world won't be a piece of fabric. But no, what is she thinking? Aliyah has public hospital doctors monitoring every stage of her pregnancy. They will come and do the job professionally. Right? The third guest remains in the library for at least 1 more hour, rambling about the many anomalous circumstances that could ensue instead of the ideal ones. Even knowing that they very much concern her, come a certain point, Sahara stops paying attention to her explanations and focuses on another point in the room. The man has spent all morning sitting on his ladder, which he has placed in front of the window he gifted to Naima, now almost out of use. He gazes outside like an animal about to be uncaged, wondering how the ground will feel under his feet and what kind of food it will eat when liberated, not knowing it is headed straight for the slaughterhouse. Sahara regretted her offer right after making it, since she can think of tens of different reasons why the man would be incapable of inserting himself in society after 25 years of isolation. She pictures herself sneaking out with him in the middle of the night, maybe hiring someone to pry open the door in the greenhouse's lattice wall, or to cut a hole in the third tower's glass, somehow crossing the closed border of the citadel, jumping over the fence, for example, getting lost in the Medina streets, him dressed in her clothes, and being greeted by one of her sponsors in their home, having previously requested it, of course. What would happen then? A report would be made, it is evident. They would interrogate Esteban, and he would answer sincerely, and his testimony would be enough for them to raid Al-Mudaina. They would arrest Aliyah, separate her from her newborn daughter. Maybe part of the punishment would also fall on some of the first guests, like the 3rd and the 23rd, or maybe their charges for raping a teenager would be annulled, since the crimes were committed under the effect of severe psychological manipulation. The guests and girls would be transferred to protective custody homes, given the due treatment to clear the fanatical fog from their minds. She visualizes them resisting or cooperating, stunned, escorted by intimidating policemen, packed together in automated dorms and dressed in clothes supplied by the shelter. Many of them not knowing how to communicate in the absence of gestures, leaving behind their hallways, their rooms, the sun salon, the library. Even though they'd managed to recover, it would be an extremely harsh reality blow. They would scream for Aliyah, they would cry and fuss, and Sahara they would hate with all the passion of their hearts. That, assuming police acted quickly and Aliyah didn't have time to realize what was coming to her. What if she decided to anticipate the raid and took a drastic decision? What if she gathered all her tenants, adults and children both, and instructed them to jump off the first tower's cusp one by one? Would all of them obey? Would mothers hurl down their infant daughters in the frenzy of that last speech? Would Naima obey? Would Saha? Haruma? Sahara's blood curls completely. Naima! New look! The third guest is stopped abruptly in her chatter. Without apologizing for the interruption, Sahara approaches the newcomer and compliments her new style, to which she passively huffs. She tries to hold her back for longer, but it only takes her a few seconds to reach her column and climb to the top, disappearing from sight. The young woman's expression hardens. The last days have squashed Naima's gesturely demeanor and her air of superiority. She has taken possession of Sahara's holograph and bottled herself in an intensive self-teaching process, surely hurried by the deadline of her departure. Her attitude toward the people that interact with her has also changed. Her conversation is now calm and circumspect, compared to the liveliness that used to characterize her. She has experienced a revelation and is now reanalyzing the world as she knows it, taking this new knowledge into account. She is certainly finding differences. May I see what you're working on? I already finished it. I'm just perfecting it. With the device fully deployed in her hands, Naima jumps down from the bookshelf and walks to her tracing paper mural, stopping before an augmented version of the construction she showed her one day, drawn on her notebook. Projected at a tiny scale in the holograph's truncated pyramid extension, a slightly different construction rotates in the air. Instead of using the approximate method, Naima has rectified a semicircumference by making it roll half a revolution on a straight line, something she couldn't have done on paper, and has used the cover space as reference for the rest of the procedure. She zooms in on the image several times, getting closer to the curve of the initial circle until it looks straight. She gets closer and closer, but the line never gets thicker. She could spend days opening and closing her fingers. She could activate the sequence imitation tool and let the machine do it for her, and yet the result wouldn't change. Precision is, at last, infinite. She has squared the circle, like many others had done before. I didn't follow the original specifications, of course. The original specifications have been out of the conversation for a long time. What are you going to do now, then? Naima's eyes are glimmering. They're glimmering in a new way. Up until now, her hopes were aimed at goals relatively within her reach. A cookie tin on a shelf a bit too high, a key fallen inside a sewer. Now she finds herself before a mountain she must drill her way through in order to advance in her conquest. I have got too much to learn before I can think about what I will do to advance. I haven't even reached the starting point. Her gaze sweeps through the tall wall of her work, before landing back on the tiny compartment where it all resides now. Her tone is low, paused. Do you know what some of the ancient masters could have done if they had had access to something like this? I know absolutely nothing. They would have given up after 2 attempts and grabbed a piece of papyrus to make the job easier. Something of this kind is not merely one more tool, like my compass and ruler. It requires a regeneration in science itself, in every aspect of daily life, really, just to understand its potential. It requires the total dedication, followed by the death, of generations and generations of human beings. I wish I could see it, but I know that it'll take centuries for it to happen,
and as young as I am, I still have an expiration date. The most I can aspire to is to be one more amongst those ancient masters. Names without whom we wouldn't have come to where we are, but who, if they somehow managed to rise from the grave, would be as incompetent as the most useless girl in the sun salon.
Don't speak like that, Naima. The man bursts into Naima's thoughtful moment. His tone shocks both of them, as well as the third guest, who was picking up her stuff, irked by the rude interruption of her class. It sounds like he's scolding her. The girl stares at him as if he had just grown horns. Stop talking about dead people and infinity like it's nothing. Sahara is scared of them. Can't you see it in her face? Sahara feels every tone of red lazily settling on her cheeks. The shocked expressions now turn to her, and to their reassurance, the one she gives them back is loaded with fright.
Somebody tell me I just imagined what I heard.
The man's intentions are good, but Sahara doubts that he understands how private the confessions she made last night were. It is nothing short of an elemental component of her being, just as much as the culture she was raised in or the goals she chases. It's not something she can walk around announcing when it's convenient for her, and much less as an excuse to not face topics that she finds sensitive. At least, that's what she's been telling herself her whole life. Naima shoots her a clean look. No judgment, no opinions.
Infinity scares you?
No, it's not. Her dry tongue is not cooperating.
I don't mind you talking about it. I sure hope you don't, 'cause I haven't spoken about anything else in the last 7 months.
The girl's black eyes analyze her. The man is twisted around on the ladder, and the third guest's warm and smelly presence lurks at her back. It would be nice of the earth to swallow her right now.
It scares me too sometimes. It's incomprehensible in many cases, even for mathematics, which are abstract by nature. But most of the time it makes me calm. Nothing is complete without infinity. The indeterminacies it leads to are the base of some of the methods I use the most day to day, and there are nature-generated sequences that appear in all sorts of problems which were discovered via an approximation to infinity. I know it's not this sense of the concept that scares you, but thinking of these things gives me a big relief and makes me happy.
Thank you, Naima. Sahara squeezes her shoulder, partly as a gesture of endearment, and partly to hold her balance. I can see it, the man states, lightening the weight of everyone's eyes on Sahara. Or almost. I know where the limit is, like Naima, but I never seem to get there. It happens at night. Also, sometimes I'm standing in a room and I perceive myself as a huge volume of emptiness where molecules of different types are floating. I'm fused with the air, and the air is fused with the walls, and the walls with the floor, and the floor with me again. The limit between one body and another is indistinguishable.
Not very far from reality if you think about it.
Naima agrees. I know. And it makes me feel infinitely large.
You'd feel infinitely small if you could even fathom in your mind the size of some celestial bodies.
The girl grimaces and looks upwards, as if she couldn't remember what she wrote in her goddamn grocery list.
You are, if you compare yourself to the size of the universe. Your life is also infinitely short if you compare it with time. Any finite magnitude becomes insignificant when operated
Okay, now you guys are scaring me. Can we talk about something else? Sahara has had enough Madani philosophy, though the eternal debate is not new to her. It's comforting to hear other people talking about it, to a certain limit. The man looks at her worriedly, to which she whips her face around. Naima doesn't take long to change the subject, not noticing, as usual, the emotional tension around her.
Yes, in relation to infinite periodicities, there is something I've been wanting to ask you, Sahara. Can you sing?
Sahara's eyes widen. She waits for the silence to land the joke, but Naima keeps eyeing her with interest. The relation between those two elements seems to be clear for her.
Many of the books I've read mention music, but I've never heard a proper note progression. Once I tried to pluck a 10th string and pinch it on different points to hear its harmonics. It didn't sound as beautiful as the books say.
It's not surprising, given how isolated from the world the citizens of Al-Mudaina are, but Sahara hasn't noticed any restrictions regarding music in the citadel. In fact, she heard instrumental music being played somewhere in the aliment room while helping prepare for the feast. In the background, the man and the third guest briefly exchanged gestures to remark on this very thing. The woman shows her left palm and 2 fingers of her right, and the young man nods in Naima's direction, to then shake his head. The 7th. So that's what her little transgression is about. That report she blackmailed her into not making, threatening to sell her sinful secret as a comeback. A dangerous liking for music, it seems. It makes sense that Naima's not aware of this, given her refusal to participate in social events.
Can you do it then?
The man asks. Sahara turns, distracted again.
What?
Singing. Can you sing? Color runs back to her face. Sahara answers evasively, which doesn't satisfy any of her 3 spectators. She did used to write songs, mismatched and insignificant verses that she regretted showing Laurent under very specific circumstances. But her skills are not outstanding in any way.
Can you do it now?
Absolutely not, she denies. With this, she only increases the curiosity in those 6 eyes.
Why not now?
Is there a list of requirements that a situation must meet for it to be appropriate for singing? Sahara feels obligated to justify it.
It's embarrassing.
Confusion is transparent in their faces. The third guest is not in her frame of vision, but Sahara predicts that it doesn't look much like that of her friends. They look like 2 Sioux lemurs, following the trajectory of a chunk of bread that was just hurled at them. These people don't know embarrassment, or at least not the superficial pewter she calls embarrassment. Despite all the words they have heard from her mouth, they know nothing of the world beyond what they have seen in their safe and secretive community. Could Esteban ever recover from the extensive sequels of his past and integrate in society as a common citizen, look for a job, find a home and someone to live with? Would Naima be happy in high school and university, reforming her brain to take in the regulations regarding study contents and the way she should learn them? Or would they end up like herself, haunted day and night by a wooden demon, a phantom waiting for them at every corner, reminding them of who they once were, staining every little progress with doubt and regret? Surely theirs would be shaped as a woman, unlike Sahara's. Maybe the verses she wrote on her flowery French balcony don't sound very bitter to them now. Maybe they even sound romantic. But maybe they'll understand them someday, if they ever want to remember her, nicely or with flaming rancor. Sahara hopes that, in the end, they can see her goodwill in their memory of her, according to their own concept of good and bad. She did the same with her parents. It's hard to do the right thing, especially when it affects people one cares about. I'm bleu, ici de nouveau dans le désert bleu, que veux-tu? Chante, je te vois fleurir dans le sable, fleur bleue, m'appelles-tu? Universal balance works this way: brusque, cutting, and unmoved. The scale's plates contain nothing but spheres, lifeless pebbles, whose only relevant property is their minuscule mass. Not even that, for it is only relevant when the combined mass of thousands of pebbles is enough to cause an imbalance. The unit is absolutely negligible. Therefore, only generalized suffering has the capacity to last in collective memory and consciousness. This is a way to isolate society, avoiding a state of chronic panic in the face of the inevitability of pain and death. Individual misfortunes are quick to perish. They take a week at most to vanish from spectators' brains. National conflicts and other events that ensue within the borders of a foreign land can remain in common conversation for a month, 2 if they are lucky. But the scale is not bothered by the consequences of these trivialities. Tragedy ravages cities, wrecks lives, breaks people, and keeps on attacking without blinking an eye. Those who are not affected by it do not blink either. It is not until a handful of rocks is poured onto one of the plates that the world is shaken. The tray of the living tilts dangerously, and once it begins to spill, there is finally a reaction. The war, the illness, the crisis, the catastrophe. Sometimes we do need a wake-up call, and it is always hard to admit it. When someone, in their insignificant individuality, has been a victim to tragedy, it is not easy to take in the fact that their suffering has been the product of others' carelessness, that it will be their responsibility to leave a record of their pain so that others won't commit the same acts of negligence, and that, of course, they will anyway. At times, these people feel tempted to look at the universe right in the face and scream, "Why? Why, if I never did any wrong, and those who did live like hedonists at the expense of people like me?" But their despair only becomes deeper when the universe does not answer. There is no reason, or deserving, or punishment. There is only statistical probability, and probability is independent from your actions, your good and bad deeds, and the nature of your heart. The universe does not care about you. "Sacha," the young woman called out, walking up the wooden gallery towards the room she usually found her in. The last lights of the spring evening were fading, and the place was dim, but there were diagonal beams of light projecting through the open door, impacting on one of the pillars. Sacha was aware of this detail, so she never closed the door at this time of the day. Dusk after dusk, she had allowed the shapes of the lattice window to be imprinted in a slightly paler tone on the wood. She admired her dedication, focused on such a small detail, when she clearly had bigger issues taking her attention. Years later, she would honor this custom of hers on her own skin, perhaps in a subconscious way. "Esteban!" "Finally, you're here!" Esteban greeted her, shooting out of the room and in her direction, to then grasp her shoulders with an intensity that shook her in every sense. He looked at her with bloodshot eyes, which would have made him look deranged if it weren't for the fact that his eyes were always like that.
We have to leave, right now.
What's going on? She demanded, alarmed, while she took off, walking behind him.
Where is Sacha?
The catastrophe. It started already.
Each one of the young woman's defense mechanisms triggered simultaneously, and her legs very nearly failed her when she heard it. The man grabbed her arm and pulled her along.
Come on, move. Sacha and the baby are already in the car with all our stuff. We need to go as far as possible before they come for us.
Sacha was, above all, discreet. She had never had any eccentricities, any hobbies, any convictions that characterized her. She slid across her close ones' lives and across her own like a light specter, leaving impressions but never consequences. Of her life, she only displayed the essential: the house she inhabited, the man who had wed her, and the child she had borne. The rest was invisible, if it even existed. Perhaps it was the assumption of her introversion on behalf of her close circle that condemned them to ignorance once things started happening in her home. The young university student, despite living with them, had not noticed the true situation of the marriage, since she was absent during the husband's peak hours of psychosis. Her social life in the last year of her architecture degree was extensive, and when she was home she remained locked in her room, pencil on her right hand and set square on her left. Occasionally, when she had the time to have dinner with them, she spotted a tense expression or sensed the discomfort around certain topical issues. She heard them talk about the imminent catastrophe. Sacha, with her usual restraint and her empty sentences. Her husband, with growing fear. They agreed on an escape plan and gathered a stock of supplies for when the day came. She also feared something like that could happen, but hers was a superficial fear. She couldn't fathom that, even if it did happen, it could affect her simple lifestyle in any way. She didn't know the forms in which something like this could come. Sacha's husband took her downstairs, and instead of heading to the lobby and out the front door, he walked her into the short hallway to the back door, which led to a small, enclosed backyard. The water from the tiled fountain flowed leisurely, and the low sofas where they used to lounge on pleasant nights were arranged as always. She waited in distress by the exit door while he locked the house's door with his key. She wondered why he was doing that, if all of this was probably going to be obliterated by the blast wave.
Why here?
The question echoed inside her skull. Her brain tried to rationalize the situation and sent instinctive signals to her body at the same time to produce adrenaline and keep her active.
Why today? Why now? Why us?
It was useless. The man stopped tussling with the lock and moved to the corner of the yard, where there was a cupboard built into the wall, a little over the floor, which they used to store tools. He opened it and pulled out various elements: buckets, gasoline cans, rope, and a hand ladder. She was still resting on the door frame, getting more and more upset. She yelled at him, asking what he was doing. "Take these buckets and fill them with water," he commanded.
Of course, she thought. We need supplies, it's logical.
The star-shaped fountain was purely ornamental, so the large buckets took forever to fill up under its weak flow. The pace of it all was so ridiculously slow, considering they were under definitive nuclear threat, that the young woman started to feel an explosive impotence and broke down sobbing. Her hands trembled, but she kept on using them to push more water into the buckets. It would have been much more practical to fill them up under the kitchen's tap. It was too late for that now. Seized by spasmodic hiccups, she tried to distract herself thinking about the plan they had agreed upon. They would drive southeast towards the closest mountain system and cross it in the direction of the desert. Come a certain point, they would have to dismount, and then she wished she would have paid more attention to all the conversations they had had about it. Little did it matter now. In the distance, the cry of Saha's son rang out. He was lucky to still be breastfeeding. It would have been hard for them to feed him in the desert if he was already dependent on paps and compotes. Saha might have been simple-minded and absent around others, but ever since the baby had been born, she had become extremely protective in what concerned him. She refused to be away from him. She took him with her when she went out. She carried him into the bathroom in his basket when she needed to go, and apparently she slept with one hand around one of his legs while he rested on a crib that was attached to her side of the bed. She barely allowed other people to touch him, as if she feared that, upon minimal distraction, someone would take him from her or harm him. It wasn't false that the father had become irritable as a consequence of his paranoia. His son's cries, especially the late-night shrieks, startled him in particular. Who knows if it was because of the shrill sound itself or because of some interpretation he might have given it. The young woman felt his tension as soon as the whimpers reached them, and she did what she could to stifle her own, but they were spasmodic and intensified as she tried to repress them. The man placed his hands on her shoulders, and for her surprise, began crying as well. The third bucket was filling up very slowly.
Aliyah, he sobbed, we're all going to die. Maybe it would be better if we just accepted it. We could all sit down in the living room and enjoy one last hour of ignorance.
We don't have time for your defeatism, she snapped back, screaming. It was kind of uncomfortable to scream at someone who was right at her back. Something in the general atmosphere of the scene began to feel uncomfortable. We don't have time to fill up buckets either. We'll manage with the water we have, or we'll get more along the way. Now let's just go, even if we live. Aliyah made an attempt to stand up, but the firm grip of his hands on her shoulders impeded it. Our generation is not ready to face the change that is coming. We don't have the cold blood for it. Do you see any specific purpose in the faces of the people around you? I only see indecision, frustration, a model of success based on the systematic prosecution of short-term goals without a clear final reward. I think I know the reason. We are a link, no, a carabiner between two sections of a chain. We are undergoing a sift before the next great era, and we're not aware of it. Creators and consumers, overproduction and idleness. A proper evolution, slow and collective, would take us much more time than what is taking us to evolve technologically. That's why we need people pushing society forward and people who pacify the rest in the meantime. While the standards of the new power system are modeled, we are more vulnerable than ever to radicalization, to the clash of polar opposites, to existential dread, to ultimate social suicide. We are a danger to ourselves. Esteban, she named him, with the anticipative calmness that had leaked into her mind. Along with it, as well, the calm realization that the situation she thought she was living was not true. Very slowly, the relief, the doubt, and the progressive unveiling of the truth. Removing the catastrophic context it used as camouflage, the true root of the threat. The delusion of a man, fed for too long and endured with too much resignation by Sacha. Soon after this, Aliyah would find her belongings and the baby's things packed up in the room where they slept. The child's crying did not cease in the distance. Now that she paid attention to it, she could pinpoint it on the first floor, in that same room. Sacha couldn't be far from him. She never was. She already should have found a way to calm him down. What have you done to Sacha, Esteban? Whatever happens, we will end up as dust on rocks. The only trace of our existence will be the endless residue of our history's last centuries. Not the arts, not the discoveries and inventions, just the trash. Isn't that pitiful?
What have you done to Sacha?
The young woman thrashed around, trying to get him off her. He had her locked down on her knees, in the position she had acquired to fill the buckets. She saw it then, right in front of her. Water. She saw the container that she herself had filled, overflowing with the fluid of earthly life. The third bucket. She heard, over the baby's screams and the screams inside her head, the calming sound of the liquid hitting the base of the fountain. She knew what was going to happen an instant before it did. Esteban's hand seized the nape of her neck, instantly immobilizing the upper half of her torso. He then said his last words to her.
She has lived the time she was meant to live, Aliyah. Let us do the same, and let Esteban grow up in the era that is meant for him.
Her head was thrust inside the bucket, but it hit the side of it instead, painfully for her. She had reacted on time, knocking the container over with a slap before she could end up submerged in its contents. Esteban groaned and continued forcing her neck down. The meager flow of the fountain poured on her veil, soaked it through, and ran down her scalp to her cheeks. Her arms trembled, her elbows pressed onto the bottom of the fountain, resisting him. She screamed, and her scream became a gargle when the man used his free hand to flip her over on one of the interior angles of the star. Before the liquid could reach her lungs, the pressure of two hands around her throat blocked her airways, and there she remained for an unquantifiable time, blinded by the water and gasping like a fish straight out of the sea. The sound of the world became muffled in those moments. The walls of her cranium seemed to become sealed, like on those times she had traveled north to dive under the seawater, and the only sounds she could hear were those coming from inside her body. The low murmur of the blood running through her circulatory system, the occasional cracks of her vertebrae rotating over the edge of the fountain, and the bubbling of water in her mouth, like it was boiling, gushing out of her digestive tract. With her hands, she pawed blindly, pinching and scratching what she supposed was her attacker's flesh. Then she lost the capacity to suppose. She stopped trying to cause harm and just tried to cling to something. Spectral and geometrical shapes began dancing before her eyes, falling with the cascade. She found a string and held on to it. She was convinced that her head would burst open soon, like the shell of an egg, splashing blood and brains all over the fountain. Was that how Sacha, a harmless woman, mimetic and opaque like a chameleon, had ended up? Her secrets finally exposed, expelled in a pressure jet out of the crack of her burst skull. Aliyah tugged at the string, hoping to reach some sort of end. It became progressively thicker, intertwining with more and more threads until it made up a consistent cord. As she pulled, the pressure on her trachea diminished, the lights disappeared. She continued doing it. Without question, the collapse of her parietal bone would be much easier to deal with if she was already dead when it happened, or at least unconscious. She stepped into the violet darkness, but not on time. She felt the immense pain, the rush of blood running to her head from every corner of her body. She pulled with all her strength. She felt her own rising, the cold of her knees on the floor, and heard her own strangled yelps. Also Esteban's, as he squirmed beneath her. The catastrophe, she was thinking. The new era of water and drowned women. The era of Esteban the man. She stood up, completely blind, and dragged the man across the yard like a pig that had just been slaughtered. She climbed up the wooden ladder that he, himself, had set under one of the beams of the pergola. That ladder acquired, in that moment, a lot of history. She threw the rope in the air about 5 times until she managed to swoop it over the beam and leave it hanging over the sofas. She gripped the hanging end. She could feel Esteban crawling, coughing and panting, with the rope tight around his neck. She didn't leave him time to pronounce the 3 syllables of her name before she kicked the ladder, falling with all her weight on one of the seats. The man's body shot upwards, and when it became suspended, it hoisted her up a couple centimeters, but she did not let go of the rope. She kept all her muscles tense until Esteban stopped wriggling, which took a considerable time. Even then, she waited, taking in every detail of the pain she felt. Her throat was burning. Her temples were throbbing, her arms were shaking, and Saja was dead. With her last winks of consciousness, she double knotted the rope and made sure the hangman was not responding. The swine had planned on hanging himself right after having murdered her, without having to worry about tying the knot with his shaky hands and his guilt-ridden mind. So be it. Aliyah took some steps and dropped down on the sofa, dripping water, still hearing the baby crying. Be it as he said from now on. Some weeks after the feast incident, the camaraderie between the man and Sahara does not go unnoticed for any of the second tower's guests. They're seen hanging around the greenhouse all the time, peeking inside the untrodden third tower and walking back to the library. From the right hallway, they can be heard talking until late night hours in the 27th hovel where they sleep. The women have diverse opinions about this, which naturally they take much care to explain in great detail while they organize supplies in the aliment room or scrub down the schoolgirls with soapy substances. The majority of them feel frustrated by the man's decrease in availability, minimal in itself, and dwell on accusing Sahara of finally letting him have a taste, with a mix of disapproval and morbid satisfaction. Others worry about what they might be plotting, regardless of what they do or don't do between closed walls. All of them ultimately blame the 27th in one way or another for her influence on the young man's behavior. The role of anti-hostess has fully enveloped her now. One could assume that this is why they feel a certain aversion towards her schemes, the ideas she might be passing on to Aliya's closest in power. But it's not like that. Among guests, the periodical selection of a target to aim all general unwellness at is frequent. One woman, from time to time, to scorn for possessing certain features that, generally, the rest of them have as well. All of them have had their turn at some point. For being too precocious, for being too slow, for complaining too much about their pain, for paying too much attention to their daughters. Empty criticism with no substance. Outbreaks of absurd morality, rooted, despite all, in their minds, which are freed from mundanity. The seventh guest has learned to ignore them in the 7 years she has lived in Al-Mudaina. The approach that has been taken in the discourse against Sahara deems particularly vulgar and hypocritical to her. The fact that she caused the man's first overnight stay in Sahara's chambers might have something to do with it. Or maybe it's the fact that, despite his new occupations, the young man hasn't abandoned his habit of dropping by her chambers, which makes her the first guest to have ever received his exclusive attention for more than 2 months. Following the strict ritual she has come up with in these last weeks, the seventh guest steals herself one last kiss before thoroughly cleaning herself with various substances that her fellows have helped her get. The precautions she takes are many, and yet the graph hidden behind the wall tapestry remains more uncared for than usual. Reckless, the women have called her with penetrating glares. Foolish, imprudent. The first days, she too scourged herself with these accusations. She panicked and bit the blankets so she wouldn't scream. She had spent years keeping rigorous control of the exact moment, the precise preparation, the adequate form, to take on the least possible risk. Though it is, in fact, reckless on her behalf, not doing so anymore is a colossal relief for her. She doesn't care. This, the childish and materialistic idol, is the only thing she has ever wished for in her life. Who is she kidding with all the esotericism and philosophy? Who are each and every one of them kidding, calling themselves followers of knowledge and servants of a greater purpose? She, and she knows very well she's not the only one, follows only the same adolescent fantasy that led her to enter the citadel. Everyone's dream at 16, lazing around day after day, living their youth in its maximum opulence and voraciously tasting the lushest, most saturated, most succulent love, until the juice drips down the corners of their lips and makes them throw up from too much sweetness. Everyone's, except for the man, of course. The seventh guest watches him, lying on the blankets, panting like an exhausted dog. These things don't bring him any satisfaction whatsoever. After so many years, the drug no longer has an effect on him, but he still needs it to keep himself going. He's an addict. Aliya has ensured so. However, he hates the substance he depends on, and if it were up to him, he would drain it completely from his body. All of them know it, and they consider themselves lucky when they don't see him sprint away right after finishing. She, in particular, thinks she knows even more, given that the fraction of her life that is not a childhood blur in her mind is occupied almost solely by memories of him. She met him 5 years before entering Al-Mudaina, when they were both kids, through a mutual friend. Back when he did look somewhat alive, even though he was a quiet boy, and his attitude and his face. Come a certain point, his youthful and healthy look turned off like a fuse. The girl kept coming to his house, but she never found him outside again. Some time after, she started seeing more people roaming around the dusty yard. Women, alone or with babies in their arms, and many construction workers, real estate developers, and government officers. As her life began losing every single purpose that had been ascribed to it, he was growing up within the walls of that expanding house. Even if she couldn't see him, each night she imagined him, and that's how her dream came to be, and how it became more real than actual reality for her. She didn't hesitate to accept Aliya's conditions when she finally decided to bring it to fruition, because it was, at that point, everything she lived for. She was 14 the first time she tried, and she didn't even get to talk to the hostess in person. The women told her to leave, that she was too young, that they didn't want any legal trouble. And they very nearly had it. Her parents, as it was evident, did not agree with her admission into a victim home, since she was not a victim of anything but her own fantasy. The first guests resented her. They huffed and ran into the house with the kids when they saw her approaching. Nobody seemed to be on her side, but she was persistent. Once 2 years had gone by, Aliya took interest in that persistence, and if there's something certain about her, among all her mysteries and underlying intentions, it's that everything she touches becomes gold beneath her fingertips. She came out of her studio one day, the girl being right at the foot of the big staircase, and observed her from above. She asked for her name, and she gave it to her. One word was all that she said. 1 week later, she was admitted into the citadel with the reluctant consent of her parents, whom she never saw again. She became reunited, finally, with the boy, the man, who was 18 but had the lifestyle of a 75-year-old man. He was deeply affected. Slowness dominated each one of his movements. His musculature was atrophied by his sedentariness, and he was so skinny that all of his ribs were visible under the tense skin of his thorax. He already had a bushy beard, and in fact showed all the characteristics of maturity, but his growth had been stunted by his apathy regarding the intake of aliments. He didn't have the slightest idea of who she was. The seventh guest, however, did not feel disappointed or offended by this panorama. She spent as much time as she could by his side, while the house was constantly being renovated and new guests arrived. She watched his slow awakening and measured his reaction to certain stimuli that reminded him of that girl who once introduced them and who used to go to school with her. Khadija, as well as the rest of her disastrous family unit, had abruptly vanished from the city. She had left him deep inside a dream, just like he'd done to her, a dream of freedom and innocence, much cleaner than hers, which he also hadn't been able to escape, and which he wouldn't escape in a long time. As if she fished him from the bottom of a frozen lake, having poked a hole in the floor just big enough to fit the hook, she reeled him in until she could see him through the ice layer, though she never got to pull him out of the water. That job was reserved for Sahara Ahmed, who would carry it out successfully 7 years later. Is this the reason why she has openly professed her hatred for her? She hasn't been discreet in her manifestations of disdain towards her, especially during some of her meetings with the man. As of today, All her companions assume that she despises her and are confused that she's not participating in the staining of her name despite having the chance. But there is nothing inherently despicable about having achieved the goal that she couldn't achieve, even more so when it is in favor of the man who she appreciates more than anyone and to whose benefit she would never oppose. If she stops to think about it, there isn't much more foundation to her attitude towards her than the fear that she'll take him away, that she'll dismantle Al-Mudaina and cause the disappearance of the only space where his presence is guaranteed. She got especially alarmed when she did so with the 23rd kid. That hole in the wall, and whatever argument she used to convince her to cross it, could have been the escape way of the dream that she decided to give her life for one day. It's a selfish way of thinking. Now, selfishness was never a deterrent factor in her decision-making process. It's the base of this place's social functioning, the doctrine that allows them to eat and sleep, and therefore what they teach their daughters. To each her own dream, and to those who don't have one, aliyas. Anyway, it's about time to update the public perception of her relationship with Sahara. It's also time for a new hairstyle, nearly 11 months after her last crop. Out of the many rites whose systematic performance she has adopted as a signature trait, the seventh guest feels like this one is the most recognizable for her fellows. It has a nostalgic component to it, which, in Al-Mudaina, means also a clandestine component. Climbing up to this point and hurling stuff off this section of the edge, they're reminded of the women who came and went, those who returned to the desert, those who they don't talk about. Even the man usually shows interest for this event, since it is related, partly, to Khadija. When the young woman pulls the knife out of a fold in her blankets, he makes a sound of approval and stands up to follow her. Normally, she makes the cut before going to the platform, and just striding through the hallways with a handful of hair in her arms is enough to warn the others and spread the news. On this occasion, the plan is different, so she makes sure to wield the knife visibly to convey the same message. Having the man walking behind her increases the women's curiosity, and they drop their tasks to join her or run to tell others to do so. Come to the patio, she is followed already by a buzzing entourage of women and girls. They all pass by the desolate door of the third tower and squeeze through the greenhouse's little entrance, from where they will enter the first tower. There, the seventh guest finds her target, gazing, as always, at the circulants with her nose against the lattice wall, as if she expected something from them. Sahara doesn't hide her fright upon seeing her approaching with a knife in her hand, followed by the man and a cluster of guests. She steps back and raises her palms instinctively, which she can't help but find secretly amusing, but the young man soon ruins the moment, making sure she knows there's nothing to be afraid of. She takes her by the arm, like she's her best friend, and like this, she carries her up the spiral staircase that communicates all the floors of the oldest tower. Some more guests join her when she passes the school, and even the hermit girl from the library comes out of her cave, running up to the teenager who leads the flock of sun salon girls. Finally, the parade comes outside, to the warm air of early May. It has been months since the last time so many people gathered on the rounded ledge. It is a stable structure, but with such human density, it does feel a little vertiginous. Most guests remain cramped in the curve closest to the door, if not directly inside the building. The seventh makes Sahara step closer to the edge, insisting against her physical resistance until the young woman utterly refuses to take another step. Next, she hands her the blade and turns her back on her. She runs a hand through her hair, black and wavy down to her shoulder blades, and shakes it one last time in order to spread it out for Sahara. She hears her sigh. Starting by her nape, she awkwardly saws off the first locks and lays them one by one on her palm. The others chatter behind her. They get the gesture of reconciliation, but they're still waiting for the event's identity mark, the thing they came for and they don't want to skip. She doesn't intend to. She comes dangerously close to the edge, picking up handful after handful of hair as she feels its weight being dropped off her cranium. For this moment, she usually picks melodies that she has taken care to popularize beforehand, playing them over and over from her interceptor's memory. She makes sure that as many voices as possible can second her, seeking to amplify the effect of the harmony. There is a certain solemnity in the sound of a single voice, without any choirs or backing, but the coordination of various voices conveys an unmatchable sense of collectiveness. That's why it's the most effective way to compose anthems, and in general, to communicate grandiloquent messages that cloud the listener's reasoning. Unfortunately, right now she won't be able to reach that effect. The song she has chosen last second, despite having previously organized a full repertoire, has barely been around for a couple weeks. The herd of circulants that roams around the yard raise their heads towards her at the call of their shepherd, like a field of sunflowers perking up with the sunrise. The first, prolonged notes of the song have been their allure, but they are even more surprised when the woman singing them begins throwing bundles of hair over their heads. They don't rain directly on them, but instead seesaw their way down to the small compartment where the guests who are in charge of harvesting keep their fertilizer stock. The guide proceeds to emphatically explain the rarity that they are witnessing, as if it were the annual mating rite of some unique species of bird. They are, in fact, rare birds to see, these girls, and their song is one that never left the notebook it was written on, or was chanted by any voice other than its writer's. Yet, one by one, the others join the seventh guest, humming every note of the brief piece. They don't know the lyrics, some don't even speak the language they were written in, but it's irrelevant. The effect happens either way, and the seventh prepares herself to direct the euphoria and the feeling of sorority to where she wants it to go. This is what Aliyah does best. Many among her tenants try to imitate her, but they fail because they don't know how to raise the baton at just the right time. The 20th guest, for instance, does it too soon, letting her arrogance shine through, her eagerness to lecture them with her latest unfounded conclusion. Others prolong the crescendo way too long, build up exaggerated expectations to then shatter them with an underwhelming chord. The only ones who have mastered the sound of the crowd, in her opinion, are herself and Aliyah's firstborn daughter. Both of them have lived in Aliyah's shadow for the last decade, knelt at the bottom of her staircase and shouldering her humiliations. She has seen it in the girl's betrayed eyes when she meekly attended the feast just to be dethroned. Without a doubt, she has felt it in each one of her visits to the attic, eternally repulsed but resigned. They both share this ingredient that the others lack. They hate Aliyah in the most visceral way one can hate someone. And that is why the seventh guest has decided to make a statement today, using the most powerful tool she has. At this point, Almost all the women are singing, knowing that it's her song. Now, they're all looking at the 27th, and they soon realize that they're singing for her. The seventh guest was the first one to admit it, perhaps to everyone's shock, but the thought has crossed all their minds by now. The last note rings, and all eyes switch back to the young woman, who has recovered her rough pixie cut and looks back at them with satisfaction. It has taken her less than a minute to take a stance. That's right, she has asserted. I'm on Sahara Ahmed's side. The clock is just about to hit 1. The excitement spreads silently among the workers, who have adopted this hour as the symbol of their imminent contribution to the inevitable course of events. For not only the holographic screens embedded in their workstations are soon going to display this number, but the world itself is going to reach a peak hour. It has been 25 years since the last one, according to the words of the Malaka. 25 years of the 3 centuries that must pass before the clock returns to 12. Whether that will mean total annihilation or simply restart the cycle of misery is debatable. None of them will be there to see it, as some of those who witnessed the first catastrophe did not reach this one alive. It's the curse of the sapient being, laying bricks to never see the building, sacrificing your whole life so others can get the result and cite you on a footnote. Everyone in the dam's control room completed long academic careers, took in all the conclusions previously obtained in their respective field of knowledge, and then received a briefer education on the functioning of the machines which now surround them. Up from that point, their youth surrendered and their abilities tied down. They occupied themselves with paperwork while the operating systems exchanged optical signals in order to regulate the mass production of hydraulic energy. Thanks to them, automobiles slide buzzing through the streets, lights turn on at night, and utility devices operate constantly in public and private spaces. Everything works, and so children can continue studying and wishing for the day when they no longer have to. With a bit of luck, a day will come when it all amounts to something. The transition will end, and the chain will continue, or perhaps it will all end. They only have to wait 275 years. As the original calculations also predicted, humanity has turned back to their idols at this time, finding themselves forced to perish in vain for several generations. They have acquired different forms, sometimes even human, and they manipulate with increasing ease the gullible minds of those desperate to not be forgotten. They polarize them, antagonize the other figureheads, and create factions of clashing ideologies, always opposite in feeling. They take the growing resentment of those who feel like they're losing their lives, despite doing everything they supposedly need to do to keep it, and morph it into hate. Not all of them are in that situation yet. In the control room, there are multiple people who are not aware of the ancestral plan that is developing. They know about their recent deal with the company that promotes Altabut's expansions, but they ignore what has truly been agreed upon. As many others, they ignore the true outreach of said company, secretly rooted in the heart of each institution that, in any way, tolerates or enables the existence of Al-Mudaina. Aliya Alawi's accomplices are everywhere, in the hospital, in construction companies, and in the very office of tourism. They are not united by profession, or a common political goal, or a fraudulent scheme to fill their pockets. but by an idol. For 25 years, the prophecies have been leaked directly by the Malaka and not from individual to individual, so only the right amount is known by the right people. Each one of them knows what they have to do when the time comes, but only Aliyah knows the plan in its entirety. The city is already hers, and soon it will be her successors. The clock strikes 1, and the phone rings. "You called the Office of Electricity and Drinking Water," answers one of the technicians, rushing to unlock the anachronistic device under some of his co-workers' undercover surveillance. This is a lie, since the person on the other side of the line has called him in particular. The dam is located kilometers away from the office. This call was scheduled, but nobody that doesn't know what's about to happen could suspect it.
"I would like to know the status of my application,"
says Aliyah, after providing a series of useless data that the man pretended to dictate to the holograph in his desk.
"You estimated that my supply would be opened within a 2 to 4 week period. Is this correct?"
2 to 4 weeks. The information settles in the workers, who keep their heads low and their faces emotionless. Aliyah has chosen this way, oral and spontaneous, for them to find out the date of the most important event they will witness in their short lives. Nowadays, it's the best way to share information without it being loaded in the cloud and permanently associated with the rest of the emitter's personal data. And still, you have to be careful that there isn't an active microphone nearby, which is surprisingly rare. Then there's the phone line. Most businesses still own a phone or cell phone, but barely a few nostalgic people use it, so it's a relatively safe way to speak with the due discretion. The Malaka is usually direct in her communications. The phones she uses are under her guests' names, who they belonged to years ago, and since she is in the middle of the Medina, she is not afraid of signal triangulation. In this call, however, she sounds more discreet than usual. The technician is puzzled, but he takes care to play along. It's a lot that they're betting away in such a short period of time. Indeed. Your setup is complete, so we would only need the installer's accreditation to start irrigation to your property. Call us back when you have it.
"I will."
Aliyah remains silent, as if she couldn't figure out a way to end the conversation. But he has talked to her enough, though not a lot, to know that nothing that she does is arbitrary. He listens closely and notices a faint murmur of static. The woman's voice, when he stops to analyze it, also sounds mechanical and distant, as if someone was playing it on audio next to the phone's microphone, as if there was a third party between her device and his.
"My due date is in 3 weeks, you know. I'm not scared, but I would like to make things easy for my midwife. It's her first job in this field. The girl studied journalism."
"All right, ma'am," he concedes, neutrally. Something raises the mouthpiece, this time quite perceivably, and right after that, the white noise disappears completely. If it wasn't evident before, now it's conspicuous by its absence. Someone was listening to this phone call.
"Everything must be set in motion as soon as I call you again. Any slip could be critical."
Aliyah's voice comes back way clearer, and back to her clear and imperative tone. The technician processes the situation, trying not to let it shine through his face. The journalist? Was she the one monitoring the conversation, or has she been addressed for some reason in particular? It wouldn't be appropriate to ask, and anyways, Aliyah would not share this information explicitly with him. He will have to get it from other sources. Luckily, he does know some allies of the cause who have strayed from the strict secrecy that the Malaka tries to instill into them. They hold parallel communications with other knowers of the original calculations, as well as some families of Al Mudaina's residents that still have enough hope to buy them information about their daughters. Some of them work in, or frequently visit, the building itself. Some of them have even spoken to the girl, and as a matter of fact, yes, he has heard something about her. That she has received outside assistance for months. That she intends to break out of there at some point. The whole city agrees that she's there to destroy the organization from the inside, and if there was any doubt left about that, now she's trying to get out. The technician frankly doubts that she's going to contribute actively to the plan, but unless she has a relevant role in the completion of the calculations, he doesn't know why Aliyah would bring her up. Unless she knew the girl would be convenient somehow, there was no reason to allow her inside the headquarters to begin with. But she did. She has kept her inside this whole time, and now that she's trying to find ways to scurry away, she has announced that the day of the catastrophe is close. The birth of the girl who shall replace her as hostess is also close, which she has also mentioned in that strange conversation. Everything seems to be part of a big coincidence. Unless...
Do you understand me?
Yes, ma'am, he says, nodding to himself. I understand you perfectly. As Aliyah's due date, and hence her exit date, get closer, a strange anxiety starts weighing down on Sahara's chest. She has an unsettling feeling of anticipation. She is aware of what awaits her in the upcoming months. The legal battle, the media exposure, the praise and hate in equal amounts. The calm and leisurely phase of her project had to come to an end, and it did. It always does, like the man with the blue flower never forgets to remind her on the daily. However, there is something in the idea of going outside and being nationally recognized that seems unreal, like the dream of a child who assures they will go to the moon when they grow up. She walks up and down Al Mudaina's staircase. She trudges the hallways, touching the walls with her hands, not convinced that their plain tangibility will soon be replaced by the world as she knew it, once again. Her friend Angie points her finger at an incoming case of imposter syndrome. She feels like it's something deeper, but she doesn't have the guts to contradict her. She is grateful for the distraction of constantly interacting with the women. They're her only source of conversation, since Naima has adopted the habit of visiting the sun salon and she's not as accessible as before. Encouraged by the seventh guest's declaration, they ask her about the outside and share confessions regarding their past lives. Sahara already knew that, in its beginnings, Al Mudaina operated as a shelter for women and girls in bad home or social environments, and that many young women tried to get in for these reasons before realizing it was a cult. What she didn't know was how selective access always was, how hard it was for some of the current residents to convince the first inhabitants to even let them have a quick meeting with the hostess. Said meetings consisted only of stating their name, as she herself did in her entry ceremony, which leads her to believe that Aliyah admitted them or not based on their initial, and whether the number assigned to it was already picked. This would explain the 12th guest's double identity. Her name must start with a K in replacement for young Khadija. Also, the fact that Al-Mudaina took 10 years to complete, despite receiving frequent applications from girls fascinated by the mysterious organization. It has to be taken into account that approximately 15 women have exited the citadel in these 10 years, according to what Sahara saw in her field trip to the locker room. Replacing the 7th guest, the 13th, or the 21st wouldn't be a hard task, but finding a substitute for the 25th guest, for instance, would require a long wait if it was merely left to the odds. If her hypothesis is true, she has been extraordinarily lucky. What were the chances that precisely the letter Z, not a very rare initial in the region, was the only opening left of all 26 at the moment of her application? It almost seems like Aliyah left it open on purpose, waiting for the year 2048, apparently symbolic for her, to complete the alphabet by its last letter. New theories aside, the young woman has finally started writing the first draft of what will be her first extensive report. She has an idea in mind, an eccentricity that might cost her all the popularity she has garnered, but that is worth a shot as a symbolic act. She still doesn't know how she's going to structure it, and she still hasn't spoken to any publishers to make a pre-agreement, but she is convinced that the title of the text will be The Madani Phenomenon. For Aliyah Alawi, the world ended 25 years ago. For the 25 women living in her citadel, it ended the day they chose to give her their names, their clothes, and their lives. The question does not lie on the individual motives they had to give themselves up, as well as their daughters, to the dystopian fantasy fabricated by an extremely calculating and manipulative woman, nor on those that pushed Aliyah herself to get started with her harmful endeavors. Rather, I believe that the most relevant object of study in the case of the Citadel of Fez is the elaborated method of coercion that the hostess has used to distort her victim's sense of reality and identity. The traumatic and degrading experiences they have been put through with the aim of modeling a self-image that fits Aliyah's tale. The effects that years, in various cases whole lives, of isolation and repetitive speeches have had in their view of truth and lie, of right and wrong, and whether or not these effects can be undone. In combination, the curious system of ideas and behaviors that I have observed during my 9-month stay in the Citadel, which I have called, to a couple of its sufferers' mockery, the Madani Phenomenon. That's me, Esteban points out, with the battered notebook in his hands. She has given it to him for reading, in French and in her tiny handwriting, so the young man has needed to make an effort to decipher the text. Sahara smiles at him. She had to give Naima and him a mention in the opening, but she doubted it was morally correct to say their names, and she doesn't know if it's legal. Aliyah's will surely be headlining on national news outlets, so she doesn't think it'll be an issue. I don't understand most words very well, but just by the number of times you mention Aliyah, I can tell you're going to be merciless. Being merciless is the least I can do. Sahara shows her palms, exempting herself from all responsibility. Let the rest be decided by a judge. I'm anxious to close this chapter of my life, he says, introspectively. Sahara furrows her brow. For the past weeks, she has had the due conversations with her associates on the outside, and has made a deal with one of the supply helicopter pilots to pick her up during one of the visits. It's the best way to leave without raising suspicion, the same way she came. As ideal as the scene is in her head, however, she doesn't think it's very wise to take Esteban with her. She cannot underestimate the lengths Aliyah might go to when she hears about her escape, and certainly her chances of doing something dangerous are larger if she is betrayed by her closest victim. In any case, her first stop after landing will be a police station, so him and the others will only spend a couple more days in the building before it is raided. That is, with some luck, and with enough pressure from the media. There is no such thing. The young woman shakes her head, while she retrieves her notebook and stores it with the rest of her belongings. Life doesn't go by chapters, just like history doesn't go by eras in between catastrophes. The sequels of everything you've been through will not leave you, no matter how much you run. I'm telling you as someone who has spent years trying to close doors behind her back. They will keep opening, as loud as you slam them. It's better if you keep walking, or else you'll find yourself going back over and over again to close them. Esteban looks at her with much attention, as he always does. The sincerity of his demeanor never ceases to move her, and she's forced to look away so she won't be overcome by dumb laughter. Sahara has never been a genuinely sociable person. The majority of her friendships have been built on common interest, and barely a few have crossed the line of superficial cordiality and turned into something deeper. It's always convenient to keep a couple contacts handy, especially in hostile environments like university or the labor market. So displaying the depths of one's personality is impractical, more so if these depths are shady and generally depressing for the outside observer. Therefore, socializing is a diplomatic duty to Sahara rather than a recreational activity. That's why it's so hard to get to her, and that's why the few people who manage to become very deeply stuck in her heart. Deep enough to mark it permanently, and also deep enough to break it. She has lived alone with the blue man for a long time, in a house with an ornate lobby with doors she barely allows anyone to cross, out of fear that they'll see him sitting there. Just like Aliyah, bringing guests about, but never really letting them in. Perhaps it's a good time to change that. Smiling, Sahara moves under the tilted ceiling and takes a seat beside the young man, who is hunched down in the same corner he usually occupies when he enters her chamber. Ignoring the bizarre circumstances, she is glad to have met him, and she doesn't rule out resuming their friendship once they're back in the real world. To let him know this, she rests her head on his shoulder and closes her eyes, trusting him with this small gesture again, despite the dreadful results of her previous attempts. Some peaceful minutes go by, and he does not seem to react, which is a good start. Then they hear a scream. The scare is almost as clear as the feeling of déjà vu. This had already happened before. They both straighten up immediately and look up by reflex at the speakers installed in the heights. The expression of raw horror returns to Esteban's face as he tries to interpret the situation, but it soon becomes clear that, this time, it's not Aliyah who claims him with animal howls. The shrieking, however, has nothing to envy from that of the hostess. It seems to come from the greenhouse, and even a whole flight of stairs away, it sounds as loud as if they were being yelled at right in the ear. Sahara tries to identify the voice beneath the distortion, but she doesn't think she has ever heard it before. It's a woman, a young girl, and she sounds massively hysterical.
Esteban, you son of a bitch!
What does she want? Who is she? They're both already on their feet, crouched under the low ceiling. The woman's furious stomping resonates up the spiral staircase. Sometimes when they seek my attention, they scream my name like Aliyah, but never like this, he says, and decides to come out to the landing to face whoever is calling him with such fury. Sahara peeks out as well, though she doesn't fully cross the door, frankly intimidated. The small figure doesn't take long to burst out from the stairwell, panting like a beast in a hunt. They both recognize her easily by their recent interactions with her, as well as her signature haircut. The seventh guest makes a beeline for the man and, without a second of doubt, twists her whole body to throw the wildest slap Sahara has ever seen, in reality or in fiction. Esteban, who was not expecting it, is thrown to his left, and the woman takes advantage of his unsteadiness to pounce on him, landing blow after blow without letting him react.
You fucking bastard, motherfucker! You vicious prick!
The man starts squirming, but the young woman is out of her mind. She doesn't waste a second to riddle his face with punches and scratches. He cries out for Sahara, who cowers beneath the door, fearing what might happen to her if she comes within the reach of this rabid thing. She's forced to intervene when she sees the seventh guest dig her knees in his stomach while she brutally hits him in the neck. She's capable of killing him right here and now if she puts her mind to it. The 27th guest seizes her with all her strength and manages to tear her off Esteban's battered body, but she doesn't give in and uses her short legs to kick him. She wiggles from side to side in her arms, and although she's smaller, she knocks her off balance and they both fall to the floor. Sahara doesn't let go. She rolls to her side so the girl's not on top of her, avoiding her terrible thrusting, and remains wrapped around her back until she stops kicking. When she deems it safe, she grabs her wrists and pins her face up on the floor. Only then she notices that her whole face is soaking in tears and that her chest goes up and down quickly and irregularly. She looks her in the eyes and she cringes as if she just saw something revolting. When she speaks, she spits little drops all over her face.
And you fancy cunt? What the fuck do you have to come here? Did someone send you to fuck my life over? Well, you made it, goddammit, you made it!
Please, Seven, calm down, Sahara exhorts her. The girl becomes motionless and puts on an exasperated expression, in contrast with the tears streaming down her cheeks.
My name is Fatima, bitch! All of this is a stupid mess and I'm gonna die.
The girl's head loudly drops backwards and she starts whining and moaning. Sahara had never heard her voice. Nobody had heard it in the last 7 years.
God!
God? She echoes, shocked.
Yes, God! Fuck!
Esteban coughs at her back. At least he's alive. Sahara does not know how to respond to this. Has she caused this situation? After the performance in the platform, the seventh and her began interacting and even used the talking stick together to spy on one of Aliyah's calls. What happened exactly?
God, I'm gonna die. God, I don't want to die. I don't want everything to end here.
Why are you going to die, Fatima? Sahara's throat knots. She doesn't like talking about this.
Esteban knocked me up. I have avoided it for years by all the means that bitch Aliyah would allow. I have everything under control, and then you came and messed with his head. And now you ruin everything.
She whimpers and sniffs. The man finally props himself up, and Sahara turns over to check on him. He's holding his jaw with his hand and has a couple red scratches across his chest, but he's conscious and has heard the news. The rage seems to have died in the girl, who weeps vulnerably on the floor, so she lets her go and sits up at his side. She realizes that they're spectators on the scene, the third and 23rd guests who have come down from the upper floor, surely alarmed by the screaming. She knows it's not actually her responsibility and that she wouldn't point fingers at her if she wasn't grieving, but it's impossible to not feel shaken upon seeing her so inconsolable over something she thinks is her fault.
All my life kissing the ground, this insensitive imbecile walks on. I wish you all would die with your plans for the future and your shit morals. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to know. We all just want to eat and sleep and fuck people who are dumber than us so we can think we're better than we actually are. All my life trying to run from them, and in the end...
Fatima, breathe, will you? She instructs her. The third guest tries to get her attention by making a hissing sound, but she ignores her. I understand how devastated you are, but you don't have to carry on with the pregnancy if you don't wish to. And you're not going to die for...
Yes, I am! For the love of God! Stop thinking you know everything about everybody!
Fatima whips to her knees and looks at the women who wait by the stairs. Their faces drop. The 23rd covers her mouth with her hand and shakes her head, her eyes shut. They are the oldest guests. They let her in very reluctantly 7 years ago and have advised her and taken care of her ever since.
I got diagnosed when I was 15. I was in terrible pain each month. They found the cause and it was potentially lethal in the event of a pregnancy. They recommended a hysterectomy, but never went through with it. That's why I was so determined to get in here, even though they tried to forbid me. At that age, I shouldn't have cared so much. But the way that my parents, more my inexistent children, changed the way I saw people and their goals. A couple years more and I will have graduated high school. Maybe if Khadija had done it. Oh my God.
Don't lose hope, says Sahara. There must be an emergency procedure to...
Yes, there is, but it's in a fucking hospital. Don't you get it?
27. The third guest grabs her elbow, while Fatima curls over herself again, crying under her palms. Sahara, feeling nervous and powerless, pushes the woman away aggressively and orders her to leave her alone. Would Aliyah not allow one of her guests to leave the premises temporarily, even if her health was jeopardized? What does Khadija have to do with all this? Sahara! What? She yells. You have to come with me now. Aliyah's labor has come early. The doctors are already here. The sight is grotesque in and of itself, but the fact that Aliyah is talking on the phone, to all appearances unbothered in the face of labor pains, makes it straight up surreal. The hostess is on all fours, near a puddle of what can be assumed is her own amniotic fluid. Her tone is calm and direct, as always, but it periodically cracks with what must be contractions. One of the two orange-vested women is behind her. Her arms are wrapped around her waist, and she is palpating her swollen stomach. Sahara approaches the other one, and she's happy to recognize her. It's the same one who recognized her months ago, the one who introduced her to the net of internal contacts she now uses. The doctor greets her amicably and indicates the phase of labor that they're dealing with. The contractions are still coming at 15-minute intervals, and the dilation is not enough to begin the active phase. Then she explains what is going to happen in a couple hours' time, and what must be done to assist Aliyah. The calmness she speaks with is contagious. The young woman doesn't even pay attention to her words, but simply channels her tension into the sound of her voice. She soon notices that the third and 23rd guests, who escorted her for a length of the way, have disappeared from sight, and in their place Esteban has followed her, beat up as he is. They must have stayed with Fatima, or so she hopes. Sahara clings to the young man as her last tie to reality in this string of events that is unfolding, not stopping to consider if it's appropriate for him to be here without Aliya's outward consent. The doctor asks them to help her spread a shiny blue mat over the attic's floor, and they both proceed with robotic movements while they process the information that has been poured into their brains. In hindsight, Sahara understands the seventh guest's distress when attending medical calls at the platform. Today's must have been the last, unexpected and fatal. What she doesn't understand is why she subjected herself to this horrible distress, why she put her life, or her stay in Al Mudaina, at risk if she knew there was a possibility of this happening. Having to leave the citadel seems to her a worse punishment than the pain she has had to endure for all these years, to which she has resigned herself in order to be here. That's how important the life she chose as a kid was to her. And yet, she was willing to risk everything. For what? For the man? For not being excluded amongst her fellows? Or because of a more complex feeling, a reckless enjoyment of living on edge and committed to her own desires against what her parents or she herself expected when she was younger? Leaving why aside, there is one thing clear. The girl needs to get medical attention as soon as possible. If she doesn't do it, Sahara will make sure of it, making use of the very doctor she has in front of her. About half an hour later, the two women return, each carrying one big and rounded barrel. The 20th guest sneaks behind them with a few blankets folded in her arms and runs towards Aliya with urgency. She whispers something in her ear, to which the hostess nods, and after putting down the blankets, she leaves without contributing any further. The doctor then extracts a plastic device from her equipment and connects it through a tube to a valve that protrudes from the blue mat. It's not hard to tell that it's a pump. The mat begins to swell as the woman pushes air in with her arms. Sahara has never witnessed a home birth, but she assumes that if there is a chance of the baby falling to the floor when expelled, it's better if it meets a soft and sterilized surface. Yet, the shape that the inflatable acquires once filled looks more like a cylinder than a bidimensional sheet, and it's hollow inside. It looks like a kid's pool, but larger and with taller walls. By the time the oldest guests in Al Mudaina, with their strong arms, lift the barrels and tilt them over the object, Sahara still hasn't made the connections in her head. A long gasp of air and vapor heats up her lungs as the transparent stream falls in the container where Aliya's heiress is to be born. After so many months, it looks as surprising to her as it would be to any other guest, contradictory even. The steaming droplets splash her face and clothes, and she doesn't have a choice but to believe it. Al Mudaina's hostess, she who preaches the era of drought and tetrahedrons, is going to give birth to her daughter in water. The laboring woman is helped to the seat that is built into the pool, once its contents have cooled down enough, having been heated by the guests with chemical agents. By then, the active phase has started, and her expression is a focused grimace. Fortunately, this being her 8th delivery, the physical process is much quicker and the pain is more familiar. Her age, as the doctor explains, is a risk factor, and a natural delivery is not advised without a full medical team present. But who is going to contradict her? The doctors monitor the time between contractions until it's barely a 5-minute break and go on to announce that Aliyah is ready to push. At this moment, both them and the two guests assisting them take a few steps away from the pool. They remain lined up as the hostess spreads her arms and legs, grasping at the pool's edges and preparing for the next contraction. When it comes, she lets out a powerful scream of pain. The water becomes stained with a red discharge. The women stare, pleased, while Sahara becomes scandalized. "Is nobody going to help her?" she inquires. In exchange, she receives only placid expressions and Aliyah's choked panting. She feels her blood pressure drop as she understands. When she sees the dark clots floating on the water's surface, she becomes lightheaded and has to reach for the doctor in order not to lose balance. She looks at her with begging eyes, and she never begs. She can't believe her passivity. To what extent is she, a professional sent to Al Mudaina by the public hospital she works for, independent of Aliyah's decisions? To what degree are they all under her spell, ready to grant her each one of her whims? "No, I can't. I'm going to kill her, don't you see me? Why won't you do your job? I'm not going to do it." 27! Aliyah groans from the tub, apparently desperate. When Sahara turns her head, however, the woman is showing her teeth, gritted in a predatory smile. "You will do as I command." Her squinting eyes threaten her. She is capable of refusing to push. Like the seventh guest, she is capable of putting her own life at risk so her plans are fulfilled. She is willing to put her own death on Sahara's conscience if she refuses to participate in her demented conspiracy. With increased intensity compared to what she has felt these past few months, the young woman feels a pang of alarm when she realizes that she still doesn't know the goal of this conspiracy. What's worse, she doesn't know who does. "Do it as I taught you," the third guest urges, as Sahara takes off her shoes. She didn't agree with her position as a midwife from the beginning and seems to have legitimate concerns for Aliyah's health. But just like the rest, she's allowing this to happen. The journalist gets in the turbid water with all her clothes on and feels the hot liquid soaking the fabric of her jeans as she kneels before the hostess. The unfitting intimacy of the situation reminds her of that absurd time when Aliyah gave her the phone, having previously agreed to do so with the construction company that later built the third tower. That, as well, was agreed upon. That's what she must have been talking about in that conversation with an employee of the Office of Drinking Water, which Sahara overheard with help from the seventh guest, in which she mentioned her. Everything is premeditated always. If you see the head, gently press below to ease its exit. Use your hands to hold her as she comes out. Try to wash them first. Sahara follows the instructions blindly, trying to dissociate from bloody reality and interpret them merely as items in a list. If fetal presentation is normal, the baby should come out with ease after the head and shoulders have been expelled. Indeed, what seems to be the top of the girl's head is protruding from the cervical opening, though it is not yet outside. Come the following contraction, it slowly advances in the birth canal for the few seconds that Aliyah's scream lasts, and it's left slightly exposed to the aqueous medium when it's done. The young woman does as she has been told. She wraps her hands around the tiny cranium, and with each constriction of the mother's muscles, she helps the daughter come a couple centimeters further into the world. After several minutes, the head is almost out, except for the chin and nape. Sahara feels the little one's nose and eyes touching her fingers, and the film of unreality in which she had coded the experience collapses. A sort of ancestral nostalgia overwhelms her. She remembers the agony of every life in its beginning, the instinctive fight of every newborn to reach a place that is not waiting for them, and the fight of every parent to make it possible. She thinks of every chemical process, every structure and perfectly coordinated complex, and all the eventualities that have led to them, as well as those that have failed to make them disappear. The consistency of solids and the organs that feel and recognize their touch, the light that reflects on objects and the organs that catch it in order to see them, and every electric connection that makes it possible to register these signals and build a unique perception of the world. The way that everything will turn off and condense, and emptiness and darkness will return, scrapping what they created and the efforts that many beings made to inhabit it. She focuses on one particular moment, on the head of the girl that she holds in her hands, and everything just seems like a cruel and humiliating joke. She hears somebody cry as the infant's chin finally exits her mother's body. Aliyah grabs her face and forces her to look at her, despite the pain she must be experiencing. She puts her mouth to her ear and whispers in between breaths, "This person is born into the water like life itself was born on earth. This marks the end of an era, the era of uninhabitability and extermination, just like when the Hadean Eon ended and the Archean began. This reestablishes peace and brings back 104.5 water. Don't you feel it wetting your skin? The nuclear winter has ended. Those who have survived and are free of mutations must now sacrifice the corrupted, those who reigned before and caused the catastrophe, just like the dinosaurs became extinct and other species survived. Do you understand what I'm saying? The past must be forgotten. The originals must die." Aliyah embraces her shoulders and, with a new scream, she expels her daughters, which are quickly followed by the rest of her small body. Sahara catches the slippery baby and pulls it out from the reddened water as swiftly as she can. Seeing it emerge from the surface brings her back to reality, and she immediately realizes that she is the one who is crying and shaking. Beside herself, she forgets the rule that compels her to place the newborn in her mother's arms. Instead of doing so, she holds the girl in the air for a few seconds and watches her as if she were her own creation. A weak animal, underdeveloped at the time of birth, incapable of fending for itself even in the simplest tasks, and in spite of all, bestowed with the power to dominate over every other species. Without even thinking about it, she announces the first thing that stands out to her, while tears stream down her cheeks and sobs shake her chest. "It's a boy!" she exclaims. The implications of her words only strike her once she is out of the room. As soon as the boy came into the world, the doctors broke out of their unyielding stillness and got to work. They took him from her hands and placed him on Aliyah's breast, covering them both with the blankets the 20th guest had provided. They cleaned the mucus off his airways so he could breathe and let out his first scream, and they waited for the placenta to be expelled to pinch and sever the umbilical cord. Nobody uttered a single word. The tension and confusion were apparent in their faces after Sahara's announcement. In particular, the 3rd and 23rd guests were petrified in place, not knowing how to react. She, on her behalf, had time to calm down after her brief loss of composure, and then left with the man, her shoes in her hand. The truth is, even knowing it was perfectly possible, not even Sahara had pondered the idea that Aliyah's heiress could be born male. Nobody had. Aliyah herself, however, did not seem fazed when she was handed her son. Her expression sank into neutrality. She almost looked absent, like in that one face-off she had with Sahara in the patio months ago. It's logical. Right in the peak of her speech, her intricate plan has been ruined by none other than the laws of genetics. The only surprising thing is that it hasn't happened before. Seems strange to me that Aliyah didn't anticipate this, she confesses to Esteban, while they both walk down the stairs back to Sahara's room. The young woman drips water with each step, though she has tried to dry herself off with a blanket. She has received more than 10 visits from the doctors throughout her pregnancy. Maybe she has made the mistake of presuming it would be a girl after birthing 7 in a row. I don't think this was a mistake. Sahara hadn't taken a good look at him, but now that she does, the man's reaction seems to her the most outstanding among all the delivery's witnesses. Not only is he shocked and unsettled by the news, but he looks scared as well. They both exchange a glance, where Sahara demands that he share what's going through his head. He's seeing something she can't. See, Sahara, I think Aliyah has been pregnant more than 7 times since her first daughter was born. What do you mean? The man runs a hand through his beard, agitated. You think or you know?
How would I know? These are the type of things there is no recollection of, you understand? I don't think anyone remembers those announcements, if they ever happened, and frankly, I don't even know whether or not I remember them. But you saw my response when Aliyah announces she is pregnant. It's not something that goes unnoticed to me. Even if I've forgotten the announcements themselves, I have not forgotten the impression they caused me. And I think there were more than 7. Quite a bunch more. Are you suggesting... She doesn't need to finish the phrase for Esteban to nod his head. Now she understands and shares his horror. Something like that is not unthinkable coming from Aliyah, but Sahara thinks of the other women in Almudaina, and she can't believe some of them have done such a thing just to adhere to the hostess's narrative. That explains the strange contrast between the high demand for the man and the relatively small number of children in the citadel. All the guests who have shared their pregnancy experiences despite not having any known offspring in the school or the sun salon. The 12th guest, who presents the physical changes typical of motherhood but is no one's mother. The 7th guest, denied access to birth control despite being at serious risk of dying. Sahara cannot wrap her head around the public health system not only allowing them, but contributing to these immoral actions. Or are only those doctors in the yellow drone, sympathizers of the hostess's goals, the ones helping her get away with everything? In this case, can Sahara trust the other contacts she got through them? How wide does Aliyah's net of manipulation really extend? Let's say this is true. Why has she allowed this pregnancy to come to term then? That's what's got me anxious, Esteban says as they go down the last flight of stairs. Fatima is no longer in the landing where they left her, rolling in her own tears. There is commotion in the patio, but they're too focused on their conversation to perceive it. What did she say to you when she whispered in your ear? Something about the start of a new era, the return of peace and the end of violence. I didn't quite get it. I wasn't very coherent at that moment. Just what I feared. The young man holds his bruised jaw, staring at the floor with a furrowed brow. I think Aliyah didn't want a new hostess, Sahara. She wanted a new man. While he says this, with a guilty graveness in his voice, a girl runs past them, coming from the lower floor and heading up the spiral staircase towards the school. When she disappears from their sight, they are both left speechless, gawking at her footsteps as if they had just seen a headless body wandering about.
Her childish laughter still resonates over their heads, and it wouldn't have been unusual had the girl not looked like she did. Being where she is, and coming not from Aliya's delivery room, but from the patio, she was just as soaked as Sahara. The trail of water she has left mixes with hers on the steps. Now they notice the muffled bustle coming from the patio, and the journalist doesn't take the time to change her clothes before running to investigate. Arrived at the greenhouse, they can see through the lattice wall that they're not the only ones drawn by this uproar. A troop of tourists has gathered around the fence, and even the cabin's clerk is peeking through the inside door. A couple camera drones fly over Al Mudaina that has become an object of media focus since her infiltration. But only she has the scoop, firsthand. Sahara and the man enter the patio through the door that separates it from the greenhouse, and there they come across Naima, in the company of young Saha, cackling loudly and dripping water.
Lom, Suhaida,
She greets them. They hadn't seen her in days. Without further ado, she energetically points to her left, to the door of the desertic third tower. Dark tracks are imprinted on the wooden floor around them, diverging to the entrances of both the first and second towers. Sahara is the first one to pop her head inside, looking upwards and through the transparent floors of all 27 levels. It's like looking in the lens of a kaleidoscope, with the overlapping images of tens of human bodies creating a complex geometrical pattern. Beneath the sound of women's and girls' laughter, she can clearly hear the splashing of the water in which they float, and the system of fountains and drains that irrigates it to each one of the narrow compartments. Among all the ideas that cluster in her mind, a very simple one catches Sahara's attention. In theory, she was the one who designed and ordered the construction of the third tower. They all must think this was my idea, she reflects. Aliya wasn't kidding about this new era thing, Esteban says, and he's right. The molecules have closed back up. Water has stopped boiling. A new man has been born, and Sahara has been the one to bring him into the world. Sixth chapter. Upon entering the room, she found her asleep, naked, face down on the bed, with her cheek pressed against the wrinkles of the sheet and a pencil in her hand. She read what she had been writing, and observed her sickly appearance for several minutes before waking her up. For that, she used a small water bottle in order to add some irony to the situation. The girl did the due gasping and jolted up, dripping water down her dehydrated features. In her stare, there was fear, as it was natural, but something more powerful had leaked into the darkness of her eyes. It was honestly threatening, since that kind of leak is impossible to contain once it has been opened. As one can tell reality apart from dream, no matter how realistic the latter has been, she can also recognize a lie once she has seen the truth. It wouldn't be sensible now to set her free, nor safe to try and cover the cracks with new layers of fiction. She had realized. Feigning a false indifference, she handed her what was left in the bottle, and then provided her another one, and yet one more. She drank without questioning it, after all those stories about deserts that once were seas, and geometries that were amorphous, after the pomegranate teas and the honey balms. The room's yellow light made everything look artificial. The woman, who was 38 years old at that point, sat on the wooden chair next to the bed and watched the scene, absurd, like it was part of some experimental film. Each day that passed, she felt at the brink of her own expiration, playing tug of war with the fate that had granted her such an extravagantly frivolous existence. She had lived so many more years than she was supposed to. She couldn't remember being a child, or growing up, or maturing. The years of her youth and the training she had received were like a burnt photo negative amongst so many others making up her memory. In her head, there were only operations and sequences, symmetries, series, predictions, and all of them converged into one final result. For the past year, they had been ornamented with stories, courtesy of that blooming young lady, to make them more appealing, but deep down they were nothing but that. Calculations, cold and methodical. Problems prefabricated to make sense, to give out exact and aesthetic results. With her eyes just as empty as them, the woman stretched her arm and passed the small white strip to the girl, who didn't know what it was at first. It's not that she didn't have ethics or morals. She recognized the immorality of her actions before, during, and after executing them. Occasionally she felt remorse, and frequently she hesitated, but she never stopped, and never would stop in the future. From the moment she had woken up on that wet couch, she had felt like a mere tool, handled by a higher intelligence in order to reach a higher goal. What goal? She still had to make one up. The girl executed the gross process without much shame. After all, she had already been humiliated in worse ways by her, and surely she no longer saw her as a civilized person, but some sort of beast immune to human compassion. When she finished, she returned the strip, and they both waited awkwardly while the chemical reactions took place. It had been around 3 weeks since the young girl had entered the room, so it should be clear by now. One thin red line appeared beneath the first letter. They both stooped over the device to try and make out the slightest hint of a second line, but nothing came up. Once they considered enough time had passed, they sat up and took some more minutes to digest the results. The girl couldn't hide her relief beneath the emaciated facade of her expression, while the woman, defeated, leaned back on the chair and sighed audibly. As twisted and unpleasant as it was, she had hoped it would work. Perhaps those 9 months of vulnerability would have been enough of an incentive to make her stay voluntarily, and perhaps getting her back in her routine would have helped to bring her back to her former beliefs. Even if she hadn't managed to capture her back, the creation of a new being inside her would have delayed what was now inevitable. And this was without a doubt going to be twisted and unpleasant. She got up and walked towards the door, the keys jingling in the pocket of her cardigan. Her guest stirred in place, scared that she was going to be locked in again, but proud enough to abstain from useless begging. After opening up, however, the woman stood under the threshold and, with her eyes, invited her to follow. The girl jumped to her feet and obeyed, eager to leave the yellow chamber where some of her worst memories lived. Her life had been difficult before becoming a refugee in her home. Her mother was related to the circles of dark fanatism which the woman had begun penetrating in the last few years, and the atmosphere in her family's home was always influenced by the substances that circulated through those environments. It hadn't been hard to bribe her into disappearing temporarily from the city, and she didn't seem concerned at all about her daughter's whereabouts. The girl's origins had made her prone to end up in one of these groups, and still not happy with that, fate had led her to putting together a brand new ideology in her own handwriting. A poor unfortunate. That's all she was. Her hostess led her across the hallway that was suspended on top of the big staircase, all the way from the yellow room that once had been her bedroom to the master bedroom that was now her office. Creeping through the door, a beam of light was hitting the pillar in front of it. The shape of the lattice work was already burned in the wood, after 13 years of following the tradition that a certain someone had started.
Aliyah?
A pubescent voice emerged from one of the doors that led to the small indoor patio, which could be looked down at from the open gallery they were walking across. The boy it belonged to was standing inside the living room, where he spent most of his time. From that position, he could see her, but not the girl, who walked in the inner side of the corridor.
What are you doing?
Nothing important, dear. Go back to your chair. We will soon eat. She could feel her guest's distress at her left, but the girl did not make a sound. They entered the room, and Aliyah closed the door behind her. She immediately saw the girl, mesmerized by the drawings she had seen so many times before, hanging in the walls and piled up on the table, when she had come in this office to tell and correct her stories. Tall towers in all shapes were sketched and measured in large sheets of paper. Years of notes and calculations were archived in physical folders, a practice that became more and more obsolete as the 21st century went by. Aliyah had already sold a number of blueprints to private buyers and had designed many others on demand to maintain herself financially, but her main project was the most detailed and the one occupying more space in her office. The surface of the tower, in its initial version, was composed of hundreds of hexagons, assembled in the shape of a perfect parabola and drawn by hand, one by one. A spiral staircase connected the numerous floors, each one barely 80 centimeters tall, and the ventilation and water filtering systems were also designed and included in the big canvas. The building's shape and size eventually changed for practical reasons and also because of changes in Aliyah's mental calculations, but the concept would always remain the same one that had sprouted in her head while inside of that MRI tube. The glass honeycomb was nothing more than a complex of flotation chambers, a set of isolated spaces where one had to lay down with no freedom of movement, becoming deprived of touch, of hearing, and optionally also of sight. A place where anyone could easily reach the conclusion that this is all there is, and with a bit of effort, also the consecutive one. There is nothing. I will raise it in a couple years, on this very spot of land. It will be inhabited by the resultants of the next catastrophe, when the clock returns to 12 and the water returns to the world. Do you know where it is now? Just about to reach 6. We've already gotten through the first half. Now we just need to survive all of it again. I don't know what your problem is, Aliyah, or if it's realistic to say that there's still a way out for you, the girl said, her voice merely a weak and coarse breath. I am horrified to know that there are many more vulnerable children like Esteban and myself on these streets, and that you are capable of hunting them down and manipulating them with no shame just to feel like you're filling up that void that's inside of you. But let me tell you that you will always be alone in your lie. Other people will adjust it so it consoles them in their own difficulties, but nobody will ever understand the numbers that are in your head or interpret the stories the same way you do. I hope one day you realize that the problem isn't modern technology or society or human nature. You are the problem. That wasn't a surprising statement for Aliyah, who already considered herself an error in the fabric of space-time, but hearing it from another person's mouth made her existence seem even more despicable, if that was possible. However, she was not upset or moved by the child's speech. She had escaped from the water that should have killed her years before, but the water would come back for her at some point, if none of the loose ends she had left thirsting for revenge along her way got to her first. And if she didn't do it herself first, of course. With care not to be too brusque, she opened the door to the bathroom that was joined to the office, which she always kept closed when the girl visited these quarters. About 10 minutes ago, she had filled the bathtub up with very hot water and had added some dry jasmine to perfume it. The child didn't waste a second before getting in, dying to peel off all the grime she had accumulated on her body during her weeks in confinement. Aliyah sat on a stool and watched her. 13 years had passed since the last time that tub had been used. My sister was murdered by her husband when Esteban was a baby. He drowned her while she was taking a bath, right here, with her son by her side. The man was obsessed with the upcoming end of civilization and tried to kill us all and then himself. He couldn't get to me. Her guest stared at her with her expressive black eyes, which soon started dripping tears. Such an obscene waste of water that might as well remain in store in her dehydrated body. An evolutionary negligence that could only come from an animal who has been spoiled by the planet for many generations. It wouldn't hurt to cut short on the permissiveness, and in this she did agree with Esteban, like in many other things. I think I should have let him do it. I think the more I hate him, the more I agree with what he intended to do. And I see him every day in Esteban. That does not redeem you, the girl accused her, crying. They heard some shy knocking on the door of the office. Speak of the devil. You could have fulfilled your sister's goals. You could have raised Esteban like she would have wanted. Instead of that, you chose to perpetuate the obsession of the man who tried to kill you. Now you're indoctrinating him to carry on with your behavior. And you wanted me to have his child. For what? So the cycle could continue? Did you want Esteban to go insane and end up drowning me? Khadija sat up when the realization hit her and immediately tried to stand. Her feet slipped on the bottom and she fell in the water with a splash. In the instant this incident lasted, Aliyah had time to approach her and firmly grip her shoulders. The girl emitted a frightened scream, which was drowned out when her head entered the water, with her black hair twisting around Aliyah's arms. At this moment, the door of the office started being wrestled, but it was locked. Among kicks and wiggles, Khadija managed to emerge from the water a few times, but she couldn't call for him, since she dedicated those brief moments to take big, desperate breaths. Aliyah stared at her open eyes through the choppy water and hoped that she was also seeing hers in the haze. Not hearing a sound, without any air to breathe. The last bubbles leaving her body and floating to the surface, like the water that evaporated into the sky. When the door lock burst from a body slam, her body still twitched with spasms, unconscious but still fighting. The last image she saw was a boy waving between jasmine petals. The last sound she heard was a muffled scream, calling her name in a teenage voice. The thoughts that went through her head, entirely primal, struggled to remain in this world, like every living being does at every second of their existence, until they can no longer do it, and they give up. The dong of a clock resonated in the universe. The clock's hand had reached 6. Since the third tower was activated, the rest of Almudaina is left in silence at certain times of the day, with most guests being there, cooling off from the June sun with water. For the start of this new era, Aliyah has not settled with entrusting her followers' faith to sheer cognitive dissonance. Instead, she has taken the bull by the horns and orchestrated a spectacular opening. To all appearances, it has worked, since none of the women have shown signs of feeling deceived after seeing water return to the world via a pipe system. Meanwhile, the cult of Sahara has become generalized after Aliyah's daughter was born in her hands, and everyone holds her in high esteem for coming up with the idea for the tower. Without noticing it, they are all being subjected to a slow alteration of their mindset, being stimulated with pleasant sensations and hit with spontaneous events that force them to adapt quickly without thinking about them for too long. While this happens in an invisible plane, the sun rays continue to cross the gaps in the lattice wall, and 2 pubescent bodies receive them, stretched out on a blanket in the sun salon. Naima fidgets with one of her braids as she examines the geometrical carvings on the ceiling. It's a composition of hexagons, in which each hexagon has 6 smaller hexagons inside of it, each with half the side length, and attached to each side of the larger hexagon by one side with the same midpoint. The grid of second sides becomes more complex as it approaches the center, and in the final result, it's quite hard to distinguish a singular hexagon between the dozens of quadrilaterals and other polygons that have been formed. The piece's fractal geometry is easily distinguishable. However, like all finite representations of inherently infinite sequences, it's incomplete. If it was inputted into Sahara's machine, the result would be something similar to a black circle whose border fades into small edges until it becomes the initial hexagon. Naima wonders if the person who carved this shape was aware of this, if they intended to convey some message, or if they did it merely for the aesthetics of the unfinished set. It's pretty, she admits. Pretty is an insufficient term to describe the visual sensation that an infinite geometry produces. Perfect would be more adequate. But since this one, in particular, is not infinite, it would be an exaggeration to call it that. In any case, she doubts that Saha will grasp the logical process behind her choice of vocabulary. The girl is curled up at her side and needs to twist her neck to look where Naima's pointing, although she must have already seen it on countless occasions. Her bleeding and the pain that comes with it have returned, a bit more than a month after the first time, and she has decided to abstain from bathing with her sisters. Naima has stayed with her, since she doesn't speak that much to the other girls of the sun salon. "Your concept of beauty is different from mine," she tells her, and rests her cheek back on the lump of fabric she's using as a pillow. Naima focuses on her face. The fine features are Aliyah's heritage, and the thick shape of her skull comes from the man, but there are some traits that are distinctive of her captivating character, like the peculiar inclination of her eyebrows and the way she never fully opens her eyelids. The girl notices her fixation at one point. She props her head on her elbow in order to stare back at her.
Do you think I'm beautiful? You're symmetrical,
Naima answers, after thinking about it.
Maybe the beauty of a human being lies only in their symmetry. Or maybe the beauty of symmetry can only be perceived by symmetrical beings.
Naima tries to see her point of view and rule out the possibility that she's responding with an opposite argument simply to contradict her. She doesn't quite get what she's going for, so she demands an explanation with her eyes. She has learned the basics of nonverbal communication in the time she has spent in her company.
The perception of beauty is an evolutionary tool if you think about it. Flowers evolved to be more attractive to insects so they can be pollinized, and animals evolved to appear more beautiful to their congeners so they have more chances at reproduction. Those individuals who are seen as more beautiful produce more offspring, passing on their genes in larger quantities, which alters the general population's looks in the long run. Therefore, a primarily subjective factor, beauty, becomes an objective factor in evolution, such as melanin concentration or body hair quantity. I get it, but what does that have to do with the beauty of a homogeneous pattern or a symmetrical image?
Naima objects. Truly, she does not understand how one can find beauty, as she personally knows it, in a simple set of organs covered by flesh. She doesn't even comprehend how the brain can tell one face apart from another, using only the slight variations in the shape of each one of these organs.
You are designed to see beauty in a human body, which is symmetrical.
Saha brings her index finger to the top of her head and slides it down to her chin, dividing her face into two identical halves.
You will see beauty in that which resembles it, just as you would see it in an amorphous object if your body was amorphous.
Though Naima is not very convinced by her reasoning, she is thrilled to be able to have this sort of conversation with her. Since they've been hanging out together, she has seen in her a form of intelligence that greatly differs from her own, but inspires her curiosity nonetheless, and she likes to put it to the test in debate. Fabricating ideas of your own and writing them on paper is enriching, but in the end of the day, it is a one-sided flow of information, and it encourages the assumption of self-made doctrines, which can perfectly be false. Discussing them with Aliya's firstborn, on the other hand, helps her see all the factors that are invisible from her very logical point of view. Saha has a natural talent to discern people's wishes and implicit intentions, whereas she can see the components in every object and the recurrence in every pattern. It's as if someone had split Aliya in half, and from each of the abilities that have helped her get to where she is, a new person had emerged. Not a pleasant thought to have, but it's true. On their own, neither of them could get close to understanding how the hostess thinks. Coordinating their gifts, however, they can. Just like the outline of the hexagon becomes clear among all the lines if you squint your eyes, the matriarch's schemes can come to a faint light if her actions are scrutinized with enough attention.
Saha,
Naima tells her half-sister, with whom she began building her intelligence, and whom she has deprived herself of for a few years, just to come back to her with more strength now that they are both at the exiting gate of childhood.
Do you think Aliya is plotting something? That shouldn't even be considered a debatable question. Aliya is always plotting something.
Saha turns her head, again, towards the incomplete fractal that was carved into the ceiling years ago. Inside each hexagon, infinite sextuples of other hexagons, eternal powers of the number 6, shielding them from the sun of the year's 6th month, from which the guests are cooling off among many other glass hexagons. Today is the 3rd of June.
What I think is, this is the real question. If you had to choose, would you go with Aliya Alawi or with Sahara Ahmed? Oh, Naima thinks it over. She very much dislikes Aliya, and Sahara has treated her better than any other guest during the months she has spent in the Citadel. Still, ever since she discovered what she had been hiding from her this whole time, she started doubting her good intentions. 4 months went by before she even mentioned the existence of her machine, and another 3 had to go for her to finally show her its real functions. So she comes here with her notebook, writes down how immoral the things she has seen are to her, and then returns to her technological world, leaving them in the dark again? What makes her different from the hostess if, just like her, she withholds from them the knowledge that they haven't been able to acquire by themselves? Besides, this nemesis aura that has enveloped her, which is making some guests idolize her like they do Aliya, is causing Naima aversion. Nothing can be good if it requires irrational passion to be believable. Khadija knew this, and both the girls know it as well by mere action of their intelligence. Well, I don't know.
The golden coin. Few are those who, in the course of their life, do not feel tempted to get rich off of it, and few are those who end up doing it, always at the expense of their own life. For the peculiar thing about this coin, completely unquantifiable, is that one cannot gather a large fortune and then retire to enjoy it for the rest of their days. Leisure implies disconnection. Disconnection reduces the consumer's excitement. The consumer's detachment leads to a progressive anonymity, and anonymity equals poverty in terms of the golden coin. It is a constant transaction in which the client buys the seller's time, health, and privacy, and in exchange, the seller gets the illusory feeling that they are making a difference. Many of those who come to taste wealth do it only for a few days, a week, or however long their public impact lasts, and then they must live the rest of their life with the taste only in their memories. But not everyone, fortunately, is willing to sell their body and soul to ensure permanency in the public eye. Sahara Ahmed, for instance, did not expect to garner so much popularity on national and surrounding countries' media, and anyways, the concept of permanency in itself scares her. But this is something that she will never tell the spectators, or the automated broadcasting equipment that has brought them to her within a small holographic device, or the reporter who smiles at her from inside of it, reconstructed with light and enveloping sound. Several small lenses receive the light that bounces off of her in several different angles, and in a matter of microseconds, they compose her image in high quality and broadcast it to thousands of devices. Her case has been a true exception regarding audience retention, staying in the spotlight of shows and articles for more than 4 months. To be perfectly honest, this is what she has always dreamed of, exactly what happened in her egotistical daydreams when she was a teenager. After living for 9 months in a place where the golden coin, like every other coin in the world, has the same value as a rough wooden disc, she is finally experiencing it. She's finding it all horribly hollow. "You will receive news about me in a few weeks," she states once again, to the reporter's insistence. If she learned anything during her unpaid internships in news channels, it is that you can never deny them an answer, even if you completely lack one. You have to leave them a thread to cling to, a little bait to maintain the expectation by which your career is supported. In this case, Sahara does know the exact answer. Her departure date is the 6th of June, 3 days from now, as her trusted circulant has communicated to her. But if it's going to be a quiet operation, she can't have the media shoving their noses in it, making each one of her moves public at the speed of refracted light. Not when she knows Aliyah is in constant contact with the exterior.
Can you tell us about any of the conclusions you have drawn from your stay? Is it true that the citadel of Fez holds the headquarters of a clandestine mafia?
Sahara grimaces. Sensationalism has been her daily bread for a few years now, sharing a flat with a bunch of wannabe, fresh out of college reporters. It's exciting to blow news out of proportion, and it is especially easy if those who are going to receive them don't have enough information to fact check them. But if you dig enough into it, no piece of news is really that big or surprising. No individual innovation immediately causes a breakthrough. No deception has any other intent than to make the perpetrator rich. No death is more cruel than any other before it, and no class of violence is unheard of at the hands of human beings. At least, Sahara has always thought this way, and so she expressed it, in quite an insensitive manner, to her roommates the night before she left. Is there something in the world she doesn't look at through her lens of apathy? No wonder she has so few friends. The practices that are carried out in here are certainly questionable from an ethical standpoint. However, I am only aware of what happens within these premises, which is in the hands of the woman who leads the cult. I don't intend to speculate about the relations she may have with the businesses that supply the building, or the public agencies that provide basic services to its residents.
These are the words of Sahara Ahmed, the freelance journalist infiltrated in the infamous citadel of Fez since last September.
The reporter enunciates, directed to her audience. Sahara feels a bit ridiculous talking to her through the gaps of a lattice wall when the woman is standing kilometers away from her in the capital. It really feels like she's from another time, when a wall was considered a solid barrier and you couldn't see or hear whoever was on the other side.
When and on what platforms will we get your full report once you come back to us, Miss Ahmed?
My report will be titled The Madani Phenomenon. The shadow of a playful smile appears in Sahara's lips. The moment has come to announce her capricious initiative, which she can afford because of the fact she has amassed a bit of a golden coin fortune. She has already talked to a publisher who is willing to support her risky market strategy. I will release a batch of 27 physical copies that will be distributed to several bookstores in Fez. The correspondent's expression is priceless as he disassembles the tripod where the reporter was. The pair of drones that accompanied him land on the ground, and the sole member of the tech team picks them up and stores them. They could have gone without these boys if it weren't for the regulations regarding drone incursions in private properties. The interviewee bids them goodbye and leaves for the staircase, which she climbs in direction to her chamber. Bookstores are little more than antique shops in the current market. The screen depression made many countries aware that the mass production of items was quite problematic, and that every object that could be replaced by virtual files should, preferably, stop being manufactured as soon as possible. Sahara is aware that her text will be digitalized and leaked before the scanty batch even runs out, and in fact, she has agreed on this with the publisher. She believes that her choice will lengthen the controversy that makes her popular and also publicize the story itself once the public finds out what the number of copies means. The book covers, moreover, will resemble the leather lining that Aliyah adds to the books in the library. Nods and parallels that help to create expectation. the hostess's teachings put to good use. A melody floats out of her room, sung by a voice that is rarely heard in Almudaina. The song she sings is easily recognizable to Sahara, since she wrote it herself. She wonders why she likes it so much, if she has attributed any personal meaning to it, or if she understands the blue man metaphor. Upon entering the cramped space, she finds Fatima with company, absently staring at the wall while the 11th guest wraps her head with the green headscarf she has borrowed from Sahara. She is also wearing her distinctive light blue dress, at the sight of which she becomes slightly upset, but she doesn't have the guts to ask her to change. The girl has been down for a few days, for obvious reasons. Sahara has offered her a space in her small compartment and even confided with her about the date of her departure, encouraging her to come along, but she refused to leave secretly. Finally, she gathered the courage to go up to the attic and share her situation with Aliyah. The hostess gave her the option to leave. Her exit ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. Needless to say, she will never be allowed to come back once she sets foot outside of Almudaina. She must feel truly lost. Sahara will make sure to reconnect with her once she is out.
Sahara, is it true what Fatima is saying? That you're also leaving in 3 days? Haruma approaches her with sincere concern in her face. Sahara is not pleased at all to hear this. Nobody was supposed to know, let alone share it so indiscreetly. She hopes the rumor hasn't reached anyone else. I also want to leave.
No, you don't, 11.
Fatima seems to regret having shared the news as much as Sahara does. She looks exasperated, like someone trying to keep a small child from making an insensible choice.
You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't been here long enough.
I haven't been here long enough to swallow up Aliyah's lies like pills, no. The third tower thing has been straight up insulting. Why would she contradict her own tale? And how are the other guests so fine with it? Haruma takes one of Sahara's hands in a begging manner. Please, Sahara. I'm only 22. I would rather go back to my parents than wasting more years of my life in this commune for selfish people. Fatima is right. I can't take you with me. It would be risky for me, but most importantly, for those that remain in here in the hands of a very angry Aliyah. If you want to leave, do as she has done and present your justified demand. The 7th guest massages the bridge of her nose, as if hearing them was giving her a headache. She mutters grim words, possibly prayers, while she shakes her head. Sahara is a bit annoyed by her behavior, though she understands it is justified. Maybe the 11th guest hasn't chosen the best time to express it, but despite how hard it may be for her, the girl also deserves to have a wish to leave. And maybe Aliyah won't let her go so easily, since she doesn't have a medical emergency, and since her name isn't as common as the 7th's. Sahara weighs her options for a second. Now she knows that it would not be wise to make her plans to report Aliyah known. However, dropping a small hint won't hurt, if she can do it without outing herself as an active participant in the scheme. With some luck, it will suffice to calm her down. Don't worry. What Aliyah is doing to all of you violates several laws, as you can imagine. It's a matter of time for someone important to realize this when Fatima and I get out there and our testimonies become public. To be honest, I don't think Almudaina will be around for much longer.
Stupid, romantic, naive.
Fatima insults her, rubbing her palms on her face.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're doing. You think this is a film or a novel.
I'm trying to help you all for a change. I could have gone 6 months ago, and I would have been on every cover telling my morbid story while you and the others rot in here and Aliyah keeps getting more power. Don't you think that would have been easier for me? It's what I intended at first. Not influencing, just telling. Making Al-Mudaina more famous and feeding Aliyah's fetish fantasy. That one you were so eager to join and now you're so sad to leave behind. I could have given you that comfort, but I didn't. I've chosen to do the right thing. Sahara snaps after a couple days dealing with her cohabitant's bad mood. She immediately regrets having addressed her directly, implying that her unwanted pregnancy and the painful process she will have to go through to end it are somehow the right thing. The seventh guest stands up slowly and faces her, her chin elevated due to her short stature. Framed by the green fabric of her headscarf, her eyes convey that old defiance, that warning stare from the time when she hated her. Sahara wonders what has changed in the past few days for her to no longer be on her side.
May God keep you in His mercy, Sahara Ahmed,
She says, before walking back to her usual sleeping place in the second tower.
but in case He doesn't, keep this in mind. For each person the good one cleanses, the evil one will have corrupted 10 others, because evil is the easy way. Climbing up to heaven requires daily effort and exhaustion, whereas in order to go where lies and fanaticism live, you only have to let yourself fall. Most people are not willing to put in the effort as much as they assure you the contrary. That's why you can't trust anybody. Even your own allies will take the first chance to push you down the cliff if it's convenient for them.
The force of the tiny jaw's bite never ceases to be surprising, making even Aliyah, undaunted and multiparous as she is, flinch. With his toothless gums, the child sucks out the milk from her left breast, while the right one leaks some droplets that slide down her skin until they meet the water in which she is lying. An instinct that comes incorporated in every mammal at the moment of birth, to go for the otter. Truthfully, some have it easier than others. Marsupial fetuses, being no more than gelatinous masses, have to crawl towards it, powered solely by this instinct, in order to fully develop. No wonder placental mammals overpowered them when the continents separated. And now, look who has taken over the planet. A little animal who can't even lift its own head to reach its mother's udder, and who, past a not-so-extensive time period, loses the little survival instinct it was born with. Sometimes even the will to survive. It's dark already. The heat of midday makes the water feel nice, but the night makes it cold and uncomfortable to be in. Aliyah's fingertips are pruned up, and she's shaking a bit. The baby doesn't seem to be affected, since he's wrapped in a blanket and rested on his mother's chest, without coming in contact with the liquid. For the first time in all the years she has been hostess, Aliyah has not supervised her guest's peaceful sleep, and instead has walked straight down to the patio and climbed up to the third tower's top floor, which corresponds to her. And, for the first time in all the years he has been man, Esteban has come to visit her of his own free will. This doesn't spark any reaction in her, naturally. The young man twists around in order to get his torso through the gap in the curved staircase, and remains in that awkward position, with half his body peeking in, incapable of fully squeezing in the compartment and lying next to her. He looks upwards and doesn't see the constellation of human bodies, but a starless sky. Lying on her back, her senses annulled, and staring right in the face of the irrefutable proof of her own insignificance. That's how Aliyah would have liked to spend every night of her life, but for some reason she hasn't been allowed to until now. Still, she wouldn't have needed all these years to realize what she wanted to know. Even Esteban can see it, and he doesn't hold much regard for the matter. Indeed, there is nothing. "What brings you here, darling?" she greets him, her gaze never straying from the hexagonal observatory she has designed. Esteban wonders the same thing. He has nothing to ask her, and no motive in particular to be in the third tower. Generally, he is not comforted by her sole presence, and this time is no different. "I've come to see him," he admits. No one, except for the people who were with her during labor, has yet seen Aliyah's son, though everyone knows he has been born. The guests still think he is a girl. Surely enough, the hostess is waiting for tomorrow's ceremony to introduce him, taking advantage of the seventh guest's departure to reveal the novel surprise. After that, chances are the women of the school will wait until the baby is weaned and proceed to adopt him. At that point, Aliyah disengages completely from motherhood, apparently, as observed in Saha's case, until adolescence. But it won't be that way with him. His birth was planned. Esteban is convinced of it. His life serves a different purpose in Aliyah's mental diagram. The man doesn't usually care for the public presentations of newborn girls, but he fears this one might directly concern him. He fears Aliyah might have planned for this child the same life she planned for him, in which case he won't have a choice but to intervene at once in order to impede it. It had been a while since the world saw a specimen like this one. That's undeniable. Aliyah slips the blanket off the baby's head that wobbles up and down as he drinks. The deformation he had on the occipital region has disappeared, and his skin has acquired a more natural tone than the sickly blue he was born with. To the naked eye, he is indistinguishable from the other babies that have been born in Al-Mudaina. The changes will come later on. He himself won't perceive them until someone points them out to him. You were the last one, in fact. And look at you now. Did you see me when I was like this? He asks her. Aliyah nods and abstains from elaboration. Even though she would be the best source of answers regarding his past, he has never asked her about his doubts. There is too much pain embedded in those memories, and anyways, he can't be sure that she will give him real information. But the question that gets stuck in his throat is too relevant to ignore it. He has been ruminating on it for months, since the evening when he attacked Sahara in the greenhouse. After some minutes of silence, watching the child's cheeks as they violently draw out his aliment, he gathers the courage to spit it out, and upon doing so, he feels an anxious uneasiness expanding inside his body. Aliyah, are you my mother? No, she says categorically, as if it were the most obvious truth in the world. For one moment, the hostess lets an emotion slip out, though she immediately covers it up with her well-trained mask of serenity. A tense silence ensues. When she finally speaks, the slightest hint of consternation can be sensed in her voice. Is that what you have believed your whole life? I don't think much about that. He defends himself. Seeing her so scandalized only enlarges his anxiety. Is he a degenerate for having pondered that possibility? But sometimes I do wonder where I come from, yes. That looks like the most reasonable option. You are the only adult who has been around me my whole childhood. You raised me. Your mother died in the catastrophe. I kept you alive, but I didn't birth you or raise you. I simply had you under my roof and gave you food. Not even that at times. Esteban reproaches her, feeling his temples palpitate. Sahara was right when she said he would always live with the things that happened to him. All those evenings panhandling around the Medina and everything that came after will never cease to make his blood boil in his veins. But he has to breathe deep. He will not fix anything by accusing her of her past sins. He will only encourage the self-loathing that leads her to do everything she does. And what about my father? Did he exist, or was he an artificial gamete with another woman's genetic information? He existed. His name was Esteban. The man is surprised by her honesty. No metaphors, no riddles. Why is she telling him this? Was it really as easy as just asking? Esteban the elder. You are Esteban the man, and he is Esteban the boy. You will go to the grave satisfied, won't you? Aliyah does not respond. She's right. The answer is so obvious that it doesn't deserve to be questioned. Esteban feels a weight fall down on him and finds it so familiar that it's pitiful. He can only hope to not contribute to her goals, but it isn't crazy to think that it's a bit late for that already. They hate you, you know? There's not one of them I haven't heard talking behind your back, and they despise you so intensely that they don't even see you as a person. They hate you like one hates a king or a god. That is the foundation of your power. I have never sought power, nor the love of those who follow me. I only seek a meaning, a certain harmony within a life that clearly lacks both. I have built a world where everything makes sense, and I have settled down in it. I did it to protect myself. Though her expression is utterly neutral, it sounds as if she were opening up, as if, after speaking to so many people who wanted to know her story and her motives, it was him who she was finally being vulnerable to. This makes him feel special. It makes him believe her. It has to be true what she is telling him. He wants it to be true, and not another one of her tales, because it is the excuse that his only parental figure has given him for making his life a bleak hell. He can't, and doesn't try to help his tears. Aliyah waits for the water to stream down his cheeks to speak. But my search will be over very soon. I now know all that I wanted to know. Tell me, Esteban, do you hate me for what I've done? No. He sniffs, partly because of the crying, and partly because he's starting to get cold. I can't. That is all that matters to me, she assures. Esteban believes her. He leaves, after bidding farewell to his son with a kiss on the head. He tumbles to the greenhouse and lies on the floor, on the spot where he usually sleeps during the summer months. And he tries to, but the weight inside him still shakes him. He ends up rolling around, making noises with his mouth to silence the disturbing murmur in his mind. Truth is, he has been disturbed all day. He already was when he walked in the third tower, The conversation with Aliyah has only stirred the pot, making it more notable. Sahara has also confessed that she has been feeling uneasy for a few weeks, sensing a sort of omen that harasses her day and night. Knowing what he knows about her, this might be her obsession manifesting, and yet now he shares the feeling. He is afraid of tomorrow, of Aliyah introducing her son, of the seventh guest leaving, and of leaving himself the next day. But it's another feeling, the same one he has felt so many times when witnessing unfitting events in Al Mudaina, that truly haunts him. It's Aliyah's hand on his. It's the plastic syringe on the floor and his brain denying its existence. It's the Madani phenomenon, seizing the reins of his mind and redirecting his thoughts to a place where they seem more logical and orderly. If Aliyah has told him the truth today, maybe she is not such a liar. Maybe she is good and she loves him for real and she wants what's best for him. All in all, the penguin itself told him no when he thought he had found the right answer in Sahara and her bottled water. Somebody is lying in this situation, and they're trying to drag him along again. He cannot allow it. The morning goes by quickly, with most guests in the element room and greenhouse, preparing the afternoon ceremony. The man strolls through the library, which seems incomplete without Naima, and walks by Sahara's quarters, empty as well. The 17th guest, who as always is shoveling cereal into her mouth in the school's cabin, notices him wandering about the deserted first tower, and decides to take him to a different, sloped-ceiling room to spend a bit of her monotonous life with him. When they're done, she goes right back to her parenting duties, while her daughter's father runs to freshen up in the narrow chambers of the third tower, along with the other guests. They all then climb to the second tower and consume tiny sips of tea that leave them sleepy and sweaty in the fresh humidity of the water they just bathed in. Esteban dozes off in a dark room, giving himself to mundanity for a day. He has mated, he has snacked, and he has napped, all in the course of about 3 hours. When he wakes up, however, he is no longer alone, nor is he in the dark. The figure that accompanies him has opened the impromptu curtain that was covering the slot that sheds light into each room in Al Mudaina. The man sits up fast, alarmed by the sinister look of the silhouette. Her headscarf and long blue dress are giving her away, despite her being turned around, facing the opposite wall. Sahara, he names her. The girl turns to him with a very theatrical motion. In one hand, she has a fragment of tinted glass, which she is using to see her reflection, and with the other, she is tapping her lips. Esteban is frankly impressed. She has colored her mouth and eyes with the ochre pigments that cover the wall behind her. With the dim light coming in sideways and the reddish tint of the dyes, her face looks like a mask with bloody holes where her features should be. She is wearing her clothes, but she is not Sahara. Esteban begins to wonder if he is hallucinating her, or if she is some kind of exterminating angel coming to cut his life before he can take it to the truth. Then he perceives the musical hum in the room, and his brain starts to register the thick woolen tapestries as well as the piles of fabric around him, one of which he has unknowingly used as a pillow. Under the effects of the tea and the party, he must have ignored where his feet were taking him. Forgive me, Seven. I didn't know I was in your room. The seventh guest continues applying the paints that are normally used to varnish furniture and write book titles on her face. The man wonders if it could be toxic for her skin. She does not seem to care.
No problem. I like to watch you sleep.
The music comes from the talking stick, laid visibly on top of one of the piles. Esteban is not totally unfamiliar with the plucking of the strings, the percussion of the drums, and the tremolos of the voices. They only seem distant, like the memories that those who have lived through a catastrophe keep of the time before it. Sweet, but very distant. The seventh guest starts absently swaying and stretches out her arms in front of her, looking at herself in the glass while she dances. The song loops on a few phrases, all yearning cries of a woman who wants a man but can't have him. The man becomes moderately uncomfortable after a couple choruses. He stands up to leave, but the girl stops him with the disproportionate strength of her arms.
No, Esteban. I have spent years watching you go and staying seated like an imbecile, staring at the spot where you were, as if I didn't have to wait a month to see you again. I never spoke because I wanted to be the best, the most careful and accommodating. But it matters little now.
The girl furrows her brows. The dark stains she has painted on make her expression much more intense. She seems more nervous than afflicted.
I will not ask you why you don't love me. I know it has nothing to do with me in particular, but rather with something you are dealing with yourself. What is it? Why don't you enjoy us the same way we enjoy you? Do you like men? Is that it? I've seen you eye down the construction workers more than once.
Esteban doesn't know what to say. He doesn't even know why he started the phrase. He doesn't even know who the construction workers are.
To be honest, I do know what it is. It's Hadija that's tormenting you.
The girl stops to see his reaction. It seems to satisfy her.
See, you still remember her.
Of course I remember. How do you know?
Hadija was my friend too. I met you through her. I came here on Fridays. Don't you recall?
The man stares at her intensely, trying to peel off the paint that distorts her features with his mind. Right. With all her clothes on and speaking coherently, she no longer looks like a simple, blurry-faced guest, a member of the herd with no name or history. Putting all his brain power to the task, he looks at her for the first time in 7 years, and he recognizes her. She was an 11-year-old girl, and now she is a 23-year-old woman. She is not a guest. She is a person. Fatima, he calls. Right. Her name was Fatima. She liked music, and sometimes she brought them pomegranates from her parents' shop as a gift to Aliyah. She never belonged to the world Esteban thought him and Khadija lived in. She never climbed to the roof with them or heard the girls' stories. She didn't participate in the idyllic joy that his memory decided to keep, so she was forgotten along with the rest, though she never did anything wrong. The girl smiles sadly, identified at last.
If I had known, it would be as easy as reminding you.
Her voice cracks, and she takes a step back to compose herself. Suddenly, Esteban does not want her to leave. He wants to stay with her many nights and be reminded one more time of that better time that only gets more and more distant. Fatima, on the other hand, seems to be very ready to leave, just like he has been on every occasion they have met. Esteban supposes he deserves it.
In the beginning, I thought you would get over it. You will miss her for a while, and then you will start to appreciate the world without her. I was a child, and I still hadn't grasped what had happened to you. With time, I have understood. I have understood, and still, I haven't known how to handle it. I have kept coming and coming to you in 1,000 different ways, just to remind you of it all, as if I didn't have a clue.
Fatima shakes her head and then embraces him again, pressing herself against his chest like a little kid. She breathes fast. She is scared.
I don't know what will happen when I leave. I have laid my hopes on God. But in all honesty, I don't know what will become of me. Whatever happens, I know that if I somehow end up in the same place Khadija is, I will go look for her before I do anything else. I don't know if she will recognize me after so long. Is there something you would like me to tell her if I manage to find her?
Yes, there are many things, and at the same time, nothing that stands out over everything else. Esteban shuffles his options and chooses one at random. For some reason, he doubts it will ever reach her, so he feels like he is hurling a bottle with a message into the ocean. Tell her I remember the good things, and I'm sorry about the bad things.
I will. I love you, Esteban. Both of us do.
Fatima stands on her tiptoes and kisses him. For once, he is not uncomfortable with it. Then she links her left arm with Esteban's right, and they both walk out of the dormitory, headed for the aliment room. The talking stick remains on, in between the blankets, singing the woes of a woman perpetually in love. Esteban takes a seat, once again cramped at Saja and Sahara's left. Fatima must sit in front of him, at the place that normally corresponds to the second guest, beside the hostess. This feast's menu contains much less variety than the last one. It consists entirely of dough, soup, and different breads made with the cereal harvested in the greenhouse, though they are scarce and not enough to fill all of the attendees' stomachs. The guests are drowsy, hunched over in their seats and staring at the dishes with disappointment. Some of them have their hands blackened, having spent all morning working on the crop's harvest. Their stupor doesn't keep them from gasping when they see the seventh guest, unrecognizable with her dark mask and Sahara's fabrics. Neither does it weaken their exclamations when Aliyah enters the room, hugging the whitish wrapping in which her son resides. Those who are closer to the host seat lean over their consecutive diners to try and get a peek at the kid. Even the 27th seems interested, while Saja simply stares at the table with an indolent expression. When the feast starts, nobody lunges for the plates. Some women abstain from eating at all, as many of the city's inhabitants do at this time of the year. Those who do not follow this tradition uncover their teacups almost in unison and free the first clouds of aromatic steam. The room is immediately saturated with the sweetness of the pomegranate, whose seeds are infused in each one of the vessels. I presume you are all aware of the reason for this meeting. Your companion, the seventh of my guests, has decided to leave our citadel and return to the desert, Aliyah proclaims, without her usual ornament and spectacle. There is no hostility or bitterness in her tone. Her attitude is pure temperance, and this enhances Esteban's paranoia. What you might not be aware of is what this loss entails for us in this precise moment in history. The completeness of Al-Mudaina is an essential balance factor for us to safely enter the new period that was forecasted by the original calculations. We had it secured since we took in the 27th guest, and now that the world is beginning to exhibit changes, we cannot afford to lose it. There has to be 26 of you. The half-hour asymmetry must remain when I die, so your new hostess can guide you in a life that is, once again, based on entropy and imperfection. The guests nod, like automatons, at their hostess's ramble. A couple months ago, Esteban would have done the same thing, but for once he thinks he can see Aliyah with the same eyes Sahara examines her with. She really does look out of it, like an old woman voicing her delirium. Analyzed coldly, the things she says are complete nonsense. They are only figures, pretty symmetries with no meaning or relation to one another. Like she said the previous night, it is all nothing more than a world she has created in her head, where everything makes sense for her and only for her. Aliyah does not seek to protect her guests from the circumstances they escaped from. She intends to protect herself, using her followers' suffering as a float to not drown in her own. Without wanting to, Esteban finds himself imagining the ways in which he could do better if he were in her place. Before he can pull his brain out of these territories, the feast is over and all the diners must stand to accompany the seventh guest to her departure point. Guests are usually released at the platform, the same place where they are taken in. Just as they climbed up to its edge when they arrived, they make their way down the main wall's protrusions and walk off into the horizon. The date of these ceremonies is not arbitrary either. They are typically celebrated on Friday noon, when the majority of circulants are indoors and there is no risk of being interrupted by their eavesdropping. However, there are exceptions. Today is, in fact, Friday, and yet Aliyah does not take the seventh guest to the platform. She stops her at the patio, in front of the third tower, where the rest of the guests soon gather to listen to the words she will dedicate to her. They all observe with a special curiosity, since they have never seen a guest leave through the patio. Many of them have never seen a guest leave, period. Sahara takes a spot in the first row, with young Saha clinging to her arm, while the man keeps himself at a distance, with his eyes fixed on the black stains that have substituted Fatima's. The hostess is also focused on her, as if she now wanted to solve the simple riddles that the girl has hidden in plain sight for years. 7. You are one of my oldest guests. These walls have seen you mature, and you have seen them grow as well. You have already heard from me on previous occasions that I think you are, amongst all your fellows, the one who has best understood what the world is trying to communicate to us. Now, you return to the vast desert, and I wonder if you might have understood better than me. The closeness she speaks to her with is surprising. Her goodbye speeches are typically more to the point, impersonal, aimed more at the spectators than the receiver herself, as everything else Aliyah does. One could almost find this one affectionate when compared to the others. Everyone knows the hostess has favorites, the 3rd, the 23rd, the 20th. But how can they know what relationship she has with a woman who does not speak, who lazes around with her music and her pains, and only comes out once a month to do her chores? how to determine how many conversations they have had, what they have spoken about, or if they have spoken at all. Esteban remembers the piece of glass she was looking at herself in a few minutes ago. How often does she visit her? The seventh will take all the answers with her inside her black lips, always sealed. Perhaps that is what Aliyah means, that message the world is trying to convey in such an incomprehensible manner. I would like to return your name to you, as I always do for those who leave us. You will need an identity out there, a mark to carve into the stones so you will be remembered. But I fear I cannot do it. Until my daughter takes my place, I am still these girls' hostess, and I must protect them with my choices. Aliyah turns to her audience, though has she not been talking to them this entire time? Dear guests, Al-Mudaina must be complete for the new era to begin. We need the name that the seventh guest gave us when she joined us, so I feel compelled to pass it on to someone before she leaves. As you know well, however, individuality corrupts people. This person must be wise enough to not get carried away by the notion of uniqueness that having a name entails. She must be pure, completely clean at the moment of her naming, and educated well from then on. Therefore, yes, your future hostess will henceforth be known by the name of Fatima. Aliyah lifts her son up in the air so everyone can see his face, scrunched up in a permanent sleepy grimace. Esteban raises an eyebrow, not convinced. What on earth is she telling us now? Looking around, he can see similar expressions on the faces of those who witnessed the boy's birth. Aliyah is capable of greasing up any absurdity and fitting it in her guests' heads by force. But will she want to uphold this lie once the kid starts growing up? What will happen to the initial plan she had for him? The drastic decision keeps them all distracted for a few minutes, which the hostess uses to hand the baby over to the 20th guest and walk the 7th into the glass wasp's nest. They see them crawl inside, the sky blue skirt getting wet with the water that puddles on the steps, but they soon lose sight of them. The wooden wall veils the tower's upper floors, so they stay there, waiting. They must come down at some point. The helicopter can't hover over the cusp and take the girl through an inexistent opening. What the hell are they doing up there? Sahara mutters, once about 10 minutes have passed. There is a variety of attitudes amongst the women, but no one answers her. Those who have never seen an exit ceremony before have nothing to tell her, and those who have are deep in an emotionless, expectant quietness. The man also feels the lethargy sinking in, numbing his capacity to perceive, biasing his reasoning. The tension grows in his brain. The terms contradict each other, pull in opposite directions, and the madani phenomenon prepares to sever the string in a way that is the easiest to take in. It's like a debilitating migraine that blinds him no matter how much he blinks. Sahara must feel this pressure growing around her because she takes initiative and pops her head inside the door. She can be seen squinting her eyes, trying to make out the women's silhouettes through 7 layers of thick glass. Then a dry thud and some splashing are heard. They both reverberate ominously in the tower's walls and come out diffracted through the door so everyone can hear them. Fatima? The thud leads to a loud clatter that puts them all in a state of maximum alert. The 27th guest takes a step back, putting barely half a meter of distance between herself and the threshold. Not enough to avoid getting her sneakers wet when the tower spits out the warm wave, carrying the mass that has slid down the stairs, which ends up right at her feet. The next thing is a scream. By the time the second one arrives, the man's sensory functions have completely separated from his morals, his emotions. His eyes are a pair of lenses that receive light and refract it. His ears capture noise and vibrate in response. His brain processes the signals, shows him the images and plays him the sounds, but makes no interpretation of their content, because the string has already been cut, and the two faces of his ethical reasoning are too far from each other to interact. What he hears are Sahara Ahmed's screams. What he sees is the seventh guest lying on her back and soaked in blackish water, staring at nothing with two glassy eyes, down whose corners drips her oily makeup, revealing her skin dyed an unnatural blue. Dead. It is never pleasant, of course, but it is generally less direct than this. The guests who take charge of the posthumous process are more used to witnessing scenes of this nature, but most of them never get to see more than the live body disappearing over the edge. The 27th's reaction only makes the atmosphere worse. Several women must hold her down so she won't pounce on the corpse, which is soon lifted by a few others. The other guest's attitude is awkward rather than horrified, as if someone just mentioned a touchy subject in a family gathering and silence was the best response in order not to break the tense relationships between the attendees. Sahara is making a fuss. She's hindering the transition to a lighter conversation, and besides, she is not helping with his headache. Esteban wishes she would shut up. Everyone wishes so, but at the same time, they don't want to extend her intervention with a response. So, by unanimous decision, they begin singing the song she wrote, the one that their sadly departed companion was fond of. They harmonize a slow and gloomy version of the melody, doing justice to its original meaning, and recite it as they parade after the robust guests who carry the seventh's body. The howling only intensifies. Sahara wriggles and covers her ears, whimpers and begs to everyone around her. It's of no use. The funeral march continues all the way up the stairs until the women walk out to the sunny platform to bid their old friend a proper farewell. The girl winds up in the same wooden cabin where she used to throw her hair, to the sound of the same song she did it for the last time to. She disappears like every other guest that Esteban has watched leaving, with a flash of the blue dress she's wearing and a muffled noise in the distance. Her hole has already been dug. Its fibrous dirt is stuck under the fingernails of the guests who did so. The fetid decomposition of her body will make for a fertile soil, where the cereal and legumes for a future feast will grow. Aliya's trusted women take discreet charge of the burial. The rest of them scatter, each of them headed for a spot where they will wait for the madani phenomenon to take effect, and therefore for the dead one to decompose in their minds as well. Haruma, who did not know what returning to the vast desert meant, locks herself in the compartment where she keeps her parents' messages and cries with her hands over her mouth. Saha walks silently to the sun salon, and when she is asked, she tells her sisters that she saw the seventh guest wander into the distance. Even Aliyah at some point comes down from the tower and makes her way back to her attic, where the 20th guest waits for her with her son in her arms. The only one not moving is Sahara, and Esteban with her. They both remain outside, the son mistreating the man's unaccustomed skin, while the young woman squirms on the platform's floor, alternating gagging with sobbing and hyperventilating.
It can't be, no, it's not possible. Someone must have seen it,
she babbles, scanning the surrounding streets in search of a witness. But she knows it too. At this time, the locals are praying and the tourists are having lunch. No one was looking at the corner of the first tower down which the corpse descended in the mere second that gravity took to make it fall. Sahara points at the third tower, her arm outstretched, like a little girl accusing her sister of the mess that she made.
She drowned her, right there, in front of everyone.
That's new, yeah. The words come out of Esteban's mouth unconsciously, as he is processing them himself. Sahara whips her head around, a movement like a bird of prey.
This has happened before?
She shrieks, so terrified that her voice rips like a paper sheet. The man shifts his gaze to the short length of the edge, always the same one, behind which so many bodies have disappeared, either pushed or letting themselves fall. 42 guests. Only 26 currently. It's not something that is spoken about, because it's not something that anyone is interested in remembering. But the brain files the images and brings them out when it is convenient to learn the lesson. Besides, Aliyah has a habit of giving their names back before she eliminates them, so each little file has its own fading name tag. Aina, Fatima, Hasna,
Khadija.
Tears flood his eye sockets as he remembers the conversation he held with Fatima before her execution. Esteban has no defined concept of a life after death, but he can recognize that they are both now in the same state, if not the same location. Sahara's expression becomes even grimmer as she comprehends it, but she doesn't have to relive that first memory. Her first face-to-face experience with her dreaded blue man has happened today, but Esteban's happened more than a decade ago, when he snapped the door lock and burst into the jasmine-scented bathroom. Aliyah took her hands out of the water and shook them dry, like she had been washing clothes or filling a jug with water. She placed them on his shoulders and stroked his hair with them, while he moaned and cradled the girl's convulsing torso, wishing that the blood would run under her blue skin again. And whether he wants to admit it or not, this is an experience that he shared with Aliyah, and only with Aliyah. It permanently connected him to her. Since then, it has been those hands, murderous hands, drenched in water and blood, directing the twists and turns of his mind. He wonders what he will have to do to get rid of them at once.
My God, Esteban.
Sahara almost sobs the phrase out, while she gets on her feet and collapses on him like a castaway clinging to a floating plank. Esteban feels her trembling under his arms. She is afraid now, a fear that is different from the one she has felt until now.
Fatima knew. She knew, and she gave herself in anyway. And I encouraged her to do it. And she told me that.
The young woman continues hiccuping on his chest, but she doesn't finish her sentence. The man holds his head up, waiting for her to calm down, and trying to make sense of his own emotions. Fatality has occurred. The ending that all the signals were pointing to has finally come. And yet, the feeling of anticipation has not fully died in him. The thick knot, with intricate crossings and voluminous layers of braiding, has spectacularly come undone, but the string continues tensing up. There is a smaller core under this deceptive tangle. It is a simple knot, but tugging at both ends of the string is no longer enough to untie it. It's no longer enough to be a spectator, to passively watch as the penguin slides away from the comfort of his resting place. He must take action. Naima Karim has owned this room for a long time. She has been nurtured by it, and now, like a civilization that has exploited the land it was settled in until the last drop, she ventures out on increasingly lengthy expeditions with hopes of finding more fruitful terrains and eventually clearing the occupied area for nature to regenerate it. It is a sad but necessary process. If it wasn't done, the prosperous civilization would writhe in its outdated understanding of nature and reject new interpretations of its functioning because they don't really see them play out in their territory. It would be a waste of their potential, and that would be immensely sad because it would mean that all the achievements and everything that was sacrificed to get to them have been in vain. That's the new outlook that Naima is getting on things as the months go by and the world changes so rapidly around her. Her body is changing too, at last. Sometimes, to the outrage of the side of her brain that insists on despising everything tangible, she finds herself monitoring the latest novelties and even admiring them. She knows not how she will feel in the future about this integral evolution of her being, nor intends to discredit the conclusions she reached in the past. Something that has not changed for sure is her heartfelt devotion to constant progress, her passion for chasing infinity, which is unfulfillable but leads to objectively prodigious results. If her own attitude towards life is an obstacle in this race, she must recycle her convictions, be it only for the sake of optimizing her brain's performance. She is standing on top of the bookshelves, like that one time so many weeks ago. For the first time, she observes the library like Saha would, a set of objects, beautiful for its uniformity, for the familiar feeling it conveys, like looking at another human's symmetrical face and finding comfort in knowing that the herd is near. She combines this view with her own, that finds beauty in the wooden catenaries and the parallel slats trying to touch at the vanishing point, and it's like she's had a patch over one eye for all these years and has never seen her home with full clarity until now. In the midst of this pubescent epiphany, the least connected person to her internal conflicts in all of Almudaina makes her way in the room. Or perhaps the most connected, conditioning her life from the shadows while she tries to identify the external force that leads her everywhere she goes. The hostess, accompanied only by 2 packages she carries in both arms, comes in through the main gate and beelines for the last hallway, the one limited by the 4th shelf and the wall where Naima has her drawings. She leaves one of the bags on the floor, and with her free hand pushes the squeaky ladder along its rail until it is placed by the penultimate column of shelves. She could help her, but the girl chooses passivity. She stares at the hostess while she laboriously climbs up the stairs, hoisting the package from shelf to shelf with her left hand because she can't take her right hand off the other package, which she is still carrying. When she is close enough, Naima gets to see what it is that she carries so preciously. It's a baby. That activates the little sense of charity that Naima was repressing. She swiftly runs to the edge that Aliyah is trying to get to and perches on the top shelves to reach the package. She swings it at her back, finding it much lighter than she expected, and climbs back up to the top, where she places it inside the last horizontal cubicle of the highest row. Then she waits, squatting on top of the next box, for Aliyah to complete her slow rise and give her instructions. "Thank you, Naima," she says as soon as she gets to her level. Naima feels strangely violated by the sound of her name coming out of the hostess's mouth. Her presence in general, so close, not standing on a podium or illuminated by a dramatic sunbeam, is mildly threatening. "Will you do me a favor and hold Fatima while I sort these books out?" She obeys without saying a word, though she thinks she has only held a baby one time in her life, when she was about 5, and they both ended up screaming so much they had to separate them. Fatima radiates a lot of heat, and her body feels lax, inconsistent, like it's going to break into little pieces if it's not held firmly. As if this didn't put enough pressure on her, she is also Almudaina's future hostess, according to what Saha finally confessed to her. Naima hasn't seen her sister for 2 days now. She heard the screams coming from the 7th guest's exit ceremony, which she definitely needs to ask her about, and now she would also like to know, since when is Aliyah naming her daughters again? Stripped from her 4-legged balance, she sits down inside one of the cubicles, cradling the baby girl in her skinny arms. The woman unties the fabric and reveals the tomes that are inside. Thick paper bound in leather, thin and not very compact books, undistinguishable from the other books in the library, except for some of them that keep their original covers. Naima is honestly intrigued by what they might contain, especially taking into account that Aliyah is placing them in the shelf column that should belong to the 27th guest. "A long time has passed since the last time I saw you. You have grown up a lot." For all she knows, the last time she saw her might have been the very day of her birth, so the affirmation is more than valid. Naima herself doesn't hold an extensive collection of memories where Aliyah is directly involved either. It is now, at 11 years of age, that she is getting the chance to examine the features of the woman who made her childhood play out the way it did. She can see each one of the wrinkles on her porous face, the folds and hangs of her skin, the greasy black hair without the slightest hint of a curl. Also, the beauty, with Saha's eye. Saha's beauty, seen in the woman who carried her inside, like she carried this girl. "I see you are recovered from that brawl you had with your sister. Save for that scar on your lip, if your mother informed me well. She also gave me a vague interpretation of the reasons behind the conflict. Since then, I have been curious to know what they really were." "We disagreed," Naima says, surprised by how coy she has gotten. Even her voice sounds different. "But we have come to understand each other." "I am glad for you." Aliyah moves her arms uncomfortably slow. She only has to unpack a few books, but she stretches the task as if it were the last thing she is going to do in her stay on Earth. She looks around contemplatively, examining each detail of the library she designed years ago. Naima is quite sure that she is trying to communicate something to her. You girls have to stay close to your sisters. There is no use for getting lost in abstractions once disaster strikes and enemies start appearing amongst your closest allies. You will find that you only have each other. Aliya's words are unsettling, given the recent events and the suspicions Naima has about them. She has always suspected that the hostess is not very pleased with her interests, judging by the especially cutting attitude that her mother gives her after visiting the attic. She supposes that, somehow, they remind her of herself in another time, one that maybe she wants to forget. However, this doesn't sound like a message of passive dissuasion, like the many others she has received from her mother, but rather a full-fledged warning, a commandment almost. Naima should listen and interpret in silence, let her mind process the emotional signals and extract the orders that Aliya wants her to follow. That's what Saha would do. It's what the Madani phenomenon is all about. But if Aliya had wanted to put the Madani phenomenon in action amongst the girls, she could have spoken to Saha. She could have aimed at the heart, like she always does, to keep reason from digesting and deconstructing the fallacies that haven't previously been coded in a shell of subjectivity. However, she has addressed the brain. She knows that Naima knows that there is something more under that shell. She's waiting for her to ask.
How long is all this going to last, Aliya?
She says. Fatima squirms in her arms, as if the question's indiscretion scandalized even her. The hostess, on the contrary, seems delighted by her boldness.
I might only be 11, but I know well that the way we live is unsustainable in the long run. We can't reproduce between us, or with the men. The knowledge housed in the library is limited, and it's becoming obsolete with time. I don't know why you refuse to utilize the outside's resources, but if we don't collaborate with the circulants, we will end up turned into desert dust, just like them. If that is your will, all the guests will be happy to live and die in vain. But I will not do that. I want to know what there is beyond these walls.
Beyond these walls, there is a city, dear child. Beyond the city there is a region, and then a country, a continent, and a whole planet. No matter how hard we try, we will never reach its every corner. We will never take in every circulant or fertilize every desert. We won't know everything or always be conscious. We will not reach infinity. Naima frowns, and Aliya feels her non-conformity. But I know someone like you is incapable of being satisfied by this conclusion. Many before you have refused to do so. They have imagined and developed formulas and methods to get as close as possible within the human limits, without the need to push the natural boundaries of understanding. You surely know it better than I do.
That's right,
the girl confirms, with genuine interest for what she is hearing. She hopes the hostess isn't trying to lead her to a dead end. Well, there is a way to reach every last corner without the need to move. You can avoid death right up until the day when the last human breathes the last gasp of air on the face of any planet. You can be carved into the collective memory of the generations to come without even being a part of history. You just need to make them feel like they matter. Aliya turns her head deliberately, shooting a brooding glance at the window that the man made her build for Naima. Come to think of it, the hostess had to approve of this renovation. If she hadn't wanted Naima to see the outside by any means, she would have made some fib up to dissuade Esteban from carrying out his project. Give them hope, something to cling to when their lives seem empty and inconsequential. Make them believe that this isn't all there is. Tell them to look at the sky until the ground they stand on seems insufficient to them. Silence those who argue against your sayings, and make sure that everyone witnesses it. Then they will live for what you said, and preach it within their small range of reach. Your image will be enlarged as the circle gets bigger, and soon enough, the city will be yours. The region, the country, the continent, they'll come through with the years. You will reach your goal, even if you cannot see it. From your small bee's nest, you will poison all of humanity with your honey, and you will never die. If you make them think you've died for them, you will never die. Aliyah keeps talking for a few minutes, instructing the girl on everything she would need to do if the world were to end again. Before leaving the library with her daughter, she feels her back up with the contents of the highest shelf of the 5th column of the 2nd bookcase and flings it over her shoulder, the package now being considerably larger than before. Naima remains seated inside the shelf, observing her, thinking about what she would want to happen during the rest of her life. If she had the city for herself, she would make use of all their technology to create images of those infinite spaces that exist only in the minds of those who try to understand the universe. She would show these images to those who don't understand, so every mind would finally join the search. If all of them, like Saha, could provide a new angle, wholly perpendicular to her own, together they could look in every direction, grow in every dimension. They would never reach infinity, but they would get much closer than a single girl in a library could ever. If only she could make all of them believe in it.
Stay alert, girl,
Aliyah exclaims from the gate's threshold, looking over at her for the last time.
The sun will come out to a new world tomorrow.
As shrill as it is, the sound of the holograph has started to induce a Pavlovian response in his mood. Just like a dog at the very instant it hears the front door, he drops everything he is doing and lunges at the device, anxious to see his owner, the object of his blind loyalty, the reason for his existence. On most occasions, he finds his enthusiasm crushed by an incorrect name displayed on the screen. His mother asking him if he will sleep at home tonight, or one of his old roommates conveying their obligatory show of support and wishes of improvement. But tonight, he is in luck. He can hear the sleepy complaints of the individual who is behind him as he squirms to free himself from his grip and turns on the light, swiping his hand over the sensor on the nightstand. Indeed, it is her. The excitement of reading the satirical short version of her name initially annuls his analytical capacity. In other circumstances, he would have been aware of the inexistent time zone difference between Fez and his current location, and therefore he would have predicted that something must be wrong for his friend to contact him this late at night. Sahara's expression strikes him back to his senses and immediately erases the idiotic smile that had appeared on his mouth. The young man inspects her state in a search of protective instinct. She seems unharmed, but her eyes are red and her skin is spotty, as if she had been crying for a long time.
Laurent.
She manages to pronounce a couple syllables before she is overcome with sobs again. Then she covers her mouth with her hand to muffle the sound. Macabre thoughts start running through Laurent's mind.
I'm in danger. It's worse than I thought. If I had known it before, I would have gotten out of here before making...
What happened, Sahara? Did Esteban put his hands on you? Laurent says, with the lowest and driest vocal register he possesses. The question doesn't elicit an immediate reaction, which in the young woman's current state indicates that it probably isn't the cause of her distress. Laurent finds a small relief in this. Did somebody threaten you online? Did Aliyah find out about you?
Aliyah is insane. She's a degenerate, and she has a whole squad of degenerates helping her.
Laurent raises an eyebrow. She's gonna need to be more specific because up to this point she hasn't said anything he didn't know before. He feels like she is avoiding speaking directly of what bothers her, delaying the moment when she will have to mention it in order to guard herself from the blow of the certainty that will fall on her when she does. It's something that he, for sure, has extensive experience on. Finally, Sahara takes a deep breath and recovers her cold journalistic composure.
She murdered a woman in front of all of us, and she has been doing it systematically for years, maybe to dissuade the rest from trying to get out of here, or to silence the ones who are determined to do it. I don't know how many victims we're talking about, but if what you say is true and there are no instances of guests walking out of Almudaina, there could be more than a dozen.
I see. He nods, serene.
I didn't come here to uncover a serial killer, Laurent.
She cries. I know. The young man jumps out of bed and, naked as he is, begins pacing around the room as his brain shuffles through all the ways to help her within the realm of possibility. What can he do? From a bare-bones hotel room for a girl trapped in a psychopath's murder palace 2,000 kilometers away from him? Nothing has to happen to her. She has to return safe. It's an obvious and unquestionable need, being this his best friend and, in the end, a human being with a fundamental right to life. Besides, however, his subconscious reminds him of something that stimulates his most primal instinct, the instinct of selfishness and self-preservation. Sahara must come back, because if she doesn't, he will not be able to resume the life he has postponed. He feels guilty for thinking of himself in such a situation, but if it helps him focus on helping her, so be it. I had thought of traveling to Fez to greet you when you got out, but there's some sort of alert in place because of some dam that's malfunctioning, I think. The city is closed to visitors.
I didn't ask you to come. My exit has been scheduled for weeks now, for tomorrow, June 6th, at dawn. I'm not scared of Aliyah stopping me and beating me to death. That's not her MO. What happens is, I can't stop thinking of something Fatima told me before she died. I've been mulling it over the whole day.
Sahara takes a finger to her mouth and nibbles on the nail. Laurent knows this version of her. Most of the time she is a sensible and very realistic woman, but she has a paranoid side that she hardly ever shows. Of course, in her circumstances, anyone would throw their mind adrift and look over their shoulder.
She spat out a speech that sounded religious to me, about how evil tempts 10 times what good does, and in the end she told me that I can't trust my allies. I might be reaching with this interpretation, but in all honesty, I already had my own suspicions about my supposed outside collaborators. The doctors that linked me to them all stood there, not moving a muscle, while Aliyah gave birth, leaving me to do all the work because she had commanded so. It wouldn't be so strange if they were private midwives, but those women work for the public health system. I'm sure that goes against every bullet point in the Hippocratic Oath.
Sahara, get to the point. Laurent makes a gesture for the guy that accompanies him to get back in bed. He doesn't feel like sharing this conversation with anybody, so he locks himself in the tiny in-room bathroom.
What I mean is, I'm afraid that they'll set up a trap for me. That when I get to the platform, no helicopter will be there for me, and instead I will find Aliyah telling me all about her prophecy or worse.
Don't wait till that moment to take action. Call the police. Ask them to stand guard around the building, to monitor your exit with drones or something. Sahara rubs her eyes with her sleeves, and Laurent sees how scared she is, how unreal it is to her to even have to ponder these options. Frankly, he himself doesn't know very well what he's saying. He has not the faintest idea of how police operate in general, much less in a city he's never stepped on. He can't invalidate his friend's suspicions either. If it's true that Aliyah has associates within the public entities, putting her own safety in the hands of one wouldn't be the wisest thing for Sahara to do. And even if she doesn't have them, there is no doubt that the only law in force in the Citadel of Fez is the hostess's law. The proof lies in the series of crimes that, as Sahara just revealed, have been committed within its walls with full freedom of consequence. Laurent doubts that, when it comes to dealing with a dangerous situation in Al Mudaina, someone external to the cult could do better than someone with knowledge of its practices. For a start, a person who has been exposed to the hostess's manipulation and knows the language it is spoken in can know when it is being used surreptitiously. Could a police officer, listening to Aliyah rant about molecules and deserts, predict that she is about to hurt someone? Would they sense that tension right before the breaking point? Would they perceive the subtle change in the bystander's passive attitude? From a realistic perspective, the best asset Sahara can rely on is a strong human shield among Aliyah's internal followers. And Laurent knows very well who he's referring to with this. Do you still get along with the man?
Yes. He's here with me, in fact.
Sahara says, shooting a quick glance upwards. Good. Tell him to come close. She hesitates, her intense look captured with precision by her device's multiple cameras. She exchanges a couple sentences in Arabic with Esteban, and soon Laurent is looking at him on the screen. He had only seen him once, from afar, and he was certain that he was a peculiar-looking man who looked almost ancient despite being the same age as him. Close up, with his black beard and ram eyes, he seems less majestic and more not all there. Laurent supposes you can't expect much more from the place in question, and given the circumstances, Sahara couldn't have a better option. The young man, half awake and from a hotel bathroom, tries his best to exaggerate his pronunciation to avoid getting lost in translation. Do not split up in the time that is left until Sahara leaves. Esteban, Aliyah prioritizes you over the rest of her followers. Use this to defend Sahara. If you sense that Aliyah or someone else has the intention to harm her, do not allow it. If you are aware of any other practice that could put her at risk, say it now, and do not keep it to yourself. Do you know if Aliyah is planning something right now?
Of course she's planning something, Laurent. This is her whole life's plan, and she was waiting for me to participate in it without knowing it.
Sahara crashes into Laurent's calm monologue, and Esteban is again left in the background, though the young man can still see his sheep-like eyes in the periphery.
The initials, the dates, the tower, the labor, all those books she made me copy. She wants to turn me into an idol. She wants to make me the first guest, the one nobody names, the one who built the third tower and brought water and men back into the world. To tell this story without telling it, to make all of them forget about me and think of the time I was here as the anastrophe or something. She wants to repeat with me what she did with Khadija. And do you know what she did to Khadija?
Sahara, stay close to Esteban, please. Laurent whispers, knowing where his friend's thoughts are veering towards now.
No. Stop it.
The girl's eyes are tightly shut. Laurent knows that if she isn't reaching straight for her medication, it's because she has already done so in the last few hours, and she doesn't want to take a double dose. He has seen her panic before. Usually it's enough for her to walk a straight line across the room or murmur a few words in loop to calm herself down to a point where her distress is not visible to the external eye. He has learned to notice it when he sees her writing too quickly or scribbling abstract patterns on the margins, when she zones out of the conversation for an instant and comes back with less enthusiasm. However, nobody else can spot it on her, and he himself could never have if she hadn't told him. For it to be evident at plain sight, it must be very severe, or Sahara must be very vulnerable. She hugs her knees, and for a while Laurent can only see darkness through her holograph's cameras.
I don't want to die. I don't want it to come. I'm scared.
Listen to me, Sahara. Think of what you will do when you get out. After going to the police and giving 1,000 interviews and witnessing Aliya's arrest, there'll be quite a lengthy judicial process, and besides, you will need to focus on writing your report. What are you planning on doing while all of this is going on? Will you stay in Fes or come back here? Laurent is asking that to soothe her, sure, but also for his own interest. He, too, has been using this prospection technique as a calmative for a few months, though perhaps a bit unhealthily. There isn't a thing he'd love more than, suddenly, a stop in time, that, when Sahara returned, the world would cease its activity for a few months and they would feel the relief that it was all over. He fantasizes about it often. He daydreams of fleeing into the woods with her and living only off fruits, river water, and conversation. For a while, that's all. But internally, he is burdened by the fact that this will never happen. That life will, in fact, not stop while they're in the woodlands, and they will have to pace up to it once they are satiated. In any case, he's sure that Sahara has had enough naturalistic getaway for many years, and she will be eager to return to the busy life as soon as she gets out. Or will she? Is it possible to be quenched of what, deep down, you know is your true reason for existing? Snacking, napping.
I think I'm going back home. To my parents, I mean.
Sahara says. Laurent had assumed she wouldn't answer.
That was my first flight. I left loose ends that I must tie up. I really have to learn to not do that, to not leave without an explanation.
Or with an explanation no one understands. He can't see if she smiled or not, but soon Sahara uncovers her face again. All undone as it is, she lifts it firmly towards him. For a moment, Laurent feels true fear. The black tapeworm that crawls through intestines, ripping its way to the throat and making a knot of itself there. He would be unable to go on if she did not return. There would be no job or reward or cheap men in cheap hotel rooms that could fill the void she would leave. Come to this point, he has balanced the fragile integrity of his life on top of Sahara's shoulders, and she doesn't know. If she falls, he breaks, and she is not aware of that. Do that then, Suhaira. Come back home. The sun will come up shortly, and the world doesn't look any different than it did yesterday. At least, not for the unattentive eye. There is only a light whisper, a monotonous vibration that wakes those who are asleep and urges parents to stay close to their children. Someone, among the ones who get up early to break their fasting before the sunrise, has said something that they heard someone say, and the rumor has spread through the optical strings that connect every citizen. But few can yet believe the sensation. Most of them do what is usually done in these situations that have shown up various times in the last decades. They swallow the slight discomfort and go on with their day. They have learned to wait for a big alarm to go off, ignoring all the small suspicions that appear every second of every hour, so they don't lose their sanity as some already did in the past. In a good percentage of these occasions, this has not happened, and the problems have been solved over their heads, without them having to change their routines significantly. Said problems have been magnified over the years. They are always too large for anything they can do to relieve them. They are always in the hands of unreachable people, so there is no other choice than becoming desensitized to them. The average citizen's attitude towards the issues that have the potential to destroy their lives, therefore, has shifted from aggressive and reactionary to passive. Swimmers wait, pusillanimous, as an indomitable and devastating wave approaches the coast at full speed. Inhabitants of warm areas grumble between their teeth when the unbearable summers stretch 1 or 2 months further. Workers turn a deaf ear to the talk of neural networks doing their jobs better than them, and their brains can't even process that they themselves are neural networks. Humanity awaits silently for the next catastrophe to go down before their eyes. Meanwhile, some of them do everything in their hands to cause it. Esteban opens his eyes at last, after hours of short cat naps. He vaguely remembers a couple of the gaps between dreams, and he doesn't think he's seen Sahara sleeping in any of them. He has also seen the seventh guest. Her image was so clear that, if he didn't know that she is buried in the greenhouse, he might even ponder the possibility that she paid them a visit in the dark. Anyway, the nightly visions are erased from his memory a few seconds after he wakes up, as it is usual. The next thing he sees are the 27th guest's worried eyes, dramatically underlit by the soft glow of her holograph. They move frantically in their sockets, controlling the device along with some gestures of her right hand. Sahara does not notice that the man is awake, and he lets the minutes pass without making it known to her. Dawn begins tossing its bluish reflections on the wood. They are leaving when the sun comes up. "Good morning, Esteban," she greets him when he decides to sit up. Upon doing so, he can see that the young woman is sitting directly on the floor. All the items that adorned her small quarters have been picked up and stored in her fabric bag. Something in this change inspires a strange sadness in him, despite the upcoming departure being an exciting event for him. Sahara barely lifts her glance from the screen, clearly sleep deprived. I spoke to the people who are coming for me. In theory, the drone will be on the platform at 6:15. It's 5:40 now, so they must be about to take off. They didn't mention anything about it, but everyone on the net is talking about coming for you. Esteban stares at her disbelievingly. She whips her head up then, her brow characteristically furrowed. Her guilty expression confirms the man's suspicions. You told me you'd take me with you. I drank your water. I know, mon cher. I'm sorry. With everything that's been going on, I didn't get the chance to tell you. I don't want to put myself or the other women in danger, and I think Aliya's reaction will multiply if I take you with me. I hope you understand. She resumes her reading, from post to post. Esteban says nothing, but the sadness he was beginning to feel expands in his chest like a drop of ink in water. He had already imagined his first moments outside. The helicopter ride, the circulants' greeting, and the questions they may ask him. Though intimidating, the thought seemed promising. He thought he would stay by Sahara's side, but don't worry. It won't take long to get you all out of here. I hope so, at least. There doesn't seem to be any room for discussion, so Esteban doesn't try to initiate it. He makes a move to leave the tiny space they have been confined to for more than a day, and Sahara is quick to remind him of her friend Lauren's command of not separating under any circumstance. Any, except for when you leave me here alone, he figures. Still, he fulfills her request. He remains close, with his back against the doorframe, watching the first shadows of the morning as they project on the steps of the spiral staircase. He soon starts hearing footsteps over his head, coming from the school, where the girls who still lack a good circadian rhythm wake up and toddle around. Then he hears women's voices, surely brought to consciousness by their daughters and forced to get up and start a new day. As the placidity of sleep leaves his body, the knot in his throat tightens again, and the noises begin to bother him, closer by the moment. He wonders if any of the guests already knows of Sahara's plans, if, even without knowing her intentions to dismantle Al-Mudaina, they will be unbothered by her disappearance and go on with their lives as if they had never met her. As if she hadn't changed the way they see the world, as if they didn't feel like they're fighting to break out of a long coma, or as if they didn't want to, seduced by their happy death in life. He feels himself struggling to keep his eyelids open, but he doesn't know how much longer he will be able to fight the natural impulse to close them. The change in plans has delayed the deadline he had set himself to resist. Now, he will have to keep fighting for however long Sahara takes to rescue him, with the seventh guest freshly dead and the madani phenomenon pressing even harder than usual. At a certain moment, the 23rd guest walks by the man as she climbs up the stairs, presumably on her way to the library to visit her daughter. They exchange a glance, but not a word. A few seconds later, another guest follows, and then two more, carrying some blankets. Esteban starts getting curious when, in this succession of women that by some quirk of biology have coordinated to wake up before dawn, appears none other than Naima, accompanied by Saha and the rest of her sisters. This unsettles him. Why would the 23rd guest come up to the first tower if her daughter has spent the night at the sun salon? Even if she doesn't know and Naima has decided to follow her, there is no reason for her to bring along such an army of prepubescent girls as if they were her entourage. They must all be swarming some place previously agreed upon, maybe in the school's cabin, to listen to yet another absurd speech about human behavior from the 20th guest. The only other places these stairs could lead them to don't make much sense. No one except for Naima ever goes to the library if it's not to cross it and cut the way to the attic. The latter is theoretically inaccessible without Aliya's explicit consent, and Esteban can't think of a reason why the hostess would want so many people in her particular space. And the platform... Why would they want to go to the platform so early? And why so many of them? Why precisely on the day that Sahara... Oh no! The 27th guest gasps brusquely at his back. It almost seems like she deduced the same thing he did at the same time, but that's not what's upsetting her. Her device's optical screen has changed tone. It now floods her grimaced face with a reddish gleam. She darts to her feet, never taking her eyes off of it, like she's being pushed by a spring. No, not now! What's wrong? Sahara grabs her bag and crosses the threshold, like a rodent coming out of its burrow, alerted by the smell of a forest fire. The man catches the white script on red background, for his surprise, written in Arabic and not in French, like everything that usually shows up on Sahara's machine. It's a civil alert. Oh man, this can't be happening. Seizing Esteban's forearm, the young woman walks straight towards the stairs, where minutes ago the guests paraded. It's what everyone has been talking about for hours online. A dam has collapsed northwest of the city. They say there's an imminent risk of violent floods, and we must get on elevated and stable surfaces. Should we go to the platform? No. That thing is the furthest from stable I can think of. Sahara stops halfway up a flight of stairs, weighing her options and sorting through her reluctances. She clicks her tongue. Clearly, she doesn't like what her sense of responsibility is suggesting. We can't go to the library either, if we don't want to get crushed by a bookcase. It has to be the attic. We don't have to come in. Let's just get as high as we can. It's the safest. The pair ascend hastily, passing the doors that lead to the school and the library, but not entering the rooms. Even in the cloister of the citadel, the turmoil on the outside becomes noticeable once everyone has received the alert to whose absence they were clinging. Exclamations reverberate on the Medina's narrow streets. Figures take off running, leaving behind belongings and products. In situations like these, the city seems to unify. Pedestrians stop being independent entities that cross each other without paying attention, headed for their respective destinations, thinking of their respective chores. In an instant, they all switch to having the same goal, even if their own safety is prioritized before others. They become aware, in the blink of an eye, of the fact that under everything they have built, their foundations are still human, and they are all in the same boat. There's something in this that seems just fair, despite only showing in the worst of scenarios. When they get to the last flight of stairs, the one that ends in the small hole that precedes Aliya's attic, they stop. It's risky enough for Sahara to be in a close radius to the hostess, so they stay cautiously hidden by the staircase's inclination. The holograph starts making an unpleasant noise that repeats like an echo behind the walls, with every active device in the city adding up to the cacophony. The young woman tries to cover it up with her shaky hands. For all her courage, she is visibly horrified, and Esteban can't do anything to comfort her, since he is frightened as well. A violent flood sounds like something straight out of one of Khadija's fantasy stories. The mere thought disturbs him greatly, for what it implies on top of the disaster itself. It doesn't take long for him to be distracted from his suspicions when his senses catch a new input that heightens his state of alert even more, if that is possible. Guided by a stinging smell, he lifts his head towards the ceiling to find an eerie trail of dark smoke slithering over their heads. Sahara also spots it and then glances at the attic's door, which, with all certainty, is the source of the black gas. Neither of them can believe what their brains are telling them, but the young woman does what she can to verbalize what they're both thinking. We can't let her immolate herself. We don't know if she has the baby with her. They look each other in the eye for some seconds. There have been multiple signs in the past few months that Aliyah was planning to end her life in a spectacular manner. The feast, the naming of an heir, and in general, the progressive change in her attitude could lead one to believe that she was tying loose ends and giving out premeditated clues. It would be so easy to just let her die, Esteban tells himself. Somehow he knows Sahara has heard his thought and mulls it over for a short while. But she is right in what she says. The baby and all the women who could be harmed if the fire gets out of hand are not responsible for Aliyah's atrocities. Besides, she does not deserve to die on her own terms. Decided, Sahara rises from her squatting position and climbs the remaining steps to stand by the door. Her bravado burns out as quickly as it lit up, and an involuntary squeal escapes her throat as she is left petrified under the threshold. The scene is the most deranged Esteban has seen, and that's saying something. On the floor, inside an ample ceramic plate that they use for meat in the feasts, dances an intimidating flame. The fire's fuel is not the wood that makes up everything in Al-Mudaina, but a pile of booklets and notebooks charred at full speed without a possible salvation. Though it's the first sight that catches his attention, since Esteban had never seen it before, the fire is not what gives the situation the aforementioned title. The hostess, unharmed to all appearances, faces the tinted window that she punched to pieces months ago after dictating the original calculations to the third guest. She glances forward with a horribly dull expression, shaded by the purplish reflections of the night in the process of becoming day. Her eyes are as empty as her womb, whose humanoid creation she holds in her hands as if it were an object, without hugging or safeguarding it. Her arms are fully outstretched, perpendicular to her torso, like a robot's. That's how she's holding her sleeping son, with one hand under his nape and the other in his lower back, making him protrude from the window hole, one move away from dropping him from the first tower's cusp. "Aliyah, don't!" Sahara screams, not moving an inch. She visibly represses the urge to pounce on her. That's the worst choice she could make in such a vulnerable position. The man is more passive than defensive. What he struggles not to do is turning around and disassociating himself from the problem. However, when Aliyah turns her head, her eyes go straight through Sahara, like she's a ghost, and stick right to him. He's the kid's father, after all. He's the one who should feel a wild protective instinct towards his cub, and on the contrary, he does nothing but return her a confused look. The 27th guest insists calmly, despite finding herself unnoticed. "I am going to walk towards you. Don't get startled. I want you to give me the child. Will you?" "Why should I?" she says, tilting her head comically, without taking her eyes off the man. He is incapable of not feeling vulnerable before Aliyah, and she takes advantage of it to stretch the limits of her taunting to levels way above criminality. This frustrates him, and the feeling sharpens each moment, turning the frustration into irritation, and the irritation into wrath. Let's be honest to ourselves. This boy will produce nothing but genetic abominations when he's old enough to procreate. He is one himself, just like each one of his sisters. Imagine what freaks will come out after another round of inbreeding. Whatever it is you have in mind, the kid has nothing to do with it. Your plan can be completed without the need to kill him. If you want him to disappear, I can take him with me today. You will not see him again, and for your guests, it will be as if he had never existed. How sad if you think about it. To bring a life into the world for it to spend a few blissful years in ignorance, and then begin to think about everything that is wrong or cruel by nature, and want to flee from your arms at all costs. You think getting him out of here is freeing him, but you are living proof that it is not. This last comment makes Sahara hesitate and throws the man off as well. Really, it could be aimed at any of the two with the same accuracy. It doesn't hinder the rescue operation for very long anyway. The 27th guest approaches Aliyah carefully from the rear, but always making her movements evident in hopes to not trigger an unwanted reaction. In a foolhardy gesture, given the context, she slides both arms through the hole in the glass and delicately snatches the kid from his mother's unmoving arms. The woman is fully unbothered. She doesn't even move her arms from their stiff position. Sahara holds the baby to her chest and walks away from the window, leaving behind the dancing flame that slowly fills the room with toxic fumes. She urges Esteban to follow her in her retreat, but the man is stuck to the floor he stands on. Aliyah too, it seems. No, you're right. The calculations are set in stone. It makes no sense to try to avoid them. Don't you hear the alarms? The minute hand has reached 12. The originals must die. And with no further ado, Aliyah Alawi lets her arms drop on the irregular edge of the glass that penetrates in her old flesh like the knife in the lamb's throat. Her blood drips down the hexagonal panels as she drags her wrists towards herself, tearing her skin open and severing her arteries. The howls that fill the room are not hers, but Sahara's. She turns her back to the scene as soon as her brain processes it. Esteban, on the other hand, remains focused on the liquid's flow. The drops slide across the geometry of the window, from the side of one hexagon to the top of another one. Small puddles gather on the floor, leak between the wood's tightly packed fibers. Aliyah's cupped hands fill up and overflow. But it's all nothing more than atoms passing through the empty space between other atoms. The baby's cries are simply waves propagating through the air molecules. There are no objects or sounds, only structures and frequencies. This is the pinnacle of dissociation, the madani phenomenon in its maximum capacity. Not only has the man stopped linking images and sounds to emotions, but he no longer perceives stimuli as a whole and limits himself to seeing the pieces that form them. In front of him isn't the woman who built his life, bleeding out as she looks him in the eyes. There are only drops of liquid leaking out of small conduits and a palpitating muscle struggling unsuccessfully
to fill them back up. And Aliyah is not going to die. The group of structures that form her organism is just going to stop being a group. You don't have to reach infinity to see it, and you don't have to know it all to understand that any knowledge is superfluous. If life is a negligible eventuality, so is death. Therefore, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is nothing to fear. In practical terms, we are all already dead. I regret having gotten rid of that bathtub. It could have been much more poetic than this, Aliyah declares, and strolls slowly to the live flame, by whose side she sits down to wait. The heat of the fire, which is spreading and making everyone in the room sweat, substitutes the hot water that many use to speed up this process. The mention of the bathtub seems, for some reason, very fitting in the scene. Esteban feels like justice is being done, and this moves him within the limits of his numbness. It doesn't matter. It's a relief for me, you know. It shouldn't sadden you to let someone you love die if you know it's a better alternative than what awaits for them in life. The world itself did so with humanity 25 years ago. These are fair deaths, counterweight in the scale. That's what your father must have thought back then, and I think so too now. Esteban, Sahara bursts into the monotonous vibration of the chaos with a cutting interjection and a tug at his arm. She is very serious, far from the fear and disgust that the bloody scene inspires in her. The baby squeals and squirms against her chest. It's best that you don't listen to her. You heard her. This is what she wants. Let's leave, and I'll ask the people who are coming to let me squeeze you in the helicopter. It's the reason why I let all those girls die. It's why I drowned my first guest like a cat, like Esteban drowned Saja. Sahara keeps pressing him between cuffs, but the words notably catch her interest, especially when names start connecting and motives come to light. The man, on his behalf, can't take his eyes off the flames, though they sting and water. The paper crumples and crumbles into 1,000 black pieces. The knot in his guts identifies itself at last. It's the impulse to complete a task that has been delayed for many years, like the task of burning these books. He has to act. It's almost a compulsion. The world always has a dark side to it. It doesn't matter which world you live in for this to be true. One does everything in their hand to not see it, but when they do, somehow they always end up looking for it again and again. The darkness seems more real than the light. Surely you can understand how it is an act of mercy to kill those who feel like this their whole lives. She's trying to trick you again. Please move, and let's get out of here. We're going to choke. Esteban shakes Sahara off of him with no delicacy whatsoever. The young woman gives up and takes a few steps back, situating herself on the stairs landing, where the air is not as dense, and she can take care to comfort the kid. If Khadija wanted to leave, if all of them wanted to leave, it was because you turned them into puppets to play out your tales, says the man, brimming with resentment. Tears slide down his cheeks, burning skin that's already hot in the face of the fire, but he remains unmoved in his demeanor. You didn't want them to participate in your story, but to appear in it as characters written by you. You planned each one of their movements, and they eventually found out. If they saw a dark side of the world, it was the one you showed them. Don't you dare say otherwise about them. I fear I must. You have never known any of my guests as well as you think, dear. Khadija, Fatima, Chadia, Valika, Aina, Hasna, Haruma. They all had seen the darkness before I took them in. The fact that they saw it again only goes to show how easily it lures them back. Perhaps you know your beloved Sahara a bit better. Let her peculiar psychological background serve you as an example. The frankness of her declarations and the lack of roundabouts in her answer leave Esteban speechless. So the concept of Al-Mudaina that Aliyah preaches is not completely fake, after all. An environment isolated from the world's darkness, inhabited by women who have witnessed it in one way or another, and come to its hallways in search of shelter. What the hostess forgets to mention in their entry ceremony is that if the darkness happens to follow them inside, they will end up fertilizing the greenhouse's harvest with their rotting bodies. This is a piece of knowledge that must be acquired with experience, obviously. But I see your point of view. As animals, we are not designed to see justice in the deaths of other members of our own species, particularly, of course, when we are attached to them. Despite the essential discrepancies that separated our personalities, I loved my sister. For that reason, when the just sacrifice of my own life was about to be made, I refused to accept it, and I sought vengeance. For many years, I believed that I should have died at your father's hand, but I was wrong. That had to happen. The established order does not change until events stray from their natural course by action of a vengeful mind. The day of my death was not then, but today. Vengeance. Esteban savors the concept, touching and observing it thoroughly, with all his senses virtually taken up by its examination. There is a feeling of antiquity linked to the idea, the same air of mystic remoteness that the visions of the penguin evoke, or that he himself does in the eyes of the 27th guest. It has already crossed his mind before. Bent over that bathtub, holding Khadija's dripping body, he thought about turning around and killing Aliyah. In multiple instances over the months that followed the event, he occupied his grieving mind with ideations of murder and torture, and even hid a kitchen knife under his mattress in case he finally decided to use it some night. The first times he had the hostess vulnerably laid beneath his body, there was no other desire or impulse in him than to strangle her with all the strength of his young arms. That feeling muffled with time. Then again, so did the rest of them, so he can't say for certain that it disappeared. Now, the impulse is more pragmatic, less passionate. It is merely a duty to take back everything that has been lost, to do what is only fair, without letting anger or sadness get in the way. Aliyah looks at him from her puddle of blood, like she is aware of each twist and turn of his thoughts. She waits for the moment of her death. She is convinced that it will be today. All in all, everything she has predicted has come true up to date. "Aren't you going to stop me?" he asks her. The woman does not answer, only turns her face towards the flames. One last question with no answer. Her last words? Silence. Very well then. No! With the newborn loosely hanging from her left arm, Sahara throws herself at the man with the same fierceness with which she stopped the 7th guest when she attacked him. Her movements are limited, however, and she can't keep Aliyah from toppling backwards to the floor, subdued by the grown body of the child she once found shrieking beside his mother's semi-submerged corpse. Esteban wraps his fingers around her neck and places the tips of his thumbs on the thyroid cartilage, where he begins to press. Die. Aliyah's mien is beatific,
pale purple because of the blood and oxygen loss. No matter how tight he grips, her eyes never lose that look of spiritual superiority, as if she was having one last revelation on this very floor. The young man suddenly tenses up. "Die, old parasite! Stop staring at me!" Sahara wrestles him, getting them both progressively more covered in blood.
Stop it, Esteban! This is what she wants you to do! Stop! I beg you!
Esteban raises his fist and lands a spasmodic punch that finally tears her damned eyes away from his face. Maybe it is true. Maybe his hands are an extension of Aliya's, doing her bidding from the distance, even from beyond the grave. All his life, at the service of the person who killed his most beloved, thinking he was getting better, but systematically detouring back to the same path. His adolescence consumed in the process of forgetting what happened, his youth lost trying to remember it. Just like her. An exact copy. Thinking about it doesn't bring him back to his senses, but rather the opposite. His hands fall on the woman's face like they're tied to strings that tense and loosen, like his puppet master's pulse is trembling. He doesn't feel control over his own body, and doubts he has it over his own life. Each blow gives him both an enormous satisfaction and a feeling of penetrating dirtiness of the soul that cannot be cleaned. But, as always, his body stretches the embarrassment to the very end. There always comes a moment when everything relaxes and something inside him releases a chemical signal for him to stop. Aliya's disfigured head wobbles on the floor. It's over, his mind tells him, while he understands something essential that makes everything make sense. It had to happen. His sensory organs reactivate as the receptors in his brain stop spinning around the resurfaced idea of vengeance, having consumed it fully and acted upon it with all liberties. The amalgam of sounds returns to his ears, and the blood flow to his knuckles, which start to palpitate painfully. His lungs realize that he is breathing smoke, and coughing, Esteban moves away from the lying corpse. The knot is undone. His face conveys the utter relaxation this produces, maybe a little too visibly. When he stands before her, Sahara seems scared, keeping herself at a distance. That was part of her plan. You allowed her to bring it to fruition, she says, as frightened as the kid she holds. She stares him down for a few seconds, bloodied and tearing up because of the smoke. In a way, it is evident, she also feels safer now. Now they can leave together without fearing the consequences, and the other residents will follow them, since the covering of their needs inside the citadel depends on the hostess. The holograph intensifies its call inside Sahara's bag, shooting them both back into reality. The young woman opens her eyes abruptly, like she just realized something important. The other guests don't know what's happening. We have to warn them. Sahara wavers for a moment, looking at the weak flame that lives on in the plate, but she chooses to leave it there. It's just paper. It'll suffocate by itself in a few minutes. Rocking the baby impatiently, she heads downstairs, and Esteban follows her, not giving much thought to the situation or the danger they're in. He feels exceptionally light now that everything has come to a conclusion. Something that Aliya said to him before she died still roams his mind. With his act of vengeance, a change has been made in the established order. He likes the idea. A change, once and for all, and brought to the world by none other than him. Sahara enters the library at a quick pace, with the intention of using it as a shortcut to get to the second tower, where, to her judgment, the majority of the women should be. The commotion of tens of voices brings her to a halt. As Esteban predicted before, all the residents are gathered together, though here and not on the platform. They have dispersed throughout the floor between the bookcases, from which they have extracted all the books and placed them in neat piles. The man notices some barrels and jugs brought from the aliment room. The 11th guest is the first one to spot the visitors to the makeshift fortress. With an enthusiasm that suggests a certain mental disconnection, she runs their way like a little girl to a gift, but her expression visibly decays towards horror as she gets close, and she lets out a small screech when she stops, a few meters away from them. By the time she does, all the women have turned their heads to the source of the ear-piercing cries that had gone unnoticed amongst the many other little kid whines that fill the room. Their fright is no less than hers. The youngest girls, on their behalf, stare in awe at the colorful pattern that adorns their bodies. "What happened to you?" the 11th guest articulates. Even engrossed in his elation, the man understands there is little they can do to justify the image they give off. Sahara takes a deep breath, perhaps pondering the excuses that wouldn't make them look like insurgent regicides, considering that, technically, they are insurgent regicides. At least Esteban is. Aliyah is dead. She decided to take her own life, she confesses. The news settle in, causing ambiguous reactions amongst the guests. Some bring their hands to their faces, others simply sink in place with an indistinguishable expression between grief and relief. Neither ones nor the others seem convinced of the second statement's veracity. A murmur begins to rise, and Sahara tries to divert the attention to the potential natural disaster they are about to witness. "Are all of you here? How did you hear about
Fatima!
The 23rd guest interrupts her, standing up in a threatening way. Several voices corroborate in unison. Soon, there is a choir of women and girls chanting the name that Aliyah didn't give back to the 7th guest before she killed her. Esteban takes a while to realize they aren't talking about her, but the baby that Sahara is holding. Growing more and more angry, they stand one by one, amplifying the collective yell until every chance of bargaining becomes futile. Aliyah's name leaks between the bellows of those guests that have been more affected by the news. This is what Sahara calls a tantrum in her writings, the wrath of individual people, for individual reasons, focused on one single target, chosen by common accord. They blame Sahara for their fear, for the helplessness and pressure that the situation brings them. They focus on getting back who they think is Aliyah's heiress, thinking this way they will be returned the stability that they have lost. The 27th guest has seen quite a few of these episodes during her stay, more than one of them aimed at her, and yet this one seems to sadden her particularly. Or maybe it is the pile of poorly regulated emotions in the last few hours, culminating in this public scorn, that makes her burst out crying. The women continue, merciless.
Fatima! Give us Fatima back, 27!
"Fatima is dead!" shouts the man. It's the loudest he has spoken a coherent phrase in more than a decade. His voice cuts straight through the uproar, with a gravity and power yet unknown to all the listeners. Like a switch, it turns off every other, even the girls. He feels a hormonal wave crashing and retreating inside his body, and he likes the feeling. Whatever he says from this moment on, as absurd as it is, they will take as an ultimatum. Carefully, he takes the child from Sahara's arms and shows him to the crowd, uncovering the lie that at least two of them already knew. This is my son, Esteban the boy. Fatima is dead. Aliyah killed her, just like she killed many other guests. I killed Aliyah. Understood? I killed Aliyah. His declaration and the following abysmal silence are conveniently accompanied by a deep roar coming from the outside, a sound like a massive animal opening its heavy maws of the lowest frequency with a few higher tones riding on its crest that sound human. The city, as an entity, lets out a scream of terror when the water penetrates its veins again, as violently as it left. The women hold on to each other as the drumming becomes more intense, and, in that part of the dream when the body wakes you up as a defensive reaction, the water collides with Al-Mudaina. The floor quakes and everybody shrieks, and the bookcases vibrate over their heads, complaining for the very first time after their many years of silence. Guests run out from beneath them, not because of their instability, but because of the chandelier that swings aggressively in the air. They can hear the rush of water flooding the ground floor of the first tower, exposed to the outside through the greenhouse's lattice wall. Beneath its thunder, the speakers installed in the walls ring 12 times in a row. They emulate the bells of an old clock, for the horror of those who have never seen or heard one. Unless Aliyah's corpse has pressed a highly convenient button in a death spasm, it's safe to assume the track was programmed to play at this time, which is, if possible, even more disconcerting. Esteban has lost balance and is now crouched on the floor, holding the baby tight against his chest. Every mother in the citadel does the same, with their girls and also those who aren't theirs. They keep them in their arms until everything is over, in one way or the other. In the same way that they teach them to be guests from early childhood, they encourage them to subordinate themselves to danger, to wait passively for the circumstances to determine their fate. He is not going to do the same. After killing Aliyah, he has acquired a vitality that he hadn't known in years. He is young. He just changed the world, and he wants to live. He wants to instill in his son the proper behavior of a host, and he knows very well what he must do to get started. He takes Sahara by the sleeve and tugs at her, but the young woman resists, crawling incoherently towards the havoc. "Naima!" she calls, stretching her arm in the direction of the cluster of shaking bodies. The girl is safe, within the limits of the situation. She is holding her sister Saha's hand tight, with the 23rd guest wrapping them both beneath her body. The three of them look sideways at Sahara upon hearing her say her name. She is desperate. Esteban sees it in her face. She just wants to save somebody. "Come with me! Come, please! Come with us!" Naima stares her down for a few seconds, examining her like a problem she doesn't have the means to solve. She doesn't take much longer to look away and huddle back into her mother. That is how everything ends between them. Sahara lets her arm drop and gives in to Esteban's pulling. They both proceed to stumble out of the turbulent library. Al-Mudaina as a building is more visually than functionally valuable. Sure enough, it isn't built to withstand violent floods. Those don't happen very often in the region. The spiral staircase trembles beneath their feet as they ascend, which makes it feel like they are walking on the walls of a washing machine. Esteban struggles to keep his feet on the ground and his center of gravity low, unable to use his hands because of the child that squirms between them. This way, they spin around the tower a couple times until they find the source of pale light, the only way out of the citadel. Sahara tests the platform's stability before allowing Esteban to come out. Despite her previous estimates, the surface doesn't shake any more than the rest of the first tower's floor. The two of them go out in the open and are stunned by the distortion of the landscape they are accustomed to seeing. A glistening carpet covers the streets of the Medina, twisting and slithering, dragging several artifacts in its pace. Citizens crowd the rooftops, witnessing the disaster as a human unit. Why today? Why now? Why us? The brain does what it can to omit the signs until the devastation is evident, and waits until it is all over to process them. There are always signs. A man doesn't go into homicidal psychosis without his previous deviations having been ignored. A mutiny doesn't happen in a place where nobody has been exploited or neglected. An ecosystem doesn't become inhospitable without a species destabilizing it, and a species doesn't become extinct until its evolutionary rhythm desynchronizes with its habitat's rhythm, generally by defect, although the opposite case cannot be disregarded. But when one is standing in front of the dam, watching its walls crack and fine streams of water trickle down, they naively set out to patch them instead of turning around and running away. They think that, with no more than their words and good intentions, they will be able to compensate for decades of erosion and poor maintenance, or a careful boycott plotted for years. In any of these cases, the catastrophe ends up happening. If one doesn't end up swallowed by the choppy waters, they will stand on the rooftops, watching it all happen and having to deal with the consequences for as long as they last. The cycle starts again, perpetuating the delusions of the ones who preached it, and this makes more and more people believe them. They're not going to answer, Sahara complains, knelt on the floor, gesturing towards the device that pressures them ceaselessly to get on safe grounds. It's 6:08, almost her pickup time, and there are no signs of a helicopter anywhere in the sky. Who is going to come save them when they have to save themselves first? Where would they even take them in this ravaged land? The emergency servers are collapsed as well. I think we're gonna have to stay here until the situation is under control. Esteban agrees. They're going to have to stay in Al Mudaina for a long time, since it is the only safe place now that the world has been filled with water again. Now that the molecules have closed, the natural order will be restored without coordinating itself with human recovery. The clouds that cover the sky will condense in intense and lengthy storms. The crops will be flooded, and the floor properties will change. Temperatures will plummet after the rush of vapor into the atmosphere, which won't be unbearable for organisms, but will drastically alter their lifestyle. All the progress that the circulants have made in the last 25 years has certainly been rendered useless. Sahara's machine, displaying no signs of cooperation, proves it. With the passing of the days, they will start coming in, begging for shelter, desperate for a place whose subsistence doesn't depend on the submerged intelligence installations. Aliyah will not be here to greet them. They will need someone to determine if they're suitable for entry, to take their names and hand them out to the hungry guests. They themselves will end up electing the most influential among them if there isn't anyone who imposes themselves. They need a story to stick to, someone to promise them they have the truth, and to keep whoever tries to refute it in line. That is how they function. They will not want us back. They don't want us, they want Aliyah. Esteban looks anxiously at Sahara, seeking that truth in her face. He thought she had it, but she is just as lost as him. She operates her machine insistently, aching to leave to where her fear of death will take another few months to reach her. So skeptical, so quick to judge the morality of every action. She would be problematic if it came to pacifying a group of people who try to trust their truth in peace. Sahara, I'm trying to find a way, Esteban. I don't want to stay here either. You don't want to stay anywhere. You're going to keep fleeing your whole life. The young woman whips her head around, scandalized. But Esteban believes in what he just said. It's as true as saying that Khadija would have ended up in the hands of yet another manipulative mind if she had managed to escape. As true as the fact that catastrophes keep happening day by day in each small and unsuspicious city. Behaviors repeat themselves as much as one tries to name them and mend them with new hopes. Everything tends to happen in a certain way, and left in its natural course, keeps directing itself along the same route until it reaches its outfall. Logical, like the fact that the objects that are dragged towards the river will end up floating in the sea. Nothing is going to change, don't you see? The world would rather end before allowing us to be free. Aliyah never stopped planning her own death until she got to it. You will never stop fearing yours, and I will never stop being Aliyah's slave. We have to take responsibility and accept who we are. We have to go back in there, but they don't want us. They want to host us.
What are you saying? Where are you pulling all that from now?
Sahara exclaims, notably upset. Esteban shrugs, and without even getting a warning from his own mind, leans down to give her a dog-like kiss. The 27th guest jumps up like a spring, so fast that she drops the bag with all her belongings. She wipes her face compulsively as she retreats, still deciding what attitude she should acquire in this situation. Her mind is quick, but not quick enough. When the suspicion still hasn't quite taken form, she incoherently jumps to asking, still unable to view the person in front of her as anything but an ally.
Esteban, why did you bring me here if you don't intend to come with me?
The instant it takes for her to answer her own question is enough for Esteban to do what he needed to. He leaves her no time to react. In a suicide operation, he charges at her with all his strength and pushes her across the few meters that separate them from the edge, where he, himself, is left in precarious balance before the void. Had she had the reflexes to grab him, she would have taken him with her, and also the newborn, who wouldn't have survived the fall, not even if he landed in the water. But she is the only one who falls. Her vocal cords allow her a strangled howl during the brief plunge, and her body makes a vile sound when, still in the air, it comes across the glass fence that surrounds Al-Mudaina. Now silent, she falls outside the perimeter, and she can be seen advancing several meters with the current, until she is engulfed by the torrent and vanishes from sight. This is how it has happened, in the end. Her much-anticipated encounter with the blue man. No hysteria attack, or words of comfort, or profound reconciliations. Just one blow, and her flight is over. Esteban spends some minutes there, crying along with the boy, before he composes himself and walks away from the edge. It had to happen, he assures himself. Sahara has existed, and he has killed her in cold blood, but only driven by the compulsion of an ending that was already written. It's the ultimate justification, the formula Aliyah has used all along to carry on with her immoral plans without experiencing the Madani phenomenon herself. He doesn't have to redirect himself against the current or make any effort to change the conducts that progressively sink him in the darkness. It's a relief to know he is the mere tool of a higher power, since it exempts him of the responsibility of his own deeds, both the bad and the good. Shh, 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 shh. Quit crying. You have been born with a purpose. Rejoice, he says, both to the baby and to himself. He crouches down by the fabric bag and pulls out the bottle from which he drank to seal his pact with Sahara. There still is a pact, only different from the one he imagined by her side. The old title of the man no longer belongs to him, just like he wanted. Now his son has it, and 25 years from now he will have to avenge the cruel murder that took place the day of the flood. Until then, Esteban will have to mold himself to the role that was assigned to him from birth. Facing a world that has recovered its asymmetry, the host tilts the bottle over his hare's mouth, and he ceases his screaming, closing his jaws around the source of such a strange liquid. He observes, enraptured, how his cheeks swell and contract with each sip. It's as if he already understands all that he has spent his whole life trying to discern. The sun comes out of the water with a precision that's almost offensive. The boy drinks furiously.
Holy shit. That took way longer than I wanted it to take. Like, oh my god. Also, why is my accent so thick? Like, it's almost as thick as your mom's accent. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, I hope you liked the story, first of all, if you got to this point. And if you liked it, maybe consider buying the book. Like, it's not much and it helps me a lot. And, you know, if I have money, I have more time to make things for the channel. Well, thank God this is over finally. And that's it. I'm gonna go to sleep. No, I'm gonna go edit this whole thing. But yeah, I will return to my usual animation programming now. Thank you. Goodbye.